Tonight and every Sunday night at this time, the Columbia Broadcasting System presents Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater in a special series of broadcasts about the other Americas.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. Last week, our alphabet of the islands brought us to the letter S. To slavery, the story of Abednego, the slave. Our scene is a fort, a ring of stone on a promontory of one of the islands. A powder magazine, gunpowder, and 400 desperate Negroes. Abednego, the slave, stands before them.
My brothers, fellows in arms, my comrades, I do not like this thing you are to do. I do not like it. I wish I had the words to change your heart. Better than some of you, I know what it is to be free. I was born free in Africa. Who here remembers Africa? They came for us by night, the slavers. Who here remembers such a night? They burned our village, and when they captured us, they chained us together. How many here remember the Barracoon? How many remember the slave ship? 90 days, 100 days. We were the cargo, jammed in huddled packs like fish in buckets. From main deck to the bilge, choking layers between decks. How many remember? How many remember the auction block?
Hear ye, gentlemen of Jamaica, planters and dealers, citizens of Kingston, a public auction before the Palace of Justice. Entire cargoes of brigantine Madonna Celeste, Barkentine, Trinidad and Los Angeles, 2,000 slaves, strong men, strong women, and
Tender, homie, and strong as gorillas, clever as advocates, all docile, tractable, amiable, and healthy specimens. These 10 men weigh 2,000 pounds, gentlemen. What am I bid for these beautiful machines?
1,000 guineas.
Gentlemen, this isn't meat for your table. This flesh is living. 2,000 pounds of men. I have 1,000 guineas. Do I have two? 1,600. Do I have 17? Thank you. 18. 18. 2,000. 2,100.
Who can forget the slave block? My brothers, I do not ask you to forget the slave block. I ask you to live and remember it. I will tell you my story. I was lucky. I was sold as a houseboy.
I have one left, gentlemen. One left in this lot. Here's a nice boy servant, gentlemen. This one is a Swahili, intelligent and beautiful. A 12-year-old, good teeth and strong.
25 guineas.
25 guineas. Gentlemen.
40.
40.
50. 55.
Do I hear 60? 60 guineas?
60.
60, make it 70. Make it 70. No. 60 guineas once. Twice. Sold to Sir Barnaby Finch, item 86, 23 Congos, all...
Don't be frightened, boy. Speak up. What's your name?
Abednego.
Oh, the last one out of the fiery furnace, eh? Abednego. Splendid name, splendid. Well, come along, boy. We'll fit you out with clothing suitable for a gentleman's boy. Blue trousers and a white sash and a red jacket and a red cap for your head. You don't understand what I'm saying, do you, boy? Not a word. Yeah, we'll soon remedy that. Look, you, Abednego, me, master. Now, who am I?
Master.
Splendid! Capital! Magnificent! Abednego!
Yes, master.
Do you know what day this is?
Friday, master.
Splendid. But do you know what Friday?
No, master.
This is a very particular Friday, boy. This is your birthday. In any case, the birthday was decided upon. It was with me 2 years today.
Yes, master.
I wonder, do you recollect 2 years ago when I bought you?
Yes, master.
Well. Run in the kitchen now and fix me a glass of punch.
Yes,
Use our secret recipe.
Yes, master.
You didn't know a word of English, and now look at you.
Yes, master.
Make the best rum punches in the islands, I'll tell you that. Hurry along now, pitter patter. When you're done, there's a sweet cake for you. Big piece of it for your birthday.
Thank you, master.
Mind, bring my drink first. This heat is perishing. Send a yard boy and pull a fan. You can do what you like the rest of the day. I'll not require you. This is your birthday. You can have your cake and eat it too. Bandwagon, fetch me my rug and see it's cold. Good enough. And don't tuck it in, just loosely over my lap. Now, you can sit down at my feet and tell me what you think of the voyage. Well?
Master, who lives on this island we are going to?
The French. French people.
Master, what are French people like?
Oh, there's a poser. From the soul. Confidentially, they're a race of barbarians. Their cooking's good, sauce a bit too peppery, though, for my taste. Too peppery.
Master, are there black people on this island?
Oh, yes, indeed, Abednego. They're dark and comely. Oh, ye daughters of Jerusalem, look not upon them, for the sun has looked upon them. That's from the Song of Solomon, Abednego. Didn't forget to read a chapter in the Bible this morning.
Yes, master.
Where are we now?
The Book of Ruth, master.
Capital, splendid. Now, quote me a verse from the Book of Ruth.
Wheresoever thou goest, I go. Whatsoever thou doest, I do. Thy people shall be my people, and thy gods my gods.
Marvelous! Run along the galley now and fetch some hot water and a nice strongish noggin of hot water.
Yes, master.
Bandwagon, remember a pinch of ginger and a touch of citron.
Yes, master.
If you hurry, I'll leave a good full inch in the bottom of the glass. What?
My brothers, you will say that I have not known slavery with such a master. It is so that I loved him, having no father. I tell you all these things truly. I would have you believe what I tell you, and learn what I have learned.
Coachman!
Yes, monsieur?
Is this the hotel?
Yes, monsieur.
Well, sounds like a merry evening. What's a Bandwagon?
Yes, master.
Well, stay here with the carriage. Now, don't go off and leave these light-fingered rascals to make away with me rug, mind?
Yes, master.
You, coachman, you too.
Yes, monsieur.
I shall expect to find you on this spot when I come out. Wait patiently, both of you. Quite pleasantly, too, I will say. All that pretty ballad music for entertainment. Be a good boy now, Bandwagon. And who knows? I shall send you out some goodies.
Yes, master.
Abednego. That is your name, lad?
Yes, Monsieur Coachman.
What does your name mean?
A king in the Bible put Abednego in a furnace, but the furnace did not kill Abednego.
Abednego is a good name. Where do you live?
I am the property of Sir Barnaby Finch.
Your master is English.
God save the king.
Do you know what a king is?
A king is a kind white man, like my master. It is because of the king that we have houses to live in, and fine clothes to wear, and good things to eat.
The king who gives us those things is up there.
God?
Yes.
But God is a dead man.
Who told you God was dead?
I read books. They killed him with a spear and nailed him to a cross. They call it crucify.
God is not dead.
Is this the coachman of Sir Barnaby Finch?
Yes, Autry.
Yeah. So it's your coach the Englishman hired. I have set out here with sweet cakes for his monkey.
I'm not a monkey.
No? But you do tricks for cake, do you not?
He's only a child.
He's big enough to swing a machete.
Softly, softly.
He's big enough to hold a torch.
And you are loud enough to bring the gendarme. My blood burns my skin. Bowing and scraping in there, simpering for green centimes. Hear them dance? Hear that pale, thin music? They'll dance faster when the rudder drums begin to sing.
You say too much before the boy.
Boy, your master's name is Barnaby, no?
Yes, sir. It is Sir Barnaby Finch.
I don't like sir. Just Barnaby. Say it, lad. Leave off the sir. Go on.
Barnaby.
What's yours?
Abednego.
Now say Barnaby and Abednego. And then say Abednego and Barnaby. Say it.
Barnaby and Abednego. Abednego and Barnaby.
Look. The stars are still in the sky. The heavens did not fall. Now think about that. Often. There's a little thought I have given you. And when you are wiser, remember who gave you that thought. An unknown waiter. A poor, humble black man named Christophe. Henri Christophe.
You should go back to your work, Henri. Eat your sweet cakes, lad. I do not want to eat the sweet cakes. I do not like to be a monkey and do tricks for sweet cakes. I shall throw them on the ground. You eat the cakes, lad.
What?
You eat the cakes, you hear me? Eat them. They will make you strong. You will prove nothing by going hungry. Remember that, lad. You will prove nothing. When you grow and become wise, remember that. You will prove nothing by dying unless you die fighting. Yes, my brothers. When he was a waiter, I met Henri Christophe of Haiti. And Pierre Breda, the coachman who spoke to me, is now called Toussaint Louverture. He is a great man. I was a child then, but he taught me much. Much I have passed on to you. Much I would that he could tell you now. Lad, do the slaves on your island speak that word among themselves? What word? Freedom. In the dark, sometimes, when no white ones can hear. Do they wrap machetes in oiled clothes and bury them against the day? No. Do they steal gunpowder and pistols and hide them against the time? I do not think so. Your place is on your island. There you can help all of us. Go back with your master. Grow strong and wise. Go back to your home and tell our people there what we are doing here. That you are hiding swords and pistols? Yes. Tell them that. Tell your people about freedom. Tell them to fight for it. But tell them not to fight until they can win. Those are his words to you, my comrades. The words of Toussaint Louverture. I will tell you the rest of my story.
Abednego! Abednego!
More bad news, Sir Barnaby. The Barrett plantation in the south, troops had to shoot 16 more slaves.
16? Frightful loss. Abednego!
Coming, Master.
Revolution's spreading like a pest. It's that blasted mess in Haiti started it. Toussaint Louverture and Christo.
Yeah.
The thing's infectious.
Barbarous place, Haiti. I've been there. Food's good, though. Sauce a little bit too peppery for my taste. It's too peppery. These gentlemen are thirsty, boy. Our secret recipe.
Yes, Master.
Rum punch all around.
Yes, Master.
My most precious possession. A jewel, gentlemen. Shining black diamond in the rough. It reminds me, you know where I can pick up a likely Swahili wench? Bennigo's old enough now to have a wife, something around 16, 17 years.
Well, you don't propose to breed Swahili to Swahili.
Why not breed to line for brains, I say?
Yes, if you're breeding for carpenters or smiths, but it's better to breed hot blood to cold.
I have a good Swahili wench.
Oh, here's our drinks, thank heaven.
Ganny, meet himself, approve below.
I can let you have that wench of mine for 1/8.
Not likely, old boy, to take me for a mark. I know your Swahili. She's 22 at the least and scurfy. Look at mine, gentlemen. Surely it deserves the best of mates. Bednigo, keeper of the keys, custodian of the scullery, handmaiden of my bath, valet of the chamber. Ever faithful, patient listener to every vagrant thought. The one creature in the world who never criticizes me, even in the privacy of his thoughts. And do you, Bednigo?
No, master.
Splendid. Capital. Now, Humberton, my boy gets better than that wench of yours. There'll be no scurfy brides for my Abednego. Huh? Who's there? Who's there? Abednego. You startled me. Abednego, what's the meaning of this? It's 8 o'clock. Do you realize I've not had my supper? There's not a servant in the house. Where's Roy? Where's Mingo? Where's Desi? Where are the field hands? What's happened to my slaves?
You have no more slaves.
Where are they?
They have joined the others in the hills.
Insurrection.
Everybody here now, Bednigo. We ready.
Ready for what, you hulking ape? What's he talking about? What's he mean, Bednigo?
No, Mingo.
All right. We set fire to this whole plantation. Then he know what we mean.
There will be no burning. Go out to the tool rooms. Get machetes and axes. You hear me, Mingo?
Yes, Bednigo.
Bednigo. Don't they know how many regiments are here on this island? Poor fools. Do they think we have known for months about their silly plots? Go out there and tell those people to come back home where they belong. Bednigo, you don't want to see them killed, do you?
I don't want anybody killed. Not anybody.
What do you mean by that?
A horse is saddled, waiting at the north gate. If you leave now, by the back, you might make it.
You think I'm going to run away from my own house? Bednigo.
Yes.
Are you with me? Are you with them? Of course you aren't. You're like my son. You're a houseboy. You aren't a brute from the fields. You're my boy. You belong to me.
No. I do not belong to you.
I have a gun, boy. I could blow your head off. I have a horsewhip. You know I wouldn't use it, Bednigo. Not on you. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to sit down here. Wait for the soldiers. You're going back to the kitchen. Make me a rum punch. Go on, boy.
You must leave now, Sir Barnaby. Quick, I hear them coming.
Now stay here, boy. Now, back up against that wall.
Put down that pistol, white man.
Mingo, you fool!
Don't you? No!
Get out of here. All of you, get out. Go to the place I told you and wait for me.
Make haste, Bednigo. Soldiers coming here. Get out. Bednigo!
Yes, sir.
I I'm bleeding. Bleeding inside, Abednego. Oh, you've been slipping out into the hills at night with the rest of them. And you're just like the others.
We're all slaves.
I've always been kind to you.
You did the best you know.
Bandwagon, I'm cold. Fetch me a drink. A little glass of hot warmer. Our secret recipe. Be quick now. And I'll leave an inch in the bottom of the glass. Bottom.
My brothers, fellows in arms, my comrades, you have said that I leave you because I go back to a kind master. He is dead. I leave you because I do not like what you are going to do.
Bandwagon, we have no army. 400 are we, and 4,000 soldiers hunting us. What chances are machetes against their muskets?
None. No chance at all. That is why I tell you now to hide your machetes. Wrap them in oilcloth and bury them. This that you do will prove nothing. Those are his words. The words of Toussaint Louverture. You will prove nothing by dying, unless you die fighting. Be of good heart, my brothers. Live and grow strong. And someday, all the world will be free.
Well, old Finch's place doesn't seem to have been much hurt by the insurrection.
No, everything's about the same. I must say I'm glad I took it on. It's pleasant here.
Any truth in that report from the north?
What's that?
It seems what was left of them, 400 runaways or so, barricaded themselves in the old Spanish fort, touched off some gunpowder and blew themselves up. Oh, here come the drink, thank heavens.
Still the best rum punchers in the island. My boy here has a secret formula that even I don't know. Isn't that right, Abednego?
Yes, master.
Well, that was the story of Abednego, the slave. We come now in our alphabet of the islands, in our ABCs of the Caribbean, to the letter T. T is for Tabasco. Little of it goes a long way. T is for tourists and the tourist trade in tired feet. U is for union, in which there is strength. Likewise, unions. U is for the United Nations. And V is for victory. V is also for Vespucci, Americus Vespucci, who autographed a map and so named a hemisphere. And V is for volcanoes. May they rest in peace. Volcanoes have been generally kind to the human race in the West Indies. The exception was Montpellier. In 1902, Saint-Pierre was the chief city of the island of Martinique. On May 7th, a great thundering was heard from the core of the volcano. But nobody was worried. Pele was harmless. A place for picnics. There was even a little lake on its top, and here's what the Saint-Pierre newspaper had to say about it.
Montpellier has released its orders. The volcano will henceforth remain indefinitely at peace.
The next morning, just as the clock in the cathedral pointed to 7:43, a gentleman in Fort-de-France on the other side of the island put in a call to a relative in Saint-Pierre.
Assuredly nothing is amiss. Montpellier is quiet. There is nothing to be feared. It is a beautiful day.
Hello? 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 An instant before, the minute hand on the cathedral clock had reached 7:44. Now there was no clock, no town. 40,000 people were dead. The whole population of the city. The ships in the bay were sunk. One survived, but the men on its decks were roasted alive. An officer lived to tell what he had seen. The whole side of the volcano had burst open without warning in a storm of living flame. A single man in the entire city was spared. He was a criminal in the dungeon of the jail. Do you know the moral of this story? I don't. W. W is for work and for workers. X. X is for Xmas. Y is for Yuletide. Christmas, no matter how you say it. No matter how you keep it, Christmas. They have many ways of keeping Christmas in the islands. In all the Americas, we celebrate our greatest holiday with observances, each different from the other, all identical in spirit. Next week, this program celebrates America's celebrations. For now, we must wind up our ABCs of the Caribbean with the letter Z. Z is for everything in the alphabet we didn't have time for. Anything we forgot, everything we left out. Goodbye now. Feliz Navidad. Boas Festas. Merry Christmas to all. And good night, Americans.
This has been the sixth in a series of programs about the other Americas in which the Columbia Broadcasting System is presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater. The Columbia Broadcasting System is the originator of South America's network of stations, La Cadena de las Americas. In the Southern Hemisphere, as well as in this hemisphere, CBS provides daily programs of news, entertainment, and recreation to bring about a closer understanding among Americans everywhere. Next week, the seventh in this series, will be brought to you by Orson Welles, who recently returned from an 8-month visit to the Latin American countries for the office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. In the cast tonight, Ted Reed played Abednego, Norman Field played Toussaint Louverture, Gerald Moore was Henri Christophe, and Sir Barnaby Finch was played by Orson Welles, who produced the show and wrote the script with John Tucker Battle. Original music was written by Lucien Moraweck, and the orchestra was conducted by Lud Gluskin. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly you're smiling, when you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you. When you're laughing, the sun comes shining through. But when you're crying, you bring on the rain, so stop your sighing. Be happy again, keep on smiling, 'cause when you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you. Crying, you bring on the rain, so stop your sighing. Be happy again, keep on smiling, 'cause when you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you. Well, thank you, friends and neighbors, and welcome once again to Melody Ranch. It happened in Monterey a long time ago. I met her in Monterey in old Mexico. Stars and steel guitars and luscious lips as red as wine broke somebody's heart, and I'm afraid that it was mine. It happened in Monterey without thinking twice. I left her and threw away the key to paradise. My endless sweetheart longs for the sweetheart that I left in old Monterey. It happened in Monterey without thinking twice. He left her and threw away the key to paradise. My endless sweetheart longs for the sweetheart that I left in old Bond, I wish you'd throw that Buttram out of here. I've been mimicking him so long I'm beginning to sing like him. That's going too far. Yeah, get him out.
No, Gene, I can't do it right now. I'll tell you what. There's something important just come up.
Oh, yeah?
Guess what?
What?
I think I have found the gal that I want to marry.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Well, that's wonderful, Johnny.
Yes, sir. I'm finally going to settle down. And by the way, Buttram.
Yeah?
I want you to come to my wedding.
Nothing doing.
But she's a wonderful gal.
Leave me out.
She's a beautiful gal.
Want nothing to do with wedding.
She's loaded with money.
Shake hands with your best man.
Let tell me something, Buttram.
Yeah.
Don't you ever think about anything but money? Money, money, money. Weren't you ever really in love?
Yeah, but only once. Matter of fact, me and my finance, we had even set the day. There was just one small thing that stood in our way.
What was that?
She didn't like him.
Now, she didn't know such thing do it. She didn't say she didn't like me. She merely said she thought I was repulsive. That's all she said.
I can understand that. What happened?
Well, one day, her old man, he was Spanish, you know, and had a temper, and he got mad and he threw me and all 4 of his sons out of the house.
You mean to tell me he threw his own sons out?
Yes, sir. First he threw out Don Pedro, then he threw out Don Carlos, and then he threw out Don Jose, and then he kicked out Don Juan.
Now, wait a minute. Why did he throw out 3 dons and kick the 4th?
Oh, he always kicks on the 4th don.
Very funny. Very, very funny. You know something, Buttram?
What?
If a swallow ever had your brains, he wouldn't know how to go back to Capistrano.
Well, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
Now, may I continue?
Yes, please do.
Well, as I was saying, after her old man tossed me out, I decided to teach her a lesson. So I run away. Let her suffer. Let her be lonely for 2 long years. And then I figured she'd had enough punishment, so I went back to her house, rang the doorbell, threw my arms around her, and give her a great big kiss.
What happened then?
Her husband punched me right in the nose. Oh, well, as they say in France, c'est la guerre, bon va oink, tout sweet, and Eiffel Tower.
Oh. That's what they say in France, is it?
See.
I think you're speaking Spanish right now, Bud. Now, look, Pierre, suppose we forget the French for now, okay?
You got something better in mind?
Well, I'm not sure. How would you like to sing a song with me?
Oh, what's the name of it?
Never mind the name of it.
Well,
just get with me. You want to sing, don't you?
Yeah.
Just watch me. I've got a big part for you.
Oh, I get a part.
Yeah, you
All
get
right.
a part. All you got to do now is just sing what's on that piece of paper when I point to you, see?
You sure you can spare this much of it?
Never mind what we can spare, and I don't want it in French either. This is English.
Okay.
All right. You ready, Carl? Yeah. Let's have it.
On.
Please play for me that sweet melody called
Doodle-dee-doo, doodle-dee-doo.
I like the rest, but what I like best is
doodle-dee-doo, doodle-dee-doo.
The simplest thing, there's nothing much to it. All you got to do is just
doodle-dee-doo it.
I love it so, wherever I go, I doodle-dee-doodle-dee-doo. Simplest thing, there's nothing much to it. You don't have to sing, just
doodle-dee-doo it.
I love it so, wherever I go, I doodle-dee-doodle-dee.
Doodle-dee-doodle-dee.
I doodle-dee-doodle-dee-doo. Well, thank you, Pat. Thank you very, very much, too, folks. I was just walking out the door. It's too bad you didn't come before. I waited so long, so long, so long. Now there's no time to wait anymore. How I cried for you day and night, for the letters that you didn't write. But now it's all right, all right, all right. You won't have to write anymore. Not so long ago, you will never know what this day to me would have been. It's all over now, but darling, anyhow, it was nice to see you again. Well, it's almost a quarter to 4. Sorry I can't stay anymore. Must be on my way. It's my wedding day, and I was just walking out the door. Not so long ago, you will never know what this day to me would have been. It's all over now, but darling, anyhow, it was nice to see you again. Well, it's almost 4:15. Sorry I can't stay anymore. Must be on my way. It's my wedding day, and I was just walking out the door. Well, thank you very, very much, folks. Well, let's see here. I was sitting in Cy Perkins' drugstore having a chocolate shake and reading the latest issue of the Stock Journal when a middle-aged woman came in, sat down at the counter on the stool next to me.
Yes, ma'am. What'll it be?
A butterscotch sundae, if you please, Mr. Perkins.
Huh? Well, how do you know my name?
Well, for one thing, your sign out front says that this is Perkins' Pharmacy. And for another, you look just like what I would suspect Mr. Perkins would look like. Handsome, shy, efficient, and capable of making an excellent butterscotch sundae.
With nuts?
With nuts. And, oh, yes, a dab of whipped cream, if you please.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Oh, is that good, young man?
I beg your pardon?
I said, is that good, what you're eating? Is it good?
Why, yes, ma'am, I guess so. Why?
No particular reason. I just wondered. Tell me, do you live around here?
Mm-hmm. About 6 miles outside of town.
What's your name?
Gene Autry.
Mine's Martha Hayes. I just... Oh, excuse me. A little more butterscotch, if you please, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, ma'am.
As I was saying... Oh, Mr. Perkins, the nuts first, then the whipped cream.
Yes, ma'am.
Now then, Mr. Autry, do you know of a nice ranch around here for sale?
Well, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of nice ranches around here, ma'am. How big a place were you interested in buying?
Oh, about 50 acres, I'd say.
Yep, here's your Sunday, Mrs. Hayes.
You have good ears, Mr. Perkins, as well as being handsome, shy, and efficient. And...
I know. Capable of making an excellent butterscotch sundae with nuts.
Exactly.
That'll be exactly 20 cents.
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are.
Thank you.
And now, Mr. Autry, you were about to tell me where I might acquire some property.
Well, I'm afraid, ma'am, it's not quite as easy as just that. Of course, maybe if I had a little bit better idea of what you wanted it for, well...
I want to build a boys' ranch.
Did you say a boys' ranch?
That's right.
Do you mind if I ask why?
Not at all. First, though, tell me, have you ever heard the name Alexander Hayes?
No, ma'am, I can't say that I have.
Oh, well, no matter. You see, Alexander Hayes was my husband.
Oh?
His real name wasn't Alexander Hayes, though. It was Gus Salvatore. He was born on the Lower East Side of New York City in a one-room flat. The same place 6 of his sisters and 5 of his brothers were born. His mother died when he was 6 months old, and his father deserted the rest of the family when he was 5. So, for the next 7 years, Gus lived in an orphanage where he had time to do a lot of thinking about what his life had been up to then and of what he wanted it to be in the future. That's why one day he ran away, got a job as a cleanup boy in a cheap theater at $3 a week. He was only 13 years old then, and, well, I'm afraid he didn't know all right from all wrong. So, when somebody told him there was an easier way of getting ahead, he believed him. 6 months later, he ended up with a 5-year sentence in a reform school for stealing $13.85. When he got out, he was pretty bitter, but a lot wiser, too. So he started all over again at the bottom, working in a coal mine. And he never stopped working until he died last year, one of the wealthiest men in this country. But before he died, he set up an estate to give boys like Gus Salvatore a better chance at a better start. He only came out west once in his life, but he knew this was the place for kids like Gus to get that start. That's the reason I want to build this boys' ranch.
Well, I'd like to help you, Mrs. Hayes. That is, if you let me.
I was pretty sure you'd say that.
Oh, you were?
Yes. You see, Mr. Autry, I've had a man checking up on you for the last 6 months. And Mr. Perkins, a few more nuts, if you please.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, needless to say, after that, I spent many hours with Aunt Martha, going over plans, talking to contractors, pricing materials, looking at property, and a million one other things that kept us busy night and day. Finally, though, 2 months later, we were ready to start on the actual construction of Aunt Martha's boys' ranch. A wonderful thing it was, too, for in the days and weeks that followed, each board, each nail, seemed to bring a new glow in her eyes as she began to see the realization of her dream. But even dreams have their disappointments. For Aunt Martha, the big one came late in November, when the company in Silver Springs that we had ordered special lumber and roofing material from wrote and told her that due to a strike at the plant, there'd be a 60-day delay in the shipment of her order.
But, James, isn't there anything we can do?
We can reorder from another company, Aunt Martha. But by the time we do that, it'll take at least another 30 days.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Funny, isn't it? A few men I've never heard of in a town I've never even been to refuse to work because of something I know nothing about. And yet, to me, it means the difference between darkness and light.
Strange, isn't it? To this day, I don't know how I knew that I did. I knew then, that very moment, that Aunt Martha's boys' ranch had to be finished just as soon as it was humanly possible. That's why that same night I took a train for Silver Springs. The next morning I was talking to the president of the Midwest Roofing Company.
Please try and understand, Mr. Autry. I'm in complete sympathy with what you're asking, but I'm afraid the matter is entirely out of my hands. However, perhaps in a week or so...
A week or so may be too late, Mr. Stevens.
In that case, I can only say that I'm terribly sorry.
Tell me, do you think your men would have any objections to me bringing in my own crew and moving the stuff?
I don't know. Ordinarily, I'd say yes. But you can't expect me to...
I can't expect you to do anything, Mr. Stevens. All I can do is ask you to help me. Make a wonderful lady the happiest person in the world.
Well, All right, Mr. Autry, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thanks more than you'll ever know. When I got back to Melody Ranch, the boys had just finished up their work for the week. Most of them were getting ready to leave for their regular Saturday night trip into town. I hated to spoil their fun, but on the other hand, I knew they'd understand when I told them the reason. So I had Johnny call them all together down at the bunkhouse. And so, boys, that's it. I'll make the time up to you later. But right now, if we all pitch in and move that lumber, the carpenters can finish the job by Tuesday. Oh, yeah, there's one other thing. I've got a hunch there'll be quite a bonus in it for each one of you. Not in money, but in something that you cherish a lot more for a long, long time to come. What do you say?
Well, don't just stand there, you jerk. What are we waiting for? Let's get out of these Playboy duds and get with it.
Well, sir, for the next 2 days, you never saw 15 guys work so hard in all your life. Matter of fact, I had to make them take time out to eat and rest. But finally, just as the sun set on January 10th, the last board was nailed into place and Aunt Martha's boys' ranch was finished. Next day, darn near everybody in town came out for the dedication ceremony. But the happiest person there by far was Aunt Martha. Her dream had come true. That was on a Wednesday. Thursday morning, she went to bed with what she said was a cold. But 2 days later, I found out what she had meant when she said that finishing her ranch as soon as possible meant the difference between darkness and light. You see, on January 13th, Aunt Martha passed away. Just a year to the day after her doctor had told her that she had only 12 months to live. But the boys' ranch she built is giving hundreds of kids what Gus Salvatore and Aunt Martha wanted them to have. A better chance for a better life. Every day along about evening, when the sunlight's beginning to fade, I ride through the slumbering shadow along the Navajo Trail. When it's night and crickets are calling and coyotes are making a wail, I dream by a smoldering fire along the Navajo Trail. I love to lie and listen to the music when the wind is strumming a St. Brad's guitar. When over yonder hill the moon is climbing, it always finds me wishing on a star. Well, what do you know? It's morning already. There's the dawning so silver and pale. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail. Along the trail and ride the Navajo Trail. Until we're back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed, I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie-I-O, rockin' to and fro. Back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Well, Christmas is still a few days away, but I imagine in most of your homes the festivities have already started for the youngsters. Yes, with the kids on vacation, there are probably plenty of parties and occasions when friends drop in. And that calls for a well-filled cookie jar. Yes, and a big bowl of popcorn now and then. So here's a tip. For cookies that fairly melt in your mouth, try making them with parquet margarine for the shortening. You see, besides being grand for table use as a spread for bread and seasoning for hot vegetables, parquet, when used as a shortening, adds delicate extra flavor to all baked foods. Try parquet melted over popcorn, too, and just watch the youngsters go for it. Best of all, these Christmas treats aren't expensive when you use economical parquet. So get your holiday supply of parquet margarine tomorrow and surprise the youngsters with the best holiday cookies and popcorn they ever tasted. Just ask your dealer for parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve. With December almost gone, he's been working like a beaver the past few days trying to get out the annual report of the water department. That's why we find him now in his office asleep at 9 o'clock in the morning with his head buried in the annual report and his arms sprawled across the blotter, while through his troubled dreams run thoughts of this happy holiday season.
We must get at that Christmas card list, Uncle Mo.
All right, Marjorie.
Model airplane. That's all I want for Christmas, a model airplane.
I know, Leroy, I know.
How about that annual report, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Right away, Miss Fitch.
How many for Christmas dinner, Mr. Gildersleeve? Can't order till I know how many.
Give me a chance, Bertie.
Just because I'm giving you a present, Throckmorton, I don't want you to think you have to give me a present.
Oh, Leela, I almost forgot.
Have you bought the tree?
Tree?
Have you bought the mistletoe?
Wait a minute.
Have you forgotten anybody?
Wait!
Mr. Gildersleeve?
What do you want?
We regret to inform you that federal regulations require payment for all charge purchases on or before the 10th of the month.
Oh, go away, all of you. Christmas, I hate it.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, my goodness, what's happened? Mr. Gildersleeve. He's still warm.
Go away, go away.
Wake up.
Miss Fitch, let me see, where were we? Afraid I dozed a little there. Dear sir, read that back to me, will you?
Mr. Gildersleeve, it's morning.
Morning? Is there anything strange about that?
Only that you slept here all night.
I did? Oh, I must apologize, Miss Fitch. I'm afraid I need a shave. Oh, and the suit looks as if I'd slept in it. Oh, well, let's finish this report and get it over with, huh?
But you haven't even had breakfast.
Breakfast can wait, for once. Will you check these figures as I read them off?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. Statement of financial status. Cash on hand, $386.52.
Check.
Accounts receivable, $2,873.38.
Check.
Interest, $139.10.
Check.
Marjorie, negligee and slippers. Leela Ransom, passion flower. There must be something wrong here.
I think there must.
Yes, I guess I must have got to thinking about something else during the night. Silly, wasn't it?
Yes.
Perhaps I should explain, Miss Fitch. I was thinking about my Christmas list.
So I assumed.
Yes. Perhaps I should explain further, Miss Fitch. Passion flower is the name of a perfume.
I know. I use it exclusively myself.
Oh, maybe I better give it a little more thought then. You know, Miss Fitch, I had the most awful dream last night.
I don't wonder.
Yes, I dreamed that I hadn't done a bit of Christmas shopping, which I haven't. But I also dreamed that it was the day before Christmas. I want to tell you I was frantic.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't want to spoil your dream, but it is the day before Christmas.
What? It can't be.
But it is.
What happened to all those other days? There's a whole week I've lost track of.
You've been working too hard. You've been going around here in a fog.
Oh, but I haven't bought a single present. I haven't had breakfast. Haven't even had a shave. Oh, this is really going to be one of my bad days.
Come right in, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're next. No waiting.
Good morning, Floyd.
Gee, Mr. Gildersleeve, you look like the grapes of wrath.
Yes, I had a hard night last night, Floyd.
What happened? Did you run into some friends?
No. I worked all night at the office.
That's what they all say.
I told you, Floyd, I worked all night at the office.
Okay, you worked all night at the office.
I haven't had any breakfast either, so let's skip the conversation and make it a quick shave.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve, if that's the way you want it, that's the way it'll be. This is one place where the customer is always right.
That's fine.
If a man comes in here and doesn't feel like talking, that's all right with me. I can take a hint.
Good.
One thing I know how to do is hold my tongue.
Good.
I'm not like some barbers who go into their shop and they talk your ear off from the time you get into the chair to the time you get out of it.
Good.
I want people to feel they can come in here and just relax and not have to listen to a whole lot of stuff.
Fine.
Not that I haven't got my troubles like everybody else, but I keep them to myself.
Good.
Now, like last night, I came home after a long day and my wife had dinner waiting for me, ham hocks and sauerkraut. So we had that and some apple pie, and after dinner I took off my shoes and turned on the radio. I was just getting comfortable, and my wife's sister calls up. And what do you think she wants? Come right over and play pinochle. Well, if you know my wife's sister. So I said to my wife, I said, nothing doing. I said, I'm all set here, I'm comfortable, and right here is where I'm staying.
Good.
I said, you couldn't move me out of here with a 10-ton truck. So we went over and played pinochle for a while, and then come in, Judge, come in. Just finishing up with Mr. Gildersleeve here.
He hasn't even started on me yet.
Why, I'll have you shaved in 2 shakes.
See that you don't, brother.
I thought I'd find you here, Gildersleeve.
How are you, Judge? What's on your mind?
I just dropped in to serve notice on you, Gildersleeve, that after your recent performance, I'm not giving you any remembrance this Christmas. And please do not embarrass me by giving me any. Good day.
Good day. Wait a minute. I don't know what you're talking about, Horace. I haven't seen you in a week. I've been very busy.
Yeah, I'll say you've been busy. Busy over at Mrs. Ransom's.
Judge, I haven't even had time.
Don't deny it. The minute I told you I'd bought a ring, you went scurrying over there to try to cut me out. Was that the act of a friend?
Well, Judge, the best laid plans of mice and men gang after glay. Yeah, that's Scotch. What's the matter? Did she turn you down?
Wouldn't you like to think so? Well, she didn't. She merely asked for time to consider.
It's the same thing. If she considers it, she won't do it. When is she giving you her answer, Judge?
As soon as she gets back from Savannah.
Savannah? Now, that'll show you how innocent I am, Judge. I didn't even know she was going to Savannah.
Now, don't try to give me that. You know as well as I do that she's going home to see her brother.
On my word, Judge, I told you I've been busy this week. I haven't seen anybody.
I don't know what your game is, Gildy, but this time it isn't going to work. I know all about Leela's plans, and I intend to be out at that airport today at 12 sharp to see her off.
So do I, Judge, and thanks for the tip. 12 o'clock at the airport, is it? Well, if it hadn't been for you, I might have missed saying goodbye to her. Yeah.
Gildersleeve, I've borne a lot from you, but this is the last straw. You now place me in the unpleasant position of having to ask you hereafter to do me the favor not to speak to me.
Oh, anything for a friend, Judge. You know that.
Floyd, Merry Christmas.
Bye, Judge. Same to you.
Floyd, get going. I got a lot of ground to cover between now and Christmas. I wonder if I'm in time. I wonder if she's left yet. Leela, have you left yet?
Well, of all people, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Leela, why didn't you tell me you were going away?
I didn't suppose you'd care whether I came or went after the way you treated me last Saturday.
I can explain that, Leela. You see?
Pray, don't bother. I'm hardly in the habit of having gentlemen run out on me without so much as a by your leave.
Leela, let's talk this over. Aren't you going to invite me in?
Well, if you're going to break my door down, I suppose I'll have to. But I'm leaving right away. I've got all my bags packed, and I'm expecting a gentleman to call for me any minute.
I know. Hooker.
I'm not saying who it is, but he's more of a gentleman than you are.
Leela, about last Saturday, Bertie came back unexpectedly, and I had to go down to the station to meet her.
Did you ever come back?
But Leela...
Did I ever hear word from you all week?
But I haven't had a minute. I've had to get out the annual report of the water department. And if you know what that means...
I know what it means. It means you care more for your old waterworks than you do for me. All I can say is I'm glad I'm going away.
Oh, now, Leela.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Leela, don't be like that. Leela. Oh, help. Somebody help. Look, Leela, I bought you a present.
You brought me a what?
A present. A Christmas present. You see, it's got Santa Claus on it. You see, he's waving to you. Go on, wave to Leela, Santa.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're such a fool. And you didn't forget, did you?
Forget? How could I forget after what happened the last time I saw you?
What happened, Throckmorton?
Don't you remember?
Certainly. I just wanted to see whether you remember.
By George, if there were any mistletoe around here, I'd show you whether I remember or not.
Do you have to have mistletoe? Oh, gracious. It must be time to leave.
Oh, Leela, don't go to Savannah. It's not patriotic to travel now.
Oh, but I have to, Throckmorton. My only brother Marvin is leaving for the Navy.
Oh.
Leela, we haven't got any time to lose.
Come in, George. Oh, you were so sweet to call for me, Judge.
Not at all, not at all. A pleasure.
My bag's already here, and I have a nice surprise for you. Throckmorton's coming to the airport with us.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he's got his car. I'm afraid there won't be room in mine.
Tell the judge we wouldn't think of crowding him, Leela. You can come with me, and he can take the bags.
Oh, yeah? Well, you tell Gildersleeve for me.
Nonsense. Now, we can all ride in one car. We'll put the bags in back and all ride in the front seat.
Leela, you either overestimate my seat or you underestimate Gildersleeve.
All right, let him take the bags up front with him. You and I'll ride him back, Leela.
Oh, no.
Now, we're going to be late. Who's going to carry out my bag?
I've got him.
You have not. I got this one first. Now, let go.
Boys! No fighting now, you hear?
Good idea.
Throckmorton gets to carry the suitcase and the hat box, and Horace gets the overnight case.
Oh, Throckmorton gets everything.
Say, don't forget your present, Leela.
Oh, gracious, Throckmorton's present. Pick it up when you come, will you, Judge?
This thing?
Be careful of that, Hooker.
Come on. The plane leaves in half an hour.
Flight 37 to Savannah. All passengers aboard, please.
That's you, Leela. That's your plane.
Oh, my goodness, I'm so excited. You know, I've never been in a flying machine before in my life.
I've got a good notion to come with you, Leela.
Oh, I wish you could.
Yeah, I think I'll stow away on the plane.
I'll bet you would, too, Throckmorton.
That blimp? There isn't room to stow him away on the B-19.
No, look here, Hooker.
Boys. This is Christmas Eve. Peace on earth, goodwill toward men.
Well, he started it.
I don't care who started it. I want you both to promise me one thing before I go.
What's that?
Promise me you'll both be friends while I'm gone. Come on now, shake hands. Shake hands, Throckmorton. Come on.
Well, all right.
That's better. Now you write to me every day, you hear?
I will, Leela.
I'll write twice a day.
So will I.
No, you won't.
I will, too.
Now. Oh, you're so impulsive, you boys. I want you to do me another favor.
Anything you say, Leela.
I want you both to spend Christmas together just thinking about me.
Mrs. Ransom?
Yes?
They're holding the plane for you.
For me? Oh, how nice. I'll be right along. Oh, my, isn't he handsome in his uniform and all? I wonder if he's going, too.
Goodbye, Leela.
Oh, goodbye, Throckmorton.
I'll be waiting for your answer, Leela.
My answer? Oh, yes. Now, remember, you two, you're going to be good friends, and don't you dare open your present till Christmas, you hear?
Mrs. Ransom, the plane is waiting.
Oh, my goodness. I'm in such demand here, I hardly know what I'm doing.
Just come with me, please.
With you? Oh, you know, Captain, this is my first trip on a flying machine.
Captain, I'll bet he's not even a sergeant.
Have a pleasant trip, Leela.
Yes, she will.
Well, there she goes.
Yeah, she'll soon be 5,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, dearie me. Now, isn't that too bad?
What?
Something I forgot to give her.
Huh?
Your Christmas present for Leela I'm still carrying.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Nowadays, it's really a homemaker's duty to see that her family gets the right kind of foods. Yes, and it's just as much her duty to keep her food budget in line. Well, there's one important food that helps you do both these jobs. And that food is economical Parquet margarine, the delicious, nutritious spread for bread made by Kraft. Parquet margarine is one of the kinds of foods that our government recommends for good nutrition. That's because it's so wholesome and nourishing. Actually, Parquet is one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A, making it a really dependable source of this important vitamin the year round. Economical Parquet, you know, is widely known as the margarine that tastes so deliciously good. So why not start serving it to your family tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow, sure. Ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet, the delicious vegetable margarine made by Kraft. Now let's see what's happened to the Great Gildersleeve. After a frantic 3-hour battle in Hogan Brothers department store, he bursts out of the store with his arms full of bundles and his hat over his ear.
Christmas. There ought to be a law against Christmas.
Oh, there, Gildersleeve. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Dr. Pettibone. If you see anything the matter with me, please keep it to yourself till after the holidays.
But you're looking fine, old man. I was going to remark on it.
Oh, do you think so?
Never saw you looking better. Maybe those old arteries are beginning to soften for a change.
Pettibone, I'm in no mood for the humor of the dissection room.
Oh, come, Gildersleeve. A cheery smile will do more for your digestion than all the Epsom salts in the world. Come on, Gildersleeve. Let me hear you say ha-ha.
Ha-ha.
Oh. You can do better than that. Come on.
Ha-ha-ha-ha.
That's better. That's enough now. That's fine. Just keep smiling, and your gastric juices will thank you.
My dear. Let me see now. I got a present for everybody except Judge Hooker. That's fine. Well, hi, George. It's beginning to feel like Christmas. Yeah. Hooker. Da-da-dee-da-dee-da. Well, I wonder if I should break down and get Hooker a present. After what he pulled on me this afternoon, I know, but maybe he really did forget to give Leela that package. After all, this is Christmas. No time to bear a grudge. He isn't going to give me a present, though. I heard him say so. Yeah, but you can't trust him, Gildersleeve. He's just sneaky enough to go and do it. I could give him a little present, not a very good one. I could stop in here and get him something kind of cheap at the drugstore. I think I will.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas just like you are. Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, P.B. I didn't know that you were musically inclined, P.B.
Well, no, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I do find myself humming a tune occasionally when I'm alone here in the shop.
Oh, you know what they say. It's music makes the world go round. Or is it love?
Did you ever listen to this fellow Crosby, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Crosby? Oh, yes.
Quite a singer.
One of the best. As a matter of fact, I've been compared to him once. Well, I was.
Usually I like to listen to him on Thursday night. So does Mrs. Peavy.
Oh, Mrs. Peavy's a music lover, too, huh?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, one of the things I'm giving her for Christmas is an album of records. Selections by John Philip Sousa.
Yes.
He happened to be playing at the Steel Pier when we were on our honeymoon.
Oh. Well, between Crosby and Sousa, you can't go wrong. Hey, maybe you can help me out, Peavy. I came here to find a Christmas present.
Oh, something for a friend?
Well, I don't know that he's a friend, but I got to get him something.
Well, I dare say we can find something suitable, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, let's see.
It doesn't have to be too suitable.
Well, what sort of thing does your friend like?
He doesn't even have to like it. It just has to be a present.
Well, that makes it rather difficult. If you could give me some idea.
Well, I'll tell you. I'm buying it for Judge Hooker.
Judge Hooker? Well, it's a small world, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, is it, Peavy?
Would you believe it? Judge Hooker was in here not over an hour ago selecting a present for you.
Oh, so this is the kind of place he comes to buy me presents, is it?
I
think you have a pleasant surprise in store for you, Mr. Gildersleeve. This gift is not the sort of thing you'd expect to find in a drugstore.
I'd like to know anything you wouldn't expect to find in a drugstore. Tell me, Peavy, what did he buy me?
Oh, well, no, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. Professional ethics, you know.
But I want to know how good a present to buy him. At least you can tell me how much it cost.
No, but I believe I can say without betraying any confidence that it was under $5.
Good. Good. Now we're getting someplace. What have you got for an old goat that costs less than $5?
Well, I've got a special on a fountain pen set here. You see, it says double-barreled, self-filling, iridium point, streamlined lucite case, special patented clip, indestructible, guaranteed to last till eternity.
Is it any good?
It's all right. You can't expect everything for $3.98.
Yes. Well, you say it's guaranteed to last till eternity. Well, how long is that? 10 years?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
5 years?
If you don't drop it. Of course, if you don't care for the fountain pen, I have other things. I have an 8-day clock here, but the thing about that is...
I know. You have to wind it too often. Now, I'll take the fountain pen. May not last forever, but neither will Hooker.
I suppose you'd like it wrapped as a gift.
Wrapped as a gift? What does that mean?
Take the price tag off.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Does this pen cost more than the present the judge is giving me, or less?
Well, the pen is slightly more expensive.
Then leave the tag on it. I'll just take it as it is. Charge that, will you, Peavy? Hogan Brothers got all my money.
Well, glad to, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hope you have a Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Peavy, and the same to Mrs. Peavy. You know, Leroy, maybe it's this green bulb that's making the trouble.
It do look a little tired.
Why don't you unscrew the bulb and stick the screwdriver in there?
Oh, never do that, my boy. You could blow out every fuse in the house. Besides, you can get a nasty shock that way.
Well, that's what the electrician did when he fixed the lights last year. I saw him.
Well, those electrician fellows are immune to electricity. Let me have that other bulb there, will you, Bertie?
Yes, sir. You know, Mr. Gildersleeve, when my vacuum cleaner starts acting up, I got a sure cure for it.
Well, a vacuum cleaner is not like a light circuit, Bertie.
Well, maybe not, but to me, all them electrical things is about the same. Goes in there and comes out here, and you better stay out of the way.
Well, the trouble here doesn't appear to be the green bulb. What is your cure, Bertie?
Well, sir, I pull the plug out, and I turn it around, and I shake the bag 3 times and put the plug back. It ain't never failed yet.
Well, we've tried everything else.
Yes, I can remember when we didn't bother with these electrical gadgets on Christmas trees. We just used candles. Set the house on fire every year, but it was a lot simpler. Go ahead and let's try your system, Bertie.
All right. Stand back, Leroy. Now, pull the plug, turn it around, shake the cord. 1, 2, 3. Put the plug back.
Well, I'll be. Bertie, you're a genius. Marjorie, come on in and see the beautiful tree.
Oh, it's beautiful. Let's turn off all the other lights and see how it looks.
Hey, that's super.
Oh, it's lovely. Isn't it, Uncle Mort?
Yes, it is. It's lovely.
That's the prettiest tree I ever saw in my life. Reminds me of the World's Fair.
Well, it's not as big a tree as we've had other years, but when you think of all the people who aren't going to have any Christmas tree at all this year.
You know what gets me? Every year, Uncle Mort says, well, don't expect much this year, kids. We're going to have to cut down and just have a very small Christmas.
I know.
And every year seems like there's more presents than ever.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you've been so good to us. You've been like Santa Claus and Daddy and our favorite uncle, all rolled into one.
Yeah, you're a swell, Unc.
Now.
I made some of them Christmas cookies special for you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Shall I bring them in?
Well, I can't think of a better time for Christmas cookies than right now, Bertie.
I'll go get them.
Yeah, cookies. I think I'm going to like this Christmas.
Hey, Unc, can we open just one present? Can we, huh?
Well, don't you think you ought to wait till Christmas, my boy?
Oh, but you always let us open just one. I'll pick a little one.
Well, all right then. Just a little one.
Come on, Marge. You pick one of yours and I'll pick one of mine.
Now, let's see what you got first.
Gee, thanks, Unc. A war bond. Just what I needed.
Yes. Not what you needed, maybe, but what the country needed. I know it may be something of a disappointment to you.
No, I think it's swell. I don't care if I didn't get a Model P-47 with a motor in it.
Well, it may mean that somebody else will get a real P-47 with a real motor in it. You have to think of that, my boy.
Yeah, I just wish I was the fellow who's going to fly it, that's all. Open yours, Marge. Let's see what you got.
I think I know. Is it, Uncle Mort?
Well, you open it and see.
You remembered.
What you got there, Miss Marjorie?
Every year he gives me one. Listen. Oh, it's a darling one. I love music boxes, and I love Christmas. Merry Christmas, Uncle Mort.
Merry Christmas, my dear. Who's that?
I'll go. Maybe it's Santa Claus. Well, for goodness sake, come in, Judge.
Good evening, Bertie. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Judge.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi.
Hello, Marjorie.
Merry Christmas, Judge.
Would you be good enough to ask your uncle, Marjorie, whether he's in?
Ask the judge whether he's blind.
Oh, so that's your attitude. Well, you may recall, Throckmorton, that we gave a certain lady our promise that during her absence we would be friends.
Yes, I recall it vaguely.
Well, I, for one, am a man of my word. It's customary for friends to exchange tokens this holiday season. For that reason, and for no other, I have brought you a slight gift. Here.
Oh. Well, now that you mention it, I have one for you. There.
Throckmorton. You old son of a gun.
Yeah. Horace, you old goat, you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. By George, now it is a Merry Christmas.
Throckmorton, what do you say we open each other's presents, huh?
Okay, let's do it.
I just can't wait. Oh. That everlasting fountain pen.
Ooh, that 8-day clock.
Throckmorton, I think Brother Peavy unloaded something on us.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that. On behalf of the Kraft Cheese Company and the cast of our program, I'd like to wish all of our listeners a very Merry Christmas and the happiest possible New Year. There are many of us for whom it'll be difficult to be merry this Christmas, with loved ones far away and families divided. But let's try to keep up the Christmas tradition for the sake of the men who are fighting to preserve it. And to those men also fighting in foxholes and slit trenches, on the sea and in the air, north, east, south, and west, we also send our Christmas good wishes. God bless you all. Good night, everybody.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Ken Carpenter speaking to the makers of Kraft Cheese and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You lovers of macaroni and cheese will get a thrill out of the new-fashioned way of making this grand dish with Kraft Dinner. A package of Kraft Dinner contains special macaroni which cooks up fluffy and tender in just 7 minutes. And the Kraft Dinner package also contains some Kraft Grated, which supplies the grand cheese flavor. You just boil the Kraft Dinner macaroni for 7 minutes, drain it, and stir in the Kraft Grated. Your macaroni and cheese is ready to serve. Now, because Kraft Dinner is so simple to make, so good and so economical, it has become tremendously popular throughout the country. So popular, in fact, that sometime a dealer's supply is exhausted by the end of the week. You can help your dealer and yourself, too, by ordering Kraft Dinner early in the week. Then you'll have it on the pantry shelf ready for grand macaroni and cheese you cook in 7 minutes. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Great Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from Fort Devens near Boston, Massachusetts, and starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Abe Lyman. You know, every homemaker likes to do her very best job by feeding her family well. But sometimes it's not always easy, especially with so many food products being restricted. Yes, you really have to be ingenious these days to give your family the nourishment they must have to keep fit. But here's a plan that will help. Serve your folks more whole grain cereals. For whole grain cereals like Great Nuts Flakes are plentiful, nutritious, and thrifty, too. In every helping of toasty brown Great Nuts Flakes and milk, you get nourishment you need every day. You get proteins, minerals, and 2 of the important B vitamins, niacin and vitamin B1, for good appetite, steady nerves, and energy. So plan right now to build more breakfasts around nourishing, plentiful, and delicious Great Nuts Flakes. Touch of Texas, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Fort Devens near the historic city of Boston, Massachusetts, we bring you that leftover bag from the Boston Tea Party, Jack Benny!
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was a very clever introduction. A leftover bag from the Boston Tea Party. You sure like to rib your old boss, eh, Dante?
Yes, Jack, because I realize that you have a grand sense of humor.
I see. Well, Don, remember last Christmas when I gave you that nice fat check?
I certainly do, Jack.
Well, this year you'll be lucky if I have your girdle retreaded.
Oh.
Anyway, Don, here we are at Fort Devens, and I'm glad so many soldiers could get in here for our show tonight. You know, it shows you how popular Come in?
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the boys in the guardhouse, I want to welcome you to Fort Devens.
Thanks. By the way, where is the guardhouse?
Right here. You're our punishment for today.
Well, I should have known this was the guardhouse. When I came in, the sentry handed me a paring knife, a sack of potatoes, and said, "Don't quit till you see the whites of their eyes." Anyway, I'm having fun. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Gosh, isn't it cold up here in Massachusetts?
Yes, Mary, it's pretty near close to 0. But, of course, I don't feel it. I'm the rugged type, you know. I can take it.
Well, don't blow your nose. It might fall off.
It is a little blue, isn't it? But after living in a warm place like California, my blood is pretty thin, you know.
What blood?
I've got plenty. Didn't I go to the Red Cross blood bank last week?
Yeah, and you were sure sore when they wouldn't give you any.
I was not.
Well, say, Mary, thanks for that Christmas present you sent me. I'm just dying to open it and see what's inside.
Oh, I didn't open mine either, Mary. What did you get me this year?
Well, remember that gold wristwatch you saw on Tiffany's window, the one you were so nuts about?
Yes.
Well, I got you a box of nuts.
I'm glad you told me that, Mary, because now I'm going to return that beautiful evening gown I bought for you.
Oh, you could never find that pushcart again in a million years.
I can try, sister.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Come on over here.
Is it all right if I finish these potatoes later?
Well, why not? We've already peeled enough for supper, I think. We were just talking about Christmas, Dennis. What did you get for your old Uncle Jackie?
I didn't get anything.
You mean yes, of course. Listen, kid, I don't want to hint, but I saw a beautiful gold wristwatch in Tiffany's window that I admired very much. You can get it for $75.
$75 for a Christmas present?
Yes.
Gee, that's a lot of money. It'd be different if you were my girl.
That's my girl. Get it right. Now, if you're smart, Dennis, and I think you are, you'll buy me that watch. And now, folks...
All of a sudden, I'm smart.
Just remember what I said, that's all. Now, Dennis, are you ready for your song?
Yes, sir.
Good. And now, ladies and gentlemen, by special request, Dennis Day will sing White Christmas, accompanied by Abe Lyman and his sensational Question Mark Orchestra. Go ahead, kid.
Wait a minute, Benny. What do you mean by that question mark stuff?
Oh, pardon me, Abe. Fellows, I'd like you to meet our guest conductor this week, Abe Lyman. Well, you got a nice hand there, Abe.
Never mind that. What do you mean by insulting my orchestra?
Well, it's only a joke. I always kid Phil Harris and his boys.
Well, we don't happen to be like Phil Harris. I've got a very fine aggravation of musicians.
Aggravation? What's the matter with me? Can't I get one orchestra leader who can pronounce words with over one syllable?
With what you pay me, why should I talk good?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Abe. You're making a lot more money now than when you used to drive that taxi cab around Chicago.
No kidding, Abe. Did you start out as a cab driver?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how'd you happen to become a band leader?
Oh, the click, click, click of that meter gave me the sense of rhythm.
You killed the rhythm of that sentence, you know. The click of the meter, eh?
That gave Jack a nervous breakdown once.
It did not. Anyway, Abe, I'm really glad to have you on my program. And we're friends, aren't we?
Yeah. Let's shake on it.
Put her there, kid. Well, I can throw that hand away. What a grip he's got.
Say, Mr. Benny, I don't think I ever met Mr. Lyman.
Oh, pardon me. Abe, this is Dennis Day.
Hi, kid.
Hello, Mr. Lyman. It's sure nice to meet a man that can put Guess Who in his place.
Now, just a minute, Dennis. Who are you referring to as Guess Who? I'm waiting, kid.
I don't know what for. I'm trapped.
Well, just don't try being subtle. Now, go ahead with your song.
Oh, pardon me, Jack. Before Dennis sings, I'd like to have you meet Miss Olivia Ross. She's a student nurse in Boston, and she has a message for the young women of America.
Well, I'm always glad to do what I can for the young women of America. I mean, welcome to the program, Miss Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Ladies and gentlemen, nursing is one of the critical woman power shortages of the war and must be quickly made up to safeguard the health of the men in the armed forces and our civilians as well.
Well, there is a shortage of nurses, all right.
I'm glad I got a ration book, by golly.
That's not for nurses. Go ahead, Miss Ross.
19,000 new student nurses are desperately needed. Any young woman who is a high school graduate, in good health, and between the ages of 18 and 35 can become a student nurse.
18 to 35. Gee, it's hard to remember when I was 18 years old.
It's hard to remember when you were 35, too.
Now, wait a minute. Listen, Mary. It isn't so long ago that I blew out 35 candles on my birthday cake.
Yeah, but think of all those you missed.
Never mind. Oh, pardon me, Miss Ross. Go ahead, will you?
Young women who are interested in this vital work should write to Student Nurses, Box 88, New York City.
Box 88, New York City, eh?
Yes, that's right. In Canada, girls should apply to the nearest hospital. And remember, no qualified student should be barred from entrance to a school of nursing because of a lack of funds.
Well, that's grand. Thank you, Miss Ross. Oh, by the way, as long as you're here, you're a nurse and everything, I've had a slight cold. Would you mind taking my pulse?
Why, no, Mr. Benny, I'd be glad to. Let me have your wrist.
Here it is. Well, what about my pulse?
I'm sorry, I just don't seem to find any.
Well, I should think... Yikes! Oh, well, thanks anyway, Miss Ross. Sing, Dennis. I used to have a pulse. I wonder what became of it.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. The sun is shining, the grass is green, the orange and palm trees sway. There's never been such a day in Beverly Hills, L.A. But it's December the 24th, and I am longing to be up north. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. May all your Christmases be
That was White Christmas, sung by Dennis Day. Now, Don, you and Abe will have to carry on with the rest of the program. I have to run along with Mr. Tucker, the man with the sleigh, is waiting outside.
What do you mean, the man with the sleigh?
Oh, didn't I tell you?
No.
You see, Don, I rented one for a little trip I want to make to Fitchburg. I found out there's a house near there where George Washington is supposed to have spent the night.
I don't get it.
Well, it's very simple, Mary. I just finished a picture with Ann Sheridan called George Washington Slept Here. There's a house near Fitchburg that George Washington slept in, and that's where I'm going to spend the night.
Oh, fine. I suppose if you'd been in The Man Who Came to Dinner, you'd want to sleep in a veal cutlet.
There's no connection. Now get your coat, Mary. You and Dennis are coming with me. So long, Don. See you later, Abe. Roy, isn't this a thrill to be riding in a sleigh? Come on, kids, let's sing. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Rochester. Boy, it's cold. What's the temperature, Mr. Tucker?
Well, it's about 4 below zero.
Below zero? Rochester, put that jug down. Now put away that Applejack.
We've been riding for an hour. How long before we get there?
How far is the old Peabody place, Mr. Tucker?
Just a piece up the road here.
Good. Dennis, will you stop that wiggling?
No, not wiggling. I'm cold.
Well, pull the robe around you. Can't you hurry a little, Mr. Tucker?
I wouldn't be in a hurry to get to that Peabody place if I were you. Everybody says it's haunted.
Haunted? Rochester! Put that down! Gosh, it sure gets dark in a hurry.
There's the old Peabody place up ahead.
Gee, it's spooky looking.
Yeah. Say, the caretaker must be in. There's a light flickering in the upstairs window.
Here we are. Oh, Peaches. Take it easy, girl.
Peaches. It's a fine name for a horse.
Named after my wife. Looks just like her.
Carry my grips, Rochester. Come on, Mary. Dennis, let's go inside.
Oh, no, I'm going back to town.
But, Mary, this is the house George Washington slept in. Look at that old stone chimney and those gables on the roof.
I wouldn't care if Clark was hanging out of them. I wouldn't go in.
What about you, Dennis? You want to spend the night here?
No, thank you.
Well, that's 3 of us. So long, boy. You're staying here with me. All right, Mr. Tucker, take Miss Livingston and Mr. Day back to town.
Okay.
So long, Mary.
So long, Jack.
Goodbye, Dennis.
Go. Oh, the heck with it.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, Peaches.
Boy, that night wind is sure chilly. Sure is. Let's not stand out here all alone in the dark. Let's go in. Yeah. Knock on the door, Rochester. I'm holding the jug. Okay. I'll knock, you scaredy cat. Nobody home. Let's go. You come back here. Hey, look through the window. There's a light coming down the hall. It's an old man.
Who's that? What do you want?
Oh, pardon me. Are you Mr. Stubbs, the caretaker?
Maybe I am, maybe I ain't.
Well, I'm Jack Benny, and I wrote you about spending the night here. Did you get my letter?
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't.
Well, do you mind if we come in and look around? I'm very anxious to see... Good heavens, what's that?
I didn't hear nothing.
Nothing? Gee. Well, what are you waiting for, Rochester? Come on in. Come on inside. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. You come in here.
You know, mister, I don't take in boarders as a rule.
Oh, I'm prepared to pay for it, Mr. Tucker. Now, if you'll please tell me which room George Washington slept in, I'd like to go to bed.
You can't miss it. It's the big one at the top of the stairs.
Thank you. Now, if you'll just show me... Gee, there's that nothing again. I don't like this. Well, what are you waiting for, Rochester? take my suitcase upstairs, light the candles, and turn down the bed.
You want me to go upstairs alone?
Of course. Nothing's going to hurt you.
Boss, nothing around here is something.
You go upstairs and get the room ready. Now, Mr. Stubbs, how much will it cost me to spend the night here?
Would 50 cents be too much?
Well, does that include breakfast?
Yep, bacon and eggs, hot cakes and coffee.
Okay, it's a deal. Well, I might as well go upstairs now. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss!
How does the room look?
I'm right here behind
you! You get upstairs. Now, Mr. Stubbs and I will be up in a minute.
As long as we're all going up, let's make it a convoy.
All right. Lead the way, Mr. Stubbs. Hey, I'm excited.
Here's the room right here.
Well, good night, Mr. Stubbs.
Good night.
Well, here we are, boss.
Yeah. Let me have that candle, Rochester. Wow, this is a big room.
Wow, this is a big room.
That echo again. I'm Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny.
I'm going to spend the night here.
I wouldn't stay here for $1 million.
What does he mean? Gee, look. Look at that old four-poster bed. Well, I might as well turn in. Just think, Rochester. George Washington slept in this house.
Uh-huh.
Right here in this very room.
Uh-huh.
Gosh, if this bed could only talk.
If that bed says one word, I'll bounce through Boston.
That was just a figure of speech. Well, I guess I'll get in bed. Oh, say, Rochester, open the window, will you?
Yes, sir. Uh-oh.
Darn those shutters. Rochester, reach out and close them.
Let whoever's out there reach in and close them.
There's nobody out there. Well, good night, Rochester. You're going to sleep in the next room.
Alone?
Yes, alone.
Good night, boss.
Gosh, I'm tired. Just think. I'm sleeping in the same bed George Washington slept in during the Revolutionary War. Gee, it doesn't seem possible. Sure was a thrill riding in that sleigh. Gosh, I haven't done that since I was a kid. Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Today, so we'll disband here for the night.
Yes, General Washington. General Washington?
Which room is mine, Mr. Stubbs?
It's that big one at the head of the stairs.
Thank you, sir. Here's your 25 cents.
25 cents? I'm paying 50. Maybe he isn't going to eat breakfast. Yeah, that's it. Oh, hello there.
Well, this room seems to be occupied.
Oh, pardon me, General Washington. I'm Benny, Jack Benny.
Oh, yes. We've enjoyed your program so much during these long, cold nights at Valley Forge.
Gee, thank you, General.
I'm getting tired. Would you please move over, Mr. Benny?
Of course. It's a large bed. Climb in, General.
Just a moment. Do you mind if I hang my wig right here next to yours?
No. Go right ahead. See, I gotta get one of those white ones with curls. See, that's a beaut. Do you mind if I try it on?
You mind if I try it on?
You get out of this bed. Get out.
What? Cold.
Darn echo. Well, hop in bed, General.
Thank you.
You know, I snore a little bit, but I'll try and... Woo! That's cold. Pardon me, General, you forgot to take your sword off.
Oh, I did. I'm always forgetting that. Well, good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night, General. Just think. I'm sleeping in the same bed. Who are you?
I want to be a student nurse. I'm between the ages of 18 and 35.
Right to box 88, New York City. They need you. Are you quite comfortable, General Washington?
Maybe I am, maybe I ain't.
Just a minute. You're not George Washington. General, where are you?
I'm having breakfast, Mr. Benny. It's time for those toasty brown sweeties and that Great Nuts flake.
What?
They come in the big 12-ounce economy-sized package.
You're John Wilson. Where's General Washington?
I'm over here getting dressed, Mr. Benny.
Already?
Yes, I must leave now. I've got to cross the Delaware.
Oh, yes. Yes, I saw it on the calendar I got from the If You Live, We're Hooked insurance company. It's a beautiful painting. Well, goodbye, General, and good luck.
Thank you. Forward! Forward!
Gee, he's a nice fella. I never expected to bump into... Well, I'll be darned, he took the wrong wig. Oh, General! Oh, General Washington! General, come back! You got my wig!
Friends, I imagine by this time that you know a lot about Great Nuts Flakes. But here's something you may not know. The increase in your use of Great Nuts Flakes in the past 3 years exceeds that of all the other ready-to-eat cereals put together. Now, there must be something back of this outstanding increase in the popularity of Great Nuts Flakes. Well, there's a reason, all right. In fact, 2 big reasons. First, it's that malty, rich flavor. The long popular flavor of Great Nuts in crisp, tempting, toasted flake form. And second, it's that nourishing goodness. For Great Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal containing the valuable whole grain food values so heartily recommended by our National Nutrition Program. So friends, ask for America's fastest growing breakfast cereal. Ask for delicious, malty rich Great Nuts Flakes.
That was the last number of the 12th program of the new Great Nuts Flake series. And we'll be with you next Sunday night at the same time. Now, to all you fellas listening in at the Portsmouth Navy Yard, we'll be seeing you tomorrow night with our USO show. And the following night, we'll see all you boys at Camp Edwards near Buzzards Bay. Good night, Joni.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloy. This program is for the entertainment of the personnel at Fort Devens and does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of the product by the War Department.
Good evening, friends.
This is your host to welcome you again through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. I'm enjoying some winter sports with a couple of cold-blooded skates. Personally, I don't mind the low temperature anymore. That's because I wear a snowfall storm coat. Keeps the cold spirits out. Yes, now I'm just a werewolf in a sheepskin-lined shroud. Oh, him? Now, that's our photographer, Artie. Yes, he just passed out while taking a picture from overexposure. Ready now for our excursion beyond the grave. Let me warn you, we're a bit crowded. You may not be able to get a round-trip ticket. We can accommodate you on the way out, but coming back, you'll have to double up with a corpse. The fog rolls in from the sea and begins to blanket the long, narrow island, which is joined to the Florida mainland by a bridge. In a lone house on the island, two men stand at the window, watching the mist develop into a thick gauze, obscuring the lights on the mainland.
Listen, the fog is getting worse. Look out there. It's covering everything like a disgusting, evil monster.
It'll lift by morning.
Morning. I may not be here by morning.
What the devil do you mean by that?
I mean, I may not be alive.
What do you
Unless you help me. I asked you out here tonight because I was afraid to be alone.
But you said before that your sister-in-law, Carol, and her husband, what's his name, Everett, would be here.
Yes, Vincent, but you're my friend. You're my closest friend. For the past week, I had a feeling that death was coming here to the island. And then when the fog began to roll in from the sea, I knew it would be tonight.
Arthur, you're not making sense. You've got nothing to worry about. Except for being a little nervous, you're perfectly healthy.
You don't understand, Vincent. Valerie's come back.
Valerie?
Yes, she's here on the island.
For heaven's sake, Arthur, get hold of yourself.
She's here, out there, someplace in that fog.
That's impossible, and you know it. It's been 6 months since your wife Valerie drowned.
They never found her body. It was never washed up on shore.
A drowned body isn't always found.
She never went out on that boat.
Of course she did. It was all settled at the coroner's inquest.
No, there were some things that were never settled.
What do you mean by that?
You know Valerie. You know how strange and moody she was.
Well, a great many people are moody.
No. Not like Valerie was. She would prowl this island at night with that cat of hers always following. Everywhere she went, that cat would be with her. And on foggy nights, they'd be gone for hours.
Well, that still doesn't prove that Valerie wasn't on that boat.
Of course it does. Don't you understand? Cats hate water. I begged her many times to go out fishing with me. She'd never step foot in a boat.
Look, this is all just your imagination working overtime.
Oh, Vincent, she's come back to kill me. She hated me. From the day we were married, she hated me. On her wedding night, she flew into a rage. She scratched me. Her hand was like a claw, like a cat's claw. And now she's come back to kill me.
You better stop talking.
The cat disappeared the night Valerie did.
Well, of course it did. It drowned with her.
No. The cat's come back to the island. I heard it at night.
What you heard was probably a stray cat that wandered onto the island across the bridge. Now,
I'll get it. Hello.
Arthur Cameron.
Yes, who's this?
Listen. You have 6 hours to live, Arthur. Just 6 more hours.
It was Valerie. She spoke to me.
What are you talking about?
The cat was with her. She said I had 6 hours to live.
6 hours? Here, let me have that phone.
It's no use. She's hung up.
Oh, maybe we can trace the call. Hello? Hello, operator. Operator.
You're going to kill me. You've got to help.
Now, just take it easy, Arthur. I'll get the policeman. Hello, operator. Operator.
What's wrong? Why doesn't she answer?
I think I know why. I'm afraid the wires have been cut. Come on. I'm driving you to the mainland.
Can't you drive faster?
With the fog as thick as it is, Arthur, I'm going faster than I should.
But you've got to get me off the island.
The bridge is just ahead. We'll be on the mainland in a few minutes. Say, I just remembered something.
Oh.
You said that Valerie's sister Carol and her husband Everett would be out here to visit you tonight.
Yes, but we can't wait for them.
What time did they say they'd be here?
8:30.
Well, it's past that now. They should drive along this road any moment. Maybe we'll meet them and then we'll...
Why did you stop? We can't stay here.
The bridge. If I hadn't stopped quickly enough, we'd both have been killed. This end of the bridge has been washed out.
Vincent, please, let's go back into the house. She's somewhere near us in the fog here. I can feel it.
I'm not going in until I find out where that phone wire was cut. I'm going to splice it together again. It's our only chance of reaching the police.
It's 9 o'clock. An hour has gone by already. And if I'm not out of here by 2 o'clock...
What is it?
Look, you can see it through the fog. There's a strange yellow light down the road.
Why, it's the headlight of a car coming this way.
A car?
Yeah, quick. Behind the house here and stay out of sight. It's turning into the driveway.
How could a car have come onto the island with that bridge washed out?
Be quiet. Somebody's getting out.
They're coming this way. What? It's Carol and Everett. Carol! Everett!
Arthur! What in the deuce are you doing out here in back of the house? You scared me.
Everett, I'm so glad you're here.
What's the matter, Arthur? You actually didn't...
I'll tell you in a minute, but how did you get here?
Say, what's gotten into you?
How did you get on the island?
We drove over the bridge and up the shore road. How else can you get here?
But how could you drive over the bridge? It's been washed out.
Washed out?
I saw it with my own eyes, and Vincent saw it too, didn't you, Vincent?
I certainly did.
Oh, Vincent, I didn't know you were here.
Yes, Everett, and I'm glad I am.
Well, you two must be mistaken. Carol and I drove over that bridge less than 3 minutes ago.
3 minutes, huh?
Why do you say it that way?
Are you sure you haven't been on the island longer than that?
What does he mean?
Hanged if I know.
Some very strange things have been happening. Arthur's life has been threatened.
What?
It's true, by your sister Valerie.
Don't you two know that April Fool's Day is months away?
Joke all you want, Everett, but it's true. Even the telephone wire has been cut. Vincent, the telephone.
Yeah. So the telephone wire's been cut, huh?
You better answer it, Arthur.
I'm almost afraid.
Come on, I'll go in with you. Hurry, Arthur.
All right. Hello?
Hello, Arthur.
Valerie?
We're here, Arthur. Listen. It's 9 o'clock, Arthur. You have 5 more hours to
This waiting, I can't stand it. Why don't the police come?
Now, take it easy, Arthur. They'll be here. We only phoned them a few minutes ago.
But something might happen before they get here. We can't just sit around waiting for them to arrive.
Of course, it would be difficult to find anybody out there in that fog. But we could look around until the police got here.
No, I'm not going out there. She's waiting for me.
Arthur, please try to understand. It couldn't be Valerie.
You don't know any of you. I can feel it. She's coming closer and closer every minute.
Arthur, you've got nothing to worry about. I've got this gun. And believe me, I won't hesitate to use it.
Vincent, I didn't know you were in the habit of carrying a gun.
I gave it to him, Everett, before you arrived.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me with a gun?
I really don't trust anyone with a gun. Carol, what is it?
But there was something outside the window. A sort of face.
Carol, please, now don't you get started on this crazy nonsense.
No.
It's just a swirling fog.
No, I saw it. But now it's gone. I could make out the eyes. They were shining like the eyes of it. Look out! She's here! She's coming for me!
Let's go, Everett. That came from the back of the house.
No, don't leave me.
Carol, you go with Vincent. I'll stay with Arthur.
All right. Vincent! Wait!
Arthur, I stayed with you because I want to talk about Vincent. I think it was foolish of you to give him that gun.
Vincent's my friend. I trust him.
You shouldn't.
Why do you say that?
Don't you remember how he acted at the coroner's inquest? He testified against you time and again, very subtly, to make them think you were responsible for Valerie's death.
You were wrong. Vincent would have no reason to do
No? He and Valerie were quite close before you came along, Arthur. Even after you came along.
That isn't true.
He even saw her the night she disappeared.
You don't know what you're saying.
At the inquest, he swore he wasn't on the island that night, but he was. And I can prove it. Here, look at this.
A cigarette lighter?
Yes, with Vincent's initials on it. You can still see them through the rust.
Where did you get that lighter?
Carol and I found it in the water near the boathouse. I remember the day after Valerie disappeared, Vincent made a remark about losing his life. Now, do you still think he's such a friend?
If what you say is true, you and Carol and I have got to stay together until the police get here.
You're sure they're on the way?
Yes, they told me on the phone it would take them less than 15 minutes to get here.
Well, it may not be safe for you to wait for them here. We'll go down to the bridge to meet.
No, I'm not going out in that fog. She's there waiting for me.
Look, Arthur, you've got more to fear from Vincent than anyone.
But don't come on before he returns. All right. We'd better go out through the French windows.
Good idea. Stay close to the house until we get to the garage.
The fog is so thick, I can't see you.
I'm just on the edge of the gravel path.
Wait, what's wrong?
Arthur, stay where you are.
Where are you?
Something's out here near us.
Don't move.
Just brushed against me.
Oh!
Run! Run!
Here, kitty. Don't go away, kitty. We need you for a couple of more murders. Everett's dead, you know. That's what he gets for letting a black cat cross his throat. Say, how do you like that Valerie? She's some wife, huh? Nagging her husband right to the grave. The same one she's in. Well, Valerie's sore about that last phone call she made. The operator said to her, 5 cents for the next 5 murders, please. Now let's get back to our frightened friends on that Florida island.
She meant to kill me, Carol. She mistook Everett for me.
Arthur, please. How is he, Vincent?
He's dead.
Oh, no.
It's as if his throat was torn open by a wild animal.
I told you she was more animal than human. She and that cat, they were in here.
Carol, you'd better not touch the body.
Oh, leave me alone. You've done it up already.
What's that supposed to mean?
You know exactly what it means, Vincent. And when the police come, I'm going to tell them how you ran away from me out there in the fog.
I didn't run away from you. I thought you were behind me when I came back to the house.
You're lying.
Just a moment, Carol.
What is it?
The cigarette lighter that Everett had in his hand is missing.
What cigarette lighter?
You know the one I mean. The one that was found in the water near the boathouse.
I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
I have. Arthur, you'd better search him.
Now, look here.
If you're as innocent as you claim to be, Vincent, you shouldn't mind.
All right, then go ahead and search.
I will after I make this call.
Whom are you calling?
The police. Can't understand why they haven't gotten here yet. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Hello.
Hello, operator. Will you please connect me with police headquarters and hurry?
Do you think you've been calling the police department all this time, Arthur?
Oh,
yes. Valerie. We're still here. It's 10 o'clock, Arthur. You have just 4 more hours.
Arthur, where's Vincent?
I just left him. Carol, did you know about him and Valerie?
Well, yes, Arthur.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I wanted to. But after all, she was my sister.
We'll have to get away from him.
Yes. Well, suppose we tell him that we're going for the police. He can't have any objection to that.
But suppose he wants to come with us in the car.
Well, somebody has to stay here with Everett's body.
Well, do you think it's safe to leave him here? If he killed Everett, he'll have a chance to destroy any evidence.
We can't help that. It's safer to leave him here than to take him with us. He still has that gun of yours.
That's right, I have.
Vincent.
Forgive me for disturbing you, too.
I thought you were supposed to be outside.
I was outside for a while. But I saw somebody moving around in the other room, so I came back. When I got to the other room, I found Everett's body missing.
What? Gone? Everett's body is gone?
Vincent, you were in that room before alone.
So was Carol after I left. Weren't you, Carol?
Oh, I don't remember. I may have been.
You were there alone, Carol. I remember.
Arthur, you walked with me to the front door. When I left the house, the body was still there. After that, I don't know what happened. But perhaps Carol does.
What are you driving at?
What do you think I'm driving at?
You mean that I did something with Everett's body?
Draw your own conclusions. I've drawn mine.
How dare you imply such things? I won't listen to another word of such talk. Not another word.
Well, Arthur, what do you think?
I don't know what to think. I'm going out of my mind. I don't know where to turn, who to trust.
You can trust me.
I wish I was sure that I could.
Oh, of course you can. Now, come here, Arthur. Don't you see? The one who hopes to kill you is trying to break you down first. Now, for your own sake, you mustn't give in. I don't know who's behind all this, but I do know this. It's all part of a plan to destroy you little by little. Don't you see that now?
Nothing makes
Now,
sense.
you listen to me, Arthur, and listen to me well, because there isn't a great deal of time left. We've got to get away from Carol while there's still time, while she's not here.
Why?
Can't you see she's trying to kill you?
Why?
Yes, don't be a fool. Carol is the one who lied to you. She and Everett both. They intended to murder you, but in the darkness and the fog, Carol made a fatal mistake. She thought it was you she was killing, not Everett.
No, that was Valerie in the room. A human animal was there. You saw the claw marks on Everett's throat.
That could be accomplished with an iron claw. Valerie is dead.
What makes you so sure of
Because
that?
I know she's dead. They never drove across that bridge at 9 tonight. They've been here on the island all evening.
How do you know that?
I know that because we saw that bridge with our own eyes. And I saw it again just 10 minutes ago. It's still down.
You're just saying that.
Come on with me, Arthur, and you'll see for yourself.
No, you're trying to get me out of the house, out into that fog where Valerie is.
Will you stop being an idiot? Here. Take this gun. That'll make you feel any better. Take it and hold it in my back while we're outside. Now, let's get away from Carol while there's still a chance.
All right. Give me the gun.
Here.
Now, keep in front of me all the time. And I'm warning you. If you make one false move, I'll kill you.
You see? Carol and Everett were lying to us. The bridge is still down.
You're right, Vincent. They couldn't have come across that bridge.
Of course not. The only trouble is we can't get back over it now either.
But we've got to get off this island
Wait
somehow.
a minute. I should have thought of it before. Your boat.
I saw the motorboat after the accident.
Well, what about a rowboat?
There's still one of those down at the boathouse at the other end of the island.
Good. Then we can row over to the mainland.
Yes, of course. Come on.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Back to the house for the car.
Don't be ridiculous. We can't go back there now. We gotta walk.
All right, along the beach here.
Better walk faster than that, Arthur.
Vincent, I have a feeling we're being followed.
Just your imagination. Who could see us in this fog?
But I tell you that we are being followed. I told you. Look behind us.
Yes, I can see it now. It's a cat.
And there's a woman with it. Valerie!
We've lost them, Arthur.
They can't be far behind.
Doesn't make any difference now. There's the boathouse just ahead.
The boat! It's not at the land.
Well, it must be. You can't see it because of the fog.
I can see it isn't there.
All right, then we'll hide in the boathouse till morning.
You can't hide from the dead.
Oh, will you please stop that nonsense? We're dealing with somebody very much alive. You've still got that gun.
You can't harm the dead with a gun.
Come on, we're going inside. Door's locked.
I didn't lock it. This boathouse has never been locked before.
All right, wait here. I'll break through the window and come around through the inside. There, just wait for me and I'll unlock the door.
They're coming, Vincent! Hurry, hurry!
Now, come on inside, Arthur. Better lock the door.
Yes.
Arthur, we're in luck. There's a phone here.
Oh, that's right, I forgot.
Maybe it hasn't been disconnected like the other one.
I'll try it. Hello. Hello, operator.
Hello, Arthur. It's 11 o'clock, Arthur. Just 3 more hours.
Quarter to 2, Arthur. You can't stay here another minute.
And I can't run away any longer. Where would I go? Where would I hide? If she's going to kill me, let her come and do it.
You've still got 15 minutes.
Oh, my time's run out now.
Well, I wanted to help you save yourself, but you wouldn't let me. I'm not going to stay here another second.
Vincent!
This is your last chance. Do you want to make a run for it with me?
I told you it was no use.
All right, then there's nothing more I can do. Goodbye.
Valerie!
Yes, Arthur. I've come for you.
Valerie, please.
You know why I've come. don't you?
Please, don't come any closer.
You hated me so much. Couldn't even wait until death came to me naturally. You knew how much I hated water, how much I was afraid of it.
Stand where you are. Don't come another step.
You despised me because your bullets can't harm me. There's no way you can harm me anymore because I am dead. But I can harm you.
Valerie, forgive me. Valerie, please forgive me. I was sorry as soon as I threw you off the boat, but it was too late. I dived into the water to find you, but I couldn't. I tried until my lungs almost burst. Please forgive me.
Why didn't you tell the police?
I wanted to live. So now it doesn't make any difference.
You're wrong about that, Arthur.
Listen.
It makes a big difference to us.
What are you doing back here?
I was listening outside your confession.
Confession?
Thank you, Miss Mason. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Miss Mason?
The fog outside and this dim light in here helped to disguise.
And it wasn't Valerie.
How could it be? Valerie's dead, isn't she? And the dead can't really return.
But Everett, who killed him?
Everett? Everett's alive.
Very much alive, Arthur.
What?
It wasn't hard for me to pretend being dead with Vincent and Carol keeping you away from my body.
And you, all of you worked
in on this together. Yes. The police couldn't help us because Valerie's body was never found. We knew you had killed her. We just had to wait for the chance to prove it.
And now you have my confession.
Come on, Arthur.
Wait a minute, Everett. Hello? Hello, Bennett. It's all over. Yeah. You can hook up the wires again. And Bennett, you'd better get to work on that bridge right away. We're making a trip to the mainland.
It's an outrage. All those juicy chances for murder and not one drop of blood spilled. Well, I guess that's the way it is some nights. You just can't lay away a corpuscle. And that Valerie, what a judge she turned out to be. Didn't even have enough courage to step out of her grave. Confidentially, though, the reason is Valerie doesn't like to be seen in shrouds. Oh, no, there's no moral to this story. Just the ugly fact that when you're dead, brother, you're dead.
Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, a voice of information and education.
Quiet, Portland. A voice like yours should be rationed.
It's Texaco time with the Metropolitan Opera star Miss Rita Stevens, Portland Hopper, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen.
Jimmy Wallington saying hello for your neighborhood Texaco dealer and inviting you to be his guest tonight at the Texaco Star Theater. It's his way of telling you that you're welcome. Welcome to all the skilled help he can give to make your tires and car last longer. Make your tires last longer by giving them a regular Texaco checkup on pressure and conditions. Make your car last longer and run more economically by giving it systematic Texaco lubrication and maintenance. The chances are your present car may be your last car for the duration. It's in good hands when you trust it to the care of your Texaco dealer. This week, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeffers, the rubber director, is asking all citizens to pick up nails and broken glass in the streets to save tires. We now bring you a man Mr. Jeffers can't save. He was born a flat tire, and here he is, Fred Abbott.
Thank you. And you notice when I bend over, the difference between when I bend over and a Hollywood comedian, when I do like that, the Hollywood comedian's hair comes off. You see here in the east. We have sterner men whose hair stays on. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, that is an excellent idea, you know, of Mr. Jeffers, asking people to pick up glass and nails off the streets like that.
Yes, Fred, if people will pick up nails in the street, there'll be fewer punctures, and motorists can conserve their tires.
Well, that's right, Jimmy. You know, I read that the street department here in New York is experimenting with a big magnet. They have this magnet, and they drag it down the street, and the magnet picks up the loose metal.
Well, how's the magnet working out, Fred?
Well, it's a little too strong, Jimmy. The first time they dragged the magnet down Broadway, it yanked the badges off of 20 traffic cops. It dragged the Flatiron Building 2 blocks farther uptown. And when the magnet passed the stock exchange, it pulled U.S. Steel down 7 points. Yes, Jimmy, the thing is... Well, Portland, I didn't see what you meant. Have you heard about Mr. Jeffers asking people to pick up all of the metal and glass they see in the street?
Yes, and the women of America should be thankful.
The women? Why the women?
With no nails or glass, it'll be safe for a woman to cross the street in open-toed shoes.
In open-toed shoes, eh? Well, you don't wear open-toed shoes, do you?
I used to, but dogs would blow their breath on my toes, and it tickles.
Dogs would blow their breath. Well, most women have stopped wearing the open-toed shoes, you know. It's risky to show that much nylon these days. They have little dwarfs going around who are stealing the nylon toes out of it. But this conversation is silly, Ford, and I think I'd better turn to the news.
What is your question tonight?
Well, during the past week, as you know, the newspaper delivery men went on strike, and for 3 days, the people here in New York City had no newspapers. And so our question tonight is, did going without a newspaper for 3 days bother you in any way?
Are you going to ask the people in Allen's Alley?
Yes, Portland. When you want to know how folks feel about an important issue, Allen's Alley is the place to go. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Do you think John Doe is in tonight?
Well, let's try this first door. This is John Doe's house. We'll find out.
Oh, it's you again. What's on your mind?
Well, it's the newspaper strike, Mr. Doe. Did going without a newspaper bother you in any way?
I was put out of business.
Really?
And 200 men were thrown into the Army.
Well, why?
Well, I'm a bookmaker, see?
Yeah.
When no papers come out, the chumps couldn't pick no horses to bet with me. So I went out of business.
What about the 200 men thrown into the Army?
Oh, they was the chumps I was taking bets from.
Oh, you mean when you went out of business, the draft board grabbed these 200 horse players, huh?
Yeah, well, they was all claiming me as a dependent.
Oh, well, I hope the horse players overtake Rommel in the stretch and come in the money as we expect them to. I'll check at this next house here.
No.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Nussbaum.
To you, it is good. To me, it could be only so-so.
Well, tell me, did the newspaper delivery strike upset you?
Upset, it says. The pipes is freezing, the canary is turning blue, and all over I am getting geese pimples.
Well, how could this calamity result from the strike?
Every morning to start up a fire in the fireplace, I am needing a newspaper.
And with no newspaper?
I am not starting a fire. The house is freezing.
It was cold, huh?
Cold. My dog, a water spaniel, I am having to defrost.
Gosh.
Goldfish in the bowl is skidding on the ice doing belly whoppers. The shower basin turning on?
Yeah?
Is coming off an icicle 4 feet long.
Well, tell me, what did you do about food?
At dinner, I'm putting woolen panties on the lamb chop. When I am pouring out the beer, it is making with a fur collar.
The beer had a fur collar on it, huh? Well, you had no heat in the house at all?
Only for 15 minutes every night the house is warm.
Well, how come?
I'm turning on the radio.
Well, how could a radio set warm up your house?
I am tuning in Gabriel Heater.
Well, that takes care of Mrs. Nussbaum. I wonder if Socrates Mulligan is in tonight. Not only in, he's all in. But tell me, Mr. Mulligan, did this newspaper business bother you?
Oh, for them 3 days the newspapers didn't come out, I almost went nuts.
Really?
Yeah. Monday I'm nervous all day, I can't eat.
Uh-huh.
Tuesday I'm taking Benzaprine all day.
You
Yeah, Wednesday I got 120 fever. They got me in a straitjacket.
You were in this horrible physical and mental state because there was no news?
Not no news.
No?
No Superman.
Well, that brings us to the last shanty in Allen's Alley.
Hail and welcome, Baggy Eyes. Falstaff's ready to improvise.
I am not here to listen to your new poems, Mr. Openshaw.
A hoot for your intentions.
It's the old owl coming out in you, huh? Now,
have you heard? The night was still, all was serene, as I sat there feeling my tangerine.
No.
Or, I knew it was malice, Alice, when you sent me that Vitalis.
No.
You'll have to launch the ship with Pepsi-Cola, Captain. My mother drank up the champagne.
You have insulted the integrity of every radio listener who has tuned into our program tonight. We have been talking about the newspaper strike.
Precisely why I opened my door. I have written a poem.
What is your newspaper poem called?
What newspaper? This is the Yuletide season. I have written a Christmas classic.
Oh, really? How does it go?
Greetings, merry gentlemen, from Tunisia to Nome. My Christmas present for you all is, tonight, I recite no poem.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our singing guest, the Metropolitan Opera's lovely star, Miss Research Stevens. Miss Stevens, I hope that coming here from the Met, you won't think our surroundings too sordid.
Not at all, Fred. It's a great pleasure to join you tonight.
Well, thank you. You know, when I asked you to come here, I must confess I had a selfish reason.
Really?
Yes, Christmas is 5 days away, Miss Stevens, but we thought that we might be early to establish a Yule atmosphere. Now, if you could lend an appropriate song to the occasion...
Oh, do you think Ave Maria from the Opera Cavalleria Rusticana would do?
Well, I'm sure it will, Miss Stevens. Mr. Goodman, if you will. Rachel Stevens. That was delightful. And now, Jimmy Wallington.
Ladies and gentlemen, does your car believe in Santa Claus? Does your motor ever go...
Wait a minute, Jimmy. Cars believing in Santa Claus? Why, that's ridiculous. The next thing you'll be telling us that baby Austins hang up their inner tubes at Christmas time.
Well, maybe cars can't believe in Santa Claus, Fred, but they certainly show their appreciation when they're given a certain Christmas gift I have in mind.
A gift? Could I coax you to tell us what that gift is, Jimmy?
Coax me? You can't stop me.
Uh-huh, don't be too
Because
sure.
that gift, ladies and gentlemen, is something to make your car last longer and run more economically. It cuts down excessive wear, makes your engine start easier these cold mornings, saves your battery, and often helps save gasoline.
Well, I'm on tenterhooks, Jimmy. What is this gift?
Well, it's simply taking your car to your neighborhood Texaco dealer and getting it set for winter from stem to stern. The right winter grade of insulated Haviland motor oil in the engine. Winter Texaco gear lubricant. A complete Marfac chassis job, and skilled, thorough Texaco attention to spark plugs, battery, radiator, and other points where winter weather might cripple your essential transportation. You can rely on your Texaco dealer doing the job right with the right Texaco product.
That was just a short flurry of Winter Wonderland played by Al Goodman and his Makes You Want to Sit This One Out orchestra. And now yes, Portland.
Mr. Allen, I hope you like the Christmas gift I got for you.
Oh, Portland, you should... A gift?
Yes, I was in Cartier's yesterday.
Cartier's? Why, Cartier's is the most exclusive jewelry shop on Fifth Avenue.
That's the place.
Well, I hope they gave you good service.
They sure did. Mr. Cartier himself told me how to get to Woolworth.
Oh, fine. You know, I did so much shopping at Woolworth's this Christmas, they're calling me Mr. 5x10 now. And I got a swell present for you in the fur department at Woolworth's. They have ferrets who wait on you there. And this ferret sold me a coat. It's a Russian sable.
You mean it's a genuine Russian sable?
Genuine Russian? Why, this sable still has a Nazi in its teeth. Tell me, what is your mother doing for Christmas?
Well, on account of the silk stocking shortage, Mama's hanging up her slacks over the fireplace.
Oh, fine. Swell.
Do you think Santa Claus will fill Mama's slacks?
Not like your mother does. Go away. You bother me. I have to make a special announcement.
About our guest?
No, tonight we're going to do our Christmas sketch, Portland.
The what you do every Christmas?
That's right, and I have to make an announcement here. Ladies and gentlemen, since radio at this season each year prevails upon Lionel Barrymore to revive Dickens' Christmas Carol, the Texaco Workshop players curtsy to tradition and wake up their cast to repeat a Christmas fable they first presented years ago. Now tonight, Santa shows his claws in a modern tale called Santa Claus Refuses to Mediate, or Jingle Bells Shall Not Ring Tonight. Overture, Maestro.
This is station NG. Good evening, friends. The makers of Jumballs, the giant mothballs guaranteed to trap nearsighted moths, brings you the exciting quiz program, Take It or We Will. We interrupt this exciting quiz program, Take It or We Will, to bring you a special announcement from the Assassinated News Service.
Special announcement. Santa Claus will not ride this Christmas. In a terse bulletin issued from his North Pole igloo today, Santa Claus says, quote, I am on a sit-down strike. I refuse to ride this Christmas, unquote. Rumors flood the country. A report from Miami, Florida says...
200 families living in auto camps stop building chimneys on their trailers. Do not expect Santa Claus.
At Rutland, Vermont, a little girl says...
I wrote Santa Claus a letter and got no answer. He ain't coming.
At Detroit, Michigan, a labor official says...
Santa Claus better ride, or the Teamsters Union will pull out every reindeer from here to Nome, Alaska.
At New York City, 200,000 children hold mass meeting. Tiny spokesman says...
Santa Claus can't let us down. 200,000 American children have appointed me their spokesman. I'm off to see Santa Claus now. James, my scooter. Well, come in, little boy. What are you doing way up here at the North Pole? Brr. Is this Santa Claus's igloo? Yes, Sonny. I'm Mrs. Claus. Who are you? I'm Buddy Jones. Are you lost, son? No. I'm here to see why Santa Claus refuses to ride this year. I'm glad you come, son. I've been arguing with the old funfet all week, and he refuses to budge. Where is Santa Claus now, Mrs. Claus? He's in the next room there, sulking. Can I see Santa? Won't do you no good, son, but I'll get him for you. Hey, Santa.
Now, ain't no use in coaxing, Ma. I ain't a-going now.
Stupid, you got company.
Yeah, company who?
I'm Buddy Jones, Santa Claus.
Well, don't mean nothing to me, small fry.
Is this awful rumor true, Santa Claus?
Yep, I ain't riding, son.
But this is Christmas Eve, Santa. Trees are lighted. Millions of trusting children have hung up their stockings. The world is waiting for you.
Well, the world can wait. Now, I ain't a-riding.
But Santa... Ain't no use, Nipper. He's stubborn.
I ain't not neither stubborn, Ma Claus. I'm just sick of being Santa Claus. The world don't appreciate nothing. Squabbling, threatening, striking, warring.
But you just can't quit, Santa. You must have a reason.
I got plenty of reasons, Sprout.
As spokesman for 200,000 kitties, I demand a statement.
Well, what is it you want to know, Shaver?
Well, why won't you ride tonight, Santa Claus?
Well, son, I'll tell you. Sit down here on my lap. Son, I've been Santa Clausing it ever since the world began. For 1942 years, I've been bringing people presents every Christmas, trying to spread joy. My intentions has been good, but my reward has been on nothing but heartaches and misery. The first trouble I had was way back in ancient Rome. It was Christmas Eve in the court of Nero. The emperor was playing a violin concerto.
Zounds, lackeys! You dare to give Nero the pheasant? We are the happiest Junior. Yea, your majesty is corneous. What, corneous? You rebels, stop at my pizzicato!
Your music will never get Rome happier.
Get happier! You dogs! Begone, hypocrites! Corneous! Nero can't get haughtiest, old swine. I'll show them. What tumbles out of my chimney?
Merry Christmas, Nero. Merry Christmas.
Who art thou, lumpkin, the chimney sweep?
I'm Santa Claus, Nero, bearing Christmas gifts for your majesty.
Ultimus nausea. What is it, another basket of figs from the Rome stage door canteen?
My gift is a trinket rare, Nero. So rare, it hasn't even been invented yet. Here.
Gramercy lout, what is this tiny golden box?
It's a cigarette lighter, Nero. Turn that little wheel.
Oh, blood.
Merry Christmas, Nero.
It flames! Rome has scoffed at Nero. Nero will have his revenge.
Oh, hey, watch that lighter, Nero. You're setting fire to them draperies.
I can't make Rome hot with my music, huh? I'll make Rome hot another way. Revenge!
Look out, Nero. Fire, fire, fire. So you see, son, if it wasn't for Santa Claus, Rome wouldn't have burned.
Gosh. That was too bad, Santa.
See, there I was trying to spread good cheer, and what did I get? The first hot foot in history.
But that was 2,000 years ago, Santa Claus. You shouldn't hold a grudge that long.
Well, Nero was just prologue to my trouble, son. A few centuries later, I set out to bring a present to Napoleon and Josephine. I'll never forget that Christmas, son. Josephine was sitting on her chaise at Davenport. Napoleon opened the door.
Bonjour, ma petite.
Nephew.
Voilà. I am Dito on the way to Waterloo, especially to say au revoir.
Mon lover, mon nephew, Ratty.
1 minute and your nephew is away. C'est la guerre.
Ah, Nephew, I will be faithful.
Bien. If quelques man will dare to pay close to my Josephine, I will kill him. Touché.
Your petite Josephine has no other boyfriends, Nephew. Je swear.
Bien, mon big beefy oiseau.
I have a farewell present for you, Nappy. I will accept you. Wait and see, huh?
Oh, bien. Mademoiselle, from any place, Hey, who goes there? Who is coming through the fireplace?
Merry Christmas, Napoleon.
Sacre bleu. You've come to who, my Josephine? Gigolo?
Now, hold on. Put down that truncheon.
Voilà, cochon. Take this. And this. And this.
Let me out. Help!
Bien, bien.
La, your little Josephine returns, nephew.
With the mistletoe you slide, pussycat.
Oui, I forgot. It is Christmas Eve. What can be keeping Santa Claus?
Santa... Mon Dieu. You are expecting the chap in the red suit?
Oui, nephew. Don't you think Santa Claus will come?
Not tonight, Josephine.
Yes, son, Napoleon gave me a concussion that Christmas. Running out of the castle, I fell into a moat, my ermine got wet and come to life. My collar and one cuff got away.
But you can't say mad at the world because years ago one crazy Frenchman muffed you up, Santa Claus.
Well, things has happened since, son. Another Christmas, I got a raw deal in a suburb of England. It was called the American Colony. I dropped in at the house of some jockey called Paul Revere. The cottage had no chimney, so I looked in at the window. Mrs. Revere was preparing a Christmas turkey. Paul come gimping into the room.
Christmas dinner ready, Effie?
Yes, Paul. Pull up a chair.
No. Set my plate on the mantelpiece.
Can't you sit down yet, Paul Revere? That ride was last April.
Through every Middlesex village and farm ain't once around Central Park, Effie.
Well, you ought to try and sit down for Christmas, Paul. It'd be a nice present for your spy.
Who's that?
Might be a British spy, Paul.
Hand me my gun, Effie. Who's there, Whig or Tory?
Merry Christmas, Paul Revere. It's me, Santa Claus.
So what?
I've got your Christmas present, Paul. It's a cushion stuffed with fuzz from Delaware peaches.
Gosh, for me to sit down?
You bet.
Don't let him in.
I ain't sat down for 8 months, Effie. It sounds mighty tempting.
It might be some enemy trick, Paul.
I'm Santa Claus, honest Injun, Mrs. Revere. Open up.
I got my gun, Effie. I'll open the door a crack.
I told you, Paul. Look at that suit.
A redcoat. Take this.
Oh! You see, son, the world's given old Santa plenty of trouble.
Sure done you dirt, but nobody would dare abuse Santa Claus today.
Well, that's where you're wrong, son. Only last week I was previewing a visit in a place called New York. I was flying over some building. I think they call it Radio City. Well, I come down the air conditioning into some office. I was just going to wish the man a Merry Christmas when he yelled...
Well, what do you want, Whiskers?
Well, I'm Santa Claus.
We ain't auditioning today.
I ain't trying to get into radio. I'm a mythical character.
Being a friend of Duffy of Duffy's Tavern won't help you. Now, pick up that bag and beat it.
But you've heard of Santa Claus, ain't you?
Well, yeah, but you're a has-been, Santa Claus.
A has-been?
Radio's doing everything you used to do and doing it better.
But I fly through the air.
So does radio.
I come down chimneys.
Radio comes down the antenna.
I give things away.
For how many box tops?
I give things away for nothing.
Well, so does radio.
Radio does, eh?
Dr. IQ gives away vitamins.
Yeah?
Take it or leave it gives away pencils.
Yeah?
Quiz Kid give away information. Truth or Consequences gives away soap.
Now, hold on, son. There's one thing I've been spreading for 1,942 years that radio ain't giving away.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
Santa Claus is giving goodwill.
Radio is giving away 60 minutes of that stuff on a program every week.
What program?
The Goodwill Hour.
Oh. Well, I was thrown out of Radio City. Folks don't need Santa Claus no more. Radio's giving them everything.
Gee, Santa, you certainly had a lot of trouble.
And that's why my spirit's broken, son. Being Santa Claus is just a pain in one century after the other. I'm giving the world back to Randon McNally. I'm through.
Please don't say that, Santa. Have pity on us kids. We'll have no toys.
Santa ain't a-moving, son. This is one Christmas I'm going to enjoy in peace. What's that clock striking?
It's 12 o'clock.
It's midnight, eh? Well...
It's Christmas Day, Santa Claus.
Yeah, don't mean nothing to me. I'm taking it easy. I'm sitting right here.
Won't you change your mind, Santa?
I ain't getting kicked around again this Christmas.
Please, Santa Claus. Please.
Oh, shucks. Hush your crying, son. Hey, Ma.
Yes, Santa. Santa?
Where's my mittens, my bag, my reindeer, my sleigh?
Santa, you ain't
Yep, I'm a-going, Ma.
Honest Santa Claus?
Yep, I've changed my mind, son.
Thank you, Santa.
Christmas ain't Christmas without Santa Claus. I'm giving the world one more chance.
Can I have a steak list for all the kitties, Santa?
You bet you can, sonny. Just say, it's Merry Christmas. Hi-oh, Dunder. Hi-oh, Christmas.
Well, that takes care of tonight's installment, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, our guest will be Dennis Day, star of the Mary Livingston program. Jimmy Wallington with a word from Uncle Sam.
If you live where fuel oil is rationed, it's your duty to your family as well as the nation to make your allotment of fuel oil go farther. Fuel oil must be conserved.
Right you are, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen, ladies and gentlemen, and since this is our last show before Christmas, all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater and all of our Texaco dealers from coast to coast wish you a Merry Christmas. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned to this station for Take It or Leave It with Phil Baker. Then at 10:30, listen to Columbia's Report to the Nation, which brings you highlights from news of the world presented in thrilling dramatic form. A special feature tonight will be an eyewitness report of the sinking of the transport liner President Coolidge, from which all but 4 out of 4,000 American troops on board were rescued. 10 p.m., BULOVA, Boulevard Watchtown. WABC, New York, 880 on your dial.
From the United States, for the Armed Forces of the United Nations, the Special Service Division of the War Department presents a delayed broadcast of one of America's most popular radio programs, Toby Reed and the Bandwagon.
Thank you, Cleve Conway. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Well, we're going to give you your Christmas present 5 days early. Right tonight, we're going to give it to you. And here's another Fitch Bandwagon first along with it. You know, a member of one of America's wackiest families who has recently added orchestra leading to his many talents is right here with us. Now, you've held your sides laughing at him in movie theaters. You've left the theater quoting him. Well, just in case I haven't thrown you enough clues, listen to this theme. Your hats, kids. It's Chico Marx, the piano-playing member of the Mad Marx Brothers.
Here, boss. I'll hold my hat, too.
I'll hold your coat and your vest, too, if you want to, Cheek, if you'll just get into one of those tunes of yours. You know, I'd suggest one that features the latest Chico Marx discovery. He's a composer, musician, singer, arranger, radio actor, always a lot of things. Very young fella, too, only 17 years old. Mel Tornay, and he's going to sing one of those arrangements for which Chico Marx is so famous. This one entitled Abraham.
February morning, tiny baby boy was born. Oh, Abraham, when he grew up, this tiny baby, the folks all called him Honest Dave. Biddly bwee, bwee, bwee. Oh, he really came on. In 1860, he became our 16th president. And now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gentleman. And that is why we celebrate this blessed February day. Abraham, Abraham. told him General Grant was drinking every night. He answered, go see if you can't get all my general's time. And that is why we celebrate this blessed February day.
Yes, indeed, Abraham. Well, passengers, I can see I've got to keep hold of myself with Chico Marx to contend with here on the old Fitch Bandwagon.
Yeah.
Now, look, Chico, don't get me confused right off now from the very first. Just tell me, how do you like being here on the Bandwagon?
Oh, well, first I got to get one thing straight. How much do you pay for me to play under the Bandwagon?
No, Chico, not the Bandwagon. It's Bandwagon. We all buy bonds, and we've done what we could here on the Bandwagon to sell bonds. But this happens to be the Bandwagon.
Sure, that's what I say. How much do you pay for me to play under the Bandwagon?
Oh, what's the use? I give up.
Yeah, that's just what I want to know. How much are you going to give up?
Well, Chico, what do you usually charge for playing?
Well, for playing, $10 an hour.
Well, what do you charge for not playing?
$20 an hour.
Well, what do you charge for rehearsing?
$30 an hour.
Now, wait a minute, Chico. What do you charge for not rehearsing?
Oh, that runs into money.
Well, look, Chico, how much will it cost if you don't rehearse and if you don't play?
Oh, you couldn't afford it.
Well, what would you charge to drop into an open manhole?
Just the cover charge.
Why don't you drop in sometime?
Sewer. That cleans that up pretty good, eh?
I see what you mean. Well, let's see now. Why don't we just drop this whole thing and call on Skip Nelson to come over here and sing that beautiful ballad, Velvet Moon.
There's a satin sky above, a bed for the velvet moon. There's a mountain made of mist, feather bed to the breast, caressing the velvet moon. I see the Milky Way, her negligee, a vision of sheer delight, silvery white. And there upon her breast a necklace of stars that enchants the night. And as I hold you tightly, I hear music everywhere, symphonies, rhapsodies that comfort the velvet moon, so that it may gently creep into sleep, deep and dream, and so into the dawning, as the moon dreams alone, we two can dream of our love. Here is paradise for two, 'neath our blue velvet moon. Paradise for two, 'neath our blue velvet moon.
I'm still a little mystified about Chico Marx turning into an orchestra leader. And the last time I saw you, Chico, you were riding too high on a bicycle around a big store from the picture of the same name. How come this switch all of a sudden to orchestra leading?
Well, I tell you, Tobe, it's this way. All of a sudden, I got the idea I like the lead of the band. So I think, who's the best man to help me build a band? And I think of just the man. He was in Hollywood, too. His name is Ben Pollock.
Not the Ben Pollock. You mean the man we've often told our bandwagon passengers all about? Ben Pollock, the daddy of swing?
That's the one. How do you like to meet him, Tobe?
Oh, I'd like to meet him, Chico, and I'd like our passengers to know him, too.
Come here, Shorty. Shake hands with Toby.
Hello, Ben. Really, it's a pleasure to have you here on the old Fitch bandwagon.
I feel right at home here, Toby. So many of the boys who played with you on your guests, I feel that I know you so well.
Yes, we've had a lot of the boys who spent their early days with you, as a matter of fact, Ben. Jack Teagarden, Benny Goodman. Gosh, I could go on and name any
There's
number.
Harry James, Glenn Miller, Charlie Spivak, Bob Chester, Muggsy Spaniard.
Oh, no, you can stop right there. We'll be here till Tuesday. You know, I'll never forget the swing band you brought to New York in 1929 to open the Park Central Hotel. That band contained many of our present-day name leaders. No doubt Benny Goodman deserved his title of King of Swing, but I'm sure no one would dispute your right to be called the Daddy of Swing. Say, Chico, I'd say that you sure picked a winner when you got Ben Pollock as your co-worker. Who did he play with?
Who did he play with? Well, he played with Rimsky-Korsakov, Shostakovich, Mussorgsky, Prokofiev, Bateri.
Man, he really must know his music.
What do you mean, music? That's the Notre Dame football team.
Oh, it is, huh? Well, if that's the Notre Dame football team, let's see him tackle one of these Chico Marx versions of Pagliacci, and I mean the real one.
Okay, 1472, 1673, hike!
Swing arrangement of Pagliacci played by the Chico Marx Orchestra, and believe me, that is a sensational arrangement. You know, we weren't too surprised when we found Chico Marx coming out with an orchestra after his years on the stage and screen. After all, his piano playing featuring the shooting of notes with his fingers, which you're all familiar with, well, that was always a big hit when he appeared with his equally mad brothers, the famous four Marx brothers. Do you like this new work, Chico?
Sure, Toby. And I especially like it very much to ride onto this fish wagon.
Please, Chico, I told you before, this is the Fitch Bandwagon. The word is Fitch, not fish.
That's what I say, fish wagon.
All right, so I'll try just once more. Look, Chico, Fitch is something that's good for your head.
Sure, I know, boss. A fish. It's a brain food.
Every day should be Friday for you. I don't see why you don't eat some of that fish.
I tried to eat a fish once, Toad, but it's a no good.
What was the matter with eating fish?
I couldn't stay underwater that long.
I can see I'm getting myself in deep water right here. Well, let's forget about the whole thing and have one of your famous piano solos. How about it, Chico?
Okay, but thanks very much. Excuse me, Toad, excuse me. You see, first I got to tune up. Boys, come on, give me an A. I think somebody snuck in a B on me.
But, Chico, what's the matter with that?
Well, I don't like anybody to put a B on me.
You know, Chico, you're awfully close to an idiot.
Well, that's all right. Keep quiet and nobody will notice you.
Very nicely, Chico.
And now, Toby, for a change, I'd like to play something classical.
For a change, it would be nice to hear you play something classical. What's it going to be, Chico?
Well, I'd like to play the second movement from the Beer Barrel Polka.
Well, that gives you a rough idea of what's happening to the classics since Chico Marx has become an orchestra leader. Here it is, passengers, just as Chico featured it in his movie A Night at the Opera. Chico Marx, the piano, and the Beer Barrel Polka. Time, folks, so we can have Chico play some more. And I only wish that all of you passengers out there on the air could be here in the studio and watch him, because it's really a sight, believe me. Well, passengers, if I can get our guest, Chico Marx, to make any sense at all, I think this is the proper place to find out how he and his brothers really started out. Were your parents on the stage before you, Chico?
No, Tobe. But my mother's brother was Al Sheen of Gallagher and Sheen. You see, she loved the stage, and she wanted us to follow in the footsteps of our famous uncle.
Well, she really got her wish, Chico. How'd she go about it?
Well, you see, Groucho always had a good voice. You see, he sings pretty good yet. That is, when he cuts out his clowning.
Which is kind of tough, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, it's a pretty tough. And Harpo taught himself to play the harp when he found an old harp in the attic left by my grandmother.
Well, believe me, he plays that harp all right. What was the start of the act as we know it today, Chico?
Well, Groucho, Harpo, and Zeppo were doing an act together in Waukegan, and my mother took me to see them. They didn't know I was coming. See, I hadn't been home in 5 years.
Well, I can imagine that was quite a reunion. No, it isn't what you think. He could have gone home. He just hadn't been home. Were they surprised to see you, Chico?
You bet they were. You see, I asked the orchestra leader of the theater to let me play the piano for their act. They didn't know I was there. He was a tired violin player. Maybe you heard of him.
Yeah, I think I know a tired violin player by the name of Ben Burney.
No, it's the other one, Jack Benny.
Well, I should have suspected when you mentioned Waukegan. Tell me, what happened when your brother spotted you out there in the orchestra?
Well, you see, Harper saw me first. He had an orange under his hat that he used in the act. So he took it out and hit me right on the head with it. I threw it back and hit Groucho. And the act broke up with us throwing things at each other. The audience thought it was all part of the act, and they ate it up, and the fellas, they decided to put me in it.
Well, I'm inclined to go right along with the audience, too. That gives us a good picture of the start of the Marx Brothers style of comedy. Well, Chico, right here, I'd like the passengers to meet your beautiful and diminutive little blonde vocalist, Kim Kimberly. How about that?
Now you're talking to boss. Hey, Kim, come over here, honey. Hey, Toad, isn't she cute?
No, she really is, Chico.
Oh, please, Chico, you mustn't put your arm around me.
What's the matter, Kim? Ain't I going to take you to Hollywood and make a big star out of you?
I don't want to be in pictures with you and your brothers.
What's the matter with my brothers?
Don't you know?
Sure, but I didn't think you did.
Well, I'm afraid of that little guy with the red hair. I'm a blonde, and I'm afraid he's chasing you all around.
You mean the Harpo? Well, don't worry, Kim. He chases you around, but he don't mean nothing.
No?
No. Look, I chase you around, don't I?
Yeah.
Well, I mean something.
Don't let him scare you, Kim. I think what he really means is that he wants you to sing that sensational number, Mr. 5 by 5.
Mr. 5 by 5. He's 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5 by 5 got 15 chins and a line of jive. He's a Malibu cat, a real hep bat. He be Mr. 5 by 5. That man can really jump, but for a fat man, the only trouble is there's no way of knowing whether he's coming on or going. Mr. 5 by 5, he's slightly plump on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. But for a fat man, the only trouble is there's no way of knowing whether he's coming on or going. Mr. 5 by 5, he's slightly plump on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side.
bandwagon ride with Chico Marx and his orchestra, and frankly, I'm surprised that we got the bandwagon back here in one piece. Thanks for a really swell ride, Chico, and may you continue to break attendance records in Chicago's famous Black Hawk restaurant. Passengers, there's lots to look forward to next week. There's that visit from the jolly little fellow in the red suit, and I'll be there, believe me. And I hope he brings you a lot of good things, too. As the old Fitch bandwagon, well, I know it's going to bring you something mighty good next week, along about this same time on these same stations, because we're going to have Griff Williams and his orchestra on board. Griff, you know, is again taking Chicago by storm, and I know his many friends all over the country are looking forward to hearing him. So here's a very Merry Christmas from the F.W. Fitch Company to all of you loyal passengers. And believe me, we're going to be looking for you next week. So until then, this is your bandwagon driver, Toby Reed, saying a Merry Christmas to you all.
You've just heard a delayed broadcast presented for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
This program has been a part of our English language shortwave service.
Here are the top tunes on your Red Hot and Blue Tune Parade. 1, 2, 3, 4, sound off! And that's the cue that makes us do to open the door on your favorite four. And this is Harry Von Zell starting another sound off and lining up the tunes you ordered on this parade. You sent in enough of those orders to make this ditty number 4. Gordon Jenkins plays it, and it's a fine arrangement. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Now, we haven't seen much of this ditty for a while, but orders today put it back on the parade in the number 3 spot. Harry James is the band, Helen Forrest is the canary, and the tune, My Heart Tells Me.
My heart tells me this is just a flame. Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Or is this a little game you're playing? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you?
Now, number 2. The orders from Naples nicked this nugget for this spot, so here it comes, fellas, with Frankie Carl at the piano and Phyllis Lynn at the mic, Kentucky.
Soft breeze is blowing in Kentucky. Things will be blooming when I roam where there's room in old Kentucky. Kentucky, where the sky is blue and the grass is too, and the sunniest style of welcome and smile is made to order for you. Somebody's waiting to begin celebrating in Kentucky. I'm not denying that my heart will be fine when I get to Kentucky. I'll declare it's heaven with all those wonders in store. Oh, Lord, make me lucky when I get to Kentucky. Let me stay there forevermore.
Oh, yes, we'll get the tunes you want if you'll tell us what they are. Just order your favorite by writing to Sound Off, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Now, attention, men. We now present the pewter pin. The award for the nicest letter of the day goes to the Tin Can Kids on the USS Wickers. It was a swell letter, fellas, and here is your Sound Off special. Seems to be a Navy special. Freddie Martin and the Honey Song.
everything you do. Sure as one and one makes two. Honey, I'm in love with you. Honey, let me hold your hand. Let me tell you that it's grand. Maybe then you'll understand. Honey, I'm in love with you. I'm forever building dreams round your pretty head, it seems. But they're only empty dreams till you say that you love me too. I would walk 1,000,000 miles if I could take along your smile. They would all be happy miles, 'cause honey, I'm in love with you.
We have quite a winner today. It hit the #1 spot on its first appearance on the parade thanks to a batch of orders from India. Johnny Mercer and the Pied Pipers in Accentuate the Positive.
Gather round me, everybody. Gather round me while I preach some. Feel a sermon coming on me. The topic will be sin, and that's what I'm again. If you wanna hear my story, and settle back and just sit right while I'm reviewing the policy of doing right. You got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative, don't mess with Mr. In-Between. You got to spread joy up to the maximum, bring gloom down to the minimum. Have faith or pandemonium, liable to walk upon the scene. To illustrate my last remark, Jonah in the whale, Noah in the ark. What did they do just when everything looked so dark? Man, they said we better accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative, don't mess with Mr. In-Between. No, don't mess with Mr. In-Between.
You gotta accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, and latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In-Between. You gotta spread joy up to the maximum, bring gloom down to the minimum, and have faith or pandemonium, liable to walk upon the scene.
To illustrate my last remark, Jonah in the whale, Noah in the ark. What did they do just when everything looked so dark? Man, they said we better accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, and latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In-Between. No, don't mess with Mr. In-Between. You got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. No, don't mess with Mr. In Between.
How about that accentuate? Well, we have to accelerate if we're ever going to get off this wireless. Until next time, this is Harry Von Zell, and this is Sound Off. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Soldiers of the Press.
In and out of Hawaii move the ships, the planes, and the men who are carrying the fight to the Japanese in the scattered islands and on the broad sea lanes of the Pacific. And with them go the correspondents of the United Press, recording epic events at such remote points as New Guinea, Midway, the Solomons. For Honolulu is as much an operations base for war correspondents as for the fleet. We bring you now the story of a man who has seen as much or more of action in the Pacific than any other of the Corps of Correspondents whose home base is Honolulu. United Press correspondent William Tyree.
I've been covering the war in the Pacific since the day it began. In fact, in terms of the newspaper men passing through Honolulu since Pearl Harbor, I'm looked upon as something of a veteran war correspondent. You see, I was transferred to Honolulu as night manager of the United Press Bureau more than a year before the Japs staged their sneak raid on Hawaii. Like every other American who watched the smoke billowing up from burning ships and aircraft on December 7th, I was hopping mad. My first impulse was to join one of the armed forces in order to get a direct crack at the nips. So I dropped in on my boss, Frank Tremaine, late one afternoon a few days later to talk it over.
Hello, Bill. Come on in.
Thanks, Frank. If you've got a few minutes, I'd like to talk over a personal problem with you.
Certainly. What's on your mind?
Well, Frank, I'm still sore at the way the Japanese dragged us into this war, and I've been considering enlistment. I'm husky, hale and hardy, have no flat feet, and possess the prescribed number of teeth.
I see.
I don't know just where I'd fit in, but I think I'd make a passable buck private.
I see, Bill. And I can sympathize with your sentiments. In fact, I've even turned the same ideas over in my own mind.
Yeah?
I think all of us out here who saw what happened in the harbor and at Hickam Field feel pretty much the same. But here's a point I'd like you to consider. As you said, you don't know where you'd fit in the Army.
A buck private, remember?
Okay, buck private. But look, Bill, you're a trained man working on a job that's vitally important to the war effort. Gathering the news, getting it right, and getting it out. It's taken 6 years to make a foreign correspondent of you, and, well, you're a good one.
Thanks.
The point is, I'm not so sure the Army could make a good buck private of you. You like to sleep late of mornings too darn well.
No cracks. Remember, I work nights. But look, I want to see the show when we start handing it back to the Japs. I want to be in on that.
Well, Bill, you will. You're going to be accredited as UP correspondent with the Pacific Fleet. That's strictly between us for the present. But it's going through, and you'll be seeing plenty of action.
Swell. Pacific Fleet assignment. That sounds more like it.
Well, Bill, as I look at it, you'll be doing an important job which you can do well if you stick. How about it?
Good point. And if it means a chance to really get into some action, I'm still your man. Well, I stuck. And as for action, I've had a year jam-packed with it. Small operations with task forces at first. Then I really got into the thick of it in the Coral Sea. I had a ringside seat for that one aboard a U.S. cruiser. I got my initiation of bombing and learned to duck when Jap planes came close enough to rake our decks with machine gun fire. I saw the 33,000-ton Lexington ripped by torpedoes and bombs. Saw her heel over and go down. And I wiped tears from my eyes as her rescued crew members watched her disappear. But during that 4-day engagement, I also saw the beginnings of America's repayment of Japan's treachery at Pearl Harbor 5 months earlier. I talked with an American pilot who had dropped a 1,000-pound bomb squarely on the flight deck of a Jap aircraft carrier. He told me,
"Boy, when that bomb hit, it was terrific. That Jap carrier opened up like a volcano."
And next day, I cheered with the crew when the skipper announced the score over the ship's public address system.
The enemy has been definitely halted for the moment. Our best estimates are that he has paid for the destruction of the Lexington with the loss of 23 and possibly 24 Japanese warships. Our observers report that the enemy has withdrawn and that contact has been lost. So, for the time being, this cruiser will not get a whack at his ships. But this will be a long war. We will catch him again. Every time he steps out, we'll snip off his ships. Then, when his naval power is exhausted, we can roll right up to Tokyo.
We will catch him again. The skipper had promised it, and that's what we did. For weeks, we were constantly on the alert. Everyone was convinced that the Japanese fleet was reforming to strike another blow. And it came on the 4th of June. Our ship's radio crackled with the electrifying news.
Strong force of enemy ships sighted by Navy patrol planes 700 miles off Midway.
The ship's bugles sound general quarters, and I make a dash for the bridge, where I'll have access to the ship's fighter circuit radio.
Hello, Tyree. You're always yelling for action, so get set. This looks like the blow-off.
Big pack of nips out front, huh?
Right. Observers say the enemy has 80 or more warcraft headed this way. Hey, wait a minute, listen. Our carrier is sending up her planes.
Boy, look at them. A comforting sight.
Here, let's cut in the fighter circuit.
Spotted them. Prepare to repel attack. Jap fighter and torpedo planes. 12 miles. Step on it.
I can't see anything.
Don't be impatient. Even at 300 miles an hour, 12 miles is a bit of a hop, you know. Use your glasses. Yep, here they come.
Check. Now I can make them out. Just above the waves. Man, look at them. Come.
Torpedo planes. They're the bad ones.
Men's firing.
Sit tight. This is it.
Good Lord, did you see that one explode?
4 of them can't take our fire. They're pulling up to get out.
Hey, look. One of our own fighters. He's coming straight into our fire to get that Jap. Oh, wow, the Jap's down and he's zoomed up out of it. Man, what a guy.
There come the torpedoes. See the wake?
Yeah. Hey, one's going to be close.
Yes, it's going to... No, it's wide. 500 yards off our bow. Hey, there comes one plane straight for us.
My God, I believe he's going to try to crash us. He's just about. We got him. Boy, oh boy, that was too close for comfort. The attack had been beaten off, and I suddenly became aware that our public address system was cut in on a report from Midway.
Enemy ships, including battleships, carriers, cruisers, and transports, have been hit many times by our bombers. We hear there are 3 enemy ships burning satisfactorily 170 miles off Midway. News comes that we've destroyed 2 enemy carriers and have badly damaged 2 others.
You remember the final score of that battle? 10 Japanese warships, including 4 aircraft carriers, sunk. At least 8 other warships damaged. The Japs driven back from Midway. By the time we put back in at Pearl Harbor, I'd made up my mind on another assignment I wanted. The performance of American aircraft in the Coral Sea and at Midway had given me a yen to have a closer look at air war from the belly of a bomber bent on business. I asked for and got an assignment with the U.S. Air Force in the South Pacific. I had the pleasure of craning my neck over the open door of the Bombay of a flying fortress. I've watched her bombs fall away to dissolve in blasts of flame and smoke from Japanese installations on Buka Airfield in the Northern Solomons. I'd come to think of myself as something of a case-hardened war correspondent until one day not long ago when our big B-17 sat down on Henderson Field on Guadalcanal. I dropped to the runway and spotted a Marine sergeant who looked like he could supply the information I wanted. Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Got a minute?
Sure, buddy. What do you want?
I just came in on that B-17. I'm a newspaper man. William Tyree of United Press.
Glad to know you.
Hiya. We're supposed to have a guy down here named Francis McCarthy. You know where I can locate him?
Sure thing. He'd be with the rest of them correspondents at Press Tent. Now, come on, it's not far. I'll show you.
Thanks. Say, by the way, how are McCarthy and the rest of your news hawks making out?
They're doing all right. They're plenty tough. If you ask me, you newspaper guys ain't bright. A Marine? Well, me, for instance. If I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna get it. But, brother, I'm not asking to get myself bumped off standing on top of a hill like you dumb newspaper men with your cameras and portable typewriters.
I located the Guadalcanal press tent, and I learned what the sergeant had meant. McCarthy had been on Guadalcanal for 30 days. He'd gone through 2 attacks of dysentery, half a dozen assorted tropical complaints, and had suffered a broken rib and a fall from a cliff while on patrol with the Marines. Sherman Montrose, a photographer for Acme News Pictures, had the same experiences to report, except for the broken rib. Bombing and shelling attacks were a daily routine, and life was rugged, to put it mildly. My first morning there will give you an idea.
Hey, Tyree, come out of it. It's dawn. You'll miss the regular morning shelling if you don't hurry.
Oh, for the love of Mike, McCarthy doesn't even light yet.
Yeah, well, look, chum, we got to get out and get some breakfast and pronto.
Go away.
Hey, you hear that? Our Japanese neighbors are up and about. They're starting the shelling already. Oh, hello, Monty.
Oh, hello, Mac.
I can't seem to impress our friend here with the fact that breakfast is catch as catch can and now or never on Guadalcanal.
Hello, Tyree. Now, look, Mac's right. You'll love it. Breakfast will be, and not for a change, pancakes without butter. They serve a concoction with them that's 1 part sugar and 9 parts... Well, 9 parts what I suspect is drainage from the crankcase of a Jeep. Oh, yeah. You'll get to wash it down with chlorinated coffee. Then you'll be set to start the day.
Sounds swell.
Well, I'll admit I can't resist that. So you 6 guys in this pup tent make room for a man to stretch.
Say, that one was close.
Think nothing of it, Bill. Wait till you meet our Japanese snipers. The woods are full of them. They're good, too.
Yes, sir. They can knock the ashes off your cigarette at 200 yards.
You can't see them either, you know. They perch in the trees all dressed in camouflaged green outfits and wham away at you.
Sounds just lovely.
Well, we're glad you like the idea. You see, that's our usual initiation for newcomers to the Guadalcanal press tent.
Yeah. Come on, fellas. We got to get a move on. Let's take Tyree out and get him shot at.
No, sorry, not me. I'm just passing through these parts. I'm going to climb back aboard my B-17 and go out on a nice, peaceful bombing raid. Actually, I stayed 3 days, and a good half of that time was spent in foxholes, dodging bombs and shells. I got that initiation by Jap snipers, too. I left just a short time before the Japanese made one of their biggest bids to recapture the strategic island. For 3 days of what McCarthy described as unmitigated hell, the Japanese hammered at American positions with continuous land, air, and sea attacks. Well, I'm convinced that the Guadalcanal Press Corps has seen as much action as anyone could want. And I know I've had plenty of opportunity for close contact with the enemy. Before this show is over, I hope to have plenty more. Possibly even that ride to Tokyo, which every sailor, soldier, and flyer in our armed forces is aiming for.
Yes, Tyree and McCarthy and scores of others on the worldwide staff of the United Press are seeing the great developments of this war at first hand, or reporting them direct from the scenes of action. They are living the adventures we bring to you in this series of programs. Be sure to hear the next edition of Soldiers of the Press. And meanwhile, listen for United Press News on the air. Look for it in your favorite newspaper. It is your guarantee of the world's best coverage of the world's biggest news.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hand, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellas and girls, as you know, a new war front has been opened by our fighting forces. Welcome newspaper headlines every day shout the thrilling news made by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. American troops are now in the picture with every ounce of their combined strength. They're in there punching for all they're worth, fighting, slashing straight through to victory. And back here at home, we're cheering them on, giving them moral support. But cheers and congratulations are not enough. We've got to see that the government has the money with which to finance these victories. How? Simply by buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. By doing without things we would ordinarily want to buy so that the money we'd spend may be used for war-saving stamps. And don't ever think that each and every dime isn't important. Remember that 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets for our fighting men. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to carry one of our destroyers a full mile in chase of Jap or Nazi subs. And just think, if every fella and girl in the United States were to buy a 10-cent war-saving stamp every day, the total amount would soon buy enough bombers and fast fighter planes to blacken the skies over Germany and Japan. And here's another thing we can all do. As you probably know, the Treasury has asked us to put back in circulation all the pennies and nickels we've been saving, because the metals used in making these coins is vital to the war effort. And if the mint were to make more pennies and nickels, it would result in the manufacture of less guns and tanks and planes. So tonight, ask Mother and Dad for permission to break open your penny and nickel bank. Then take all these coins and turn them in for war-saving stamps. So remember this. Every time that you've got a dime, 2 nickels, or 10 pennies, remember that a stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Our friends are now in the midst of one of the most exciting adventures of their career, on a search for the lost continent of Atlantis, an ancient civilization believed to lie at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. In our last episode, we heard how they began the descent in Dr. Cameron's multi-depth submarine, which they hoped would end in locating the lost continent. But terrible dangers were in store for them. As they reached the depth of 1.5 miles beneath the surface of the Atlantic, a mammoth octopus, 40 times larger than an ordinary octopus, attacked the submarine. Our friends were helpless, because for once it seemed Superman could do nothing. Listen.
Oh, it's horrible. Look at that hideous thing swimming toward us. It's like a huge head with tremendous arms attached to it. Arms as big as fire hoses. Oh, Mr. White, if only Superman were here.
What could Superman do?
If Superman were here, he'd get out through the escape chamber and kill that horrible and disgusting thing.
I've been wondering about that. Superman could get out of the escape chamber, but how would he get out of this compression tank?
You're right, Kent. If the door of this compression tank was open, we'd all die. There's a tremendous pressure outside there. A pressure none of us would be able to withstand.
That's exactly right, Perry. If the door of this compression tank was open, we'd die almost instantly.
Up against the window.
A suction cup. A suction cup from one of those tentacles. Leander, it's reached us. We're caught in its tentacle.
What's that?
It's the motors. The octopus is dragging us down into the depths. He's wrapped his arms around us and is pulling us down. The motors can't pull against it.
The gate. Look at the gate. We're going down again.
There's nothing we can do now. Nothing at all.
Great heavens, we've got to do something. If we're dragged down beyond the 3-mile point, the submarine will begin to crack up.
Crack up is hardly the phrase, Miss Lane. If we go down beyond 3 miles, the reaction on this submarine will be similar to a sledgehammer hitting an egg crate. The pressure will smash us into a pulp.
What are we going to do?
Yes, Doctor, isn't there anything we can do?
Nothing but await our end quietly and with fortitude.
No, there must be something. You're a scientist. You ought to have made some preparations for an emergency like this.
Please, Mr. Kent, we mustn't lose control.
For heaven's sake, control? Who can control himself at a time like this? I gotta get out of here. I can't stand being enclosed in a small space. That frightful thing dragging us down into the depths.
Get away from that door, Mr. Kent.
You just try and make...
You fool, open that door, Kent, and we'll all last about 10 seconds.
10 seconds?
You heard me, 10 seconds.
Cleverly, Superman, in his disguise of Clark Kent, leads Dr. Cameron into telling him just how long that door can be opened before Lois, White, and Cameron, ordinary mortals, feel the effects of the pressure. Instantly, as Superman, he makes his decision. And as Clark Kent begins to act the part of the coward.
I'm frightened. I'm scared, I tell you, scared. Kent, for the love of heaven, stop it. We're all scared. But we're doing our darndest not to show it. I'm not built that way. If I'm frightened, I'm frightened, and that's all there is to it. Oh, look!
What is it?
That octopus. Wrapping more and more tentacles around the sub. See there. The suction cups against the window. Oh, it's horrible. It's revolting.
Oh, Clark, please.
I can't die like this without a chance to save myself. I can't just stand here waiting. And for heaven's sake. I can't stand it, I tell you. I can't stand it another minute.
Catch him, he's fainting.
Oh.
The lights have gone out.
Yes, Clark's hand must have caught on the light switch as he fell.
Well, I know where the switch is. I'll snap the lights on again.
Yes, Perry, and hurry.
Oh, wait a minute. Here we... Leander.
Perry, what is it?
Why, the switch has been ripped out of the wall. I can't turn the lights on.
Oh, fudge. Kent must have held onto it as he fell, and the weight of his body ripped it out. Well, since we're going to die, I suppose it don't matter much.
Oh, dear, if only Superman were here.
He couldn't do a thing, Lois, and you know
Oh,
it.
yes, he could. I don't know how, but Superman could find a way.
Superman has found a way, Lois. You and the others think that Clark Kent is lying at your feet in the dark. But actually, Clark Kent has become his real self, Superman. Slowly, carefully, stealthily in the dark, his hand reaches toward the handle of the door that seals our friends in the compression chamber. He turns the handle. What was that noise?
Sounded like the handle of the door, but it couldn't be that.
No, of course not.
But it is, Lois. And now Superman's job lies before him. He has got to open and close the door of the compression tank in less than 10 seconds. He has got to open it against the tremendous pressure that exists outside. Can he do it? He must do it. And he does. And even though the entire operation has taken only 2 seconds, Lois, Editor White, and Dr. Cameron gasp for air and feel their heads growing dizzy from the effects of the pressure.
What happened?
You know, I feel dizzy. My head is swimming.
Pressure. Feels to me like pressure. And I thought I heard the door open. I thought, no, impossible. Couldn't be.
My head's clearing now a little. My eyes are beginning to focus. Mr. White, are you all right?
I think so. I got a pain in my head like a throbbing headache, but otherwise, great heavens.
What is it, Mr. White?
Why, it's impossible. No, it couldn't be.
I see what you mean, Perry. My head's beginning to clear, too. The arms of that octopus are sliding along the wind as if something were dragging him away from it.
You're right. The suction cups are straining to hold onto the glass, but look, they're sliding off.
What was that?
What?
Didn't you see it, that flash of red and blue out there?
Red and blue? No, it can't be. That would be too much to ask. And
It
yes,
is, Mr. White, it is. Look through the glass. It's Superman.
Superman?
Yes, I see. He's pulled that monster octopus away from the sub. And now they're both getting ready to do battle.
Oh, I can't watch. It's horrible.
Well, I'm going to watch it, I can tell you that. There's never been a battle like this in the world before.
Oh, you're right, Perry. Absolutely right. Look there. The octopus coiling its many arms, getting ready to attack.
Oh, no.
Superman is treading water, waiting for it. There it goes for it. If Kent could only see this.
Oh, poor Clark. Isn't there something we can do for him?
No, Lois, no. He's better off as he is. He'll come around all right.
The octopus, it's wrapped every one of those powerful arms around him. It's going to try to crush him.
Those tentacles are like fire hoses. What strength there must be in them. Oh, no, Superman or not, he can't withstand anything like that.
But he is, Perry, he is. Look, oh, great Jupiter, look. He's starting to tie those arms in knots.
By heaven, you're right. He's having a tough time doing it. In fact, I'm not sure that he can.
He must.
Leander, what's that black stuff filling the water? It looks as if somebody poured a huge bottle of black ink into the water.
It's the black liquid the octopus throws off the smoke screen, Perry. It's a horrible choking sort of substance.
Great heavens. Superman's having a tough enough time as it is. He no longer gets one arm from around him, and the octopus wraps another's around him. Why, this is terrible.
The water's getting inkier. It's almost impossible to see, but I believe...
Lois,
Mr. White.
Lois.
They're sinking down out of sight, Superman and the octopus, fighting each other and sinking further into the depths.
They're not sinking down. The octopus is dragging Superman down, dragging him down into his den.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid that's what's happening, Perry. It looks as if your friend Superman has met more than his match at last in a monster of the ocean depths.
I can't believe it. He was still fighting. I could see that. Fighting courageously. Perhaps he'll win through after all.
What was that?
Nicodemus calling us by phone from the other compression chamber. Yes, Nicodemus?
Trouble.
What?
We've got trouble.
Don't I know it? We've been watching that fight going on out there between Superman and the giant octopus.
I don't mean that. We've sprung a leak.
With what?
According to the gauges here, we've sprung a leak.
What is it, Leander?
Wait a minute, Perry. Nicodemus, what you say is impossible. The motor-depth submarine in bathysphere will withstand pressure to 3 miles below the surface of the Atlantic Ocean or any ocean.
It isn't the pressure alone, Doc. It's that octopus. The crushing power of those tentacles must have weakened one of our plates. Water is pouring into the sub outside these compression chambers, and, well, take a look at your gauge.
The gauge? The gauge? Oh, yes, Nicodemus. We can't see the gauge in here. The lights are out.
Well, my gauge reading is almost 2 miles below the surface, and we're sinking all the time.
Leander, what is it? In the name of heaven, man.
Oh, we're in a bad way, Perry, Miss Lane.
Doctor, what is it?
You might as well know the truth. We're finished. The submarine has sprung a leak, and we're descending fast.
Sprung a leak? Why, that
Well, it means a number of things. We may sink below to the 3-mile limit and be crushed like an eggshell by the pressure, or we may never reach that 3-mile limit, and the sub's been weakened, and the pressure may crush us in any moment.
What was that?
The motor's stopped. Nicodemus.
The water's gotten to the batteries, Doc. The motors have gone dead. You know what that means, don't you?
No, not exactly.
The compressors sending air into these compression tanks work off separate batteries, but they're going to go any minute.
Great Jupiter!
What is it now? We can't have any more trouble than we've got.
Oh, can't we? Nicodemus tells me that the batteries controlling the compressors will be the next to stop working.
Well, what are the compressors?
The compressors are the machines that shoot compressed air into these tanks. Once they stop working, we'll all die of strangulation in less than 5 minutes.
If we're not crushed to death before that happens.
Yeah.
Isn't there anything we can do? Must we just sit here in the dark, just waiting, doing nothing? Oh, if only Superman knew what has happened now.
Well, he's got his hands full out there with that octopus.
Yes, that's right.
Nicodemus.
Yes?
Gauge reading.
Gauge reading. 2 miles, 12 fathoms. Sinking fast.
What did he say?
We are now 2 miles and 12 fathoms below the surface of the ocean and sinking fast. There's no doubt whatever in my mind that there's nothing we can do now. This is the end.
Never before have our friends been in such a dangerous and futile position. There is literally nothing they can do. And what of Superman? Dragged down into the ocean depths by the fearful mammoth octopus, will Superman overcome the monster, or has even he at last met his match? Be sure to be with us tomorrow for one of the most exciting episodes you've ever heard. Listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Don't forget, fellows and girls, as you read the thrilling stories of American victories on land, at sea, and in the air, just cheering our fighting forces isn't enough. We've got to give them more support. We must show them we're behind them by buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. We've got to sacrifice some of the things we'd like to have so that the money we'd spend can be loaned to the government through purchases of more and more war-saving stamps and bonds. So let's show the boys on our fighting front that here, back home, we're doing our share to win this war by buying a war-saving stamp every time we've got a dime, and by telling our family and friends that this Christmas we'd rather have war-saving stamps and bonds as Christmas gifts than things we can do without. Keep in mind that a stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Ceiling unlimited.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. The men and women of Lockheed and Vega bring you this radio show with their good wishes for your Christmas. Tonight, we've taken our microphone to an important meeting of military chiefs somewhere in the United Nations.
Robert speaking. Yes, sir. No, sir.
General Roberts.
Hold it, I'm talking to him now. What am I going to say to him? Yes, sir. Just as soon as we know, sir.
General Roberts, here for new reports, sir.
Young King.
Here's one from the Kremlin.
Look at this one. Typical. A flyer who's had over 8,000 hours. Just as I was preparing to land, he says, a large purple one of the big-bellied type suddenly sucked the air right out from under my plane.
One of the purple variety.
That's what he says. One of the big-bellied kind.
Oh, they're beastly.
Will someone tell me where those creatures come from?
Their name derives from the Old English transitive verb, gremmy, meaning to vex, I believe.
Gremmy. To vex, huh? Well, if we don't get something definite, old Courtney will...
Old Courtney will what? Yes. What is it old Courtney will do?
Well, I'm sorry, General Courtney.
You mean about calling me old? Well, I am old. I've never felt older. 600 miles of the vilest weather I've ever flown in. And literally hundreds of them, gentlemen. Hundreds swarming all over the place.
Won't you please take this chair, General?
No, I will not. Well, 3 of the sharp-nosed ones aboard, gentlemen, and, well, no less than 20 of the hairy-leggedy ones.
Dad, you don't mean the ones with the triangular holes in their stomachs.
What's their particular function? The holes for the wind to whistle through, of course. It makes the young pilots think they're going faster than they are.
Villainous.
There was one who blew a flute in me ear, like this. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, he played it. He did it again.
Huh?
There!
Hide in your scarf, sir.
Look, there it goes.
Someone swat it. Swat it. Bash the little blighter.
Oh, no, sir, don't hit it. It's a Fipinella.
Blast the Fipinella!
They're the females, sir.
Sorry. Bunged right through the window pane by thunder.
Plug that window, orderly. We are violating the blackout.
General Roberts. That wireless telephone come in again.
Yes, it has. Shortly before you arrived.
What'd you tell him?
There wasn't anything I could say.
No, I suppose not. Nothing we can say. The official report come in yet?
I'll read it to you. Once upon a time, many, many long years ago, when this old earth of ours was just beginning to stir in its sleep.
Great day in the morning.
Among the reeds and rushes, there lived the goblins and the gnomes and the elves and all the other little people of the fairy race.
What?
It's a report, Courtney.
Go on.
One little clan was different from all the rest.
Different? Oh, my great aunt.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of years, this little tribe lived in a lovely green wood.
Oh, my grandmother's hat. Boil it down, somebody.
Well, Courtney, it seems that these little...
gremlins, they were getting along very well, minding their own business until we came along and dug up their woods to make an airfield.
The general idea is that the gremlins are out to get even. Now, this young lieutenant...
What young lieutenant?
An American named Messler, one of my boys. There's quite an idea. I ordered him to report here.
Where is he?
Lieutenant Messler reporting. General Roberts, sir.
Messler, you're an authority on gremlins and the Fipinellas and the widgets.
I've met them all, sir.
Oh, Messler. Ever come on a Spanduli?
Oh, yes, sir, once. Picked up 6 of them over Norway. They smeared ice on the wings, had little mops and pails.
Ever run into a straight-tail gremlin?
Oh, they're blue in color.
Blue. Bilious blue.
With blue-tinged fur. They snap rubber bands in the pilot's ears to make them pop. Carry a pocket full of soda straws, they do, and blow bubbles in the oil line.
It's only a week ago, sir. It's only a week ago. Well, I was coming in for a night landing with only one flare at the end of the runway and a whole crowd of spade-nosed gremlins. You know, the kind that dig holes in the landing field.
I certainly
rushed out, picked up the runway, and lifted it a good 8 feet off the ground.
Don't doubt it.
And just as my wheels were going to touch the ground, they all caught sight of a young female. She was behaving just like Margie Hart.
I know just what those gremlins did.
You're right, sir. They dropped the runway and ran after her.
There you are. Well, Lieutenant, you were brought here, I gather, because you have some sort of instructive suggestion.
I'm coming to that, sir. However, I would first like to acknowledge my indebtedness to a young lady whose womanly intuition finally enabled me to win through. I'm referring to Miss Moira O'Dooligan. And as long as this is a confidential report, I can state quite frankly that I'm hoping shortly to make her my wife. It was while I was paying her a visit that I first received my new slant on the situation.
Slant, eh?
If you will permit me, sir, I will tell you about it.
Hello, Ducky. Come into the house, me heart. Are you on leave?
Only today. Give me a kiss, please. I've had a touch of nerves.
Nerves? And you the calmest of men.
Moira, they're getting me down.
Is it the gremlins, you mean, dear?
Hopping around the way they do in their suction boots. It's very unpleasant.
Suction boots?
A new wrinkle of theirs. So the wind won't knock them down.
Ah, the clever ones.
Last night they climbed into the gas tank and sucked up half the gas. A couple went swimming in the oil lines, and one of them got stuck. He's the worst. He's taken a personal dislike to me.
Ah, no, my darling. The little ones are never personal.
This one is. Clarence. Clarence, his name is. Clarence Gremlin. Carries a hammer as big as himself. I power dive.
and he clunks me on top of the head with it, or he runs out on my wrist and bangs me across the knuckle.
Poor treasure.
One after another. Bangs him like he was playing a xylophone. And he whispers in my ears. When it's soupy and thick, he whispers at me. You're flying upside down, he whispers. Well, then just when I'm relaxing, he suddenly shouts, there's a Jerry on your tail. I start to do a wing over and get away, and then he laughs. And that horrible, high-pitched, squeaky little awful giggle, and reaches up, he does, and yanks a hair out of my head.
Aww.
That's his way of keeping tally. Look at me. I'm almost bald.
Just like Muley, dear. Her tail, I mean.
I beg your pardon?
Muley is our cow at home in Ireland.
Very interesting. And do you think there's some resemblance?
It was Muley had the same. My gent, Chico troubled me heart. They pulled all the hair out of her tail.
They?
The people of the she. Your little one, my dear. Your sheog. Is he fat or thin?
Homely. Thin, too. All the gremlins are thin. Legs like twigs.
The poor, wretched, hungry little creatures. It's starving they are.
Starving? With all that good ethyl and oil and glycol they've been lapping up.
My heart, what they want is a bowl of cream.
Cream?
Faith, every child knows it. Pixies have ever been wild and mischievous. In the old times, they were after coming into the home itself and scaring the cat and sitting up the lamp chimney and tripping the cook. But sure, they only made trouble in houses where the folk were too mean entirely to be setting a bowl of cream out for them each evening by the back doorstep. Light 'em a life. Feed your gremlins their cream and they'll work for you. Do you mind me now?
Cream? Yes. I read that years ago.
So you did, my heart. Get along without your cream now, and you may save the hairs on your head and the wear and tear in your nerves. And now you can be giving me a kiss if you will.
And that, sirs, is how I got onto it.
Cream.
Cream? Sirs, cream is the answer. If I may continue... Well, I left Miss O'Dooligan's residence, and that very night I remembered to fly with a half-pint bottle of the very best heavy cream in my pocket. The visibility was excellent. I was up about 25,000 feet when Clarence appeared. He was outside this time on one of the wingtips. He had his little hammer. I could see him darting back and forth in the moonlight, hammering and testing here and there. I tried to catch his eye. I waved to him. He just went on hammering. And to make matters worse, who should show up behind me but 3 Messerschmitts and a Focke-Wulf 190. The Focke-Wulf let go. The hammering continued. It was Clarence, inside now, tapping away busily at the dial. I made a grab for him. He got away behind the transmitter. I didn't have anything to throw at him but that bottle of cream. I threw it all right. Smashed just over his head and broke. All the mess of cream flew out all over him, dousing him from head to foot. Sirs, he was the wettest, maddest gremlin you ever saw. The Jerrys were still after me, and I was so busy for the next 10 minutes I didn't have time to think of Clarence at all. Suddenly, I got the queerest feeling in the pit of my stomach, sirs. The hammering was different. It went something like this. I saw him now close by me in the light of the moon. He looked dreamy and smacked his lips. Like the cream, Clarence? There's more where that came from, but you've got to behave. Okay? If you really want to help, take a look at these Messerschmitts behind us. Know anything about German engines? You do? Then stick 'em. And that, sirs, is my report.
Interesting.
Frankly, it's the explanation of how I managed to account for 3 enemy aircraft.
Cream.
Yes, sir? Cream, sirs.
But it's very hard to come by.
Hard to come by.
Gentlemen,
We'll skim
every pail in the United Nations if necessary.
Gentlemen, the gremlins will get their cream. Uh-oh.
Headquarters.
Oh.
Yes, sir. It's him. He.
You take it, Courtney.
Don't want to. Well, you say so, Robert. Seniority, I suppose. Hello? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir, but I was inadvertently detained, yes, sir. Oh, sir, flying conditions are excellent over the entire period, sir, over the entire area, yes, sir. You've no need to fear our anti-aircraft, and, sir, I think we've got the gremlin problem licked. You do it with cream, and then they won't bother you. In fact, they'll help you. Cream, yes. Just put it anywhere they can get at it. I should say smear some on the reindeers, on the tips of the horns and the hooves, the antlers particularly, and on the runners of the sleigh. Thank you, sir. Good night and Merry Christmas. Ladies and gentlemen, only once every couple of centuries, a new legend appears on the face of the earth. That there are gremlins in this war is a tribute to the imperishable lightheartedness of the heroes whom they are harrying. It's our happy Christmas thought for this year. That as long as pilots of the Allied nations are capable of gremlins, nothing, gremlins included, can ever get them down. In our cast tonight, an old Mercury friend, an old Mercury star, Joseph Cotton, enacted the role of Lieutenant Messler. Agnes Moorehead's part in the festivities consisted of some Irish brogue. Lou Merrill was General Roberts, and General Courtney was your obedient servant. Anthony Collins wrote the music, Lud Gluskin conducted it, and all of us wish all of you all the good things there are to wish for this Christmas. Good night, Americans.
This program has come to you from the Lockheed and Vega Aircraft Corporations of Burbank, California. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. There's danger on the trail ahead. Hail, Silver!
A thick blanket of new snow covered the rocky hills of the North Country as the Lone Ranger and Tonto reined up sharply and scanned the trail ahead.
Oh, Silver, fella. Hello, look. Isn't that a smoke signal over there on the other side of the valley? Can you read it?
Smoke say, help.
Well, it isn't far. Let's hurry. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto were in the copper mining region, where mountains pierced the clouds just south of the Canadian border. The country where the mighty Missouri River started with innumerable feeder streams. They had gone there on their longest manhunt, capturing the killer just after he had crossed the international boundary. The Lone Ranger and Tonto had met a 14-year-old boy named Daniel. There was something about this boy, who lived with a grandmother, that fired the imagination of the masked man and the Indian. Each time they saw Dan, they found new qualities like those of the Lone Ranger. Tonto, able to observe both Dan and the Lone Ranger, made no mention of the strange theories that stirred deep within him.
There's the signal fire.
Me see it.
Tonto, that's our young friend. It's Dan.
Here.
Oh, Silver,
Why, you. Of all who might have come, you saw my signals.
You used the Indian code.
This Blackfoot country. Me think maybe smoke signal from Indian.
Oh, it was from an Indian. Oh, in a way.
Now, what do you mean, Dan?
Come over here by the fire and I'll show you.
Easy, big fella. Come on, fella.
Look.
An Indian.
Blackfoot.
Yes, he's hurt.
Worse than that. He's been beaten so badly he's unconscious. I can't bring him to.
Deep cuts on his scalp and shoulders. They've been bandaged pretty well.
Oh, I did all I could. Then I signaled for help.
You did a good job, Dan.
I tried to.
Very few people would stop to help an Indian as dirty and old as this one.
Why not? Indians are people just like everybody else.
I'm glad you feel that way. Tell me, where did you find him?
Right here.
Lying on the ground like this?
No, he was tied to his horse. I followed him. You see, about an hour ago, I was riding along the canyon trail when I sighted some hoof prints in the snow. Oh, boy. Hoof prints. Made since it stopped snowing early this morning. Must be a horse on the loose. No. Prints are pretty deep. He's packing something. But... Steady, boy. Let's see. Can't be anybody riding that horse because he doesn't stick to the trail. And he breaks gait. Oh, come on, boy. We're going to trail him. Get up there. Trailed him up here and found this Indian lashed to his back. The man had been beaten and tied there unconscious, just like he is now.
Well, what happened to the horse?
Well, I knew the pony was from the Blackfoot tribe, so I tied a note to his bridle and sent him back to the Indian camp.
You sent a note to the Blackfoot tribe? What did you tell them?
Oh, just that one of their men was hurt and he was here.
How long since this happened, then?
About 30 minutes. Why, is something wrong?
There might be. He's the third Blackfoot that's been cruelly beaten within the last 3 days. The other two got back to their camp, but they were dead.
Dead? Murdered?
Yes.
Well, golly. Well, the Indians have gone on a warpath for less.
I'm going to try to overtake that pony. Dan, who's the most important man in Copperville?
Well, Mr. Martin. He owns a copper mine.
Go to him right away. Tell him what's happened. There's danger of a Blackfoot uprising.
Me ride with you?
Well, I'll start right away.
Good. Tonto, you stay with the Indian. Do what you can. If he regains consciousness, find out who injured him.
Steady there. Steady, boy.
Easy, Silver. Dan, I'll see you in Copperville.
Right. Get there.
Come on, Silver.
Less than an hour later, the Lone Ranger realized that his trip was in vain. The Indian's pony carrying Dan's note had reached the Blackfoot camp ahead of him. As he reined up his horse in a grove of trees not far from the camp, the masked man could hear the throb of drums and the monotonous chant of Blackfoot braves in a war dance. He had heard similar sounds many times in the Apache camps of the Southwest.
Steady, Silver.
He knew that soon the ominous beat of the drums would grow gradually louder,
Steady, big fella.
and that the war cries of the dancing braves would rise to the point of frenzy.
Easy, steady, Silver.
Then at a command from their chief, the savages would mount ponies and ride to Copperville, bent on vengeance and destruction. As the Lone Ranger pondered the problem of how he could prevent such a catastrophe, he was unaware that two men in Copperville were discussing the same subject. In a rough log shack near a small copper mine on the outskirts of town, Al Curry explained a plot to Jake Spode, his partner.
You'll have to explain it to me again, Al. I don't see how we'll have the law on our side.
The court will have to back us up on account of that law of the apex.
I don't get it.
All right. I'll go over the whole thing again. You know this mine of ours ain't worth the powder to blow it up, don't you?
Sure. Fact is, I don't see why we bought it, even if it was cheap.
I'm explaining that now, if you'll listen.
All right.
Right next to us, a man named Martin has the richest copper mine in the state.
Now, how does that help us?
We take it over. Legally.
How?
By demanding the court uphold the law of the apex.
Now you're talking crazy again.
No, I'm not. When we bought this land, there was an outcropping of ore on the surface of the ground.
It didn't mean anything. We sunk a tunnel 200 feet into the hill, and the veins already petered out.
Sure, but that don't change the fact that ore was showing on the surface when we started to mine it.
I suppose that helps us get Martin's mine.
According to law up in this country, if a vein of ore surfaces on property that is legally yours, you can follow that vein wherever it goes.
Even if it goes into Martin's mine?
Sure. That's why they call it the law of the apex. Apex means top or surface.
Well, I'll be...
Now do you see what I mean?
I suppose Martin's just going to sit still and do nothing while we're pulling this apex stuff.
Of course he ain't. We've got to get some blasting powder down into our tunnel and blast through it to his mine.
He must have 100 miners working for him. The minute they find out what we're doing, it'll take more than an apex law to save us.
They'll be busy, and so will Martin.
Busy? Doing what?
Listen, Spode. What happens in this town whenever the Blackfeet or the Flatheads get riled up?
Everybody hides out in Martin's mine.
That's right. During an Indian raid with about 500 redskins yelling and shooting around here, nobody will be liable to hear any blasting underground.
No, but how do you know there's... Oh. Now I see why we beefed them Blackfeet and tied them to their ponies.
You know, Spade, sometimes I figure you're almost smart.
I get the whole thing now. That's pretty slick. When do you think the Indians will...
Whenever they decide too many redskins have been killed. Then they go on the warpath and hit for the nearest town. Just happens that Copperville's the nearest town.
Well, how about us? Are we going to...
Don't worry, we'll be a couple of 100 feet under the ground when it happens.
You sure got things figured out.
Can't miss.
I say, I just thought of something.
Yeah?
Well, after the Indian raid's over and we blasted through to Martin's mine, can't he stop us from taking out ore?
That part of it's simple. We just ask the law to issue an injunction that'll stop Martin from running his mine.
We have to prove our ore vein and his is the same one. We both know it ain't.
Whenever you take an argument to court, Spode, everything takes time. And while Martin's proving we're wrong, the injunction says we're the only ones who can keep on mining.
Well, we got plenty of powder. When do we start blasting?
As soon as the engines hit town. And that's liable to happen any minute.
The Lone Ranger from a hill near the Blackfoot village watched the savage war dance increase in fury. Urged on by the cries of their medicine men, the Blackfoot braves now danced in an ever-widening circle that would soon touch the clearing where their horses were waiting. The Lone Ranger knew the half-crazed savages could not be stopped at this point. He saw the first Indian dart from the circle and fling himself astride a Mustang pony. He was followed by others in quick succession. Each wildly painted Blackfoot carried a rifle or a metal-pointed spear. There was a moment of confusion. Then the masked man heard a piercing yell. Louder than all the rest. It was the Blackfoot chief's command to ride. There was not a moment to lose.
Come on, Silver!
Though powerless to stop the frenzied Indians, the Lone Ranger raced ahead to warn and help the people of Copperville.
It's up to you, Silver. Come on, big fella. I'll Silver! Away!
meantime, Dan had found Martin in the little office next to the tool shed at the entrance to Martin's copper mine.
Mr. Martin! Mr. Martin!
Dan, how are you, boy?
I'm all right, but something's happened.
What's wrong?
Blackfeet on the warpath. They're heading this way.
What are you saying?
Injuns. Gonna raid the town.
How do you know?
The Lone Ranger told me to warn you. He said you'd know what to do.
Lone Ranger? I'll round up all the folks in town and get them in the mine shaft. That's the safest place.
Well, can I help?
I'll sound the steam whistle. Maybe some folks won't know what it means, though. Could you go down into town and...
Sure. I'll tell everybody I see. Make that whistle as loud as you can.
What's the idea of the mine whistle at this time of day?
Engines on the warpath. On the way now. Go to the mine.
What do you want, kid?
Injuns, Blackfeet, heading this way.
Injuns, Jehoshaphat, what do we do?
Go to the mine, Martin's mine. Indians!
Thanks, boy. Come on, Mary, let's head for Martin's mine. Indians are coming.
Blackfeet on the warpath. Go to Martin's mine.
We're on our way. Hear that kid yelling, Al? Redskins are doing just what you figured they would.
Sure, I knew they'd show up.
Say, it ain't going to be very healthy around here. Let's get down in the mine.
Wait, we're each packing a can of blasting powder.
Here. I hope this stunt works.
Just stop gabbing, let's go.
Now, wait a minute, folks. Don't get riled up. Wait a minute. Everybody's safe here in this tunnel. Keep the women and children in the back. We've got plenty of men with Winchesters.
Hey, look!
A masked man.
It's the Lone Ranger.
Whoa, who's it? Whoa.
Did you head off the pony? Are the Blackfeet coming?
Easy, boy. They're coming all right, as hard as they can ride.
I can't understand it. We've always tried to be very friendly with the Blackfeet.
Someone in Copperville isn't. 2 Indians have been murdered within the past 3 days. I'm sure that's the reason for this raid.
Here they come, hundreds of them!
Well, Martin, this means a fight.
Yes, and we haven't a chance. An avalanche is nothing compared to Indians on the warpath.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Blackfeet, a violent horde of war-crazed savages, hit the town of Copperville like a tidal wave of sudden death. They thundered down the main street of the little mining village. A few moments later, the crash of window glass and the thud of flaming arrows against wooden buildings was proof they meant to write their vengeance in letters of destruction. In the meantime, Tonto had made every effort to revive the wounded Indian whom Dan had found on the trail.
Here, you drink. Let me help you. Yeah. Here, drink. You like? Drink more. Drink more. You feel better? That's good. Here, Scout. We both ride, Scout. Here, me help you up. You come. Good, steady, Scout. steady.
Where we ride? To Copperville. Find Lone Ranger. Get him up, Scout.
What was that explosion? Are there men working in the mine, Mr. Martin?
Not that I know of. I can't understand it. Gallagher!
Yes, sir?
That blast, what was it?
I don't know. There's nobody at the end of the shaft. All the men are up here with us.
Better go down there and see what caused it.
Yes, sir.
Can I go with him, Mr. Martin?
Why, yes, I guess so, unless the Lone Ranger...
Go on, Dan. There's nothing we can do here but wait. Hope that the burning of the town will satisfy those Indians.
I'll come right back. Mr. Martin says I can go with you.
Oh, it's all right with me, son. Grab onto this ore cart. We'll coast down to the end of the shaft.
All right, let her go.
Say, what's this?
Was that part of the shaft?
No, it's not. Must have been blasted through from the other side.
That's right, Gallagher. There's no mystery to it.
Hal Curry. And Spode.
First time you ever seen a blasting job, Gallagher?
No, but it's the first time I've ever seen a couple of highbinders trying to mine another man's property.
You must be speaking about Martin.
Yeah, he's the man I work for. And you two hombres have just blasted into an ore vein that belongs to him.
Maybe we've got a different idea about who it belongs to.
You won't get away with it.
We'll take anything that's rightfully ours.
Yours? You can't.
If he wants to argue about it, he can take it to court. But he'll save himself a lot of trouble by looking up the law of the apex.
Apex? Oh, so that's your idea. Why, you...
Stand where you are.
He's got a gun.
I see it. Mighty funny you varmints picked this time to cut through here.
Yeah?
Just when there's an Indian raid going on, the whole town being burnt down.
Indian raids don't bother us.
I see they don't. Come on, kid, let's push that car back to the top.
Sure.
Bill Martin, I'll see him in court.
Give our regards to the Indians.
As Tonto and the wounded Blackfoot Indian approached the town of Copperville, they were greeted by a strange sight. That which only a few hours before had been a peaceful mining town was now a raging inferno. The clapboard buildings along its main street were twin rows of blazing bonfires, and every log cabin that dotted the surrounding hill was a separate island of flame. Wildly yelling Blackfoot savages were everywhere. Afoot and horseback, they swarmed back and forth between the columns of smoke and fire. Tonto reined his horse to a halt.
Hold, Scout, hold, fella. Hold, fella, hold. Only way we get through town. Make Blackfeet think we braves. Now you hold tight. Me yell. Get him up, Scout.
In response to his master's urging, and even though he carried two men, Scout lunged forward at breakneck speed. In the confusion, Tonto depended upon speed and his wild yells to be taken for just another Blackfoot brave. They soon left the blazing town and marauding Indians far behind. Then he swung quickly onto the trail that led to Martin's mine.
If that don't beat all. As if an Indian raid wasn't enough trouble. Those tin-horn miners, Al Curry and Spode, have to start blasting.
Who are Al Curry and Spode?
Just a couple of fly-by-nighters. They own the property next to me.
If you ask me, Mr. Martin, I think they framed the whole thing.
So do I. Curry wouldn't have pulled a gun on Mr. Gallagher and me unless
A gun? Why did he do that?
Because I told him it was funny. He picked an Indian raid to cover his blasting.
Yes, does seem more than coincidence.
Both of them are pretty nervy. They said they had a right to any ore they wanted to mine on account of the apex law, or something like that.
Law of the apex. They must have some ores surfacing on their land.
They have. But it has no connection with the vein in this mine.
Oh, I see what they're trying to do now. I've heard of the apex law, but I didn't think
Unfortunately, Mr. Martin, crooks use every advantage they can. I'm going to talk to those men. Come along, Dan.
Sure.
Here comes an Indian riding straight for us.
That means they've finished the town and they're heading this way.
Hand me that Winchester. I can pick him up before he gets here.
It's Tonto!
Wait a minute. Hold your fire.
Oh, Scout, hold, fella. Me ride through town. Blackfeet burn it up. They head this way plenty soon.
You brought the engine. He's alive.
Him better now. Wait. Me help him down. There. Blackfoot. This Lone Ranger.
I'm glad you're feeling better. You'll soon be well and strong again.
Me thankful. White man, Indian, save life.
Do you know who beat you?
2 white men.
Well, that's not very clear. There are 200 or 300 men in Copperville, and Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, where are you going?
I'll be right back.
I can't see any reason for him to go down in the mine. If the Indians attack, they'll come this way.
I think I know why he left.
Here they come, Indians!
There must be a million of them. Get ready, boys.
No, don't shoot yet. Maybe we can talk to their chief and fix it.
The only way to talk to a Redskins with lead.
Wait! Here comes the Lone Ranger.
Just keep walking straight ahead and we won't have any trouble. No masked outlaw could do this to me, coming down here and pulling the gun. You forget that you pulled the gun first. Keep your hands up, both of you.
Mine are up, don't shoot.
I've no intention of shooting. I just brought you up here to find out something.
Mongo manekte, kula!
Look, it's that redskin that we...
Mongo manekte, kula!
What's that Indian saying? Does anybody know?
I know. I can understand Blackfoot.
What is it?
He says these are the men who beat him up. The men who killed his brothers.
That's a lie. This Indian raid was a plan, and not an accident.
Yeah, them redskins right on top of us. I'm going to start picking them off.
No, wait now. We're outnumbered 10-1.
Better get down, shoot, and be scalped without a fight.
Another minute and this will be a massacre. The worst of it is innocent people will die because of these two men.
That ain't my fault. I didn't think
Otto, keep them covered.
That brave out in front must be the leader. If I could only talk to him, I might...
Him chief, running bear.
Trying to talk to Indians on the war path...
Well, I know one way you could talk to him.
Yes, Dan?
I've lived in this country as long as I can remember, and I know the Blackfeet pretty well. I've heard how you studied the Southwest Indians, so I studied these Blackfeet.
Go on, Dan.
Well, there's one thing they honor and respect above all else. If you can show them that you have that...
What, Dan?
Courage, bravery. Well, they've let captives go free when they admired them.
Yes, you're right, Dan. All Indians do.
I'm afraid that won't be of any help to us.
Those redskins are packing rifles, tomahawks, and spears. They're just waiting for us to make a move. Then they'll move in.
He's right.
We've got to be killed. I say let's take some of them with us.
No, wait. Listen to me.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to try to bluff them. Make them think they can't hurt me. Easy, big fella. Come on, Silver.
Straight toward the encircling wall of savage Indians rode the Lone Ranger. The very air was charged with tension as many of the braves gripped their rifles and tomahawks in anticipation. But slowly, as the strange masked man on a white horse approached without displaying a sign of fear, the expression on their faces changed from hate to amazement. Who was this masked white man who rode calmly into the camp of the enemy with his head held high? Surely he must be a brave and noble warrior. The Lone Ranger reined to a halt directly in front of Running Bear, the Blackfoot chief.
You are the great Chief Running Bear. I salute you.
Who you?
Chief Running Bear, you have made war and burnt many houses. Now you want to kill.
White man kill 3 Blackfoot brave.
No, only 2. Your third brave was rescued. He's alive and will soon be well. He's over there in front of the mine.
Running Bear no see him.
Come on over and I'll show you. You're not afraid to come over, are you?
Running Bear not afraid. Me go with you.
Good. Come on, Silver.
Why?
Oh, Silver, There's your man, Chief, right over there.
Madi no ano.
No olo menekte. Ula bara don muna.
Blackfoot say, white man save life.
That's right. And because we want to be friends with the Blackfeet, we ask that your braves go back to their camp. Only 2 of them are guilty of the crime, Chief. They're standing right here. That's a lie. I'll go telling them Redskins... Hurry. I'm going to give you a better chance than you deserve. If you'll admit to 2 murders, I'll ask Chief Running Bear to let the white man's justice take its course. If you keep on denying it, I'll turn you over to him. Indian justice for murder is far worse than death. Well, what do you say?
We killed him, but don't let the Redskins get us.
Chief, you've heard these men admit their guilt. You have my word that they'll receive swift justice in the white man's court. You understand? And will you order your braves back to their camp and let the white men who want peace rebuild their homes?
You brave warrior. Running Bear believe. Blackfoot go. Malu, table.
That's what I'd say was a close call.
Mr. Martin, will you take charge of the prisoners and turn them over to the sheriff?
I sure will. And with this Indian testifying against them, there isn't much doubt about the verdict.
Are you ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
Be going. Bye, Dan.
You're leaving for good?
No, Dan, we're not. As a matter of fact, we may be around this country for some time.
Oh, golly. That's great.
Well, we didn't originally intend to stay long. Certain things have developed that will keep us here. I might need a lot of help from you.
Well, Jiminy, you sure can count on me. Anything I can do, it doesn't matter what it is.
Would you like to work with me?
Oh, would I? Well, I'd sooner work with you than do anything in the world. Let me go with you.
Not just yet, Dan. I'll let you know when I need you. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Otto, the more I see of that boy... Remember how he showed such interest in caring for that wounded Indian?
Same interest like you. One day, long time ago, you find Tonto hurt bad. You take care of Tonto.
And the boy's interest in the Indians and their habits made it possible to save a lot of lives. Kimosabe, I want to know more about Dan and his past.
With each passing day, the Lone Ranger has more reason to admire and respect the boy, and Tonto has additional food for deep thought. Who is Dan? What is the story of his past? There are amazing things to come while the Lone Ranger rides in the high border country. Be sure to listen. The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1. Single. Very low. Scene. 3 Edith 16. Overhead. Northwest.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this Christmas Week program honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking, and Merry Christmas to you all. Tonight, we of the Eyes Aloft radio program, we, the cast, the actors, the members of the orchestra and its leader, Gordon Jenkins, the 4 boys of the Sportsman Quartet, our writer, all of us join in presenting you of the Aircraft Warning Service with a holiday gift, a special Christmas time program. Christmas is surely in the air again, for here in the studio where we've been working all day, we've found real enjoyment in rehearsing just a little bit harder on the songs, the orchestral background scores, the dramatic spots. And now, as we go on the air, we hope that our gift to you will sparkle gaily with the joy of Christmas and will carry our solemn hope for merrier and more peaceful days to come. So now, here is your Eyes Aloft Santa, your narrator, Gain Whitman.
Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. First, here is a Christmas message which General W.E. Kepner, commanding the 4th Fighter Command, wishes us to send out to the thousands of members of the Aircraft Warning Service. General Kepner's message reads,
to all our volunteers, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. A year that will stand out in history, showing what Americans can do when they are working together, fighting for the peace which the Christmas season exemplifies. The officers, enlisted men, and I want you to know how your unselfish service has given us added zest, knowing how staunchly you stand beside us. May your holiday season be joyful, and may the gifts of service you are giving to your country be returned to you 1,000-fold through the security of the America you are helping to protect.
And the message is signed W.E. Kepner, Brigadier General, USA. And we believe that every man and woman who serves in the civilian army of the 4th Fighter Command joins in returning the good Christmas wish to General Kepner and his military staff. I'm sure that we all pray that Christmas 1943 will be a more joyful holiday with the world at peace and our loved ones gathered once more about the home's hearthside. And now we want to retell a beautiful and true story that happened last December of 1941. One year ago, last December, when the Ground Observer Corps was first being activated, a little community in Douglas County, Oregon, found itself faced with a serious problem. The small and well-to-do farming community of Camas Valley is nestled among the rolling mountains of the Coast Range. Winter. At the time, Camas Valley was supposed to support 2 observation posts, one atop Dutchman Butte, the other up on Live Oak Mountain. 3 feet of snow and ice made it impossible for observers to negotiate the daily trips to the post. So an observers' meeting was called by the post's organizer, John Stanley.
Let's keep the meeting in order, folks. It's getting late. Now, how are we going to settle our problem?
Well, John, I don't see how we're going to keep 2 posts running this winter.
Well, what'll we do? Call up the Army and tell them we're going to fall down on the job?
Well, we got to find some way. Yeah, some way, but you can't even get a horse up the last 2 miles on Dutchman Butte now. Too much ice and snow.
Well, there's a road up to the top of Live Oak Mountain, if we can keep it open this winter.
Over 2 feet of snow on Live Oak as it is, John.
John.
Well, who spoke up then? I didn't see.
Me, Ed Bushnell.
You any suggestions, Ed?
Well, I kind of think our community shouldn't fall down on this job for the Army. I'd hate to think other towns and communities are keeping their posts open. And Camas Valley couldn't take care of our own.
Yeah, well, what do you think we should do, Ed?
Well, I'm going to have some free time for a while this winter. I'll go up and live on Dutchman Butte.
Well, that's fine, Ed, but do you think you can spare all that time?
Well, I guess it's for a good cause, John. I can spare the time. Of course, maybe somebody else would put in some time with me. After all, a fella can't keep watch 24 hours a day. Has to sleep a little.
Well, maybe we can get somebody else to go up there with you, Ed.
That night, as the town meeting progressed, others did volunteer to take week-long shifts with Ed Bushnell, the man who offered to keep the Dutchman Butte post open throughout the winter. They were the Harding brothers, Jerry, 18 years old, and Jack, 20. And there was Vic Stanley, 15, who offered to spend every 3rd week up there with Ed Bushnell. That took care of Dutchman Butte. But there was still the problem of how to keep Live Oak Mountain Post in operation. The meeting had gone on till nearly midnight when...
Now, let's keep quiet, folks, please. Please. We've taken up a collection here to maintain the 2 posts. So far tonight, you've donated $380, and that's good. Now, what about Live Oak Post?
John?
Yes, Mrs. Stanley?
Some of us women have been talking together back here. We'll man Live Oak Post this winter.
Oh, now, wait.
No, just a minute. If you get me up there, I'll go up and live there this winter.
Now, hold on, Mrs. Stanley. That isn't a job for a woman.
I said I'd go up there and keep the post open this winter. My girls, Bonnie Jean and Dorothy, will each come up for a week. And Mrs. Elsie Baker and Mrs. Martindale say they'll come up when they can for a week. We'll keep it open some way.
Well, Mother just said I could go up there for a week.
Okay. That was Quinta Cole volunteering as a relief observer, Mrs. Stanley.
Fine. Glad to have Quinta. And anybody else who's willing to help out. Now, if somebody in town can furnish a truck or some kind of transportation, I'll be ready to start up to Live Oak tomorrow morning.
On the following morning, 2 parties started out from the town of Camas Valley with winter supplies. The men went to Dutchman Butte. The other group, the women, Mrs. Philip Stanley and her young daughter, Bonnie Jean, accompanied by a group of men to see them up to the top of Live Oak Mountain and get them settled. Toward noon, the little party finally reached the wind-blown crest of Live Oak Mountain. Reaching the little cabin there, found the door jammed shut by ice.
Snowdrift was easy enough to shovel away from the door. The ice we're having trouble picking out.
Mrs. Stanley, Bunny, don't you want to stand over here closer to the building?
No, we're all right. Just get that door open.
My feet are half frozen.
Well, stamp on them, Bonnie.
Oh, I'm all right, Mother.
How you coming, Jim?
Get this chunk out of here.
You think we can open the door now?
It ought to open. Say, I worked up a good heat with that pickaxe.
Whew. Come on, Jim, help me. Put your shoulder against the door with me. You'll be able to bust it loose together.
Okay, let me in here. All right.
Steady now. 1, 2, 3. A little more. Blast air. Come on.
Well, there we are. Come on, ladies, inside here. You get out of the cold.
Oh, it's good to get out of that bitter wind.
No, I thought for a while we'd never make it up here.
I'm not at all sure you should try to stay up here, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, tush. We're here and we're going to stay. Now, let's get organized around here.
Well, okay. Jim.
Yeah?
You get the kindling, build a fire in the heater here.
Okay, right away.
I think I'll make some coffee for us all. Bonnie, you unpack this carton with the cooking utensils and food.
Yes, Mother.
Hey, one of you other men out there, bring in the big jug of water before it freezes.
Yes, sir.
Bring in the other supplies, the blankets and stuff.
Oh, I will.
Whew. Heavens, I'm going to close this door.
Well, I'll close it for you, Miss Stanley.
Here's the coffee pot. I say, here's a coffee pot, Mother.
Yes, Bonnie. Just set it on the table till the men get the fire started. I was just looking out this window here.
Hey, great place up here on the mountaintop for an observation post.
We can see all over, in every direction.
Yes. We can see all over God's country.
Yeah. God's country.
It's so beautiful, so serene, so calm and peaceful down there in our valley below.
We got a little extra snow this year, Mrs. Stanley.
Yeah. We'll have a white Christmas.
I think it's fun coming up here. Don't you, Mother?
Fun, Bonnie. Fun. Oh, darling.
Well, I mean...
No, it's our duty. It's the duty of the people of our community to come up here and keep this post in operation day and night, as long as the Army needs us.
And that'll be as long as the war lasts, I guess.
Yeah. Just look down there below. It's our valley, our home, to love and protect.
Why, Mother, why are you crying?
Oh, Mrs. Stanley.
But, Mother...
Oh, you're so young, Bonnie Jean. You don't quite understand it all yet.
Yes, I understand about a lot of things.
I know, dear, I know. But you said, why are you crying, Mother? Why am I crying? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I can't tell you. When you get older, Bonnie Jean, you'll understand how a person can look down at the country he loves and... Oh, what's the matter with me?
Hey, I think the men are coming with the wood and the rest of the stuff now, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, heavens. I'm standing here crying like an old... Come on, open the door. Have them bring the wood in. We'll build the fire. Bonnie, you make the beds on the 2 cots.
Yes, Mother.
And we'll get some coffee brewing and all get warmed up. Maybe you're right, Bonnie. We will have fun up here this winter.
By Christmas Eve, Mrs. Philip Stanley had served 16 days on icy Live Oak Mountain. Her daughter stayed for a week. Then other ladies came up, put in days and nights so Mrs. Stanley wouldn't be alone. Mrs. Elsie Baker was with her Christmas Eve. At midnight, the telephone rang. Startled them both.
Oh, heavens, startled me too. I'll answer, Mrs. Stanley. Well. Hello?
Merry Christmas up there. Merry Christmas, ladies.
Well, Merry Christmas yourself. Who is it?
John Stanley down in town. Report any planes tonight?
Tonight. We haven't reported any since we've been up here.
Who is it, Mrs. Baker?
John Stanley. Called to wish us Merry Christmas.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, keep on with your watching. Down here in town, we just wanted you girls to know we're all thinking of you.
Well, we'll keep watching. Don't worry.
Is Mrs. Stanley there, Mrs. Baker?
Yes, of course she's here.
Well, tell her to come up by the phone.
What?
I say, tell her to come up by the phone so you can both listen. We want you to hear something.
Well, I'll tell her. What is it? Come up here by the phone, Mrs. Stanley. They want us both to hear something.
Well, what is it they want?
I don't know. Here, I'll hold the receiver like this. Can you hear now?
I think so.
Hello, we're ready.
Hello, girls. Way up there. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Well, some of the folks down here in town, all of us who were observers till you sort of took over our duties, we gathered here at the telephone office, and we want to sing you a Merry Christmas.
Oh, isn't that sweet of them?
Now, just hold on just a second while we kind of get started.
What a Merry Christmas it could be if the world were at peace.
Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem.
Such was Christmas 1941, the first Christmas that America was engaged in World War II, the first Christmas that American civilians were given the right to work directly with the Army. For example, in that one little community from December 9th, 1941 to February 25th, for 72 long days and nights, loyal Mrs. Stanley and her 5 relief observers kept vigil at Live Oak Mountain Post. And on Dutchman Butte, Ed Bushnell and his 3 observers kept that post open. When the trails were again negotiable to daily travel, other observers came to relieve them and share in the vital work. And mind this, not once in those 72 days did those courageous people sight or report a single airplane. Discouraging? They say not. Useless? No, they were waiting and watching, ready to help warn their nation of the possible approach of an enemy by air. That is the sort of constant day-in and night-out Christmas gift 150,000 volunteer civilians of the Aircraft Warning Service are giving America this year.
Christmas has always been one of America's greatest traditions. Some say that Christmas in America has become too commercial. Well, maybe it has. Maybe it hasn't. That isn't the point. The point is, we all love Christmas. To each one of us, Christmas means something just a bit different. But here in America, to all of us, it means such things as Santa Claus and Christmas trees loaded with tinsel and lights and ornaments. It means to some, holiday parties. Moment of thanksgiving and prayer. To others, to still others, Christmas means the exchange of gifts, the reunion of families at the festive board, or snow and sleigh rides and ice skating parties and friends and... Well, what does Christmas mean to you? This year, Christmas is a bit different. Our nation is at war. We're fighting for so many things. Among them, oh yes, indeed, among the things we're fighting for is the simple right to always continue to observe Christmas and the Yuletide holidays in the way we've always been accustomed to observe them. Let me ask you a question. What would Christmas be to a child, perhaps your child, without Santa and toys? How would you like a black Nazi swastika, a crooked cross hanging in the window of your home instead of America's traditional wreath of holly? Oh, no, none of us would like that. Well, as long as you wholeheartedly join the fight to down the Axis, as long as you and all of us here at home help, there'll always be a Christmas. Just suppose that This year, when you observers and filter center workers gather on Christmas Eve to serve your watches while others are at home, suppose you pause for a moment to sing a new, modern sort of Christmas carol. Suppose you sang our theme song, Eyes Aloft, as a carol of good cheer and hope. Yes, there'll always be a Christmas. We must dream, hope, fight for that. As long as your eyes are aloft, there'll be an America and Christmas. There'll be the greatest of all Christmases, a white Christmas for us this year and always.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. With every Christmas card I write, may your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be bright. One by land and two by sea was once a sentinel's cry. But a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Night and day, we'll have no care while
A short time ago, Captain William K. Morgan, Regional Ground Observation Officer in Oregon, sent us a copy of an inspired piece of writing he had heard delivered on a Portland radio program called The Mighty Meat. The program is conducted by a prominent Portland attorney, C.W. Robinson. Christmas will soon be with us, so it seems timely to include in tonight's broadcast this beautiful piece written by Mr. Robinson. He titled it, Those Who Watch.
I saw her trudging up a snow-clad road, up to a little building, shack, if you please, at the top of the hill. There wasn't about the shack the trappings of war. It was just a little shack, with a rusty stove and an antiquated telephone and a chair and a table and all the inconveniences to which she was never accustomed in that home in the valley. I wondered to myself, who are you? Why are you here? I asked her what was the little shack, and she told me a lookout, an observer station for enemy aircraft.
She said it in a matter-of-fact sort of way, and yet with a certain seriousness in those gray eyes that startled me for a moment. In the days gone by, those who watched the heavens were called astrologers. Time dignified them. Study added to them the degree of astronomer. Today, only in derision do we refer to stargazers and seers. She was one who watches the heavens, a wise woman. Strange, these watchers in the night. In days gone by, we watched for a sign, for a symbol, for an omen, for a star in the heavens. Tonight, they watch for a sound or for a sign. They are new, those spies of the skies. Theirs is a secret, important mission in the espionage of the air. They call them observers. They are patient ones, these observers. They watch while we sleep, guard while we go about business as usual. 20,000 of them in Oregon alone, men and women, the majority of them past 40 years of age. These 20,000 take the place of a division of soldiers. More than a division of soldiers. They are the antennas of a great system, picking up every sound, constantly watching, waiting. The psalmist spoke of them when he said, "Watchmen, what of the night?" Shakespeare spoke of them when he said, "How goes the night, boy?" They are the eyes and the ears at dawn and at night, listening and watching for death that rides the winds, of terror that flies skyways. They are an integral part of the mighty meat. For their work there is no pay, for their vigil only the reward that comes to those who feel the responsibility of a democracy on guard. No great triumph will ever be theirs. History will consider them with but a line in the great page of events. But they are the great wall that protects you and me. They are the great veil that covers us all. As I saw her trudging up the winter's road to begin her lonely vigil, I took off my hat, as you would have done. And when the first star broke above the horizon, I knew who had placed it there, and in whose honor it burned so brightly. This night, it shone on her and the thousands of others like her. It was the service star of freedom.
Some say Americans are funny. They say we're sentimental and soft. We may be sentimental. Yes, that's good. But we're certainly proving we aren't soft. We can take it. The uniformed boys on the many fronts all over the world can not only take it, they have proved that they can dish it out. And those of us at home who pridefully do our part, we can take it and dish it out too. If rationing our gasoline, our tires, our bacon, shoes, clothes, and whatnot is the answer, we can take it indeed. If the Army needs civilian volunteers to help watch, to warn, to protect this land, we'll be there on the job. If we have to, we'll run a business, a farm, keep house, work in a factory, a shipyard, where not. And still, by day and night, as long as we're needed, we'll be on duty at those observation posts and the filter centers. Americans are restless. We always want something better, plus all the good and traditional American things we've always enjoyed and loved. And we'll fight for them. Yes, we'll always fight, so that we and our children and our children's children will always be able to celebrate Christmas. And so, from those of us of the Eyes Aloft program, from Gordon Jenkins, the sportsman, the Hollywoodman, the orchestra, the cast, our writer, Bob Red, yes, from all of us, and from the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, we repeat with great hope, with full confidence, and with the best of cheer. We repeat once again, Merry Christmas. And in the very near days to come, peace on earth, goodwill toward men.
Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy mild, all and sinners reconciled. Joyful all ye nations rise, join the triumph of the sky. With angelic hosts proclaim, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King.
This is Gain Whitman saying good night and Merry Christmas to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America always will be safe from any attack by air. Happy holidays.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. The music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember Eyes Aloft.
Watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
How long does the Clipper take to get to New York?
Can't tell you that.
Well, about how long?
Not less than 5 days. Might be longer.
Are there any sleeping accommodations on board?
No, sir.
No sleeping? You mean to say we have to sit up all the way from England to New York?
I'm afraid so.
Well, where do we stop en route? I mean, besides Lisbon.
Can't tell you that. Sorry.
Are we likely to be held up on the way?
Sorry, I can't tell you that either.
Well, how about this? Will I be loaded off the Clipper in the middle of nowhere if somebody else comes along with a priority?
I couldn't answer that, sir. There are no guarantees about anything.
That's war travel, huh?
Yes, sir. That's war travel.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents An American in England, the last of a limited series of 4 programs written and directed by Norman Corwin in extension of the transatlantic series of the same title recently shortwaved by CBS from London. Tonight, Clipper Home, with Joseph Julian narrator and music by Lynn Murray.
Step down, please. Move forward. Watch your step, please. Watch your step.
There was good reason for watching your step, because a slip would either break your neck or drop you into the Atlantic, or both. I stepped watchfully from the earth of the British Isles into the tender that was taking us to the Clipper.
All right. Cast away.
One of my fellow passengers pulled off his hat and made a circle with it over his head.
Goodbye, Elsie. Goodbye. Take care of yourself. Bye, Elsie.
He waved at Elsie, and Elsie waved at him. The shore fell back, and we swung around toward the Clipper. She loomed up big and gray, her wings spreading over half the ocean, her nose tilted up, sassy and proud. The kind of pride that comes of being able to throw your weight around the sky. Big basket, isn't she?
Yeah, big ship.
There was American flags painted on her side. And in the thin light of late afternoon, white clouds loafing along and the west wind, and the bay shining and the wooded hills darkening, and the water very much impressed and full of reflections, the Clipper looked very beautiful. Her name was NC 109652 or something like that. And I shall always love her. We boarded and took our seats and waited. It was the biggest plane I'd ever seen. It had a lounge and a long ascending passageway with stairs to each section. I knew only one passenger aboard, Steve Laird, correspondent for Time. He had some dope on the itinerary, and he leaned over and whispered to me,
Round 2. Let's see, we get the hotel. Oh, it's late in the afternoon.
Thanks. Steve said we'd reach Lisbon next morning and stay overnight at a hotel and probably leave the next afternoon.
Fasten your belts, please. Belts fasten, please. Your belt in place?
Yeah.
Belts fasten.
I had no Elsie to say goodbye to. Just a country. And a kindly people. And guns in the parks. And moonlight on the blacked-out Thames. And a lot of unimportant little guys, all friends and allies of ours, who one day will add up to something very big for you and me and the rest of the world. Those were my Elsies. And I could wave goodbye to them without wiggling a finger. The ship taxied out for its run, and when everything was in order, the motors roared, and we took off like an important event. NC 109652 zoomed along at a steady speed, manufacturing her own private hurricane. We were somewhere around the Bay of Biscay, where Nazi and British planes often get tangled up. But we'd been in the air 6 hours. Blackout curtains had been up for 5.5. The passengers had gone through Life, Time, Pick, The New Yorker, Punch, Hunch, Munch, The London Illustrated Weekly, and Crunch. We were all fatigued and drooping, not from the mags, but from having been up and traveling since 5 that morning. Well, I knew that Lisbon lay some 600 miles to the south of England, and that its climate was warm, but I didn't think it was as warm as the plane was getting. I peeled off my coat and vest, loosened my collar, sat quietly roasting, and when the steward came by, I opened one eye and said, "Hey."
Yes, sir?
Are we in the tropics already?
In the tropics? Oh, we're still several hours out of Lisbon. Why?
Sure gets hot in this part of the world, doesn't it?
Oh, that. Something's going screwy with the heating system, that's all. Don't mind it. Matter of fact, it's freezing outside.
That's a big help. But as I contemplated my headache and the stiff neck and sore back, it occurred to me that no man has a right to expect anything about this war to suit his comfort or convenience. The fight against barbarism isn't a vacation cruise. And many a better man than I has done his ocean traveling on a raft without magazines or a thermostat or upholstery or food or water. This war is the least deluxe of all wars. There are no feather beds on the destroyers, no steam heat in the trenches or mint juleps in the desert, no air conditioning in the jungles. What the fighting men of the United Nations are up against on 100 fronts in terms of sheer physical discomfort is enough to cast the deepest shame on any complaining civilian. Having put myself in my place, I felt better. And apparently I dozed off because the next thing I knew...
20 minutes to Lisbon. Be in Lisbon in 20 minutes. Take your overnight bags and passports with you. Don't forget your passports now. Lisbon in 20 minutes.
The river Tagus was below us, faint in the pearly light of the Portuguese night. The clipper banked. Suddenly, there were the lights of Lisbon, jeweled and twinkling. One of the passengers was all wrapped up in a window.
Lights. Look at that. Good Christopher, what a stack of them. Aren't they bright, though? Isn't that perfectly grand? Have you ever in your life seen a sight like that?
Oh, wait a minute now. It's not as wonderful as that, is it?
Well, I don't know about you, but these are the first lights I've seen in more than 3 years.
I've forgotten. Of course. Europe has been fighting fascism longer than we have. More than 2 years long. And just 100 miles east of those twinkling lights over the mountains, the people of Spain were fighting the fight 6 years ago. The Axis won that round. And that's one of the reasons there aren't so many street lamps burning in Europe tonight. We landed smoothly on the neutral Tagus. The automobile which took us from the Portuguese customs to the hotel seemed arrogant in its size, speed, the brightness of its headlights, and the raucousness of its horn. That was because we'd just come from England, where nights are quiet and dark, and headlamps show only a slit of light. Our driver tooted his horn like a man possessed. Had visions, apparently, because nobody was in the streets at that hour. Even though I'd experienced only 4 months of blackout, the unshielded window of my room at the hotel seemed like a shocking oversight. My first impulse was to snap off the light, pull down the shade. A couple of high-spirited Lisbonians started singing in the street below. And albeit the morning was mild and the air sweet, I shut the window. It didn't help very much. I slept anyway. I awoke late and hurried to the suggestion of the hotel waiter.
Café creme, alguma fruta?
Okay, 2 eggs. At 1 meal. And real cream, too. Doesn't the British variety. It's a banquet.
The car is ready to leave.
I was late and had to rush to the Clipper, seeing little of it beyond a beating sense of antiquity and dignity. 652 and took off. The coast of Portugal retreated quickly, and Lisbon, with all its refugees and spies and agents and nice Portuguese people, was lost in a mist behind a cape. The air started to get floppy, and in no time we were in a rainstorm with visibility nil. But to make sure of the nil part of it, the blackout curtains went up anyway. From Portugal to West Africa involves about as much flying as from New York to Los Angeles. West Africa was where we were going, so we settled down for a long haul. After dinner, the steward spread cushions on the floor for sleeping, and I dragged some back to the tail and made me a bed under a coat rack. The vibration back there is greater because the tail's not insulated against sound and it wasn't built to sleep in. But you don't notice squeaks and rattles when you're flying through the African night with your head full of Canary Islands, Sahara Desert, and Gold Coast, and Senegal, and all the romantic names of your geography class. And while you sleep, unknown to anybody aboard, somewhere down there in the dark ocean, plowing eastward in a great armada, are thousands of your countrymen on their way to invade North Africa. The night is deep and the ocean wide. Between them, they keep the secret. Meanwhile, the stars look down, all mum. The motors stay at pitch. Coats swing on the coat rack. The Clipper burns more space. The air foams in her wake. The planet turns toward morning. You sleep on. Around you, ranging outward to all compass points, men are dying as you sleep. Dying for the rights of other men. Morning over the coast of West Africa. The sun higher and brighter at 8 a.m. than it is over London at noon. Outside the windows, which 2 nights ago framed the northern village, and last night the cliffs of Portugal, lay now the westward fringes of a massive continent 5,000 miles across the middle. We landed at a port called Censored, all the physical features of the place bearing the same name. Ashore, we ate a hearty breakfast and roamed around while the clipper was having a snack of gas and oil, seeing
4 words censored here.
and also the pretty
6 words censored here.
And we stood on the banks of the
3 words.
watching the
2 words.
until it was time to go. And we flew to another port in West Africa, also bearing a name unmentionable for good and sufficient reasons. And here, under a golden equatorial sky, with tropical trees swaying in a warm African wind, I came upon a curious item tacked to the wall of a house. It read simply,
Scores of Saturday's leading games as follows. Yale 17, Dartmouth 7, Princeton 32, Brown 13, Notre Dame 21, Illinois 14, Minnesota 16, Michigan 14.
Inside the house, there was a jukebox playing Bing Crosby and a ping-pong table, to which Steve Laird challenged me. Final score, Laird 21, me 17. It was too hot to play a return match, so we bought some soda pop and sat. While the clipper waited for cover of darkness to take off, I roamed the area, and every now and then a native would stop and look wonderingly at the strange white man who arrived that afternoon in the Thunderbird. What went through that simple tribal mind would be worth knowing. I wonder whether it might be something like this.
Poor man. Belongs to the restless white civilization, which is always fighting. They say it's pretty terrible, too. Worse than the cannibals. This lad looked harmless enough, though. Wonder what his tribe is fighting for this time. Something obscure and intangible as usual, I suppose.
If that's what was in his mind, he'd probably have a hard time understanding that the great commotion going on was something directly affecting the price he gets for coconuts, and also his chances of continuing to live the life he wants to live. Had it not been for a war between white folks 70 years ago, he might be up for auction in the slave market today. If he could ask the boys who are doing the fighting in this war, the chances are they'd say,
Listen, I like bread. So does the next guy. I'd like to see everybody in the world get a piece of bread and a quart of milk a day. And that goes for Indians and Eskimos and Hottentots, too.
The way I figure it, this is everybody's war. That's what they say in the papers and on the radio, and that's what it is. Well, if it's everybody's war, why can't the people of Tomania build themselves a TVA on the Danube after the war if they feel like it? They're right, isn't it? To build what they like with their own money? Are the Tomanians fighting the Axis and dying so somebody else can control their rights? I don't think so.
would that West African native grasp the fact that this time it's a war for various new freedoms, including freedom from the kind of malnutrition showing in his face? No doubt wouldn't understand right off the bat. But then, of course, not all the natives of North America understand yet either. We left at dusk, but in another ship. I didn't like it as much as the NC 109652, but it took off just as gracefully, plowing through the warm waters of Censored and rising into the trade wind with its nose pointed straight at the bulge of South America. Passenger list had grown. It now included 2 Canadian officers home on leave from a station in Arabia.
Listen, friend, you don't know what heat is until you spend a summer in the Gulf of Aden. Sizzles your eyebrows.
And a man and wife from our own Midwest. In the midst of World War II, she was worrying about the evil of drink spreading throughout Christian civilization.
And when we got there in the morning, they served us a cold drink. And there was rum in it. Rum. They shouldn't do things like that.
And a British gentleman who was on his way to China through North America.
Actually, Chinese is a simple language to learn. It hasn't any grammar, in the sense we employ it. Very often you have to be circumlocucious to express an image. For example...
And a diplomatic mail courier, American.
How'd you like a game of Michigan rummy?
And assorted Frenchmen, Poles, Britons, Czechs, and Americans. We crossed the equator southward in the middle of a night of strange time, and came down in the Western Hemisphere. por aquí. Vengan por aquí, por este lado. Brazil doesn't take any chances when it comes to catching African plant diseases or any other kind of disease. So before anybody could get off the clipper after crossing the South Atlantic, the health authorities brought aboard a spray of foul-smelling insecticide and filled the ship with a heavy vapor. That was fair enough. This is the age of germicides. The big job of the century being to destroy the virus of fascism. There isn't much I can tell you about that Brazilian port and our allies there because of the long years of the Axis. But I can say I met an American Army flyer there, and that he was carrying a strange-looking box under his arm, and odd noises were coming from it. When I asked him what he had there...
Oh, this? That's my mascot, Tiger.
He opened the box, and a gray kitten pounced out.
I took him with me from New Hampshire when I was home on leave. He's been flying with me ever since.
And does he like it?
Loves it. Has 86 hours to his credit. Never a dull moment, eh, Tiger?
Tiger was obviously an air-minded kitten, because in a moment he was climbing over the pilot's cap. We waited at the dock for a third change of ships. So far, we'd traveled 7,000 miles since we left London, and now we were farther from New York than when we started. Such are routine distances in a global war. So, in due course, when everything was ready... All night we flew, north by west, streaking along like an apprentice meteor. We crossed the mouths of the Amazon, recrossed the equator, flew over Devil's Island, up past the steaming Guianas, and then...
Two scenes censored here.
And then, having made a censored stop between the South and North Americas, we set out over still another sea for the United States. By now, the passengers were real chummy. It was like a flying country club. I played cards all morning with the courier. Behind us, blackouts and 1 egg a month, and raiders coming in low over the coast. Below us, the unruffled blue waters of the Caribbean. Ahead, Miami. By sundown, we were home. The best land, because that's where you park your heart when you cross the border outbound. From the moment you leave, all the roads, rails, ship lanes, and skyways of the world point back to your own country. A number of times previously I'd come home to the States from a foreign place, and each return was happy, as a homecoming should be. But somehow this time, when we tied up at Miami and I put my feet on Florida, there was a feeling I'd never known before. It was a feeling of having reached home long before this. The feeling of having already arrived, not just once, but 2 or 3 times. Maybe it was the sensation of light and 2 eggs at one meal in Lisbon. That seemed like home. Or the football scores and jukebox in West Africa. Or the kitten from New Hampshire and Brazil.
You surrender your passports here, please. Customs is down the hall.
No, that wasn't it at all. It was the fact that England had seemed so much like home to me. The language, the people, the American soldiers crowding the place.
Sure, your baggage is okay. Exit to the terminal is on the left.
Yes, that was certainly a big part of it. But also, I think, it must have been a vague realization deep down that the world has shrunk. That the world will never be the same. On the streets of Miami, I met a boy I used to know in New York. He was a sallow, mousy kid when I saw him last, but now he was wearing the uniform of a private of the United States Army. He was wearing it quietly and proudly. He was married, and his wife was with him, and they were spending his leave in Miami.
I'd like you to meet my wife. We got married just before I was inducted.
How do you do?
How do you do?
His eyes were clear and confident. He stood straight without trying. He'd become a soldier since I saw him last. A man. Before very long, he'd be shooting at fascists somewhere in the world. I asked him the usual questions, how he liked being in the Army, what had happened to our mutual friend,
Well, you know Perry Lafferty's in the Air Force. And, Charlie, well, he's up in Alaska, I think. Oh, say, you remember Alan's brother?
Younger brother?
Yeah, he's in India.
Be darned.
And, Jerry Rico's in the Navy. Last time I saw him, he just come back from Murmansk.
Let's see what else. We went into the drugstore and bought some ice cream sodas, which I had missed keenly in England, and we talked some more. I asked why he felt he was in this war, and his answer was impressive. He never once mentioned freedom or democracy or Bill of Rights.
Well, I'm fighting for home, I guess. I mean, I want to get there and get it over with and get home again and go back to work. Well, I don't mean exactly I'm fighting just for home. I mean, it wouldn't really be home, would it, if we lost? Wouldn't be the same thing anymore. There wouldn't be such a thing as home if we got licked, would there? Well, that is the kind of home and home life we're accustomed to. You understand what I mean?
His wife covered his hand with hers and smiled at him. I said I understood what he meant and offered to buy them another soda, but they had to leave. I wandered down to the railroad station to inquire about trains to New York, and I found you couldn't get reservations as easily as when I left the States. I'd have to wait a couple of days. So I walked over to the airline's office. I could see the traffic in the streets was far below normal. A cop explained to me that gas rationing was getting stricter and the tire situation was very tough. Food, too. They were sending so much abroad. At the airline's office...
Nothing today or tonight or tomorrow, but there's been a cancellation on the 9:30 plane Thursday morning, and I could put you down for that.
She put me down for that. I went out and walked down to the ocean front. 4 nights ago, Bay of Biscay. Today, Biscayne Bay. I found that while I'd been away, America had gone abroad. There was a boy from almost every family, either in a foreign land or almost ready to go. And the hearts of the home folks were in every zone of time and every latitude from one pole to another. Our men and materials and energies were going out around the globe, over all the oceans, to all the continents. Yes, the world has shrunk, I told myself. America is not just 48 United States and her territories. America today is every country where free men are fighting, where people of goodwill hang out. I slept on that. Came Thursday morning and I took the plane.
9:30 express to Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, Washington, and New York. Passengers will please board at gate 4.
All the way home, I thought about England and the Clipper and the grace of the country unrolling beneath the plane. Over Georgia, I looked hard trying to locate the army camp where my brother Al was stationed, but we didn't fly close enough to it. Over Washington, I noticed the new war buildings were nearly finished. And when I got to New York...
Passengers taking a bus into town will find it outside gate 4 on the lower level.
I was deep in a reverie, wondering whether, having now completed my journey, it would be possible to compress into one sentence the sum total of my observations. Whether I could state simply, in few words, what hopes I had for the future of our Earth. Something that would add together the great British people whom I'd been among, and the lights of Lisbon, and the curious natives of West Africa, and the Canadians on leave from Arabia, and the soldier in Miami, and the map of the world at the terminal in New York. And I decided after a tussle that you couldn't say it in one sentence. So I gave up trying. But just as I was turning in that night, I came across some old miscellany in a closet. And among the items was a quote from Benjamin Franklin, all framed and pretty and full of dust. And I found that Ben had said what I was trying to say 150 years ago.
God grant that not only the love of liberty, but a thorough knowledge of the rights of man may pervade all the nations of the earth, so that a philosopher may set his foot anywhere on its surface and say, "This is my country."
I dusted that off and searched for a hammer and some nails, and I nailed it up on the wall, thinking it was as good a statement now as when Ben wrote it. Yes, sir. God grant that not only the love of liberty, but a thorough knowledge of the rights of man may pervade all nations of the earth, so that a philosopher may set his foot anywhere on its surface and say, "This is my country."
Have been listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of Clipper Home, written and directed by Norman Corwin as the last of a limited series of 4 programs entitled An American in England. These were an extension of the international series of the same name, originally broadcast from London. Joseph Julian, the narrator of the London productions, served in that capacity here as well. The musical score was composed, arranged, and conducted by Lynn Murray. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important world capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
The news from the battlefronts is good. The newest United Nations offensives, the Red Army's Middle Dawn attacks in Russia, and the British move into Jap-held Burma are making good progress. And in North Africa, the Allied pincers are slowly closing around the Germans and Italians as Hitler frantically tries to hold on to prepare the defenses against an Allied invasion of South Europe. In Russia, in the Middle Dawn offensive, the Red Army is sweeping westward at a speed comparable to the Nazi advance eastward last July. They have taken Katamarovka, only 55 miles north of Milarovo, and now threaten the entire railway line from Voronezh to Milarovo. Milarovo is a junction point of the Moscow-Rostov Railroad. It has already been cut. In Russian hands, it can and probably will be the base of a Russian offensive south to retake Rostov and smash or trap the entire German force in the great Stalingrad salient. Once again, the Russians report that they have taken thousands of German prisoners, this time well over 10,000. That fact alone is extremely significant. It's unlikely that the Russians want to take any German prisoners, and will not if any semblance of resistance is offered. The thousands of Nazis that are falling into Russian hands confirm earlier Russian reports that German troops are surrendering wholesale and that the morale of the Nazi army in Russia has deteriorated. About a year ago today, Hitler, with a great deal of fanfare, took over supreme command of the German armies. The best Christmas gift the United Nations could receive is the assurance that he will not relinquish that command. As the new Russian offensive hammers and tears chunks out of the Germans, dispatches said that everywhere along the long Russian front, the Nazis are either in retreat, surrounded, or menaced on the flank. That perhaps is a bit on the optimistic side, but the Russians are holding on to what they've gained in the offensives at Stalingrad and west of Moscow. And although the Nazis have been reinforced and have launched vicious counterattacks, they have not been able to relieve the desperation of their position. Russia has regained 65,000 square miles of Soviet soil so far in the winter offensives. If the new Middle Don offensive maintains its momentum, it will probably force a general Nazi withdrawal that will finally lift the siege of Stalingrad. On the other side of the world, the Japanese Axis partner is still refusing to give battle. A communique from New Delhi said that the British forces moving into Burma continued their invasion without making contact with the Japs. In the air, Allied fighters covering and working with the ground troops are shooting up the Jap-held Akyab area, and Allied bombers are raiding the main Jap airport at Toungoo. In a night raid on the Jap airport at Toungoo, Jap fighters intercepted, but all Allied bombs were dropped in the target area, and all Allied planes returned to base. The Japanese withdrawal without fighting is something of a mystery. It's not like them, and they themselves have been the authority for some reports received in the past few weeks that the British were going to launch an offensive to retake Burma. And they've had months to prepare their defenses. But whatever the reason, British General Wavell is obviously looking for a fight, and the Chinese have announced that their army is ready to join in the invasion. In North Africa, the Eastern Allied pincer arm in Libya is moving steadily forward. The Western arm in Tunisia is still preparing for the land offensive. But Allied air power is smashing at Axis objectives all over Tunisia, and heavy Allied air action is also reported in Western Europe across the English Channel. There has been no official news as yet, but strong fighter forces and a large American bomber force have crossed the Channel and headed into France. We'll get the latest developments on the Mediterranean and European fighting from CBS correspondents abroad. In the Pacific, General MacArthur's forces in New Guinea have made new gains in the Buna area. The only Jap forces remaining in that area are to hold out as long as they can, but the Allies are checkmating all attempts to reinforce them. And now for the first report from abroad, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This campaign in French North Africa has settled down into a muddy struggle for supply. In this present phase, a truck driver or a good mechanic is almost as important as a general. It's not very romantic, this truck driver's war. But back in the early days of this campaign, there was romance and melodrama enough for anyone. Those were the days when generals were being spirited around the Mediterranean by submarines, and there were secret conferences beneath trapdoors, and one if by day, two if by night lantern signals hanging from steeples. No episode in these almost dime novel days was more genuinely thrilling than the dramatic appearance in North Africa of General Giraud. I suppose you know that Giraud escaped from France by submarine. But the whole story of that escape has not yet been told. Giraud's rescue was engineered by an American naval captain named Gerald Wright. Wright had been with General Clark when Clark landed in North Africa before the campaign began. And he used the same submarine to get Giraud out. It was a British submarine commanded by Lieutenant Jewell. This submarine left port late in October. Captain Wright didn't know where he was to pick up General Giraud, but he knew about where, so they lay off the coast of France until November 4th. On November 4th, the submarine received directions. They were told to rendezvous and given information about minefields, and the escape was fixed for the night of November 6th. As Captain Wright says, the next step was the most ticklish of all, going submerged into a landlocked harbor in darkness. They were to lay surface and lay to less than 1,000 yards off the French beach. An hour later, a large rowboat came alongside. In it were General Giraud, his son, and two staff officers. As Captain Wright tells the story, by this time the sea was considerably rougher. The rowboat was pitching as it eased up to the forward casing of the submarine. Just as the general stepped from his boat, the boat pitched, and this threw him off balance and he fell into the water. Captain Wright adds that the general was rescued unhurt. After that, the submarine left the harbor at, quote, maximum speed. But the escape was by no means completed. Giraud was out of France, but he was not yet in safety. As the submarine proceeded out to sea, they received a signal from General Eisenhower telling them that a plane would meet them at dawn. That was dawn on November 7th. The plane didn't find them until 11:30 in the morning. The sea was choppy and it was hard to transfer the passengers and their baggage. Just to make matters worse, an unidentified plane hove into sight and circled the area for 20 minutes. But finally, General Giraud and his party were in the seaplane and the seaplane in the air, and thus, quote Captain Wright again, on the afternoon of November 7th, some hours before the operation for the liberation of North Africa was launched, we delivered Giraud to Eisenhower. This is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
Despite the foreign background noise which followed the pattern of Axis jamming of Allied broadcasts, we hope that Charles Collingwood's report from Algiers was understandable. And now for our next report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
London, news the United States Army bombers were out over the continent today, for people on the southeast coast could see them flying out across the channel, so low that their American markings were plain and clear. They were gone a long time, some 3.5 hours, so the air-wise people of the southeast coast knew this time they'd gone far inland. A few moments ago, United States Army Air Force headquarters in London gave out the news. A large force of flying fortresses and liberators flew this afternoon to Romilly-sur-Seine, 80 miles southeast of Paris, and 180 miles from the French coast. It's the location of a large airfield. It's too early to have the results of the day's activity, but the early announcement tells us that nearly 300 aircraft of Royal Air Force's Fighter Command cooperated with the large force of American bombers. The fighters' role was to support the bombers, providing some cover for part of the way in toward the target and out again, while others carried out sweeps. It was the first time in 8 days that the weather has permitted large-scale air operations over northern France. A great part of daylight Allied air activity from bases in Britain is directed against the enemy's transport system on the continent. Today in London, the parliamentary secretary to the Ministry of Economic Warfare said that German-controlled railroads have to carry a greater burden than any railroad system has ever done before. A good deal of the strain has been thrown on the enemy railroads by Allied attacks on Germany's sea routes in the North Sea, in the Baltic, and in the Mediterranean. Late this afternoon, the Germans announced that Laval, Schanow, Göring, and Ribbentrop had been holding one of those conferences at Hitler's headquarters. Political and military discussions was the way the Germans put it. Furthermore, the Germans say, the meeting was imbued with the determination of the Axis powers to make an all-out effort to win final victory. This is defensive talk from the people who started out to conquer the world in an offensive without intermission. And it's also something more. It's the kind of talk engaged in by people who have taken a severe blow and know it. Today's German announcement has in London a somewhat familiar ring. It sounds not unlike some of those statements from London back in the days when the British were taking it hard. The British were tough enough to come through all right, and there's no doubt the Germans will make a very powerful effort to emulate the British example. For our next report, we go now to CBS Cairo and the report of Winston Burdett.
This is Chester Morrison in Cairo. One trouble with being on the winning side of this war is that the Germans run too fast. And if a reporter stuck in Cairo wants to get to the front, he has to fly. The British didn't have a plane available when I wanted to go, but the Americans had dozens. So I was told by the handsome American major who runs that part of the show. Mind you, I don't think this was deliberate, but when I missed the plane he had arranged, through no fault of his, and came trailing back to the hotel in the evening, dirty and disappointed, it was probably only coincidence that the major was sitting in the lobby having a pink tea with my girl. So I got away the next morning, and for 3 days I waited at Gambut, a way station in the desert, for another plane to Abu Dhabi. And when that plane took off, it was loaded with 50-gallon drums of gasoline, lashed to the sides of the cabin with rope. I was the only passenger. And when the dashing young American pilot came into Abu Dhabi, he landed downwind and bounced across the rough field like a kangaroo and poked the plane's nose into the mud and nearly turned a somersault. The lashings on the gasoline drums broke, and strong men groaned as they lifted the drums off me. I groaned, too. And in the week I spent with broken ribs in a hospital tent at Abu Dhabi, I missed the day we moved into a gala, and the day the New Zealanders got behind the enemy and smashed a third of his tanks and captured at least 500 prisoners. But lying in that tent, surrounded by men who had been blown up by mines, I discovered that no matter how badly a man's body may be hurt, his spirit can remain undamaged. You get a new viewpoint of the war when you lie on your back and look at it. And my girl didn't like the major anyway. She said he had more hands than a caterpillar. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York and John Daly.
Before bringing you more news from CBS correspondents, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Could this scene take place in your household?
Hey, Mom. Oh, Mom, you know about that radio that went dead this morning? Pop said he'd fix it tonight. Well, he did. Our radio's in a worse mess than the alarm clock was when I went to work on it.
A year ago, we might have thought such a scene was comic. Today, it brought us on tragedy. A year ago, if Pop accidentally broke a vital part while trying to repair the family radio, it didn't matter much, for he could buy a new one. Today, however, new parts, like new radios, are difficult to get. Therefore, when your radio needs attention, it's important that you call not just a handyman, but a highly skilled radio technician. The best man to call is your Admiral dealer. And there are 3 reasons why he is the best man. First, Admiral dealers are professionals. They have all the facilities, all the knowledge necessary to put a radio in perfect condition, regardless of make. Second, Admiral dealers are businessmen in your own community. They'll give you honest service economically. Third, Admiral dealers realize Uncle Sam is depending upon radio to furnish war information to his citizens. So they've pledged themselves to do their best for America's radio sets. Take care of your radio, and when it needs attention, call your Admiral dealer. And now here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
For the news at home, Admiral Radio turns to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
A Navy communique 1 hour ago reported the continuance of our air offensive against the Japanese airdrome at Munda on New Georgia Island. For the 9th successive day, dive bombers and flying fortresses attacked the installations and the runway at Munda yesterday. No American planes were lost, but 3 intercepting enemy fighters were shot down. Here in Washington, Senator Burton K. Wheeler of Montana, a pre-war isolationist and a leader of the America First Committee, has threatened to demand a congressional investigation of the way the Justice Department has been handling the prosecution of Nazi sympathizers. Mr. Wheeler says he thinks it's a disgrace the way 28 persons were indicted here in Washington on charges of sedition. Those indicted include such people as George Sylvester Virek, an admitted German agent, Elizabeth Dilling, author of The Red Network, the Reverend Gerald B. Winrod, otherwise known as the Jayhawk Hitler, and William Dudley Pelley, the Fuhrer of the Silver Shirts. In an interview published today in the Washington Post, Senator Wheeler accused Secretary of Justice Biddle of attempting to smear him and present his pre-war isolationism as a crime. As for the 28 persons now awaiting trial for sedition, Mr. Wheeler said he knew nothing about them, whether they're guilty or innocent, but he said he's convinced they won't have a fair trial. Mr. Wheeler attacked the Washington Post as a stooge of the Department of Justice and called its reporter a spy. He added that he thinks reporters and newspapers who have helped to indict the defendants are engaged in a dirty business and predicted that the day will soon come when they will all regret it. The reply of the Washington Post was simply to print a detailed story about a speech the senator made before an America First rally in Los Angeles last year, charging that Franz Ferenc, a German agent now under arrest, had printed the posters and the banners displayed at the meeting and had otherwise assisted in the organization of the rally. The Post today also reprinted 2 letters from Senator Wheeler to Secretary Biddle, in which, among other things, the senator accuses Mr. Biddle of heading an inquisition. Mr. Biddle's reply was also published in the Post. He simply promised to consider any allegations of improper conduct on the part of the Justice Department, provided the senator can furnish him with specific information. At 1 minute after midnight tomorrow morning, the ban on gasoline will be lifted. A coupons will be honored and will still be worth 3 gallons. B and C coupons, however, will be reduced in value from 4 to 3 gallons each. Tomorrow, there's going to be a conference between Economic Stabilizer Burns, Petroleum Administrator Ickes, Transportation Director Eastman, and Leon Henderson, the retiring price administrator. Presumably, the whole gasoline rationing system is going to be reorganized entirely, but to what extent will depend on the results of tomorrow's conference. All we know at the moment is what Mr. Henderson told us last night, that gasoline restrictions are going to be much more rigidly enforced in the future, and that drastic steps are going to be taken to eliminate bootlegging, which is becoming more and more of a problem. As for Christmas travel, the government wants to discourage everyone it can from going home for Christmas, but no orders have been issued. The government is leaving it up to the individual's judgment and his conscience not to put too much of a strain on transportation facilities during the Christmas holidays. Today, Donald M. Nelson reiterated past warnings that the nation faces ever more drastic restrictions on all sorts of travel, by rail, by bus, air, and by private automobile. In a letter to James E. Murray, head of the Senate Small Business Committee, Mr. Nelson says, Travel by automobile is due for restriction much more drastic than that obtaining today. Travel by common carrier will be increasingly inconvenient, and in some cases not permissible at all. He advises Mr. Murray to draft plans for storing up consumer goods in the immediate vicinity of local markets as a safeguard against possible temporary breakdowns in the distributive system. There may be occasions, hours, days, or weeks in duration, he predicts, when civilian goods cannot be moved in adequate quantities to supply certain areas. Therefore, says Mr. Nelson, it will be advisable for merchants to have considerable inventories of food, fuel, clothing, and medical supplies on hand at all times. Last Friday, when the gasoline ban was first announced, many people seemed to think it was designed mainly to prevent holiday travel by automobile. Thousands of people here in Washington had been hoarding their coupons in the hope of being able to drive home and spend Christmas with their families. They knew the government disapproved of holiday travel, and so they thought the suspension of gasoline distribution had been ordered on their account. Now it seems that it wasn't. And though the government still frowns on going home for Christmas, it will apparently be possible for many people to do so. Whether they will or not, of course, depends on how seriously they privately consider the gasoline shortage to be. But the 3-day suspension seems to have had a sobering effect on many people, to judge from the number of telephone calls the local studio here has been receiving from listeners who want to help solve the problem. I now return you to John Daly in New York.
One of the big news stories here at home today is the return of Captain Eddie Rickenbacker to this country. He will tell his own story over most of these stations at approximately 3:30 Eastern Wartime this afternoon. Now, here in New York is Major George Fielding Elliott, Columbia's military expert, with an analysis of the significance of the new British offensive in Burma. Major Elliott.
It is far too early to determine whether the British invasion of Burma is the beginning of a real attempt to recover all of Burma from the Japanese, or is merely a local operation with the limited objective of recovering the airfield and port of Akyab on the shore of the Bay of Bengal. The enthusiasm with which the news of the British move has been received in Chongqing is, of course, understandable. Only by the recovery of Burma can China's communications with the outside world by way of the famous Burma Road be restored. Naturally, this is an operation in which the Chinese would be only too happy to cooperate to the fullest extent of their power. But the advantages to be derived from the reconquest of Burma would not be China's advantages alone. To reopen the Burma Road would mean that Allied air power could move more freely into China, because fuel and bombs and spare parts could be sent in. And the building up of Allied air bases at mainland positions is the best means of directing air attacks against the heart of Japanese industry. Those air attacks which seem to offer the best means of bringing the realities of war home to the Japanese people. Moreover, the recapture of Burma would be do a great deal to offset the feeling of defeatism in India, which has been the hidden cause of much of the political and social unrest in that great subcontinent. However, if Burma is to be retaken, the operations will have to be of a far more extensive nature than the present thrust toward isolated Akyab. Other invasion columns, British and Chinese, will have to converge on the difficult frontiers of that country, and the British fleet in the Bay of Bengal will have to blockade Rangoon and Mulmine to cut off the Japanese supplies and reinforcements. These must, of course, come by sea, for the land communications between Burma and Thailand are as difficult as those between Burma and India, if not more so. The British report that the Japanese are offering no opposition to the thrust toward Akyab. This is not like the Japanese, who have usually fought tooth and nail for every foot of ground when attacked. The reason is probably a tactical one. Probably the area into which the British are advancing offers no position suitable for defense, and the Japanese are therefore withdrawing toward stronger positions.
That was Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott. Here's a message from our sponsor. Today being the first day of Christmas week, Admiral takes this opportunity of extending cordial greetings to listeners from coast to coast. America's Christmas season this year is happier than last. All the luxuries on our tables may be less in quantity, and the trimmings on our gifts not so elaborate. But now, we and the other United Nations are solidly on our way to victory. There is happiness in knowing each of us is playing a part in bringing about this victory to free mankind from bondage. Working and fighting together for one cause forms a tie which binds every American to every other American. Admiral workers feel this spirit of brotherhood deeply. They are united in producing the best possible radio equipment for America's armed forces, as much of it as is humanly possible. Admiral workers are united in looking forward to the Christmas when they will again be turning out the radio sets America wants in its homes. Admiral radios. For when victory is won, Admiral will resume its place as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Uncle Sam has provided V-mail service for your boy who is stationed overseas. For V-mail service, write your letter on V-mail stationery, obtainable at any store where stationery is sold. Use regular airmail stamps and put it in the mailbox. The Army and the Post Office will do the rest. Photograph your letter on microfilm, fly it overseas, rephotograph, and hand it to your boy exactly as you wrote it. This is an extra service from Uncle Sam. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney saying good afternoon and Merry Christmas from Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating stove. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Their guests, Akim Tamirov, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now here are the 6 hits and a miss, singing Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
You better watch out, you better not cry, better not cry, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list and checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. You better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's only 2 more nights till Christmas, and Gracie has already started to trim her tree. But as she hangs the ornaments, there's a worried look on her face. Her little duck, Herman, hasn't come home yet.
Oh, George, I wish you'd go out and hunt for the poor baby. It's way past his dinner time.
Oh, calm down, Gracie. Even with the meat shortage, nobody would want that darn duck.
But he's never been out this late before, except that time he flew up on the Morton's clothesline and crawled into the seat of Mr. Morton's union suit.
Fine place for that kid to fall asleep.
We mightn't have found him at all if Mr. Morton hadn't been ticklish.
Gracie, will you stop worrying about that silly duck? Come on, let's finish trimming the tree.
Oh, all right, dear. Hand me that big silver star and some of those little twinkle... Oh, George, I hear him on the porch. Open the door. Oh. Come to Mama, darling. Why, you're frightened to death. And some of your tail feathers are missing. How did you lose them?
You did not lose them. They're here in my hand.
Oh, my goodness. Who are you?
I'm Akim Tamirov.
Well, what are you doing with Herman's tail feathers?
It was a mistake. I was reaching for his neck.
That's awful. My husband will take care of you. George, throw him out.
But, Gracie, it's Christmas and... This broken down excuse for a man is your husband?
Don't you say that. I happen to love this broken down excuse for a man.
Well, thanks. Now look, I'm sneering at your husband.
Hey, you can't do that. You can't come into my house and sneer at me.
I'm in the house, no?
Well, yes.
And I'm sneering, no?
Well, yes.
And you're going to stop me, yes?
Well, no.
That's telling him, dear.
Hmm?
Mr. Tamiroff, I demand to know why you were chasing Herman.
Because in my yard I have a pond which used to be full of little goldfishes. Now you have a duck which is full of little goldfishes.
Well, I don't believe it. Herman wouldn't do such a thing. He's a sweet, innocent little angel, aren't you, baby? And he didn't eat any of your goldfish, did you, baby? Mr. Tamiroff, you should be ashamed of yourself, feeding goldfish to a delicate little baby duck. They might gild his little tummy.
I hope so.
Madame, I'll give you a word of warning. In the future, my yard is Stalingrad and that duck is Hitler.
Is that so?
It is so. If I ever catch him, we shall see if a duck can swim in sour cream.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're just a mean man, and I hope you fall in your goldfish pond and catch cold and drown.
Gracie, it's Christmas.
Oh, yeah. And Merry Christmas.
Oh, fine.
Now, just remember, if that bird comes near my house again, я эту паршивую утку схвачу за горло и задушу своими руками.
Well, George, what did he say?
Well, I don't know. He's a Russian. I suppose that's what a Russian says when he's mad.
Oh, no, it isn't. When a Russian's mad, he says, how do you do?
Eating the neighbor's goldfish. Why don't we trade that silly duck in for a pound of pork chops? Go on. You finish the tree yourself. I'm going into the den where I won't have to look at that web-footed goldfish bowl.
Now, baby, don't mind your daddy. He's this way every year. Just before Christmas, he tries to pick a fight with everyone on his gift list. Here, climb up on Mama's lap, Herman, and I'll tell you a little story. That's a good boy. Now, would you like to hear about Santa Claus? Santa Claus. He's the man who brings toys to all the children. The night before Christmas, Santa Claus comes down the chimney and leaves lots of things in your stocking. This year, Mom would be happy if he just leaves some stockings. Oh, just think, Herman. Right now, Santa is getting his presents ready to deliver to all the good little boys and girls. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could see Santa's workshop way up in the North Pole? Oh, the poor baby has fallen asleep. Oh, no wonder. He's had a hard day. Oh, dear, I think I'll take a little nap myself. So nice in front of the fire. When I wake up, I'll tell him more about Santa Claus. And the North Pole. And the toys. And Santa Claus. George! Oh, George! Are you ready to leave for the North Pole?
Yes, sweetheart. But how will we get up there to the North Pole?
Well, we'll fly up on Herman's back.
On Herman's back?
Oh, sure, he's all ready. I just put 4 gallons of goldfish in his tank.
Well, good. I'll call him. Oh, Herman! Herman Burns! Ah, there you are. Is you Daddy's precious little itty-bitty ducky-wucky Herman?
Oh.
Well, you're a sweet little ducky-wucky, and your daddy loves you.
Oh, gee, I must be dreaming.
Well, come on, Gracie. On the duck's back.
All right. Boop, I'm on.
Well, where am I going to sit?
You have to sit on his rumble seat.
Gee, am I going to get that pot again for Christmas? All right, I'm ready.
Okay, Herman, take off.
Gee, he can't make it.
Oh, no wonder he can't take off. His rudder is dragging. Oh, here we go. Judge. Well, look. We're over San Francisco already. See, there's Mama's house. Yoo-hoo, Mama!
Gracie, she can't hear you.
Oh, sure she can. Look who's with me, Mama. George. Of course you know him, Mama. It's George. You know, the man I married anyhow.
Dear old mother. She's a sweet, sweet girl. Say, we're really making time. Look, we're over Canada already.
Oh, yes. And here comes Alaska.
Yeah, and there's... Oh, pooh.
Oh, George, that wasn't nice.
Gracie, we were over Kiska.
Oh. We must be nearly there now, George.
Yeah, there's Santa's place right down there. Okay, come in for a landing, Herman.
Okay. Well, that was perfect, Herman. We're right in front of Santa's workshop. Now we'll all go in and see good old Chris Kringle himself, huh? Oh, you'll love him, Herman. He's so gay and so jolly. Why, Santa Claus.
Greetings, little lady.
Now, buck up, Chris, old man. What's the trouble?
Oh, last in a whack, my Christmas is ruined. This year it will be a complete flop over.
Please don't cry anymore, Santa Claus. The tears are running down on your pretty red suit. And if your suit fades, you'll lose your job in the May Company window.
All right, I'll stop. But I have no toys for the little ones this Christmas.
Oh, dear.
Wait a minute. Santa Claus, why haven't you got any toys for the kids?
Because a wicked pirate stole them.
The wicked pirate? Well, don't worry. My husband will get those toys back. He'll take that mean old pirate and smack him down, won't you, George?
But, dear, it's Christmas.
Well, smack him under the mistletoe.
Oh, I'll try.
We'll leave right away. I'll tell my assistant to take care of things while I'm gone. We're going out to look for the wicked pirate. You look after things.
Okay, Chris, I sure will.
Oh, that's Bill Goodwin. Bill, don't you know me? Tracy.
Why, no, I don't believe we've met before, madam.
But you're Bill Goodwin.
Oh, no, not me. I'm one of the Kringle boys, Irving Kringle. How do?
Irving Kringle?
Are you sure you're not...
Gracie, let him alone. Don't you see he's busy working? What's all the black stuff you're washing?
Oh, that? Well, that's snow.
But it's black.
Well, sure it's black. That's the way it comes out of the mine. You see, it's white when we deliver it because I wash every flake. Didn't you know snow is really black?
I know.
Southerner.
Bill, how do you wash it? I mean, Irving.
Well, sit down at the piano, Santa Claus, and let's tell him about it.
Oh, I...
Beat it out on the old 88, Santa. Why, Santa, you got a cannon in your left hand.
I'm in a groove tonight.
You solid are, Santa. Now everybody wants a white Christmas this year, so I'm a-washing all the snow so pretty and clear. With Swan, the new white floating soap, I wash it with zeal, 'cause Swan is even purer than the finest cast steel. Rubbly-up-dub. Swan is the grandest soap, a rubbly-up-dub.
Swab me with Swan.
Because Swan soap is purer than the finest Castile, it's kind to your hands and gives them extra appeal. It's great for washing dishes, washing hankies or hose, or any other soap and water job you propose. Rubbly-up-dub. Swan is the grandest soap.
Rubbly-up-dub. Swab me with Swan.
Now, Swan has got a feature that you cannot resist. You break a bar in two with just a twist of the wrist. Use one half in the bathroom for your shower or tub, the other in the kitchen, and you won't have to scrub. Rub-dub-dub. Swan is the grandest soap.
Rub-dub-dub. Rub me with Swan.
Rub-the-up-dub. Swan is the grandest soap. Rub me, mama, with a bar of Swan soap.
We're off to get the toys back from the wicked pirate.
Oh, hope we catch him. He's probably planned his escape pretty carefully.
Oh, don't worry about that, Santa. You know what I always say? The best planned men are oft times nice and lay after glee, gang.
Yeah. Isn't that the truth?
Isn't that?
Well, I better call my reindeer, and then off we'll go in this way. Hey, transportation, report. Whoa, boy.
Oh, George, look at Santa's reindeer. There's Dancer and Prancer and MacArthur and Doolittle and Comet and...
Wait a minute. MacArthur and Doolittle? You mean Dunder and Blitzen?
Not this year.
Oh, it's a bad year.
In this way, everybody, we're ready to leave.
Well, Herman, you sit up front, and if you see the pirate's boat, you yell, Mama, Mama. That's right.
Well, we're off. Giddy up, gang.
That's wonderful. But Santa Claus, aren't we going too fast?
Oh, no, we're only going 32,000 miles an hour.
Oh, well, just so we stay under 35.
I guess so, yes.
Where? Oh, Herman, that's not a pirate ship, that's a stork.
What kind of a stork is that? It's carrying a T-bone steak.
Well, of course, George. Today, that's a real bundle from heaven.
You know... I kind of knew steak was high, but I didn't think it was up here.
Now, Herman, don't say Mama until you see the pirate ship. So, just keep a good watch, and then... Oh, what was that?
It's the pirate ship. They're firing rockets at us.
Yeah, we're right over it. Look out! Here comes another one.
Oh, they almost got us that time.
We say it.
They can't frighten us. We'll go down and get them with my machine gun.
Oh, they got us.
We're falling.
Oh, Gracie.
We landed right in the middle of the pirate ship.
Come on, you swabs. Up on your feet.
Oh, George, look who the wicked pirate is. It's Mr. Tamirov.
Yes, better known as Tamirov the Terrible. They call me that because I am.
Listen to me, Walk the Terrible. I'm Santa Claus, and I want my toy.
such a funny fat man. Hey, Spanish Joe.
Sure, what would you be on after now? Timirov the Terrible, sir.
Is that skinny prisoner? Is that skinny prisoner still complaining because his cell is too small?
Yes, and that he is.
Well, take him out and shoot him. And put the fat man in.
Oh, please.
A plump little bird. Put him in a cell with the fat man, Spanish Joe. Tonight I will have pressed duck.
Hey, you're mean, aren't you?
My friend, I do not like to boast, but I'm the meanest, the nastiest, the dirtiest, the most low-down man who ever lived.
Oh, you just say that.
Oh, no, it's the truth. Never, even in the mill picture, was there such a wicked pirate.
What about Captain Kidd?
A cream puff.
What about Blackbeard?
Who? Shoe salesman. Now, do you know why I stole the toys from Santa Claus? Huh? To sell them? No, I just took them because I'm mean. I hate people.
You do?
Yeah, I hate everybody. Look.
What?
Ouch.
You stepped on your own toe.
Yeah, I even hate myself.
Oh, you're not so mean. In fact, you pirates are a bunch of sissies.
What's that?
Well, you're all wearing earrings and bloomers.
My lady, you don't appreciate what a mess I am. Walking the plank and cutting off the ears is for junior pirates. When I take prisoners, I tear up their ration books. Pretty mean, eh?
Say, what are you going to do with us? Don't forget, it's Christmas.
You, my friend, I shall have beaten to a pulp. And then throw your body into the sea for the sharks to finish. But the little lady here is too pretty for such a fate.
Oh, flatterer.
Now, look, you're not going to take...
Quiet, weakling. I think I will have a little fun with you. I will show you how a man kisses.
George, don't you let him kiss you.
Gracie, he means you.
Yes. Now I shall make love to your wife, and you shall have the pleasure of watching. Boy, am I a heel, huh? Yeah.
George, are you just going to stand there? Say something to this man.
You bet I will. Listen, Pirate.
Yes?
What you're doing is not nice.
Oh, that's telling him, dear.
Enough of this talk. Come, my little chicken. Put your lips close to mine.
Oh, no, I won't. How do I know you wouldn't try to kiss me?
Yeah. Sure. You can't be trusted.
Maybe we need music to create a romantic mood. Yeah, very well. Your husband shall serenade us with a love song.
Me?
You heard me. Sing.
Oh, sure. Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you.
Stop it now. Stop it.
Stop
that. That's romantic? It sounds like you're gargling with hot borscht.
Well, what you said is not nice.
Now, wait. I will cast a magic spell. Now, wait a minute. Hocus, pocus, abracadabra. There, now sing.
Okay.
Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love.
Gee, that's wonderful. I sound just like Jimmy Cash.
Now, go ahead. Go, sing some more. Play, Pirate.
Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you. It's a feeling beyond concealing. What can I do? Take my heart, it's yours alone to keep forever. Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you. Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you.
Thank you very much. Would you care for another number? Thank you.
What a ham. Now, don't forget it was my magic spell that gave you that voice.
What? That was my natural singing voice.
Oh, is it? All right. Hocus, pocus, abracadabra. Now, let's hear you now.
Okay. Gee, what happened?
Oh, George, I'm so happy now you sound like yourself again.
Well, are you ready to make love now? Come, my pigeon.
Don't you touch that little girl. You're the meanest and lowest skunk I ever met.
Yes.
Why, you're nothing but a low-down, miserable rat.
Yes.
Why, even Gracie's sister Bessie wouldn't make love to you.
Oh, now, wait a minute, George. That's going too far.
Well, I guess it is.
I had enough of this. Hey, only the sweet.
Yes, boss. Here I is.
Now open the hatch and throw this riffraff down the hole.
Sure enough, boss. Yes.
Down with them!
Oh, George, we landed on a big bass drum.
Please, get off my stomach.
Why, it's Santa Claus.
Oh, pardon us for dropping in on you like this.
Well, that's all right, little lady. I was just looking at all my toys. This is where that snake in the glass pirate put them.
Well, just look at all these wonderful toys. Scooters and sleds and dolls. And look, here's a bubble pipe. And the card says, from Mama and Papa to Willie.
That's probably for your brother.
Oh, George, don't be ridiculous. My brother Willie's 37 years old. He stopped blowing bubbles 2 years ago.
Well, good for Willie.
Oh, here's my pride and joy right here. It's a talking doll. All you do is wind him up and he talks.
Oh, really? Oh, let's try it. I'll wind it up and see what it says.
Mama.
Oh, it's a mama doll.
Mama.
Hey, Mama, get me some Swan, the new white floating soap that's kind to your hand.
That's some doll.
You women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity, Mama. But Swan is even purer than the finest Castiles. Money can't buy a purer soap. That's why Swan is so good for bathing.
Oh, it ran down.
Well, good.
Oh, I want to wind it up again. He's so cute.
Oh, Gracie, don't wind him up again.
That's why Swan is so good for bathing the baby. After all, if Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, well, it's bound to be kind to even a baby's tender skin. And if it's the soap for baby...
I took the key.
Oh, well, here's a cute little gift. Look, George, a toy telephone.
Oh, that's a dandy present. You can dial with it and everything.
Well, I want to try it. Hello?
Hello. As I was saying, if Swan is swell for baby, then it must be swell for your hands and face, your tub or shower.
Gracie, hang up. Santa Claus, did your assistant, Irvin Kringle, have anything to do with these toys?
He made them.
I thought so. Leave them alone, Gracie.
Oh, but George, I want to see how this little toy dog works.
Well, I guess a dog is safe.
Arf! Use Arf in the kitchen and Arf in the bath.
Oh, no.
Arf. Oh, dear. All these beautiful toys. And it looks like the little kiddies will never get them. Roller skates, tin soldiers, bicycles, electric trains.
Wait a minute. That old pirate can't have these.
What's that you're saying? Who can't have what?
Well, you can't have these toys. Santa Claus has to deliver them right away. Why, those skates are needed in North Africa. And those scooters go to New Guinea. And those toy trains have to go to Guadalcanal.
What's that? Marines play choo-choo?
Oh, no. They won't go as skates and scooters and toy trains. But the metal in them will go as guns and tanks and planes for our boys to fight with.
But won't the little children miss the toys?
Oh, we'll give them toys, Santa Claus, but not toys made of metal and rubber. And I'll tell you something else all the boys and girls want for Christmas this year. They want war stamps. So, Santa, you load up your bag with all the war stamps you can carry. Because when the children get war stamps, they know they're helping their fathers and brothers and cousins and uncles and friends in the service to do the fighting job that has to be done.
Take the toys. Take the toys. I give them all back to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Pirate. Santa George, isn't that wonderful?
That's swell. I'm so disgusted with myself.
Oh, well, don't cry, Mr. Pirate. You're not a mean man at all. You've got a heart of gold.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that disgusting?
Gracie. Oh, Gracie. Gracie, wake up.
Oh. What? Oh, George, we're home.
Oh, of course we're home.
Oh, well, then I must have been dreaming. You and I were up at the North Pole, and we were captured by a pirate, and this pirate made love to me, and...
A pirate?
Uh-huh.
Who was he, Tyrone Power?
No, it was... Say, that's an idea. Good night, George. I'm going back to...
Oh, fine.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm just going to remind you that many women would have beautiful hands if it weren't for dishwashing. So when you're washing dishes, help safeguard your hands. Wash those dishes with Swan. Swan is purer than the finest Castile soaps. So naturally, with Swan in the dishpan, you help keep your hands lovely. And say, since Swan suds faster than other white floating soaps, you'll find it makes dishwashing a faster, more pleasant job. So what say? Why wash dishes the hard way? Why not try Swan? Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Tamiro.
Where's that duck?
Oh, don't you dare touch one feather on my little duck's head.
Lady, that duck left only one goldfish in my pond.
Well?
Well, it's Christmas, so I brought it over for the little fella.
Oh, thank you, and a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, a Merry Christmas to you all.
That goes for me, too. Merry Christmas, everybody.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time, when their special guest will be one of your favorite movie stars, the glamorous Rita Hayworth. So remember, Swan also brings you another of radio's top shows, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou over another network. Now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, How about you? Good night. Merry Christmas.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout what a delight. For cakes, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Holly.
The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by Billy Mills Orchestra, and featuring tonight a very special musical score written by Ken Darby, arranger and director of the King's Men. And the show opens with Who? Instrument like a thermometer for measuring increased activity and hustle and bustle around the house, it would certainly kick over the traces in this week before Christmas. What with shopping and cooking and tree trimming and being an air raid warden besides, there's certainly lots to be done. But in spite of how busy you are, you still want your home to look its best for the holidays. Have you ever stopped to think how useful wax is at such a time? Truth is, if your floors, furniture, and woodwork have been regularly protected with genuine Johnson's Wax, that special holiday cleaning can be done in short order. A quick dusting and polishing, a touch-up with wax where needed, and your rooms are glowing with mellow beauty, ready for the visits of your family and friends. For over 50 years, Johnson's Wax has helped brighten homes at the Christmas season. Nights before Christmas, and all through the house at 79 Wistful Vista, not a creature was stirring, except Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
McGee, I don't like to seem repetitious, but hadn't you better get your Christmas shopping done?
Oh, Christmas shopping. Every year the same thing. Makes me sick.
Yes, I know, dearie. We go through this every year.
What do you mean?
You howl and scowl, and then the day before Christmas, the spirit hits you like a baseball bat. And you do everything but grow a beard and climb down chimneys.
Oh, gee whiz. Christmas is getting too commercial. It's getting so...
Sure. We ought to have rubber stamps made for this whole conversation.
What you mean again?
Well, every year you say Christmas is getting too commercial, and every year I have to scold you for spending too much.
Who, me? I just spend what I have to get by, that's all. I go along with the mob. It ain't any beautiful Yuletide talks with me, baby.
Oh, go on.
No tinsel snow gets in my eyes. If I spend any dough, it's just because it's the easiest way out.
Now, listen, McGee, you're a fraud. You're a phony. Why, you're so scared somebody will find out you're sentimental, you act like a dead-end kid.
Sentimental my clavicle. The whole thing is a lot of tapioca. I wouldn't give a half-hearted hoot and hat and sack if I never saw it. What you got there?
This is the mail that came this morning. It's mostly just Christmas cards.
Let me see them.
You wouldn't be interested. They're just the same old Christmas malarkey.
What do you mean, malarkey? Don't you realize people have gone to a lot of time and trouble to... Was there any other mail?
Just a couple of bills. Incidentally, what's this item on the Bontown bill for one mama doll, $8.50?
Mama doll?
Now, listen, don't try to look so innocent. Not that I mind your playing with dolls, if they're made out of plaster. But you certainly didn't buy this one for me, did you?
No, I bought that for the little girl across the street.
Oh, I think that's very sweet.
It was not sweet. I'm giving it to the little pest as a bribe to stay out of my life.
Oh. It's strange how much she annoys you, isn't it?
I never saw such a little nuisance. Always butting in where she ain't wanted.
I know. You hate her so much that last year you gave her a $2 Valentine. You gave her a white rabbit for Easter.
Well,
Took her to the circus twice. Spent 3 days fixing her tricycle, and you did card tricks through her bedroom window when she had the mumps.
Well, that don't mean I like her, does it?
Doesn't it?
No. That was an old Valentine that had been kicking around here for years. I gave her that rabbit because I thought it would annoy her old man. I fixed her tricycle so she could go someplace else besides around here. And I took her to the circus because they always give kids better seats than they do grown-ups, and I was taking advantage of her helpless condition to practice my card tricks. And she never caught on. Thought I was doing it all for her.
Come off it, dear. You're not fooling anybody.
I ain't trying to fool anybody. All I'm saying is that Christmas has lost its meaning. It's got so people don't...
Come in.
Hello, Mom. Hiya, Skimp. Well, if it ain't Billy Mills, the poor man's Toscanini.
Hello, Mr. Mills.
Come on in, William, my boy. Hang your hat on a hickory limb and don't go near the piano. What's confusing with the music, kid?
Just stopped in to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Ah, Merry Christmas, blah. What's merry about it? Walk your wedgies off in the slush to find a lot of junk for a few mugs that won't appreciate it. Hanging a ton of gewgaws on a pine tree that look better in the woods. Scratch your hands all up on a handful of holly to hang in the window so you can stick yourself in the eye with it when you look out to watch the mailman breaking his back with a sack full of silly Christmas cards. Merry Christmas, blah.
And a Happy New Year.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mills. The same to you. And don't pay any attention to McGee. You know, he goes through this act every year. He's got those don't wrap up that packet, Christmas is just a racket blues.
Don't worry, Mom. I can read him like a book.
What kind of a book?
He's a mystery. A very novel character.
Fine type, too. One of the lower cases.
Somebody ought to borrow him and not bring him back.
Maybe we could arrange with the Book of the Month Club to offer him as a special premium.
Oh, cut it out. Lay off, will you? Even if the rib was as prime as you think, this is a meatless day.
Ever play the bagpipes, Alfred?
And don't call me Alfred.
Okay, Joe. Ever play the bagpipes?
I don't think he ever did, Mr. Mills. Do you think he could?
Sure. Got a head start. Big bag of wind. All he needs is a flute. Well, gotta be gone. Merry Christmas again.
Well, the same to you, Oskalooza Sousa. What's all the rush?
Oh, I gotta drop in and see my mother-in-law. She's AWOL.
Oh, you mean absent without leave?
No, a welder out at Lockheed.
Isn't he a wonderful band leader, McGee?
Ah, band leader Mike Clavicle. I think all of them are just a bunch of fakers myself. You ever see a musician looking at the leader? No. They don't know whether he's beating out a march, a polka, a waltz, or just swatting flies.
Well, then what keeps them together?
That check at the end of the week. Confidentially, one of them guys told...
Oh, I wonder who that could be.
Probably somebody else coming in to wish us a Merry Christmas when all they really want to see is if you ever got those new curtains for the dining room.
Well, I didn't, and the same to them. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Uh-oh. Now, this is all I needed today. Sis, why don't you take your little sled and go out on the pond in the park?
Oh, there isn't any ice on it, mister.
Yes, I know.
Hey, don't be like that. You were young once yourself, you know.
Well, I wasn't that young this long.
Be very tactful with him today, little girl. You know, his Christmas spirit is later than usual this year.
Well, doggone it, the whole thing is a very foolish arrangement.
Why, mister?
Why, the idea of having Christmas come right in the middle of the holidays. The nuisance. Right when everybody is their busiest. It's ridiculous.
Look, mister, I got business to see you about.
Oh, yeah?
Do you like to hear children sing Christmas carols?
Oh, sis, there's nothing I love more than to have a little group of childish voices stand outside my window and blat their melodious little brains. Particularly if I ain't home that night.
Oh, gee, mister, I got my whole gang outside, and they're awful anxious to sing you a Christmas carol, and I told them...
Well, I don't like to hear Christmas carols butchered by a bunch of kids. How can anybody sing good standing hip deep in a snowdrift with a muffler over their face, wondering how many fingers and toes they'll have left when they get home, if they ever do?
Oh, maybe you're still mad on account of last year. Are you, mister? Are you?
No, I'm not. That has nothing to do with it.
What's this? What happened last year that I don't know about?
Oh, nothing. She's
Well, us kids were going around singing Christmas
Now,
carols.
never mind, sis. That's ancient
And
history.
Mr. McGee came
Now,
out.
never mind now. Never mind. Give the kid a cookie, Molly. I imagine she's kind of hungry. Hey, sis?
Oh, gee, thanks, mister. Anyway, Mr. McGee came out while we were
Sis, I
singing.
told you nobody was interested. Now, let's just drop the whole subject. What kind of a cookie you want?
Any kind, thanks. And a glass of milk.
Well, I'll see if I can...
Now, listen, what happened with the Christmas carols, dear?
And Mr. McGee came running out of the house.
Now, you cut that out, sis.
And he wanted to sing with us, only when we heard him sing, we didn't want him to, and he followed us all over town. And, gee, we couldn't get rid of him, and he kept trying to sing, and people threw things at us, and all it was awful. On Cinderella's foot, it fit just Sandy. And he said, gee, kid, you're cute. How'd you like to be a princess? And she said, oh, boy, and write testimonials for cold cream. And they got married and lived happy ever after. You want to hear another one, Mr. Well, once upon a time...
No. That's enough, sis. Thanks anyway. You told me at least 14 of them.
Are you sure you don't want to hear any more?
I'm positive, sis.
Okay, then get off my lap.
Well, heavenly days, McGee. What are you trying to do, crush the child?
No, she wanted to pretend I was her little boy and tell me some stories. Now I know why they call them Grimm's fairy tales. That's the grimmest half hour I ever spent in my life.
Gee, I thought it was fun.
No, you did. Well, personally, I'd rather lie down with a good book under my head and go to sleep.
Can't you two think up any more games to play?
I bet you I don't want to be fun, I bet you.
What, sis?
Well, I could bring my little playmates in and we could sing you some Christmas carols. They must be pretty cool out there.
I don't want to hear any Christmas carols. Christmas carols are beautiful music. And to hear your little mob of half-pint hepcats slaughter them would ruin my day.
Oh.
The very thought of those kindergarten contraltos drives me to drink. Get me some root beer, will you, Molly?
Yeah, me too. Hey, mister, let's play star, shall we?
How do you play that?
Well, first you give me, maybe about $3 and change, huh?
Give you $3? Hey, what is this? First you eat 2 dozen cookies, and then you want to borrow $3. You trying to put the bite on the hand that feeds you?
Oh, gee, it's lots of fun, mister. First we post a lot of ceiling
I
prices.
don't want to buy a ceiling. We got one.
This is different, mister. Us storekeepers have got to post ceiling prices so people won't have to pay too much for stuff, and it keeps the cost of living down a reasonable level, and the prices won't go pig wild.
Hog wild.
You know your own habits best, mister. Anyway, we got to keep prices from getting out of hand for the merchandise that's getting scarce, so after the war we won't have inflation, you see.
Hey, aren't you getting a little out of your depth, sis? What do you know about economics?
Oh, my daddy told me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. We had a little heart-to-heart talk last night, he and I.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he says I'm at the age where I ought to know certain things. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see.
Like not paying 10 cents for a lollipop that's worth only 5 because then I'm bidding against somebody that can only pay 5 cents for a lollipop. Besides, spend an extra nickel, it ought to go toward a war bond, which will help pay for the war and give me a nest chicken afterwards.
You mean a nest egg?
By that time, it ought to be a chicken.
Well, be that as it may or may not be or not, sis, we won't play store. I got a better game.
What, mister?
Scoopy. Did you ever play Scoopy?
What on earth is Scoopy?
Oh, it's a wonderful game.
How do we play it, mister?
Well, it's like this. You run home, hide in the closet, and put your hands over your eyes and count up to 79 million.
Oh, and then what?
Now, by that time, we'll both be so old we'll have forgotten what we started out to play. Which is the object of the whole game. Now, I'll get your hat and coat, and you...
Hello, folks. Merry Christmas. Oh, hello, little girl.
Hi, Mr. Wilcox. Hi. What did you...
I haven't got time to stop and talk. Just wanted to leave this little Christmas gift for Molly.
Well, heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. You shouldn't have done
Oh, it isn't very much. And don't open it before Christmas. But I think it's something you'll like.
I got one for you, too, Junior, but it ain't wrapped up yet.
Oh, that's okay, pal, anytime. Remember, Molly, don't open that package before Christmas because I want you to be surprised.
I promise, Mr. Wilcox. My, it's wrapped beautifully.
I wrapped it myself, especially for you.
Shake it, Molly, and see if it rattles.
I bet you that wouldn't be fair, I bet you.
Of course it wouldn't. I want it to be a surprise. You just put it away till Christmas.
Oh, I think I'm going to love it, Mr. Wilcox.
I know you'll love it because millions of other housewives do because it's so easy to apply and shines as it dries to a beautiful mirror-like polish in 20 minutes or less and saves hours of housework, to say nothing of eliminating old-fashioned floor scrubbing. And boy, what it does for the looks of your kitchen linoleum is amazing. But I won't say any more. I might give you a hint. Merry Christmas, all of you.
Oh, gee. I wonder what it is.
Hey, sis, ain't it about time your mother ought to be worrying about why you don't come home?
No.
Huh? Look, I've been very patient with you today. Now, why don't you do something for me?
Okay, mister.
Fine. Now, come back maybe tomorrow, and I'll have a surprise for you.
I got a surprise for you, too, mister. I got some little friends outside who are witnessing your Christmas.
Doggone it. How many times I got to tell you I don't like kids singing Christmas carols? I don't want to hear any.
I'll get it, dearie.
Well, if it's this little girl's mother, Molly, tell her yes. She'll be right home, I hope.
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Long distance. Yes, I'll hold the phone. Yes, Oh, is that you, Myrtle?
Hey. That's no fair.
How's every little thing, Myrtle?
Well, what?
It is, huh? Who, Myrtle? Your brother?
I hope it ain't funny.
Went fishing through the ice, huh? Well, isn't he the lucky one?
What'd he get, Molly?
The cherry out of his planter's punch. What'd you say, Myrtle? Yes, I'm ready. Hello? Well, for goodness sake, you're the last person in the world. What? Yes, he's fine.
Who is it? Who's
Oh, yes, indeed. We'd love to see you. Yes, do. And plan on having dinner with us.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, we'll be delighted. Well, thanks for calling, and we'll be expecting you next week. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Gildersleeve?
I bet you I remember him, I bet you. He's the man who always laughs with his stomach.
Yeah. Speaking in the vernacular, we call that a belly
McGee. Never mind. Mr. Gildersleeve says he's coming to visit us next week, and he'll be here for dinner.
Boy, ain't it wonderful and strange what some guys will do to get an extra pat of butter these days. But I'll be kind of glad to see the old blimp at that.
Oh, dear. Come in.
Oh, gee, it's Mrs. Uppington. Hi, Miss Uppington.
Well, hello, little girl. And good afternoon, Mrs. McGee. And Mr. McGee.
Hello, Abigail.
Hi, Uppy. Won't you wiggle out of the minx and drape the frame on an orange crate for a spell?
Oh, thank you, no, Mr. McGee. I just dropped by to wish you both a very, very Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you, Abigail. The same to you. And take that sour look off your face, McGee.
Well, doggone it,
I guess he doesn't like Christmas very much, Miss Uppington.
Well, is it my fault that Christmas ain't what it used to be? It's too commercial. My gosh.
Oh, McGee. He doesn't mean a word of it, Abigail. He's just an old softy who's afraid somebody will find out about it.
I've never known such a thing.
You are, too, I bet you. You gave me $10 on account there's some little orphans in school who won't have any...
You keep out of this, sis.
Okay.
You don't have to hurry away, do you, Abigail? I was just going to make a pot of tea.
Oh, no, I can't stay, my dear. You know, I still have 2 days' work as Santa Claus at 14th and Oak Street. Oh, my, it's been such fun, really. Quite an experience.
That costume and the beard really fools them, eh, Uppy?
Oh, they really do, Mr. McGee. I've been a Santa Claus for 2 weeks now, and I've been given 23 cigars, 7 hot tips on the races, and business cards from 2 coffee leggers. Oh, well, it's been a rich experience. I feel younger every day. And as Mr. McGee will probably say after I leave, no one can stand it better than I. Well, Merry Christmas, all.
Going to say that, mister?
No, and she might have given me a handful of them cigars people have been giving her.
Oh, McGee, there's plenty of cigars in your humidor.
Okay, but if she wasn't so stingy, she might have...
Hey, why won't he let me and my friend sing a Christmas carol? Why won't he, Miss McGee?
Well, frankly, dearie, he'd love it. But he knows himself too well. When he hears those Christmas songs, he goes all mushy inside. Now, look, you pretend he's hurt your feelings and make believe you're going home.
Hey, I hope somebody gives me a box of cigars for Christmas because I only... Hey, what goes on here? What are you two whispering about?
She says I better go home, mister.
Huh?
She says you're mad at me because I want to have the kids sing a Christmas carol for me.
Oh, now, I ain't mad exactly, sis.
I bet you are, I betcha.
Wow.
And gee, the kids have been out there in that cold all afternoon on account of...
Now, none of that, sis. Now, cut it out. The only reason I didn't want them to sing is well, gee whiz.
Oh, it's okay, mister. I know how you feel. Thanks for the cookies and thanks...
Hey, don't rush away like this, sis. My gosh. I'll listen to your old Christmas carol if it means that much.
No.
I just thought...
No, you don't like them.
I do, too, like them. I only
you
thought...
You don't either like them.
I do, too.
You don't?
I do so.
No.
Yes.
No.
Now, look, sis. Here. Take my handkerchief and wipe your nose.
Thanks.
Now bring in your half-pint glee club and let them do their worst, which I imagine is pretty bad.
Oh, they're not bad. They're wonderful.
Okay, so they're terrific. Bring them in.
All righty. Hey, Kenny, Ratty, Johnny, Buddy, come on in.
My. Well, what handsome little fellas. Hello, boys.
Hello, Mrs. McGee.
What you gonna give us, kids?
The night before Christmas. And, gee, we rehearsed it like 60. Are you ready, kids?
No, I'm ready, sis. No, wait a minute. Hey, Molly.
What's the matter, McGee?
Here. Take my money and my watch. You know me. Every time I hear these things, I want to give away everything I own.
Before Christmas and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
The children were nestled all snug in their wee little bed, while visions of sugar plums danced in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled down for a long winter's nap. When out along there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, threw open the sash. Then, what to my wondering, I should appear but a miniature sleigh and a tiny reindeer with a little old driver so lively and quick that I knew right away that it must be St. Nick. All bundled in fur from his head to his foot, old Santa was covered with ashes and soot. I drew in my head and was turning around, when down the chimney he came with a bow.
His eyes, how they twinkle. His dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses. His nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow. And the beard on his chin was as white as the snow.
The stump of a little old pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke went around and around and around his head like a wreath. He was so chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, that I laughed and I laughed and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. He had a broad face, oh, ho, ho, and a little round belly, oh, ho, ho, that shook when he laughed, oh, ho, ho, like a bowl full of jelly. Oh, ho, he gave me a wink of his eye and a twist of his head, a chuckle and a smile I knew all the while I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings.
Oh, boy.
And turned with a jerk, and laying a finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the sound of a pistol. But I heard him exclaim, and he drove outside. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, good night.
Oh, is it gone?
Is the night after Christmas and all through the house, not a creature is stirring, not even a mouse. The presents are scattered and broken, I fear, and St. Nicholas won't come again for a year. The children are nestled all warm in their wee little beds, while memories of sugar plums dance in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap are settled at last for a long winter's night.
ladies and gentlemen, even while we wish you a Merry Christmas, we can't help thinking that in many parts of the world, the spirit of goodwill toward men has been made a shame and a mockery. But there'll be other Christmases. And to our men in uniform all over the world, we send our prayers and our thanks for what they are doing to restore faith and decency to our world. To them we say thank you and God bless you.
And we hope and pray that when next Christmas comes, there will really be peace on earth.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Suspense. Tonight, Columbia brings you as guest star Hollywood's genial character actor, Stuart Irwin. The story is by the author of The Thin Man and the Maltese Falcon, Dashiell Hammett, one of America's acknowledged masters of the art of suspense. Suspense is compounded of mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure. In this series are stories calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. Tonight, for instance, Stuart Irwin plays for us a pleasant, easygoing assistant chief of police in a small town who, to everyone's surprise, was instrumental in solving a murder. We trust that with this tale we shall keep you in suspense.
For Suspense tonight, CBS presents Stuart Irwin in Two Sharp Knives by Dashiell Hammett.
Shortly after 2 a.m., a poker game had just broken up at Ben Camley's, the doctor coroner of Deerwood City. Scott Anderson, Deerwood's chief of police, and Wally Shane, his assistant, were standing outside.
Where are we heading for, Scott? Let's walk across the street, Wally. Railroad station. Gee, aren't you afraid of the excitement, Chief? Don't you think that watching the 211 come in is apt to be too much for your blood pressure?
Well, if it is, Wally, you can always carry on. You've been a pretty good imitation of an assistant to me for some time now.
Yeah?
Yeah. If anything happens to me, you'd be the chief. Don't worry. Won't be any harder for you to fool the public as chief. Hi, Elmer.
Howdy, Scott. Hi, hello, Wally. Kind of late for you boys to be around, ain't it?
No, I don't know. We sort of figured we'd put the town to bed tonight. How's the 211? On time?
Right on the nose. She ought to be blowing for the bend in just about 3 seconds now. Yep. What'd I tell you? It's her now. You expecting anyone on her, Scott?
No, Elmer, I'm not expecting anyone. Wally and I just thought we'd come over and watch you come in, that's all.
You know, Elmer, you never can tell who might get off, though. Dick Turpin, Henry Morgan, Jesse James, Jack the Ripper, or 6 officers of Murder Incorporated, or even your Aunt Gussie.
I guess you're right, Wally. Well, here she be. Pardon me, gents, but I gotta be rolling the wagon out to the baggage car. How's it going? Well, can't complain. Can't complain, Cap. Well, maybe you can't, Elmer, but I sure can if you hold us up with that freight there. You got much more? Nope. This is the last piece now. There you are, Cap. All done. Okay. See you tomorrow, Elmer.
Hey, Scott, do you see what I see?
I mean, do I see the man who just got off that train? The answer's yes.
Well, he's a ringer for the guy we got a picture of.
That is the guy.
Well, then, what do we do now?
We take him, Wally. My car's at the corner of the alley.
But, Scott...
We'll tail him up the street.
Okay, Scott. There he goes now, over toward the taxi stand.
Come on. Let's follow him. Hello, Furman.
Huh? All right. I don't
You're
believe
Mr. Furman, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Philadelphia?
Yes.
I'm Scott Anderson, Chief of Police.
What? Chief of... What's happened to her?
Happened to who?
Oh, no, you don't.
No?
Let me go.
Oh,
You
no,
think you can pull that sort of stuff with
Okay,
me? You're
Scott,
very
let me
much
get a crack at that mug. No.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute,
Hold it,
gentlemen.
Wally. Well, Furman?
Well, I'm sorry. For a moment there, I thought you weren't really a policeman.
Thanks. It's nice to know I look almost human.
Yes, it was silly of me. I'm sorry.
Well, let's get going now before anything else happens. Okay, Furman, get in the car. I'll drive, Scott.
In you go.
Are you taking me to police headquarters?
That's right.
What for?
Philadelphia?
I don't think I understand.
You understand that you're wanted in Philadelphia for murder, don't you?
Murder? Why, that's ridiculous. Who told you that?
Well, it's a cinch he didn't make it up.
But wait, there must be
Take
some
it easy
mistake.
now. Just wait till we get down to headquarters. And I'll show you what I mean.
Now then, here's the circular on Lester Furman. It was sent out by the Trans-America Detective Agency in Philadelphia. Take a look at it.
Oh, yeah. $1,500 reward for the arrest and conviction of Lester Furman, alias Lloyd Fields, alias J.D. Carpenter, for the murder of Paul Frank Dunlap in Philadelphia on December 8th, 1942.
Well?
It's a lie.
You're Furman, aren't you?
Oh, yes, but...
That's your picture on the circular, isn't it?
Oh, yes, but
Well, Scott, I see you and Wally got Furman, huh?
Oh, hello, George.
You lucky stiffs. Now you two split $1.50 reward. I never seen nothing like it. You know, if it ain't vacations in New York at the city's expense, it's reward, though.
Judge, someday, if you don't remember you're the jailer around here, not the D.A., you're going to be wearing your teeth on the outside of your lips, and I'll be the guys who arrange them that way. Savvy?
Just because you caught a guy who's hot in Philadelphia.
It's a lie. It's a frame-up. You can't prove anything. There's nothing to prove. I never killed anybody. I won't be framed.
Take it
I won't be
easy,
framed.
Furman. Take it easy. You're wasting your breath on us. Save it for the Philadelphia police. We're just holding you for them.
But it's not the police. It's the Trans-America
We
Detective...
turn you over to the Philadelphia police.
Mr. Anderson, Well, then there's nothing I can do now.
There's nothing any of us can do till morning. We'll have to search you now, then we won't bother you anymore till they come for you.
But
Wally, you look through his bag. I'll see what he's got in his pockets.
Okay, Scott.
Well, all he's got on him are some business cards, a few letters, $160, a book of checks in the Philadelphia bank, and a few odds and ends. What's with the bag, Wally?
Not much. A couple of changes of clothes, some toilet articles, and... Oh, here's a 38. Loaded. Pretty little thing, isn't it?
Okay, put those things in what I got in the vault. All right, George. You can take Furman now and lock him up.
This is the most ridiculous
Come
thing
on, darling, come on. We ain't had nobody in our little hooscow for 3 days running. Hey, huh? You'll have it all to yourself. Just like a suite at the Ritz.
But
Go on, in you go.
I tell you, you're making a mistake. I demand to be allowed to get in touch with my lawyer.
Hey, how about you boys cutting me in on a little of that blood money, huh?
No, sure, George, sure. I'll forget all about that 2.5 you've been owing me for 3 months.
Make Furman as comfortable as you can, George. Take good care of him.
He's valuable, huh? Yeah, now, if it was some bum that didn't mean a nickel to you...
George, any day now, I'm going to forget that your uncle is county chairman and throw you back in the gutter just to see how high you'll bounce. Remember that.
Oh, Scott, I didn't mean nothing.
That's all, George. Never mind the rest. I'm going home now. If anything's urgent, I can reach there. But get this. I don't want to be disturbed. Unless it is urgent.
Scott, this is Wally.
Yeah. Yeah, Wally, what time is it?
It's 5 after 6 in the morning, and you'd better come right down, Scott. That fella Furman's hung himself.
What? Furman hung himself?
Yep, by his belt from a window bar. Deader than a mackerel.
I'll be right in, Wally. Phone Doc Camsley and tell him I'll pick him up on my way down.
No doctor's gonna do Furman any good, Scott.
Well, it won't hurt to have him looked at. You'd better phone the chronic court at Douglasville, too, and file a routine report.
Already did that. And what's more, hold on to your seat. The DA's on his way over, in person.
The DA?
Yeah.
I'll be there before you hang up, Wally.
Come on in, Chief. Ted Carroll, the DA's here, and he's plenty hot under the collar.
What's he burning about?
Oh, he's just mad. Running up quite a phone bill on us, too. Been calling Philadelphia every couple of minutes since he got here. What kept you so long?
I couldn't get the car started. Well, let's go in and see the old buzzard. Oh, Ted?
Listen, Scott, what is all this?
Oh, what?
There's some funny business going on here.
What's funny about it? Man hangs himself. Just another case of suicide.
Sure, it was suicide. But I just telephoned Transamerica. Dug a guy out of bed there. And he said they'd never sent out circulars on Furman. Didn't know about any murder he was wanted for. All they could tell me about him was he used to be a client of theirs.
You don't know what to say, Ted.
I don't either. Oh, a fine chief of police you are. What on earth kept you so long?
Car store. Came as quick as I could. Ain't you so crabby, Ted?
Nothing. I guess it's just the district attorney and...
Now, come, gentlemen. Nobody'd know you two are staunch admirers of each other.
Okay, Wally. Tell me, what do you make of it?
Well, there's plenty wrong, Scott. First, that Transamerica thing. They never sent out circulars about Furman. And now, get this. I talked to the Philly police just before you came in. There wasn't even any Paul Frank Dunlap murdered.
There wasn't?
No. What did you get out of Furman before you let him hang himself?
But he was innocent.
Didn't you grill him? Didn't you find out what he was doing in town? Wally, didn't you?
What for? He admitted he was Furman. The description fitted him. The photograph was him. The Transamerica Detective Agency's supposed to be on the level, ain't it? Philadelphia wanted Furman. We didn't.
But Scott... Why, sure, Ted. If I'd have known he was going to hang himself. Yeah, but then if your aunt wore pants, she'd be your uncle. You said Furman had been a client of Transamerica. They tell you what the job they did for him was?
His wife left him a couple of years ago, and he had them hunting for her for 5 or 6 months. But they never found her. They're sending a man up here tonight to look things over.
Yeah, huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going out and grab a quick bite. But I might as well tell you, Scott, there's going to be trouble over this.
I know that, Ted. There usually is when somebody dies in a jail cell.
Well, so what's become of that 1,500 fish now, huh, Scott?
What happened there last night, George?
Nothing. Furman hung himself.
Did you find him?
Uh-huh. Wally took a look in here to see how things was before he went off duty, and he found him.
You were asleep, I suppose.
Well, I was catching a nap, I guess, but everybody does that sometimes, Scott. Even Wally sometimes when he comes in off his beat between rounds. Yeah, but I always wake up when the phone rings or anything.
Oh, sure.
Well, suppose I had been awake. Can't hear a guy hanging himself, can you?
Did Doc Camsley say how long Furman had been dead?
He done it about 5 o'clock, he said he guessed. Oh, you want to look at the remains, Scott? They're over at Fitz's undertaking parlor.
Not now.
Hey, and speaking of firemen, what are you going to tell the guys from Transamerica when they show up here tonight?
Come in.
They told me I'd find you here. You're Chief Anderson, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Carl Riesing, Assistant Manager of the Transamerica Detective Agency in Philadelphia. This is Mr. Wheelock, who was Lester Furman's personal attorney.
Glad to know you, Mr. Riesing. How do you do, Mr. Wheelock?
How do you do?
I know you gentlemen are already in possession of most of the details concerning Mr. Furman from the time he arrived in Deerwood until the time of his death. But perhaps you don't know that the police of most towns in our corner of the state have also received copies of this same reward circular. Take a look at it.
Oh. I must say this circular is an excellent forgery.
You're sure it's a forgery, Mr. Riesing?
Oh, yes, there's no doubt about it. But it's an excellent forgery.
Tell me, Mr. Wheelock, Was Mr. Furman a native Philadelphian?
Oh, my, yes. He was a well-known, respectable, and prosperous citizen of Philadelphia.
Married, I believe?
In 1934, he married a 22-year-old girl named Ethel Bryan, daughter of a Philadelphia family.
And the Furmans had a child? Isn't that right, Mr. Wheeler?
Yes, born in 1936, but the child lived only a few months. Mr. Furman's wife disappeared after the child's death.
What year was it that she disappeared?
Mr. Riesing should remember that. His agency worked on the matter.
Oh, I remember it well. Mrs. Furman disappeared in 1937. We never heard anything of her again, although Furman spent a lot of money trying to locate her.
What did she look like, Mr. Riesing?
In just a moment. I have a picture of her right here in my briefcase. Here it is. Quite pretty, isn't she?
If you care for that type.
I see what you mean, Mr. Wheeler. Well, she's attractive as that. Judging by this photo, I'd say that she was a small-featured, pretty blonde, with a weak mouth and large, somewhat staring eyes.
That's an accurate enough description, all right.
If you don't mind, I'd like to have a copy made of that photograph, Mr. Riesing.
Oh, you can keep that one if you like. It's one that we had made up at Transamerica. Her description's on the back.
Thanks. Did Furman ever divorce her?
No, sir. He was a lot in love with her, and he seemed to think that the child's dying made her a little screwy so that she didn't know what she was doing. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Wheelock?
That is my belief, Mr. Riesing.
You said Furman had money, Mr. Wheelock. About how much did he have? And who gets it?
I should say his estate will amount to perhaps $500,000 left in its entirety to his wife.
Mm-hmm. It's quite a handy sum for anyone to have, I'd say. Mr. Wheelock, everything shows that somebody framed Furman into the Darewood jail. And that frame-up drove him to suicide. But there has to be something else. A lot else.
Well, then, what are you going to do?
I'm going across the street to the undertaking parlor and have a look at Furman. I'll see you later. Hello, Doc.
Hi, Scott. I figured you'd come over here to the undertaker's pretty soon.
What's in your mind, Doc?
Let's get out of this crowd. I want to tell you something.
I just got rid of 2 guys in my office. Let's go back there.
Suits me. 2 of those bruises showed, Scott.
What bruises?
Furman. Well, up under the hair, there were 2 bruises.
Why didn't you tell me?
I'm telling you now, Scott. You weren't here when I made my examination. This is the first time I've seen you since then.
Why didn't you spill the stuff about Furman's bruises when you were testifying at the inquest, Ben?
I'm a friend of yours. Do I want to put you in a spot where people can say you drove this champ to suicide by third-degreeing him too rough?
You're nuts. How bad was Furman's head?
Well, Scott, that didn't kill him, if that's what you mean. There's nothing the matter with his skull. Just a couple of bruises nobody'd notice, and unless they parted the hair. I thought you ought to know, though.
Well, thanks, Ben. Yes, who is it?
This is Fritz, the undertaker. Listen, Scott, there's a couple of ladies over here that want to take a look at Furman. Is it all right?
Who are they?
I don't know them. Strangers.
What do they want to see him for?
I don't know. Wait a minute.
Can't I please see him?
Why do you want to see him?
Well, I'm his wife.
Furman's wife?
Yes.
Oh, certainly. I'll be right over. So long, Ben. I've got to go back to the undertaker's.
So long, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
What do you want, Wally?
I want to talk to you a minute. Over here where we won't be seen.
Okay, what is it?
A couple of dames came into Fritz's undertaking place just as I was leaving. One of them's Hotshot Randall, a babe with a record as long as your arm. She's one of that mob you had me working on in New York last summer.
Does she know you?
Sure, but not by my right name. She thinks I'm a Detroit rum runner.
I mean, did she recognize you just now?
I don't think she saw me. Anyway, she didn't give me a tumble.
You don't know the other one?
No, she's a blonde, kind of pretty.
Okay, Wally. Stick around a while, but stay out of sight. Maybe I'll be bringing these dolls back with me.
Whatever you say, Chief.
Oh, there you are, Scott. I wondered when you were coming. This is Mrs. Furman, and this is Mrs. Crowder.
How do you do?
Hiya, Chief.
They just saw the body.
Mrs. Crowder, I thought your name was Randall.
What do you care, Chief? I'm not hurting your town any.
Don't call me Chief. You city slickers, I'm the town whittler.
Thank you for letting me see him.
It's all right, Mrs. Furman. But I'll have to ask you and your friends some questions. So if you'll just come across the street to headquarters, we'll get on with the routine. Before I ask any questions, I want to tell you something. Mrs. Furman, your husband didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Ah, Chief, we got alibis. We were in New York, and we can prove it.
And you're likely to get a chance to. What brought you down here, anyway?
Murdered?
Well, who's got a better right to come down here? She was still his wife, wasn't she? She's got a right to look out for her own interests, hasn't she?
Mm-hmm. It reminds me of something. Excuse me a second. I've got to make a phone call in the next room.
Officer Hamill speaking.
This is Scott.
Yes?
Is Wally around?
No, he's not here. He said you told him to keep out of sight. I'll find him for you, though.
Right. Tell Wally I want him to go to New York tonight. Send Mason home to get some sleep. He'll have to take over Wally's night trick.
Oh.
Mr. Anderson, do you think I had anything to do with his death?
I don't know, Mrs. Furman. I know he was killed. I also know he left you something like $500,000.
Wow. Dollars?
Dollars.
All right, Chief. Let's stop clowning. The kid here didn't have a thing to do with whatever you think happened.
No?
No. We read about Lester Furman committing suicide in yesterday morning's paper, and about there being something funny about it. And I persuaded her she ought to come down to deal with
Anderson, I wouldn't have done anything to hurt Lester. I left him because I wanted to leave him. I wouldn't have done anything to hurt him for money or anything else. Had I wanted money from him, I would only have had to ask him for it.
That's the truth, Chief. For years I've been telling Ethel she was a chump not to tap him. But she never would.
I wouldn't have hurt him.
Why'd you leave him then?
Oh, I don't know how to say it. The way we lived wasn't the way I wanted to live. I wanted... Oh, I don't know what. Anyway, after the baby died, I couldn't stand it anymore.
Excuse me. Hello? Oh, yeah, Hammer? You gave Wally the message? Yes, I want him to go to New York tonight. Okay, where is he? Home? He is home, huh? Okay, thanks. Mrs. Furman, this circular that got your husband in the jail. Did you ever see that picture before?
No. Why, that can't be. It's a snapshot I have. It's an enlargement of it.
Who else has one?
Nobody that I know of. I don't think anyone else could have one.
You still got yours?
Yes. Don't remember whether I've seen it recently. It's with some old papers and things. But I must have it.
Well, Mrs. Furman, it's stuff like that's got to be checked up. Neither of us can dodge it. Now, there's two ways we can play it.
Yes?
Mrs. Furman, I can hold you here on suspicion until I've had time to investigate things. Or I can send one of my men with you to check up in New York.
Yes?
I'm willing to do that if you'll speed things up by helping them all you can. If you'll promise you won't try any tricks.
I promise. I'm as anxious as
All
you
right,
are.
all right. How'd you come down?
We drove down. We got a great big car. That's my car, see? That big green job across the street. Yeah.
And my man can ride back with you, but no funny business.
Oh, don't worry, Chief.
Come on. We're going to see Wally Shane, the man who's going to drive to New York with you. Wally?
Who is it?
Scott, Wally.
Come in.
Ladies first.
Harry.
Ethel.
No, you don't. No use reaching with that gun, Wally. Already got you covered.
I guess you win, Scott.
Yeah, I guess I do. Come along back to headquarters with me like a good little boy. Wally, You're under arrest for murder.
That's how I knew it was all up, Scott, the minute I saw those two dames going into Fritz's. Then when I was ducking out of sight, I ran into you, and I was afraid you'd take me over there with you, so I had to tell you one of them knew me, figuring you'd want to keep me under cover for a little while anyhow, long enough for me to get out of town.
Why didn't you get out, Wally?
Well, I dropped in home to pick up a couple of things before I scram, and that phone call of Hamill's catches me, and I fall for it. You see, Scott, I figured you're not on to me yet and are going to send me back to New York to see what dope I can get out of the dames. Well, you fooled me, brother.
I thought you'd fall for that.
Then you didn't just stumble into all this accidentally, did you?
No, I didn't, Wally. I figured Furman had to be murdered by a copper. The no reward circular was well enough to make a good job of forging one. Incidentally, who printed that Furman circular for you, Wally?
I'm not dragging anyone in with me. It was only a poor mug that needed dough.
Okay, Wally. You see, I knew only a copper would be sure enough of the routine to know how things would be handled. Only one of my coppers would be able to walk into Furman's cell, bang him across the head, and string him up on the... Those bruises showed, you know, Wally.
They did? I guess I should have wrapped 2 towels around that blackjack. No, gee, Scott. I seem to have slipped up on a lot of things.
So that narrows it down to my coppers and... Well, you told me you knew the Randall woman. There it was. Only I figured you were working with him. What got you like this, Wally?
Same thing that gets most saps into jams, a yen for easy dough. And I was in New York, see, Scott, working that Dutton job for you, palling around with big-shot racketeers, passing for one of them, and...
Yes?
Well, I got to figuring that my work takes more brains than theirs, and they're taking in big money, and I'm working for coffee and cakes. That kind of stuff gets you, Scott. Anyway, it got me.
Mm-hmm.
Then I ran into this Ethel Furman, and she goes for me like a house afire. I liked her, too, see, so that's dandy. But one night she tells me about how much dough her husband's got and how he feels about her, and I get to thinking...
Thinking what?
I think she's nuts enough about me to marry me. So I got to thinking, suppose he died and left her his role.
Mm-hmm. I see.
So I run down to Philly a couple of afternoons and look Furman up, and everything looks fine. I took my time working out the details, meanwhile writing to her through a fellow in Detroit.
Go on. Finish one.
Well, I decided to do it. I sent those circulars out to a lot of places, not wanting to point too much to this one. And then when I was ready, I phoned Furman, telling him to come to Deerwood Hotel that night. And sometime before the next night, he'd hear from his wife, Ethel. I knew he'd fall for any trap that was baited with her. Only I guess I'm not as sharp as I thought I was, Scott.
Maybe you are, Wally. Maybe you are. That doesn't always help. Old man Camsley, Ben's father, used to have a saying, to a sharp knife comes a tough steak. Well, sorry you did it, Wally. I always liked you.
I know you did, Scott. I was counting on that.
So ends Dashiell Hammett's Two Sharp Knives, starring Stuart Irwin. Tonight's story of Suspense. Columbia presents these tales of mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure for your relaxation and enjoyment. Next week, Suspense will not be heard because of a special holiday broadcast. Columbia's review of the events of the year, 12 crowded months, which has been scheduled. On the following Tuesday, January 5th, there'll be another in this series. Same hour, 9:30 Eastern Wartime. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, and Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor. Our collaborators on Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ionized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you, calmly but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
My name, Arch Oboler. Tonight, a story I enjoyed writing for you because, well, frightening as the thought may be, it could happen. And furthermore, I might speak frankly, my dear Diane, the basic thing wrong with a woman is her nose. Let's cut it off.
Russell Adams.
Then there's the matter of her ears. Look at them.
Well?
They're too obvious. Cut them off, too.
No nose, no ears. Oh, a fine art critic you turned out to be.
Oh, is this thing hard?
Russ Adams, I hate you. I think it's the best piece of sculpture I've ever done.
Egomaniac.
Oh, will you go away?
Not until I tell my wife how much I adore her. About stopping the artistic endeavors for the night and romancing with the old man.
Any night.
Come on. Out on the veranda. There's a moon.
Spoken as Professor Russell J. Adams, instructor of astronomy at our beloved university.
I don't know a single scientific fact about this moon. It's a special satellite built entirely for romance.
Then it's a date.
After you, Fred, Diane? Why do you laugh?
Just thinking it's a good thing we haven't any neighbors, or they'd think we were honeymooning.
10 years and 2 more weeks.
Sweet.
Why?
For remembering.
Well, sorry.
It's such a lovely night.
Yes. You're very lovely with the moonlight in your hair.
Darling.
335 days out of the year, moonlight to me is just a reflected light of the sun. A light interesting only that it may be analyzed spectroscopically. But these 30 days of our vacation, Diane, oh, what a magical change. It's a soft lover's moon hanging in the heavens only to brighten your loveliness.
Oh, and people wonder why I can't get excited about Ronald Coleman.
Coleman? Who's he?
Spoken like a true professor. He's a motion picture star. An absolute paragon of romance.
Oh, well, perhaps I shouldn't neglect my movie-going. Oh, so much I mean, with such paragons to teach one.
You do all right. Oh, Russell.
What's the matter?
I saw the brightest shooting star.
Is that all? The way you gasp, I thought you saw the angel of death himself galloping over those meadows.
There's another one. Look, Russell.
My dear, for 11 months out of the year, the heavens have my full and undivided attention. Oh, but during this blessed month, let the heavens fall, I can't be bothered.
I never saw such bright shooting stars.
Yes, and another thing, my dear. As the wife of an accredited professor of astronomy, I think it no more than fitting that you give the phenomena that's too observed its proper name, namely the fall of a meteor.
There's another one. And another. Oh, Russ, how bright and beautiful.
They travel at such a tremendous rate, the friction of our atmosphere burns them into a fiery vapor.
There's more of them. Look, one after the other. I've never seen so many shooting stars. I mean so many meteors in all my life. Oh, so that's why you wanted me out here. You knew about this meteor shower, didn't you?
It's one of heaven's three spectacles in this constellation. Every 3 years, and this happens to be the third year.
frightening.
Why frightening?
Those great masses of stone and iron coming from who knows where in interstellar space, traveling millions and millions of miles and then going up in such glorious flame just as they reach the end of their journey.
Not all goes to flame. Hundreds of them strike the earth each year.
Well, Russell, there's no danger.
Oh, no. The probabilities of being struck on the head by that cosmic rubbish is about 1,000 times more remote than winning a sweepstake without buying a ticket.
Oh, look. That one. The brightest of all.
Wait, Diane. What's that?
I don't know. Something from the sky. It's shooting star.
Look out, Diane.
Right.
All right, dear. Everything's all right.
What? How?
A meteor. You must have landed out in the field there. Here, let me help you. You all right, just?
Yes, I'm all right. Russ, where are you going?
Out there. Where it must have buried itself. Wait here. I'll be right back.
No, I'm going with you.
All right, if you want to. Oh, Diane, what an experience we've had. The one chance in a million I spoke about almost occurred to us.
But Russ, was it really a shooting star? That explosion like a bombshell?
A bombshell of the universe.
Oh, what will we find out there?
A fragment of the meteorite, I
But
hope.
it'll burn.
No. All of its heat will have been dissipated. Then again, it may have exploded into 1,000 minute pieces. I pray to heaven that it hasn't.
I'm afraid.
No, the danger's all over. Here. The moon's so bright. If any of the mass landed, I should be able to find the torn ground where it smashed through the turf.
Oh, please, darling, let's wait until morning.
No, I must find the thing at once. The moon gives plenty of light. From the brightness of the flash, I'm positive that the meteor landed someplace right in here. I'll tell you. Look.
What?
The turf, all torn up. This is the place.
Russell, are you mad? Get up off the ground.
Right here. It must have struck a glancing blow off the brow of the ridge. I've got it.
What?
A fragment of it. Still warm. See? No larger than a baseball. All that was left of it.
That's a meteor.
A meteor, right. All that's left of the meteor that burned and exploded. What a find.
Drop it, Russ.
What are you talking
Throw it away.
Come back to the house, quickly.
What are you going to do with it?
Darling, what's the matter with you? Your face.
I don't know. Somehow I'm afraid for all of us.
Afraid? Good heavens, my dear. There's nothing dangerous about this. A mass metal that's 90% iron. Why, it's as harmless as any inert piece of metal. Come to the study. I'll show you where the rush of air against the incandescent...
Russ, wait.
Huh?
Someone's crying.
Yes.
I'll go and see. It's Helga. Oh, Helga, you poor thing. We forgot all about you.
Oh, Mr. Adams, it was exploding.
Now. Everything's all right, Helga.
What's going on, Diane?
Oh, poor Helga. The explosion frightened her out of her wits.
Oh, Mr. Professor Adams, we die. We all die.
Don't be a
the
fool.
fire, it comes from the sky. It kills us. It kills you and me and everybody. We die. Everybody dies.
Stop. For heaven's sake, stop that. Take care of her, Diane. Give her a sedative or something.
All right, Russell. All right now, Helga. Everything's all right.
I'm going to get her at this meteorite, so please quiet the dumb fool down as quickly as you can. Superstitious idiot. Simple phenomenon, she thinks the world's ending. Simple little meteorite. Iron, bit of nickel content. Nothing particularly unusual. Oh, Diane, quiet her down, will you?
Yes. She'll be all right.
You look a little rocky yourself. Here, sit here.
She's very frightened.
Yeah, and even you, Diane.
Well,
you acted so strangely, as if this in that piece of cosmic metal could cause some supernatural ability.
What are you going to do with it?
Nothing. Examine it. Here, I'll take some of this nitric acid. Where's that bottle? Now watch closely, and I'll show you that the stone consists of ordinary elements. Iron.
Russell.
What?
This mark on it. How strange.
Funny, I hadn't noticed it before.
Circles the entire stone.
I wouldn't be but surprised that it'd blow right here and break it in half. Yes, I think I'll try to do that.
No, Russell. Leave it alone.
Good heavens, Diane. Nothing but a stone. All I'm going to do is try and break it along as Fisher. Get a hammer. What if the stone break? Almost solid metal. I'll try. By George, it did. Clean in half.
What? Look what's inside. Oh, Russ.
Negative gray protoplasmic. No, it can't be. It can't. This is a meteor. It came from out there. There is no flesh. Nothing would live.
Russ, look.
Huh?
It's growing.
Growing? Ladies and gentlemen, a shooting star flashes out of the sky and falls to Earth. And in it something living from out of interstellar space. Yes, this is the time to take a breath before going on with tonight's Lights Out play, the story of Professor Adams and his wife and the thing from out beyond our world. A meteorite had fallen, and Professor Adams had broken it open, and there was a gray nugget of flesh inside, which, even as the professor and his wife stood watching, began to grow.
And faster. Gray flesh. Growing. Russ, I'm afraid.
No, Diane, no. Wait, control yourself. This is something we've got to see, both of us, calmly, so we can tell others clearly what we saw.
I'll try. Russ, keep your arm around me.
Larger and larger. Listen, the noise as it grows.
I hear it. When will it stop? When?
Look.
I can't. That horrible gray flesh.
But you must see it. Look. It's forming into something.
What?
A head. It's forming into a head.
Oh.
How can it be, Diane? Flesh in a meteor growing into a head.
I see it. A head. Horrible head.
Diane, you heard.
Yes.
Head without body speaking.
Yes, speaking.
You hear and understand me.
Laughing.
I laugh at the fear and wonder in your simple little faces.
Who are you? What are you?
If I told you, would your little earth minds understand?
Tell us, whatever you are. Tell us what you are.
What you on earth will soon have for masters.
Oh, no, wait, Diane. I must know. You thing... what can I call you? Tell me what you mean, you... masters.
Surely you simple little men do not think that in you creation has reached the ultimate.
No. Gray flesh talking. I'm getting out.
You will say...
Russ, I can't move.
Nor I.
You cannot move.
Who are you? Tell us, who are you?
You saw how I came.
A tiny bit of protoplasm in that meteorite?
So I willed myself to reach your earth.
You came here in that? Through space?
Through space beyond your furthest conception. Earth things. Many of my people have tried. I am the first to succeed.
Then meteors
are the means we have used to try and reach this haven of Atlantis. I am the first. Now there will be others.
You're from another planet?
An old world. Old beyond your understanding. A world grown cold in its age. Empty with passing years. We must escape to a young, fertile world. this world.
But you're only heads. Heads without bodies.
Oh, Russ, I'm so afraid.
No, please. I must hear him speak. This that is happening to us is a miracle of all times. Tell me, you there, are you only heads in that world you speak of?
Heads. You see what I will you to see.
But what are you?
A mind and a will beyond your feeble understanding. As far above you as you are above the apes that still must crawl in your jungles.
But how can it be that you speak as I speak and understand what I say?
Your prattling wearies me, but I tell you this. All that you say, I know. The most profound thought any of you earth things have ever thought is to me as the babbling of children. But now I am hungry. You understand that little thing?
Hungry?
Hungry with a hunger that has driven me over space without ending. Hunger that has brought me here.
But what do you eat?
You will know.
What do you mean?
What food could there be here to fill the hunger of such as I? Hunger that would make me entomb myself in metal, flung into space in a hope that chance would bring me through the fire of that air of yours. What food? A thing.
I don't know. Tell me.
Come closer. A thing.
Oh, no.
And why? Oh, no. A thing.
You don't... Human?
Human. You think you crawling worms are human to us.
But if you're men...
But we are not men. You are the cattle, and we are the keepers. You raise the cattle for life, and we for centuries have raised such as you on our world for life. But now, as I told you, our world has grown too old and too cold. The herds of you die, and we grow hungry. That is why I am here. We need new cattle. Here there are so many of you. Earthwoman.
Russell, it spoke to me.
We've got to get out of here.
Earthwoman.
No. Stop it. Don't look at me. Stop it.
Come closer.
Don't listen to him, Diane.
Closer.
No. Don't move, Diane. Stay where you are. Stay right there.
You hear only me, Earthwoman.
Only you.
No, Diane. No. Don't say that. Don't look at that monster, Diane.
Closer, Diane.
Yes.
No.
Closer.
No, Diane. Stand still. Don't move toward it. Don't.
Closer.
No.
Closer.
Monster. Not Diane. Diane, I beg of you. Don't go closer to it.
Closer. Closer.
I'll kill you.
No.
I can only get to you.
Soon you will move to me as she is. Closer.
Diane. If I can move. Diane. I've got to find a way. The strength to start. Diane, you're almost... That bottle. Nitric acid. The bottle. Yes, close to you, monster. Take this. Flesh. That's all. Diane, wake up. Open your eyes. I've killed the thing. I killed it. Diane, it's all right. I've killed it. Diane, look. Outside, it's still dark. Yes, the sky's still streaked with the rush of meteorites. And that thing said more of the monsters of his breed are trying to reach this earth to feel that devil's hunger in them. Another meteorite is just little, and in it, perhaps... Oh, Diane. Diane. Is that truly the end for mankind? Mr. Obler, will the end of the world come that way?
Well, Frank, if you mean will the end for mankind come out of interstellar space in the form of a flying meteor? Well, there are some mighty interesting theories along that line. The amazing thing about it, Frank, is that there are so many logical and thoroughly possible ways in which the entire tribe of mankind could be wiped off the earth at any moment. I'm not talking about famine or what's close to all of us, war. I mean other ways. A star moves into our darkness from somewhere out there in the blackness of interstellar space, and the pull of its presence might turn our spinning globe headlong into the sun. In a split second, all of mankind, all his building, his wonderful possessions, his precious little pile, would go up in a flash of fire. Or, out of the sun itself, the very source of our life, as we all know, could shoot a long stream of explosive flame that would curl around us and again, well, so quickly that no man would know what had happened. In split seconds, this earth would be a charred, uninhabited spheroid. Yes, when one stops to think what a tiny little grain of sand this haughty world of ours actually is in the dark sea of space, and when we realizes how precarious little mankind's hold is on this earth, the spectacle of man's inhumanity to man becomes a cosmic joke.
All of those things are certainly interesting to think about, Mr. Ober, but tell us now what's going to happen next week.
Next week? Balls trees. No, that's not a dance. It's a story of chance. That unpredictable chance that makes one man a saint and the next man a Hitler. The flip of a coin, the turn of a card, the bend of a road. I think you'll like what we have to offer you, but as usual, next week.
Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Obler's weird story of Valse Triest.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend the steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, have you ever seen a squadron of American bombers roaring through the air in formation? Have you seen newsreel pictures of Uncle Sam's destroyers cutting through the seas on patrol in search of enemy subs and surface raiders? I'm sure you have. And I bet you were thrilled. You probably felt terribly proud, too. Well, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly, you have a right to be proud. Not only because those planes and those ships represent the fighting spirit of America, but because you helped to build them. Yes, sir. Every time you bought a war-saving stamp, your money helped buy the labor and materials that are used to make planes and ships and equipment to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. So next time you hear some boy or girl in your block say, "Oh, shucks, what difference can one dime make?" you tell them every dime does make a difference. It makes a big difference. Tell them, for instance, that if every boy and girl in the United States bought just one 10-cent war-saving stamp every day, it would add up to enough money to buy a lot of swift pursuit planes, with which our Army and Navy forces could blast the Axis out of the air. And while you're at it, you might remind them that another way all you fellows and girls can help to win this war is to put back into circulation all the pennies and nickels you've been saving in your piggy banks and tin cans and glass jars. Because, as you know, when you put a lot of those coins away, it causes a shortage of them. And in order to make more, the Mint would have to use a lot of metals that are vital to America's war effort. Metals used to make guns and tanks and planes. So get permission tonight to break open your coin bank, and then take those coins and turn them in for war-saving stamps and bonds. In that way, you'll be doing your country a double service. So remember, please, a stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
And now, the adventures of Superman. While searching for the lost continent of Atlantis aboard the multi-depth submarine of Dr. Leander Cameron, our friends have had many adventures and were twice saved from utter destruction by the strength and courage of Superman. As our last episode came to a close, it was dusk. Superman, in the guise of Clark Kent, Lois, Editor White, and Dr. Cameron, were standing in the conning tower of the disabled submarine, watching the approach of a large tanker, which appeared to be heading straight for them, apparently without spotting the low-lying sub. Suddenly, the tanker sounded 3 warning blasts. Our friends knew they were discovered. But strangely enough, without altering her course, the tanker kept coming straight on, seemingly determined to cut the sub in two. Listen.
Well, they're going to run us down.
You're right. We'll be cut in two.
They can't do this to us. I won't stand it. I'll take this up with the proper authorities. Wait and see.
No time to think about that now. Look here, maybe you'd all better go below.
Are you out of your mind? You just told Mr. White and me to bring the others up here. Now you want us to go below and we'll certainly be killed.
Oh, I thought maybe...
Yes, Kent? You thought what?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
No, Clark, every now and then I have the feeling that you're deliberately trying to get rid of us.
Oh, stop arguing, you two. This is no time for arguments. Blast who's on that tanker. They must see us or they wouldn't have blown that whistle. Are they deliberately going to run us down?
It looks like it to me. We'd better prepare to abandon ship. Nicodemus, Abner, Joshua, better get up here in the conning tower if you want to save your neck.
Have you a life raft, Leander?
Oh, we have one, but there's no time to get it now. There's no time for anything. Here comes that tanker now. Another few seconds.
Oh, this is horrible. Horrible. That huge ship towering above us, about to cut us in two. Clark, Mr. Kent.
Steady on. Here it comes. It's going to hit us just after our beam. There's only one thing to do. Get ready to jump into the water. Oh, that's practically suicide. If they're deliberately running us down, they're certainly not going to bother to pick us up.
It's too late for anything now. Here she comes. Stand by, Mark.
Mr. White!
Look out!
As the tanker cuts through Dr. Cameron's already crippled multi-depth submarine and bathysphere, all those on board the sub are thrown clear into the water. Superman immediately drops his disguise of Clark Kent and, as Superman, goes to the rescue of his friend.
All right, Lois. I've got you.
Oh, Superman, it's you.
Yes. Can you stay above water?
Yes, I think so.
Good. I'll be back to you in a minute. I've got to get the others. Oh, there's Editor White.
Go yonder.
Got you.
Well, who?
Pick up Lois. There we are. Now, there's Dr. Cameron floundering in the water with Nicodemus nearby. Got to work fast.
I tell you, Nicodemus, I'm a much better swimmer than you are.
better stay up longer than you do.
I wouldn't worry about that, gentlemen. There. Climb up onto my shoulders.
Stupid, it's Superman again, boy, but you do get around.
The lucky thing for us that he does.
Come on. That's right. Onto my shoulders. Both of you.
Don't forget Abner and Joshua.
There we are. Don't worry. They're right over there. I'll have them in a moment.
Help! Help me! Help me!
Never help nobody. Don't know why we should go out of our way to help him. You two. Both of you. Can you hold on to my leg?
Heavenly praise. Is the man in the red cape that moves too?
Never mind that. Can you hold on to my leg? Do you have the strength?
Yeah, sure.
All right, then grab hold. One of you on each leg. That's it. All right, now then. Up! Up!
Where are you taking us?
Aboard that tanker that ran you down. You're all soaking wet, and you'll need food and warmth immediately.
No, we'll never find it there. Whoever's running that ship must be the meanest man in the world.
Oh, my poor multi-depth submarine in bathysphere. Gone forever. We'll never find the lost continent of Atlantis now.
Hold tight. I'm going to land on the deck of that tanker. Here we go. All right, this is your station. Everybody off.
Wait a minute, Superman. What about Clark Kent? What are you going to do about him?
You'll find him on deck over there behind the smokestack if he's conscious. I picked him up first.
Oh.
No, Superman, I don't know how to thank you.
Forget it. Up, up, and away!
Disappearing into the night sky, Superman immediately swings around and lands once again on the deck of the tanker, out of sight of the others. As our friends come toward him, he greets them as Clark Kent.
Hello.
Clark, is that you?
None other. Well, I see Superman saved the rest of you as well. He certainly did. I never cease wondering where we'd be if it weren't for Superman.
Staying here.
Oh, never mind wondering about things that really are unimportant at the moment. We're faced with a situation, a rather difficult one, I should say.
Well, what do you mean, Doctor?
We are now standing on the deck of the very ship whose crew willfully and deliberately crashed into our submarine and sank it at great risk to our lives. Question, what course of action shall we follow?
Well, I'd say let's get right up and have a straight talk with the captain.
That makes sense to me.
Any of us armed? Nicodemus, you have a revolver?
Did I ever have a revolver?
I don't recall. Well, seems we're unarmed, so we can't put up much of a fight. Therefore, we shall adopt a diplomatic attitude.
Meaning what?
We shall pretend that we think that the captain didn't see us and that he did not deliberately run us down. We shall endeavor to curry favor with him so that...
Leander, I think we're wasting a good deal of time in useless talk. Let's go forward at once and interview the captain. That's a good idea. Let's go, Chief. And so far as being diplomatic is concerned, the first thing I intend to do is to give him a piece of my mind. Following that, the first opportunity, I shall have recourse to law.
Good for you, Mr. White. If it hadn't been for Superman, we'd all be drowning
now.
now.
Very true. Very, very, very true.
There's the pilot's cabin on the next deck above. Let's take these stairs here.
Yep. They'll lead us right to the door of the cabin, Rick.
Oh, what I won't tell that captain of this vessel when I meet him face to face.
Now, take it easy, Chief. You never know. There may have been a perfectly legitimate reason for running us down.
Oh, nonsense, Clark. They blew their whistle. That proves that they saw us.
I know.
And how anyone could be so brutal as to deliberately run down another vessel, well, it's beyond me.
I intend to ask a few questions as to who is going to replace my multi-depth submarine in bathysphere.
Here we are. Here's the pilot's cabin. Let's go in. Hello, this is funny.
There's nobody here.
Nonsense. Why, the ship can't be running by itself.
Harry, why must you deny what is right before your face? The ship is moving along, but there's obviously no one at the wheel.
Look there. The wheel's been set on a straight course. You see that lock on it?
Yes, I see it.
Well, this is certainly very peculiar.
Nothing peculiar about it, really. Anyone who would deliberately run us down would be the type of person to leave a wheel untended while he was... Well, while he had dinner, for instance.
Oh, ridiculous, Leander. There's no point in that. One member of the crew would certainly take over while the man at the wheel went below to eat. There's something very peculiar about this. Very peculiar.
Well, now that I think of it, isn't it rather peculiar that we saw no sailors on deck since we boarded this ship?
That's right. Hey, there's something fishy here.
I suggest we go below and find the crew. I want to have this thing out with them right now.
Oh, wait a minute. That rope hanging from the ceiling.
It's got a handle on it. What would that be for?
If I'm not mistaken, wait a minute, I'll pull it. Uh-huh. That's the whistle we heard when this ship ran us down. There certainly must have been someone in this cabin that time.
It is strange, isn't it? Finding this cabin empty, I mean.
More than strange. There's something pretty queer going on here.
Well, then, let's get to the bottom of it at once.
Well, here, that door must lead into the captain's quarters. Let's try it.
Right.
Well, this is the captain's cabin, all right.
Yes, but there's nobody here either.
Now, the only conclusion that can possibly be reached is one that I offered you before. This is the dinner hour. There's nobody in the pilot's house. The wheel has been locked and set on a straight course. Ergo, they must all be at dinner at this very moment. I suggest we find the dining saloon at once.
Well, silly as it may sound, you may be right. Come on, let's find the dining saloon. Through this door here. All right, now down these steps to the deck below. Careful now.
If the captain of this vessel has actually let his ship run without a man at the wheel, I shall certainly have him brought up on charges in a maritime court, or wherever they try people in that court.
Say nothing of running down in mid-Atlantic and trying to sink my muddy-duck submarine in bathysphere. It's criminal, that's what it is. Downright criminal.
Yes, of course. But first we've got to find someone to accuse of this criminal action.
Yeah, the dining saloon ought to be along here somewhere.
This ship follows the regular plan of tankers. Yes, here's the dining saloon right here. Let's go in.
Well, I'll be...
This is beginning to give me the creep.
Queer, very queer.
That long table in the center of the room is set for 12 people, but there's nobody here.
Positively amazing.
Just a minute.
What is it, Clark?
Well, look here. These plates are filled with soup.
Wait.
Well, every one of them. And by heavens, the soup is hot.
What? You don't mean to tell me that...
It's here. Taste it for yourself.
What? Well, by heaven, Kent, you're right. That soup is hot.
As hot as if it had just been served.
You people noticed anything?
What do you mean, Lois?
Well, since we've been aboard this ship, we haven't heard one sound, and we haven't seen one single person.
Okay.
As Clark mentioned before, you always find some members of the crew of any ship on deck, whatever the time may be, and we've seen no one above or below deck. Well, it's my opinion there's nobody on this ship at all.
I think you're right.
Oh, but there must be. Where the ship is running...
With the wheel up?
Yes, but even so, it's running. And somebody must have blown that whistle. And, great Scott, this soup has just been served. There must be someone aboard.
On the contrary, Chief, I agree with Lois.
What?
I've got a feeling this ship is deserted.
But Kent, if that's true, what does it mean?
It means we've stumbled into another mystery. Mystery for which I don't know how we'll ever find an answer.
Completely baffled, our friends stare at the still steaming soup on the empty dining table set for 12. What is the meaning of this strange new mystery? What is the answer to the baffling puzzle of a ship without a crew? Be sure to be with us tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
By all means, don't forget to tune in to Superman tomorrow for another thrilling and exciting episode. And don't forget to talk to Mother and Dad before you go to bed tonight about making arrangements to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Start the day off right tomorrow. Buy at least one 10-cent war-saving stamp first thing after breakfast. And remember what I told you at the beginning of this program. Every single dime is important because all our dimes put together can go a long way to help pay for the guns and tanks and planes and ships we need to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. And say, here's an idea for you. Why don't you get together with your friends tomorrow and make a joint pledge to buy war-saving stamps every time you've got a dime? See which of you can buy the most war-saving stamps every week and every month. And in that way, you'll be doing your share to win this war.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. There's danger on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Hoy!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto started on the trail of an outlaw in Texas. Weeks of travel in relentless pursuit took them into the mountainous, snow-covered high border country just south of Canada. Having captured the outlaw and turned him over to the local authorities, the masked man and Tonto stayed in the copper-filled hills around Copperville because of a boy of 14 named Daniel. There was something about this boy that made both the Lone Ranger and his Indian friend want to know Dan better. Tonto had deeply planted thoughts about the boy, but he kept these to himself. The Lone Ranger saw in Dan many qualities that amazed him.
Oh, Silver, look out, little fella. Oh.
There's where Martin has his office, Tonto. We'll go and see him.
Dan not work there now.
Yes, I know it. That's why I came today. I wanted to talk to Mr. Martin when Dan wasn't there.
You think Martin know about Dan?
Easy, big fella. There, Silver. Dan's helped Mr. Martin in the office from time to time. We'll see.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do? I came to speak to Mr. Martin. Is he here?
He's my father. I know who you are.
You do?
Please listen to me. Daniel has said so much about you. I know you're not an outlaw.
Oh?
I know that everything you've done has been for the good of... But the fact that you wear a mask... I know that Father would want to help you, but the law...
Miss Martin, what are you trying to say?
Father is talking to some sort of lawman in the other room. I think it might be you they're talking about. Please go, hurry. I know my father wouldn't want you taken.
The law isn't after me.
Then why...
Are you sure I'm the subject of discussion?
Well, no, not exactly.
I want to ask your father about Dan.
Oh, he isn't in trouble. He hasn't done anything wrong.
By no means. Quite the contrary. He's done so much that's right that I'd like to know more about him.
We all think an awful lot of him. For a boy of 14, he seems to be so well informed, and he has such high ideals.
I've been impressed by him.
While you're waiting for Father, do you mind if I say something?
No, not at all.
Well, everyone likes Dan. They all know how he made you his ideal, long before you came here to the North Country. For years, he has been devouring every shred of information he could get about you.
He has?
Yes, and his grandmother told him a lot of things about you, too. She heard them from the people who had been in the South. The point I'm trying so poorly to make is just this. Don't let that boy down.
I don't intend to.
He has said something to Father about working with you, helping you.
There's a lot a boy with Dan's ideals can do.
His grandmother needs him.
I thought she did.
She isn't as strong as she appears. Dr. Sawyer feels that her tired old heart may give out at any time.
Dr. Sawyer?
Yes, he's our only doctor here in Copperville.
Dan's place is with his grandmother, as long as she needs him.
And then what?
Well, I don't know.
I'm right sorry I can't be of more help to you.
We'll appreciate what help you can give and have given, Mr. Martin. Thank you. Good day, Miss Betty.
Good day.
Well,
Mr. Brelt, I believe.
Mask.
A friend of mine, Brelt.
Mask.
That man is connected with the law in Canada.
Yes, I know. I've heard of him.
Have you ever seen him before?
No, I haven't.
He wasn't in uniform.
No. Brelt, the grimmest of all manhunters, needs no uniform.
I saw the way he looked at you.
He wanted to question my mask.
Please don't think me presumptuous in calling you a friend. It saved a lot of explanation.
I'm honored, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I suppose you've already introduced yourself, Betty?
Yes, Father. The Lone Ranger came to ask about Dan.
Dan?
Mr. Martin, what's the boy's last name?
His last name? The same as his grandmother's, Frisbee. Why?
Oh, then she is his grandmother.
Well, yes.
What made you question it?
Yes. Why do you ask that?
Well, it's something too vague to explain. I'm interested in the boy. I thought he might be someone else.
As far as I know, he's the grandson of Mrs. Frisbee. He's always lived here, at least as far back as I know.
Martin, I want to talk to you.
Oh, Higgins.
Yeah, Higgins. Oh, so the masked man's here, too. What are you scheming?
I was going to send for you, Higgins. You're through.
Through?
Fired. I don't want crooks working here. You lied when you got the job.
So that's it. Brelt was talking, huh?
Brelt asked if you were employed in the Martin copper mines. I told him you were.
Yeah. So then the trouble-making bloodhound shot off his mouth about me, huh?
He gave me a few facts that disagreed with what you told me about yourself.
Well, Brelt's got no power south of the border. He can't touch me here. This ain't Canada. Canadian police ain't no authority here.
I know that. So does Brelt.
So you fire me on his say-so.
I'm firing you because I don't want your kind working for me.
All right. Give me my pay.
Here you are, Mr. Higgins.
Oh, you got it all ready for me, huh?
Is that the right amount?
It'll do. But you get this, Martin. You can't make me leave town, see? I know my rights, and you can't run me out of town and over the border.
I don't intend to bother about you, as long as you stay away from here.
And you needn't be scared neither, Savvy. I ain't even gonna make no trouble. You don't need to call in the Lone Ranger to protect you from me.
Get out of here.
I always thought you was yeller, Martin. But I didn't think you'd scream to the Lone Ranger for protection.
I said get.
What a horrible person.
The law wants him in Canada.
Yes, murder.
He knows better than to cross the border, then.
He knows he's safe this side of Coon Creek. The creek runs on the borderline.
You say he's wanted for murder?
Yes, and as cowardly a murder as ever's been committed. He stabbed an old woman in the back, so she couldn't make an outcry when he entered her home to steal her lifetime savings.
He should be taken back to Canada.
Oh, it wouldn't do.
Why not?
The lawmen are very particular. Unless Higgins crosses the border of his own volition, they can't touch him.
He as much as said that you asked the Lone Ranger to protect us from him, Dad. He called you a rank coward.
Yes, but that doesn't matter.
And he recognized me. He'll be on guard whenever I'm around. He probably will make a point of watching what I do, suspecting that I'll try and turn him over to the law.
Mr. Martin, We're jumping Ginger, the Lone Ranger's here.
Hello, Dan.
Golly, I didn't expect to find you here. Sure am glad to see you. Well, see, I've been telling Graham about your plans.
My plan?
Well, you know, someday I could work with you.
Oh, yes, that's right, Dan. Someday.
She sure was pleased. She said she'd sure like me to travel as your sidekick.
How is your grandmother, Dan?
Oh, she's pretty good. She doesn't seem to be as spry as she was. Gee, I wish there was some way I could make her feel stronger.
Dan, I'd like to talk to you.
Sure.
Perhaps you can help me right now.
Well, Mr. Martin, I was to work here today.
Oh, go ahead with the Lone Ranger, Dan. Betty'll help me here in the office.
Dan might be able to help carry out a little plan to put our friend on the north side of the border, Mr. Martin.
Fine.
What can I do?
Hey, Dan. Danny.
Huh?
See, I ran to get here. I got a note that I was to hand you.
A note?
Yeah, it is.
Well, may I read it, Mr. Martin?
Of course.
I think Dan might not be watched as closely as I'll be. He might carry out a certain part of a plan to turn that killer Higgins over to the Royal Canadian Mounted.
I've got to leave here.
Dan, what's the matter?
What is it, Dan?
I can't tell you now. I've got to leave here, that's all. Goodbye.
Dan, you were going to help me put Higgins in jail.
I can't, that's all. I can't do anything now.
Well, of all things.
What was that note?
Cracky, I don't know. It was just give to me by some gent, that's all I know.
I wonder if Higgins...
He seemed to be shaken as soon as Higgins' name was mentioned.
It might have been a threat.
If Higgins threatened that boy, I'll...
Hold on. What are you going to do?
The sooner we act, the better.
Gosh, Pa, I don't know how to explain it, but I feel as if there's a lot of blasting powder just getting ready to explode.
With Tonto riding at his side, the Lone Ranger raced for the small, well-concealed camp in the woods. There, he and the Indian made plans.
We'll find out about Dan later on, Tonto. The first thing to do is find out why he acted so strangely when he got that note. Then dispose of Higgins. And we can take the time to learn more about Dan's past. Now, while I ride to Dan's home, you ride to the border, to Coon Creek. Examine it very carefully. Whoa, Silver, steady boy, whoa. Now we'll see what Dan has to say, Silver, old fella. Dan! Dan, I want to speak to you.
I can't let you in. Please believe me.
I believe anything you say, Dan. What can I do to help?
Nothing.
Would you care to show me the note you received?
Nope. I can't.
I see.
You going after Higgins?
That's the program.
That's what I thought.
Do you know any reason why we shouldn't?
No, sir.
Or any reason why we should?
Oh, sure you should. He's a killer. If Mr. Martin fired him, he'll make no end of trouble around here. He might harm Mr. Martin or Miss Betty. I wish I could help.
Can't you?
No, sir.
You'd sooner not say why?
I can't. That's all there is to it. I can't help now.
Very well, Dan. I'll see you later. Take care of things.
I will.
Easy, big fella.
Come on, Silver.
The Lone Ranger rode hard to join Tonto, who was studying the land on both sides of the creek that followed a course through the woods on the international boundary.
Oh, Silver, oh, boy, oh. Easy.
Tonto, we'll have to work this out alone.
Oh, what matters, Dan?
I don't know.
Him not tell?
No, but he has a good reason for what he's doing. I know that.
What you plan?
Well, I've got to locate Higgins. When I do, I'll be in a disguise. Meanwhile, there are things you've got to do right here in the woods.
Me do 'em.
Now come over this way, and I'll show you the plan I have in mind. And I've got to hurry back to town. I think I can find Higgins in the cafe.
I ain't no fool. I know what Martin and that Lone Ranger want. They want me to do something so I can be jailed. They're afraid of me. Yeah, but I ain't no fool.
Nobody ever said you was a fool, Higgins.
Sore? Sure, I'm sore at Martin. The honorary buzzard didn't have to fire me just on account of Brill's say-so.
Sorry to break in, but I'm in a hurry and I want information.
What's on your mind, stranger?
I want to find a man named Higgins.
That's me. Why are you looking for me?
You, Higgins?
I said I was. Who are you?
My name's unimportant, Higgins. I've got something to talk over with you. Mind if we go to the private room?
Go ahead.
You go first, mister. Now, who are you? Where you from, and what do you want of me?
Put that gun away, Higgins.
There ain't none but the two of us here, stranger. My word's better than yours here. I got friends, savvy?
Well, what of it?
You won't get nowhere trying to talk me out of holding iron on you. Say what you got to say and make it short. First of all, I'll have a look at that there big envelope in your pocket.
Go ahead.
I am. I'm going... Where'd you get this? Why, you ornery...
Look at it again, Higgins, before you open it.
Mister, if this here's what I think it is, you won't ever leave this room alive.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, disguised, left Tonto in the woods near the boundary and went to the cafe to talk to Higgins. In the back room, Higgins drew a gun and held it on the Lone Ranger while he looked at the outside of an envelope.
I was going to show you that anyway, Higgins. You needn't have thrown a gun on me to take it.
What's this mean? Evidence against Ace Higgins.
Higgins, you know what you've done. So you know what that evidence is all about.
Where'd you get this?
No one ever committed a perfect crime. You should realize that.
You take your guns out slow and lay 'em on the table. Aim to have a look at what's inside this envelope.
I thought we might make a deal.
Any dealing we'll do will be on my terms, savvy?
Oh, I doubt that.
Oh, you doubt it, huh? Even while you're looking down the barrel of my gun.
That information was supposed to reach one of two men.
Yeah?
Martin or the Lone Ranger.
So that's it, huh? They've been gunning for me for some time and selling for evidence. I said to unholster your guns.
Yes, I heard you say that. You said put them on the table.
Well, do it.
Oh, not just yet. No, you don't. This way.
Why, you want to...
Now, shut up and listen to me. You can talk better without a gun in your hand.
Oh, you almost busted my wrist.
Till you're faster, you shouldn't play with guns, Higgins.
What's inside that there envelope? Let me see it.
I might have if you hadn't decided to take the deal. Don't like to have a gun pointed at me. I don't like to be talked to that way.
All right. You got the whip hand now. What's your proposition? I suppose you hunted me up to sell it to me. You are willing to sell me that envelope?
I might have been for the right price.
Let me see the inside of it.
Oh, I've changed my mind, Higgins.
What do you mean, change your mind?
I don't like you.
Are you loco?
Why?
Well, you don't have to like me to make a business deal. Maybe you can make a sale if you show me what's in there. I never done anything wrong, but maybe there's a mistake somewhere.
The only mistakes are the ones you've made. You see, there's always likely to be a witness to what a man does. But now we don't deal. I'll take this where I was supposed to.
Hey, I heard some scuffling. Is there anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong.
Hey, look here, let me have a look at the inside of that, will you?
No, Higgins. I'm going to take it to Mr. Martin. Maybe he'll know what to do with it.
The Lone Ranger, still disguised, left the cafe and went to Martin's home. He handed the sealed envelope to the owner of the copper mine, apparently unaware that Higgins had followed silently and watched from a vantage point outside an open window.
Open it up, Mr. Martin. Read it all the way through before you comment.
Very well.
While my father is reading this, can't I get you something to eat or drink?
Oh, no, thank you.
By thunderation.
Dad.
This beats everything I ever heard.
Why? What is it?
Just a minute. I'd better take one more look at a few of the lines here.
They mean exactly what they say.
Well, fine. So there's evidence to put that ornery killer into jail, even if he doesn't cross the creek and go to Canada.
I think Higgins will land where he should, Mr. Martin. It wouldn't be possible for you or the sheriff to put him there.
How about yourself?
I was told that there was a man around here called the Lone Ranger.
Oh, yes, there is.
Good.
You sound as if you thought pretty well of him, Betty.
Oh, I do. I admire him more than any man I know. Dad, what are you laughing at?
Oh, nothing, Betty. Nothing at all.
Mr. Martin, is there any chance that you'll be seeing this man who's called the Lone Ranger?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Then you can tell him where to find me.
Yes, I can if I know. Where'll you be?
I'm going to camp just this side of the creek.
The creek?
You mean Coon Creek?
Yes. I'll keep a fire going all night, so it'll be easy to find my camp.
We needn't camp in the open. There's room here in my house.
Thanks, but I think it'll be easier for me to pass on the contents of that envelope if I'm alone when the time comes.
Suit yourself. Maybe you've got a reason for wanting to be near the creek. It's on the borderline, you know.
Yes, I know. I'll take that envelope with me.
Very well. And say...
Yes, sir.
When you see the Lone Ranger, you might tell him how Betty feels toward him.
Good evening, Mr. Martin.
Oh, you'll be camping alone, the ornery coyote.
Higgins, having overheard the conversation in Martin's comfortable house by standing near the window, made grim plans.
I'll get him there. I'll get him before the Lone Ranger can get to him. That's what I'll do. I can't afford to take chances.
A short time later, a campfire gleamed in the woods at night. The flickering light reflected from the snow and outlined the dark, uneven line that was a stream of running water known as Coon Creek. Higgins saw the light and a figure busily engaged in fashioning a lean-to.
Alone there. That's good. I'll get him. It's a good thing there's a plenty of snow. He couldn't hear me if I ran as hard as I could. His horse is tethered nearby. Ornery critter seems to know I'm coming.
Who is it?
He likely thinks I'm the man he's waiting for, the Lone Ranger.
Who is it?
I reckon you're expecting me.
Come on, then. Come near the fire where I can see you.
I'm right here. This gun's leveled at you.
Oh, hello, Higgins.
But, masked.
Yes.
You're here first. See here. What's this mean?
What do you think it means? Who did you expect to find here?
Don't you make a move, you're covered. And this time you won't get that chance to slap my gun aside. Keep your distance.
I'm not moving closer to you. What are you after?
You know darn well what I'm after. I'm after that there envelope.
Envelope?
The one you showed me earlier. And the one you showed Martin.
Oh, yes.
You wasn't wearing that mask then. What's your game, anyhow?
The only thing I have in mind, Higgins, is to see you turned over to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Eh? Well, I won't be, see? Not as long as I stay south of the border. Now, give me that envelope.
There it is, on that log near the fire.
Good. Stand still. Don't you make a move or I'll shoot. There. Here goes all that evidence.
Just as well.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
All there was in that was a note to Mr. Martin, telling him that you'd be listening to what I said to him, and telling him what to say to me.
What? You said it was something about me.
I said it would put you where you belonged, and it will.
Oh, not now, it won't. It's all burned up.
But it has, Higgins. You knew you'd done things in the States, things for which you should have been jailed. You thought there was proof of those things in the envelope. Well, that envelope brought you here, to Canada.
Well, you're loco. You're crazy, loco. This ain't Canada.
Sure as thunder is.
What the?
Drop that gun, killer.
Brent.
And me here to back him up.
Hey, look here. You can't touch me.
You're on Canadian soil right now, Higgins.
I ain't. This is United States. I'm south of Coon Creek. There's the creek right over there.
But the border is south of here. Maybe you forgot that the creek's frozen over and covered with snow. You walked right over it coming to this campfire.
I tell you, it's a lie. I can see the creek.
Me fix that stream of water. Me dig channel in snow, turn part of creek into channel.
Hey, this ain't legal. It ain't right.
It's legal, Higgins. You came here of your own free will. And the minute you stepped over the border, we were here to put you under arrest for murder. And I have men with me to bear witness.
Come along, Tonto.
Huh?
Big fella.
Be ready.
Adios, Bell.
Wait, let me thank you.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up.
Leaving the outlaw Higgins in the capable hands of the Northwest Mounted Police, the Lone Ranger and Tonto headed back for the little mining town of Copperville. And as they rode, one question kept going through the mind of the masked man. Why had Dan, who admired the Lone Ranger more than any other person in the world, refused to go with him to capture Higgins? Finally, Silver and Scout were brought to a halt in front of the house where Grandma Frisbee and Dan lived.
Oh, Silver, ho, ho. Oh, Scout, ho, fella. Yeah, this time, Tonto, I think Dan will tell us why he didn't stay with us. Easy, big fella.
I'm coming. I can go with you now. Gee, I was hoping you'd be back.
Hold on, Dan. We're finished. I came back to see you.
Come in. For mercy's sakes, come in.
Thank you.
You mean you're all through with Higgins?
Yes, Dan.
Come on, Tonto. You come in, too. I'll fix up a bite for the two of you.
Come on, Tonto.
Me come.
Where is Higgins?
In Canada.
He is.
Captured by Brelt.
Oh, golly. Did you hear that, Graham? Mm-hmm. I told you the Lone Ranger'd find a way to get him there.
Dan, I want to speak to you.
Oh, I suppose it looked as if I backed out. I guess I did.
No, let me tell it, Daniel. I think the Lone Ranger will understand.
You needn't explain.
But I want to. I'm not as young as I might be.
Oh, Graham, you'll be all right now. If you just follow the doctor's orders.
You see, my heart's pretty old and kind of worn down. And guess I had a worse attack than usual. So Dr. Sawyer sent word for Dan to come here and stay with me.
Oh,
I couldn't do much, but I didn't want Graham here alone.
Dan, tell me why you didn't say something about this.
Well, I know it was important for you to deal with Higgins before he made trouble for Mr. Martin and Betty, and maybe a lot of others.
Yes, but then...
What would you have done if Graham wasn't feeling well? You'd have dropped Higgins and come here with me, wouldn't you?
Why do you think I would have dropped Higgins?
Well, because you would have. You'd have dealt with him later on.
Well, perhaps.
And while you helped Graham and me, Higgins might have made trouble. Well, I guess I figured that Higgins was more important. Well, it was just a case of the thing that was best for the greatest number.
The thing that was best for the greatest number. Mrs. Frisbee.
Yes?
There's one thing I want to ask you. Everyone says that Dan's last name is Frisbee, the same as yours.
That's what he's always been called.
Is it truly his name?
No.
Graham, it isn't. I always thought...
Your real name, Daniel, is not Frisbee.
Kimosabe, you hear that?
Yes. Yes, Tonto, I heard.
But why are
I'm going to leave here now, Mrs. Frisbee. Dan, there are things to be checked on. The most important things in my life. Dan, I'll see you again real soon.
Graham, what's he mean?
I wonder, Dan. I wonder.
Get him up, Scout! Hail Silver!
Well, just what lies in back of the young friend's name? What can possibly be the most important thing in the entire career of the Lone Ranger? The answer will come in the next thrilling broadcast. The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Ladies and gentlemen, before an audience of several hundred members of the 1st Motion Picture Unit of the United States Army Air Corps, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for The Smile of Beauty, and Sal Hepatica for The Smile of Health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
To you, Eddie.
Jingle bell, jingle bell. No. Merry Christmas, Harry. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah.
Hollywood is really decorated for Christmas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hollywood and Vine, there are 2 big Santa Clauses hanging on the lampposts there.
Just one, Harry. The other one is W.C. Field. Yeah. He's been hanging there since last New Year's.
You say it's W.C. Field?
You should have seen him last night. He stood there for an hour singing, I'm dreaming of a wet Christmas. I was there.
Well, I guess everybody's eagerly awaiting Santa Claus, Eddie.
Look, Harry, I don't want to shock you because you're such a young boy.
What's the matter?
But Santa Claus has decided not to come here this year. It's too dangerous the way things are.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
If his reindeer show up in Los Angeles, the butchers will grab him. No. Well, you know,
No, wait a minute, Eddie.
Yeah.
Is the meat shortage really that serious?
Don't you? Is it serious?
Yeah, well,
Listen, this morning a cop's horse galloped down Hollywood Boulevard, and 14 pedestrians bit him on the run. By the time that horse got to the station, he was only a colt.
Say, that reminds me, I saw you on the boulevard this morning,
Well,
Eddie.
naturally.
You were probably doing your Christmas shopping.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that Woolworths is a great place, isn't it?
I was in all the stores, Harry. In all the stores I was.
I didn't know.
And you wouldn't be so insulting if you knew what kind of a gift I got for you.
Oh, a gift?
Well,
for me?
Of course, Harry.
Oh, boy, what am I getting?
Well, I'll give you a hint. You put it on your finger and it shines.
Oh, yeah, same as last year, huh? Nail polish. Well, look here, Eddie. You haven't spent all your time shopping, have you?
Well, of course not. Well, you know why, Harry.
Why?
Didn't I discuss it with you, Harry?
What happened?
With Ida Lupino as our guest tonight, I spent most of the time learning to be a gentleman. I told you I was going to do it.
Well, what do you mean, learning to be...
Look, she's a great actress, Harry.
Yes.
Extremely dignified. So I spent all day yesterday taking diction lessons. What a time I had. There I was with the professor of speech. Hanley Stafford?
Hanley Stafford?
Baby Snook's father?
Oh,
he's the professor of speech. Yes. And Harry, when I was in his place yesterday, he was saying to me...
Now, Mr. Cantor, you must learn to speak in glowing terms. You should know the meaning of adjectives.
Professor, you don't have to worry about my grammar. I happen to be an extremely intelligent person. Besides, I know exactly what adjectives is. I know how to tell.
That's fine. Now, in meeting a woman of Ida Lupino's social standing,
yes,
one must speak flawlessly and with great dignity.
Naturally.
If you are guilty of crude, harsh pronunciation,
yes,
it stinks. To begin your lesson on diction, read the first sentence in this book.
In this book, okay.
Yes.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
No. You must get those pear-shaped toes.
Oh, round, yes.
For instance, pooter pooper, pook to pook, pookle pooper.
Pookle poopers? Where do you buy them, in a Dulacatoos?
Precisely. All right, now you try the line.
A poodle pooper?
No. Your mouth isn't shaped correctly. Now, come on. Pucker up.
I didn't think you cared.
Now, get off my lap and continue with the rest of the exercise.
Yes.
Try this paragraph.
Very well. After taking my departure, I arrived at Albuquerque.
No. Not Albuquerque.
Not Albuquerque?
Albuquerque.
From Albuquerque, I went to Louisiana.
No. Not Louisiana. Louisiana.
All right. From Louisiana, we arrived in Ohio. Fool around with that one, wise guy.
Oh, that's silly. Why would anyone want to fool around with Ohio?
Okay, Professor, what is next?
Now repeat after me. I would appreciate your giving me 4 gallons of gasoline.
I would appreciate you giving me 9 gallons of gasoline.
I said 4.
I've got a B book.
No.
And that, Harry, is exactly what happened last night. I've studied so hard, I do hope I'll make an impression on Ida Lupino when she arrives. You see, Harry...
There's someone at the door.
That may be she now. Oh, do enter, please.
Hello, Mr. Cantor.
Hattie McDaniel. Hattie, the way you spoke, I thought you were Ida Lupino.
Boss, is you off the beam?
No. Tell me, Hattie, where have you been all day?
I've been Christmas shopping.
Yeah?
Rochester's in New York, so I sent him something to keep him warm.
To keep warm, huh? What size?
2 gallons.
Have you heard from Rochester since he's been to New York, Hattie?
Constantly. Just listen to his last letter. He says, Dear Cuddles.
Cuddles.
It's cold here in New York, and I'm still warm from your goodbye kisses. Wish you were here, 'cause it's getting time to refuel.
Tell me, Hattie, does he say anything about Jack Benny, Mr. Benny, you know?
Yes, he says, Mr. Benny played golf in Central Park this morning and managed to divot up a lovely Christmas tree.
Divot? Continue, Hattie.
He says, Central Park is beautiful this time of the year. This morning I visited the duck pond. Now if I can locate a cranberry pond, our Christmas dinner will be complete.
What else does Rochester have to say in the letter?
He says, we'll return to California soon. Mr. Benny is anxious to get back to Carmichael as there's a meat shortage.
Yeah.
He has given me a straight razor for Christmas and wants me to shave Carmichael in my own inimitable way.
Go on, Hattie.
This will be the second time I have tried to shave Carmichael. The last time I tried to shave him, he gained momentary possession of the razor.
Yes.
And that's the first time a polar bear ever gave a man a GI haircut.
Thank you, Hattie. Gee, I wonder what could be keeping Ida Lupino. Maybe I better go out and phone her. Harry, will you take over while I'm gone?
Oh, yes, I'd be glad to, Eddie.
I better be careful how I speak to her. I must remember my diction. Albuquerque, pickled pooper.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time in 2 weeks, our own Dinah Shore has been honored in the popularity polls. This morning, she was notified that the newspaper and magazine radio editors of America, in a poll conducted by Radio Daily, have elected her as the best female popular singer in the country. And now our own Dinah is going to sing This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephones. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the buglers command. They're in the army and not in the band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore. You're in the Army now. You're not behind the plow. You gotta get up, you gotta get up. You're in the Army now. You're in the Army now. You're not behind the plow. You gotta get up, you gotta get up. You're in the Army now. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore.
Oh, Dinah, Harry, I finally got this diction business figured out. You see, it's all in your breathing.
Oh, shucks, there's nothing. I've been breathing for years.
But not this way. Look, I'll show you. First, take a deep breath and hold it for the count of 20.
Count of 20. Like this?
That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
But Mr. Cantor.
Yes, Dinah?
I don't see what breathing's got to do with it.
Well, it's really very simple, Dinah. You see, your voice comes from your diaphragm, so...
Yeah.
Okay, Harry, okay. 5, 6, 7. See, Dinah? If you hold your breath for 20 counts, then...
Mr. Cantor, Harry's getting purple. Keep counting.
8, 9. Harry, you shouldn't have done that. Now we'll have to start all over. God.
Oh, look, Eddie, forget about my diction. I'm here to tell people how they can feel better, faster, and it's what I say, not how I say it, that counts.
I think you're right, Harry.
All right.
That makes me...
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please remember this one thing. The next time you wake up feeling dull and headachy due to the need of a laxative, just remember Sal Hepatica and take it right away. Because then Sal Hepatica brings gentle, speedy relief, usually within an hour. So why wait until night to take the laxative you need in the morning? Then risk feeling miserable all day. Sal Hepatica has this additional advantage.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Harry!
What's the matter, Eddie?
I just spoke to Ida Lupino. I spoke to her on the phone, Harry.
I know, but...
She's on her way over here. Tell me quick. Do I look all right?
Well, don't worry about your looks, Eddie. That's silly. Why make such a fuss over Ida Lupino?
I know, but...
After, what if she is young and beautiful? What if she does have a pretty face?
What?
Beautiful hair?
Yeah.
What if she's got a gorgeous figure? And, take a look, Eddie. Do I look all right?
Of course you look all right, Harry. Stop it. Harry, this is serious. Gosh, I hope I remember my language lesson, my diction, everything done... Well, Ida Lupino, here she is. Miss Lupino, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to have my program graced by so charming and cultured a lady.
Quit stalling, Popeye, and let's make with the belly laugh.
Belly laughs?
Yeah, the gagaroos. Slip the nifty to me, Shifty. Shoot me a whopper and I'll give you a topper, Popper.
Shifty Papa, shoot me a whopper? What's happened to you, Ida? You sound like you had a transfusion from Phil Harris.
Eddie, my dear, from now on call me Peanuts Lupino. I'm giving up the drama and going into vaudeville.
Oh, no, Ida. You're making a mistake giving up your dramatic career for comedy. Gosh, don't. Comedians aren't happy. It gets tiresome having people laugh at your jokes all the time.
How would you know?
Jack Benny told me. Shut up! Take my advice, Ida. Stick to your serious roles. You really know how to handle drama. Why, the last time I went to see your picture, I cried and I cried.
Oh, Eddie, my acting affected you so much.
No, I got there just after the prices changed. It was awful. I'm only fooling, Ida. Gosh, your performance in Life Begins at 8:30 really touched me emotionally. It did.
Oh, well, Eddie, don't tell me you shed tears.
Shed tears, she says. Shed tears. I cried so much the ushers were floating up and down the aisles, battling the current. Why, my tears really flooded that place. Twice during the picture, a submarine came up in the loges.
Eddie, you're exaggerating.
I'm not. Just look at these eyes. I've really got something to cry with, you know. She likes my eyes. Look at these romantic eyes. Ida, I know that you're planning a picture with Charles Boyer, but let me show you how a real lover kisses. Do you mind?
Kiss you instead of Boyer.
Yes, that's right.
Eddie, if I can get caviar, why should I settle for hamburger?
A hunk of hamburger might come in mighty handy on a Tuesday night, babe. And he knows what I mean.
All right, Eddie. Come on. Well, come on. Kiss me. What are you waiting for?
Do you want me plain or with onions?
Eddie, let's stop this nonsense. I told you I'm through with love scenes and drama. I want to do a vaudeville act.
Oh, Ida, I've been thinking, you don't belong in vaudeville. You should go into that branch of show business where they'll appreciate your face and figure more.
Like what?
Like dancing.
But, Eddie, I can't dance.
Well, for this kind of job, you really don't have to dance. You can just strut around a little. You know what I mean?
Strut around?
Look, I'll explain it this way, Ida. What is the first thing you did when you came into the studio tonight?
Well, I took my coat off.
Well, why stop there?
Eddie, you mean...
Just picture your name up in lights. Gypsy Rose Lupino. A pretty girl is like a melody. You know what I mean?
Yes, but if I did that, what would happen to my fans?
Nothing if you hold them right.
No, Eddie, no, I'm definitely going into vaudeville.
Well, if you insist. Look, Ida, I like you, but do you expect to work alone in your act? You know, you're new at this thing.
Mm-hmm. No, I was thinking of hiring some stooge.
Yeah.
How would you like the job?
That is one of the dirtiest remarks I've ever had on this Time to Smile program. With I pen and cellophane. I want to tell you something. If you think that Eddie Cantor would act as a... How much will you pay?
$10 a week.
I'll take it.
If you're willing to work for $10, why?
For once in my life, I'll be getting money from somebody named Ida.
Okay, it's a deal, Eddie. Here's the routine, and let's rehearse the act right now.
We'll do it. All right. Cookie Fairchild, music, if you please. Why, little girl, how do you do?
How do you do?
Haven't I seen you someplace before?
You may have. I've often been there.
Well, tell me, kid, do you like the suit I'm wearing? It was made by Hart, Kraft, and Cobb.
Looks like something Roebuck made when Sears had his back turned.
Just the same, honey. The girls I go with like it.
Are you popular with the ladies?
Yes. I always have a girl on the string.
That one you had last night should have been on a leash.
You shouldn't talk that way to me today, because I'm worried about my mother.
Yes? What's the matter?
Well, you see, we moved to Boston and I was born.
Yes?
Then we moved to Twin Falls and my 2 brothers were born.
Yes?
Then we moved to 3 Rivers, Michigan, and my 3 sisters were born.
Yes?
My father wants to move to the Thousand Islands. The bells are ringing for me and my...
Isn't he the nicest man? Bought my ring at the 5 and 10.
The birds are singing for me and my...
He's as sweet as sugar candy. In the parlor, he's so handy.
Everybody is knowing to a wedding they're going. And for weeks they've been sewing every Susie and Sal.
From the kitchen he won't budge when I'm making maple fudge.
They're congregating for me and my...
I love him so, I must not would. When he shaves, he smells so good.
The parson's waiting for me and my...
When the preacher makes us one, holy gee, won't we have fun?
And someday we're gonna build a little home for 2 or 3 or 4 or more in love land for me and my...
My heart is beating fast with joy. I know our first will be a boy.
What do you bet? In love land for me and my dad. You know, Ida, I've got dancing in my blood.
You must have poor circulation. Hasn't got to your feet yet. By the way, Eddie, whatever happened to that watchdog you had?
Oh, we gave him away.
Wasn't he any good?
Well, we didn't mind when the burglar got in the house and he didn't bark. But when he started carrying the burglar searchlight, that was going too far.
We have a remarkable dog, too.
You have?
Yes. The other day when a fire broke out, the dog ran into the house, came out with the insurance policies wrapped in a damp towel.
No. Speaking of remarkable animals, my father's in the hospital, you know.
Yes? What's the matter with him?
He has housemaid's knee.
Housemaid's knee?
Yes, my mother caught him sitting on it.
Speaking of housemaid's knee, Eddie, my family just bought a farm.
Is it a large farm?
Well, we have 100 chickens and we get 99 eggs.
Why only 99 eggs?
The other one is the bookkeeper.
No!
Eddie,
Yeah.
you certainly are at home on the stage.
Well, it wasn't always that way, Ida. When I first went on the stage, I was nervous and jerky.
Well, you're not nervous now.
In love. Ida, at that, you know, we'd be great and vaudeville together. Why do you say that we actually form a team, huh?
Well, Eddie, are you sure I'm the partner you want?
Of course, Ida. Why, with your talent, we couldn't miss. Now, listen. I start the act with a buck and wing. Then I do a quick change into a blackface number.
That's when I go on.
No. I lead right into a couple of jokes. Big laugh, see?
Then me.
No. Then I've got a great juggling routine.
And now me.
No, shh. Finally, I top off the act with a sensational acrobatic stunt. There I am, balancing 6 goldfish bowls and riding a bicycle on tightrope 50 feet over the stage.
But, Eddie, what about me?
Do you have to do anything? Why, you'll stand on the side of the stage and smile. And who will look at me?
Just a smile? Is that all?
Is that all, Ida? You should never underestimate your smile. Harry can tell you that. That leads you...
Yes, Eddie is right, Mr. Pino. A lovely smile will get attention every time. And because an attractive smile means so much to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, it certainly pays to take care of your smile. And about the best way I know to do that is between regular visits to your dentist to faithfully use iPana toothpaste and gum massage. Because healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And iPana not only cleans and brightens teeth thoroughly, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to help gums to a healthier firmness. So why don't you follow this simple, healthful routine?
Regularly brush your teeth with iPana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
So, ladies and gentlemen, ask your druggist tomorrow for a tube of iPana toothpaste. And since the government has ruled that we can't buy toothpaste of any kind unless we turn in an empty tube, don't forget to take an empty metal tube of some sort with you when you get your iPana toothpaste.
Eddie?
Yes, Ida?
I really enjoy doing our vaudeville act. Let's team up and do it in a theater.
Oh, no. I didn't want you to take me seriously. You see, it's too old-fashioned. It's corny. Why, no agent would hire our act unless he were an ignorant, lame-brained dope.
How do you do?
Russian. You? You are in the theatrical business?
I'm not in the monkey business. I shall produce a great play. The Fuhrer died at dawn.
Not the Fuhrer. The general died at dawn.
I can dream, can't I?
Oh, stop it. Russian, I want you to meet my partner, Ida Lapino.
Charmed, I'm sure indeed. Allow me to shake you by the ankle.
By the hand.
You shake what you like and I'll shake what I like.
Russian, you must recognize Miss Lapino. Did you see Life Begins at 8:30?
Did I see Life Begins at 8:30? Kiddo, did I see? I was in it.
You was in it?
Yeah.
That's impossible. I was the leading lady. Are you sure you were in Life Begins at 8:30?
Maybe I left at 7:15.
Russian.
Yes?
Are you certain you can get us on the stage?
Mind dear you. I will book you into my greatest theater, Grauman's Moscow.
Grauman's Moscow?
Yes.
Do you think that we would make a hit there?
I guarantee you'll play to standing room only.
But how can you guarantee standing room only?
No seats.
Oh, you're impossible, Russian. I don't want you as my agent.
Please don't say that. I get a thrill working for you, Miss Lupinats.
No. You get a thrill working for Miss Lapino. Why do you say peanuts?
That's what I get working for you.
Get quiet. Try to pay no attention to him. He's no producer. He does this every week. He's an imposter.
Don't say that. Dad, don't say. I come from a theatrical family. My poor father was the world's greatest showman.
No.
What happened to him?
He was killed by a weasel.
Little weasel killed your father?
Yes. You see, one day he was sitting on the railroad tracks.
Yes.
Suddenly a train came along.
Yes.
And he didn't hear the weasel.
No! And he didn't hear the weasel. Ida, you've been a good sport taking all this ribbing, and I do want to thank you for coming here tonight.
No, Eddie, I want to thank you.
No.
Yes, I've learned a great lesson from you tonight, just watching you work.
Well, thank you, Ida.
Yes, Eddie. It's taught me never to be discouraged.
Uh-huh.
Any man who can get as far as you have without talent, without look.
Good night, Ida.
With a no personality.
Ida.
With absolutely
Ida, good
nothing.
night. Good night, Ida. Good night. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring you this message. These fine and moving words appeared in a recent issue of Time magazine as an advertisement for the New Haven Railroad entitled, The Kid in Upper Fall. It is 3:42 a.m. on a troop train. Men wrapped in blankets are breathing heavily. 2 in every lower berth, 1 in every upper. This is no ordinary trip. It may be their last in the USA till the end of the war. Tomorrow they will be on the high seas. One is wide awake, listening, staring into the blackness. It is the kid in Upper Fall. Tonight he knows he is leaving behind a lot of little things and big ones. The taste of hamburgers and pop. The feel of driving a roadster over a 6-lane highway. A dog named Shucks or Spot or Barnacle Bill. The pretty girl who writes so often. That gray-haired man so proud and awkward at the station. The mother who knit the socks he'll wear soon. Tonight he's thinking them over. There's a lump in his throat and maybe a tear fills his eye. It doesn't matter, kid. Nobody will see. It's too dark. A couple of 1,000 miles away where he's going, they don't know him very well. But people all over the world are waiting, praying for him to come. And he will come, this kid in Upper Fall, with new hope, peace, and freedom for a tired, bleeding world. Good luck to you, kid in Upper Fall, and all you other kids wherever you are. You've got a big job to do, and we know you're going to do it. So that next Christmas and all the Christmases to come may be white. White with the light of peace on earth and goodwill toward men. Thank you. Thank you for being with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We do hope you'll be back again next week to help us roll out the carpet for our special guest, Lieutenant J.G. Phil Harris of the United States Merchant Marine. We'll also have our regular gang on hand, Dinah Shore, and Harry Von Zell, the Mad Russian, the ambassadors, and little Cookie Fairchild in the orchestra. So remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling.
Hello? Yes, miss, that was the Eddie Cantor show you just heard. Sponsored by Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica, Ipana, Touche. Touche. A new beauty discovery, a hand lotion. No, this lotion is based on a brand new idea, beforehand protection. Beforehand. You see, other lotions are applied after you have had your hands in water. You smooth Touche on before your daily soap and water tasks to protect your hands against the harsh drying effects of hot soapy water. Surely it's grand for smoothing rough elbows and knees, too. That's right, Touche. Toushay. Well, you're more than welcome. Good night.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, by transcription.
We invite your special attention to Command Performance, a show of stars created at the request of the United States forces all over the world. Now, usually this program is broadcast only for our servicemen, but tonight it will be made available to civilians. The participants include Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, Dinah Shore, Ethel Waters, and many other stars. It will be a full-hour show. We invite you to hear it over WOR Mutual at 11 o'clock tonight, Eastern Wartime.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, as you probably know, the Treasury Department has announced a shortage of pennies and nickels. Now, this shortage has been caused by the great number of these coins that you and I have put away in piggy banks and tin cans and glass bottles. Well, saving pennies and nickels is a great idea. It means that we're being thrifty, and the thrift habit is a wonderful thing to acquire. But right now, when we're at war, a shortage of pennies and nickels is a serious thing, because it means that metals vital to the war effort will have to be used to make new ones. And that will result in less of the precious metals needed for the manufacture of guns and tanks and planes and ships. So it's our duty to relieve that shortage by breaking open our penny and nickel banks and putting the coins back into circulation. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't continue to save. No, sir, not by a long shot, because we can turn all our pennies and nickels into war-saving stamps and bonds, which is another way to save, a better way, in fact, for at the end of 10 years, you can redeem your war-saving bonds for the money you put into them, plus a very handsome cash interest the government will pay for borrowing your money. So you see, by turning in all the pennies and nickels you've saved for war-saving stamps and bonds, you perform two services for your country, and you do yourself a favor, too. You relieve the shortage of coins, help your government finance this war through to victory, and still save money for which you're paid a cash interest. Now, don't waste time. If you haven't already done so, get permission from Mother and Dad tonight to break open your coin bank. And then, as soon as you can, turn those coins in for war-saving stamps and bonds. And besides that, every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp. Because, as I've pointed out many times, every dime is important to America's war effort. Just keep in mind this slogan, won't you? A stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you remember, in our last episode, we heard how Dr. Cameron's multi-depth submarine bearing Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Perry White, together with Dr. Cameron and his crew, was almost wrecked by a giant octopus encountered miles below the surface of the Atlantic. Thanks to Superman, however, our friends and the submarine were saved from destruction. Later, toward evening, as the submarine lay helpless on the surface, it was rammed and sunk, cut in two, by a tanker. Thanks again to Superman, the lives of our friends were saved, and they were brought by the Man of Steel to the deck of the tanker itself. Finding no one in sight, they went at once to the pilot house of the ship, only to discover that it was empty also. Neither the captain nor any members of his crew was anywhere to be found. Our friends began a search of the ship, and as they entered the dining saloon, they suddenly realized the truth. And a strange and curious truth it was. Listen.
You actually mean to say that you don't believe there's a soul on board this ship? That it's running without a crew?
Well, draw your own conclusions, Lois. Look, that dinner table is set for 12. The plates are filled with soup. Soup so hot that it almost scalds the tongue. Yet there's no one here.
Well, I grant you that, Kent. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the ship is empty.
No, it doesn't. Now, wait a minute. Just a few moments ago, we all mentioned an eerie feeling of loneliness about this ship.
Yes?
There was no one in the pilot house, no men on deck, and no one in the captain's quarters. Now we walk into this dining saloon and find places set for 12 plates of hot, steaming soup, and no one here to eat it. Now, maybe you can explain it.
No, I can't. But the captain and crew must be aboard somewhere. Great Scott, Kent. This ship is running, moving along at a fairly good clip.
Well, we'll probably find that our boilers have been stoked and left with the dampers wide open.
By heaven, I hate to agree with you, but I've got a feeling that you're right. Leander, what do you think of all this?
Yes, Dr. Cameron, you know a good deal about the sea. Perhaps you can explain this mystery.
No, indeed. I'm a man of science, an Einstein, as it were, rather than a Sherlock Holmes. This mystery has me completely baffled.
Well, it's a relief to hear you say there's something you can't do.
Nicodemus, I will no longer suffer the slings and arrows of your sarcasm quietly. Another such caustic comment from your lips, and I shall slowly strike you on the nose.
You and who else?
Me, sir. I, Leander Euthanasia Cameron.
Okay, just that.
Now, look here, you two. This is no time for such horseplay. This looks serious. Kent, if we're right in assuming there's no one aboard this ship, we've certainly landed ourselves from the frying pan into the fire.
We sure have. Suppose we find out for sure, Chief.
All right.
Before we jump to conclusions, let's look through the ship and see what we can find.
Couldn't we eat first? I suggest, Nicodemus, that we wait until we finish searching the ship. I tell you what, in order to get it all over with as quickly as possible, we'll all take different directions and search different parts of the ship. We'll meet outside the door of the dining saloon in, well, let's say exactly half an hour.
An excellent suggestion, most excellent indeed. I might have made it myself if given time. As a matter of fact, I'm certain it would undoubtedly have occurred to me.
All right. Let's go out on deck.
Right. I'll open the door.
Ooh, gracious, it's awfully damp out here on deck.
Yes, there's a fog coming up.
Yes, and it looks like it's going to be a thick one.
In that case, I think we better go down into the boiler room, Mr. White, and stop the engines of this ship. No telling what we might run into during a fog.
Good suggestion, Kent.
While we're on our way down, we can search the forward end of the ship. Dr. Cameron, suppose you and your men go aft and see what you can find. Lois, you come with us.
Very good, Kent, and we'll all meet back here outside the dining saloon in half an hour.
If that meets with your approval, Doctor.
I should say, all things considered, we'll be ginger peachy. Come, Nicodemus, come, men, yards and away.
I never seen a man like you. You're a born...
Well, Kent, any idea where the engine room is and how to get to it?
I have a vague idea of how a tanker is laid out. Let's move up the deck. I think we've come to a companionway leading down to the engine room.
The fog is really getting thick now. It's rolling in across the deck in great smoky waves.
Yes, and the quicker we throttle down the engines on this ship, the better. Here we are. Here's the door leading to a companionway. Come on, let's go in.
Now, watch your footing here, Lois. These steps leading down are terribly steep.
Yes, I see. They are. I simply can't understand this. I've been trying to figure out some sensible solution to all this hocus-pocus, but really it's impossible.
Nothing is impossible as a solution, Lois. The most baffling mysteries are sometimes the easiest to see through.
Keep talking, Father Vance. You're going great, so far as talk is
Will you two stop fencing and keep your eyes and ears open? Here we are. Where do you think this corridor leads to, Kent?
Well, the doors on either side must lead to the officers' cabins. Let's have a look.
Well, would you look at that? Lights on full, but nobody in the cabin.
Everything seems to be in order, too.
Yeah. Let's try the next one.
All right, come on.
Same thing. Light on in the cabin and no one in it. Wait a minute, Clark.
Yes?
What are you staring at, Lois?
Look over there. A bowl of water, a shaving brush standing next to it, and a straight razor. There's a towel lying there, too.
My heavens, Kent, this is beginning to get under my skin. There's soap on that brush, and... Yes, by George, the water in that bowl is warm. Someone was just about to shave when something happened.
Yes, but what?
Well, I'd give a fortune at this moment to know.
Hey, you two.
Yes, Clark?
Here's the companion way to the engine room.
All right with you, Kent.
Down this way. Perhaps you better wait here, Lois.
Not on your life.
Okay, come on then. Down these steps. Watch your footing, though. They're steep.
Don't worry about me.
It's the engine room, all right. I can hear the engine.
Uh-huh. Here we are.
How do you stop these engines? Any idea?
No, but there must be some levers to pull or some such thing. Don't see anyone around, do you?
No, not a soul.
Kent, look there. I think those are the levers that you were talking about.
Let's have a look. Yes, this seems to be right. This lever is marked with various speeds from slow to full. It's on slow speed now. I'll just shove it into the spot marked stop and see what happens.
Well, that's it, all right.
Now that we've stopped the ship, aren't we in danger of drifting?
Yes, I think we'd better get above decks and see if we can drop the anchor.
Well, can we do that alone?
Well, if she's a fairly modern ship, yes. The anchor windlass acts on a ratchet mechanism with a catch. All we'll have to do is release the catch, I think.
All right, Kent. Lead the way.
All right, just up these stairs again.
Well, what are you stopping for?
We'll have one last look around. Just can't comprehend all this. An engine room with the engines running, but no one in it. It all looks so curiously deserted. Well, come along.
Well, here's the corridor again. Think we ought to have a look in the cabins that we missed?
Well, later, perhaps. Right now, we better get above decks and drop that anchor.
Okay, Kent. Say, the funny thing about you.
What's that, Chief?
You're a strange mixture. Sometimes you act as if the only thing you had in that body of yours was fear. And other times, such as now, you have a certain commanding manner, a certain way of saying and doing things that commands respect.
I've noticed that myself, Mr. White. Sometimes, Clark, I almost suspect you of being two people.
Well, aren't we all sometimes? Come on, up these steps here to the deck above. Watch your step, though.
Another thing I've noticed. Every time we start to talk about you, you adroitly change the subject. I'm beginning to think that you're concealing some deep, dark secret about yourself.
Perhaps I am. You never can tell. Maybe I got a police record a mile long.
Oh, don't be silly. Here's the deck. Gracious, that fog has gotten thick.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we drop anchor, there's nothing to guarantee us we won't get rammed.
Well, that's true, but we'll be safer than if we were drifting, so long as we keep a foghorn going. Come on, let's go forward.
This is fantastic. Thoroughly and completely fantastic. Kent, what could have happened to the crew of this ship? Whatever it was, it must have occurred very shortly before Superman brought us aboard. Shortly before we were rammed and sunk.
I don't know. We've solved some pretty puzzling mysteries in our time. I always had the feeling we'd never run into anything more baffling than the tiny men or that business of the statues being broken, but this is something that beats anything I've ever seen before.
We're almost at the prow of the ship, Clark. We can't go much further.
Oh, yes, there's the anchor windlass right up ahead.
Great Scott, this fog is getting thick. We ought to light some riding lights if we can.
Well, that wouldn't do much good. Never be seen in time. As soon as we drop anchor, we'll go back to the pilot house and start blowing the fog whistle. If there's one on board.
I'm sure there must be.
Sure, no doubt. Well, here we are. Here's the anchor windlass.
So, can I give you a hand, Kent?
No, Chief, thanks. All I have to do is move the catch on that ratchet. Let's see now. Yes, here we are. That does it. Well, our half hour is nearly up. We'd better get back to the dining saloon to meet Dr. Cameron and his men. They'll be wondering what happened.
Great heavens!
Steady, both of you. Something's happened. Come on!
Through the fog-bound night, aboard a ship mysteriously empty of captain and crew, comes a strange and terrifying scream. Who screamed? And what could have happened? What can possibly be the answer to this curious and baffling riddle? Be sure to be with us tomorrow for one of the most thrilling adventures of all. And listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Of course, we can't all be members of Uncle Sam's Armed Forces because some of us are too young or too old. But that doesn't mean we can't get into this fight. No, sir. Because there's one big important thing we can do. We've got to see that our fighters are supplied with all the bullets and guns and tanks and planes and ships they need to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. How? By buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Because every time we buy a war-saving stamp or bond, we lend our government money with which to finance our fight. So remember, talk with Mother and Dad tonight about giving you an extra dime every day or every other day for war-saving stamps. Talk about it with all your friends. Get them to make a pledge with you to buy war-saving stamps regularly.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Hi-yo, Silver! Ahoy!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Come on, big fella! Hi-yo, Silver! Ahoy!
It was snowing in the high border country. Snow was everywhere. It fell in soft, swirling plumes of crystal that covered everything with white. The chill of it seemed to partially penetrate a warm room and shadow the face of a kindly old woman whose only illness was age. Yet despite the snow and the chill of the storm, the woman's voice was clear as she questioned the doctor who stood beside her.
Well, Dr. Sawyer?
Heart action slow. Respiration normal for a woman of your age.
That all?
Well, I'm sure with a little rest and perhaps a tonic you'll be all right.
Fiddlesticks. All I want is rest. A long, peaceful rest. I know about my heart.
I see. How about the boy, Dan? You're his only relative, aren't you?
That's why I wanted to know how much time I have. Where's Dan now?
He was waiting in the other room when I came in.
On your way out, tell him to come here, will you?
On my way out? Why, I haven't prescribed
The
anything.
only prescription I need, Doctor, is the one I'm asking for. Send Dan in.
Just as you say.
How's Gran feeling, Doctor?
She wants to see you, Dan.
You mean I can
go on in? She asked me to tell you. I'll wait here.
Gran.
Come here, Dan. Sit down by my bed.
Doc Sawyer says you want to see me.
Yes, Dan. I'm going on a journey.
A journey?
Mm-hmm. I'm going alone, Dan. You'll stay here.
Oh, Gran. Okay. May I go?
Well, this is one trip I'll have to make alone.
What do you mean?
I'll explain it later, son. Right now, I want you to do something for me.
Of course, Gran.
Who is your best friend?
My best... Why, you are.
No. I mean besides me. To whom do you feel closer than anyone else?
I guess if you rule yourself out, there's only one other person.
Who is it, son?
The Lone Ranger. It was Mr. Martin before the Lone Ranger came here.
Yes, I thought so. And it makes me very happy. You think a great deal of the Lone Ranger, don't you?
Well, when I grow up, I want to be just like him.
Well, you couldn't choose a better model, son. And now, even though it's snowing outside, I'm sure you won't object to running a little errand for me.
Oh, sure, Gran.
I want to talk to the Lone Ranger. Can you find him for me?
Find him? Sure I can.
Where is he?
I don't know, but he'll answer my signal. He always does. Or shall I go right now?
Please.
Are you sure you'll be all right? I don't know how long it'll take. I have to go up on top of the hill and...
Don't worry, Dan. I'll be waiting.
I'll hurry as fast as I can.
Kiss me, Danny.
Sure.
That's a good boy.
I'll be back, and I'll bring the Lone Ranger with me.
Be sure and wear your heavy coat, son.
Oh, maybe I ought to stop at Mr. Martin's. He and Betty could come over and sit with you till I get back.
Well, if it isn't too much trouble.
I'll bet they'll be glad to come over. Goodbye, Gran.
Goodbye, son, and hurry back.
Dan guided his horse up a narrow trail until he reached the highest point of a mountain overlooking the valley. Then he dismounted and quickly gathered an armload of dry twigs from under high fir and spruce trees that gave protection from the snow. A few moments later, he had them arranged in 3 separate piles. When he applied a match, flames leaped upward like 3 bright plumes against the blackness of the night. The Lone Ranger and Tonto had followed the trail of a killer from the southwest. Crossing many states, they finally brought the outlaw to justice just south of the Canadian border. Here in the snow-covered, rugged mountains of the Copper Country, they had met Dan, a 14-year-old boy. There was a strange, unexplainable interest in the boy. His qualities seemed to be so like those of the Lone Ranger that Tonto was amazed. The Lone Ranger himself was surprised at Dan's knowledge of the woods and mountains, his understanding of the Indians, and his resourcefulness and courage. When the masked man saw 3 signal fires high on the mountaintop, he knew it was Dan who wanted help.
Come on, Silver. Get up, scout.
Tonto rode just behind the Lone Ranger from the hidden camp to the hilltop where Dan waited.
Oh, I knew you'd come.
Easy, big fella. Now, what's wrong, Dan?
Gran wants to see you. She asked me to find you.
Well, how's your grandmother feeling? She's been ill, hasn't she?
I'm kind of worried.
Did you send for a doctor?
Oh, sure. Doc Sawyer's there now. He stayed around. Gran talked sort of funny. Said something about going on a trip, alone, not taking me with her. Well, then she asked me to bring you.
Oh, I see.
I've been thinking about it and wondering. Gran's pretty old. Maybe she thinks she's gonna... Well, do you think there's any chance of... do you think she might... die?
Dan. People who live long and useful lives never really die.
Gee,
The goodness they've given to the world lives after them in the hearts and minds of everyone they've known. Your grandmother's one of those kind of people. She will someday leave here, but she won't die.
Yeah. Gran is like that. I see what you mean.
Let's go to the house. Here we are.
Other people here, too.
That's Mr. Martin's cutter. He's here with his daughter. You know what I said about good deeds living forever in the hearts and minds of everybody?
Yes?
If everybody just figured that way, there'd be a lot less trouble in the world.
Why, yes, Dan. What made you say that?
I don't know. It just seems like ordinary good sense.
Truth is always that way, Dan. Just ordinary good sense. Let's go in.
Gran's in the front room. Come on.
Yes, Ben.
Dan!
What? Well, Lone Ranger.
Come on in. You're back sooner than I expected.
We made it as soon as we could, Gran.
Good evening.
Good evening. I suppose you were wondering why I sent for you.
I'm proud that you did.
Well, Betty, look in that chest over there and bring me the small cardboard box that's in the top drawer.
Of course. Is this it?
Thank you, child. These are very dear keepsakes of mine. I've never showed them to anyone before. See?
Why, they're baby clothes. What an adorable little dress.
Just like the Tyker used to wear it.
Are those keepsakes part of the story?
They're the beginning.
What do you mean, Gran?
It was almost 14 years ago, but I can remember everything as though it had happened yesterday.
Tell us about it.
Well, Jim, that was my husband, had been anxious to come out west for years. He read all the reports of the Lewis and Clark expedition, and finally we decided to make the move. We traveled together as far as Council Bluffs. I waited there while he came on ahead. A few months later, he sent for me. He'd found this valley and decided it'd be our home. Well, naturally, I joined the next wagon train that was headed west. I'll never forget that trip. We left Council Bluffs at midnight for what was to be the greatest adventure of my life. Young man.
Yes, ma'am?
Can you tell me where I'm supposed to ride? My baggage is in one of the freight wagons, but I can't find a seat for myself.
Well, if you're not too particular, ma'am, you can ride in my wagon right here.
Oh, thank you. You're very kind. Now, if I
Here, let me help you up.
Thanks.
I've only got one other passenger. She's in the back of the wagon there someplace.
Oh.
You two ladies will be riding together for quite a spell, so you'd better introduce yourselves.
All right.
I'll be right back.
I guess I'm the other passenger he's talking about.
Well, I'm very grateful. We have a long trip ahead of us, and with 3 people here in the wagon...
Oh, there really are 4. I have a son.
Son? Oh, excuse me. I didn't notice any boys scampering around here.
He's hardly old enough to scamper. He's asleep in that basket. Do you want to see him?
Of course.
It's rather chilly tonight, so he's well covered, but... Now, there.
What a lovely baby. How old is he?
6 months. Almost 7.
Isn't this a rather difficult trip
for a baby so young? He doesn't mind it. He thrives on traveling just like his daddy.
Is your husband with you?
No, he's going to meet us at Fort Laramie. You see, he's a Texas Ranger, and our home is really down south, but... Oh, excuse me for being so rude. My name is Mrs. Reed, Linda Reed. And this is Daniel. He doesn't acknowledge introductions very well when he's asleep.
I'll excuse him. I'm sure the young man and I will become better acquainted before the trip is over. I didn't know then how tragically those words would come true. The wagon train left Council Bluffs that night, and we traveled for days through the desert and wild country. Linda and I became fast friends during that time, and the baby, little Dan, liked me too. Well, nothing of importance happened until the night before we were scheduled to arrive at Fort Laramie. Then, just after we'd made camp with all the wagons drawn up in a big circle, one of the trail scouts rode back with news that terrified all of us. What is it? What's wrong?
You and Mrs. Reed better hug the bottom of the wagon, ma'am.
Is there going to be trouble?
Plenty. A passel of Cheyenne Indians are headed this way.
Indians? Don't worry, Linda. There are plenty of men and rifles with this train. Get Dan and stay back here under cover.
Oh, I will, but what
Well, I'll help the other women, reloading the rifles.
Here they come! Millions of them!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The eyes of everyone in the room, Dan, the Lone Ranger, Dr. Sawyer, Mr. Martin, and Betty, were on Dan's grandmother as she continued her story.
As long as I live, I'll never forget that awful night. Hundreds of yelling savages riding round and round our wagon camp in a circle that grew steadily smaller. They were using guns, spears, and flaming arrows. Within a few moments, several of the wagons were afire, and some of our men had been killed. I was busy keeping rifles loaded for our wagon driver.
Got that other one ready, ma'am?
It's still hot, but I think you can use it.
I'm sure there must be something I can do. Please let me help.
Get down. Don't stand up like that.
Stay below the edge of the wagon, Mrs. Reed. You're a perfect target.
Go to her, ma'am. I'll stay here and sling the lead, just as long as there's any left.
Mrs. Reed. Linda. Why, you...
How is she, ma'am?
If the object of this raid is to kill a young mother, the Indians are successful.
Them dirty, sneaking Cheyennes. I'd like to... But a young one. Mrs. Reed's boy. What'll become of him?
I'll take care of him until we get to Fort Laramie and meet his father. You'll trust me, won't you, Dan? As it turned out, the little fella didn't have much choice. He had to trust me.
You say his name was Reed?
The Indian raid, what happened?
It was almost a massacre, but not quite. There were enough of us left alive to care for the dead and wounded. We reached Fort Laramie 2 days later.
And Mrs. Reed?
She's buried there on the prairie.
Was the baby's father waiting in Fort Laramie?
No, he wasn't. The only thing waiting for the boy and me was more grief. 2 death messages.
2?
Jim, my husband, had been killed in a blasting accident, clearing the ground for this very house we're in right now. The other message was addressed to Mrs. Reed. I opened it. It was from a commanding officer of the Texas Rangers down south someplace.
The Rangers?
Yes. The boy's father was dead, killed in ambush while on duty.
This baby... You called him Dan. Could he be any relation to me?
Dan, you were that baby.
Gosh.
Dan's father. You said he was killed while on duty with the Texas Rangers.
Yes.
Do you know any more about it? Any other details?
Well, Hargraves, the commanding officer, wrote me a letter explaining everything in detail. It seems that he called on 6 of his best men, had them come together fully armed.
Boys, I've got to send you on a job I wouldn't turn over to my worst enemy.
Where are we going? What's the assignment and how far, sir?
It's a place called Bryant's Gap. Just beyond is the basin where old Bryant lives.
I've heard of the place.
Reed, I don't like to send you men on this job. Those outlaws aren't the hiding sort. They're more likely to be waiting with guns.
Well, isn't it possible that we can slip into the basin without their knowing it?
It's possible, but not probable. They know about everything that goes on. There are a dozen places in the gap before you reach the basin where they could ambush you.
Well, if there are no instructions, sir, we'll start.
Oh, one thing. Reed, aren't you expecting your wife and son from the east?
Yes, sir.
Then I'll send someone else in your place.
No, thanks, sir. This is my job. I'll go with the others.
What if you don't?
My brother's going along, too. One of us will come through.
Perhaps you'd better stay
With
back.
a good fight in the offing, not on your tintype. Let's travel.
Right.
Get up there.
Come on. Get up there.
Mr. Hargraves said that was the last time he saw his men alive. The next thing he knew, they'd been waylaid and killed. And by the time he got to the gap, there were 6 graves with the saddles and hats of the Texas Rangers to mark them.
Hargraves.
What about him?
I knew him.
Somehow, I don't know why, I felt that fighting men like Dan's father and the brother must have pulled out of there somehow. Remember, they weren't actually seen dead. All the officer knew was that he saw their graves.
What's the matter with the Lone Ranger?
I don't know, Dad. Look at his hand. It's actually trembling.
What's the matter?
Dan, Mr. Martin, Betty, all of you. I would like to have a few minutes alone with Mrs. Frisbee.
How's that?
Come, Father. We'll go into the other room.
Is there something wrong?
Please.
Very well. Come, Dan.
Mrs. Frisbee, let me tell you a little more of the story, more of that massacre.
You know?
Yes, I know about it. Those 6 Texas Rangers were riding through Bryant's Gap. They knew that the high rocks on both sides gave plenty of hiding places for anyone who wanted to waylay them. There was nothing that could be done about it. Suddenly, without warning, the shooting started. 2 of the men fell from the saddle without a chance to use their guns. 2 others were wounded but returned the fire. Dan's father was hit 4 times. Still he fought. He was the bravest of all. 6 times Dan's father was hit before he finally was beaten. The other Rangers fought their best, but they had no chance. They were in the open, and their enemies were shielded by rocks. The fight was over in a few minutes. But one of those men did live.
What?
He recovered consciousness to find his friends all dead. He was so weak he couldn't stand. Crawled along the canyon's floor, wondering each moment why the outlaws didn't shoot again. He didn't know that he'd been unconscious for hours. Finally found a small stream of water and followed this to a cave. But in the cave, the Texas Ranger lost consciousness again. He didn't recover for a long time. When finally he opened his eyes, he saw an Indian standing near him. He found that his wounds had been dressed. The hot broth was ready for him to eat. The Indian said,
Me, Tonto.
Tonto?
Other ranger, all gone.
All dead?
Me bury him. He make 6 grave. Outlaw think all ranger dead. You dead with others.
Oh, but why did you do that?
You wear mask. Outlaw not know you still alive. You only one to get revenge.
The only survivor.
You lone survivor.
The Lone Ranger.
Then you were there. You were one of the Texas Rangers.
Yes.
You're the one who got every one of those outlaws. Then you had to carry on your work. You were officially dead.
Yes.
Tell me what I want to know.
Dan's father was my older brother.
Then you?
I'm Dan's uncle. You see, my brother was several years older than I. I'd always admired him. From the time we were little fellows, we fought each other's fights, and he taught me to ride my first horse. He used to hold me on his knee like our father had held him and tell me stories of adventure. I would have given my life for him. When he came west and joined the Texas Rangers, I too joined as soon as I could. After my brother was killed, I heard about the death of his wife.
Now I know why an all-wise Providence allowed me to live this long.
Well, for years I've wondered about the boy. I never could find out whether he was alive or dead. I didn't know where to search for him. I only hope that I can be to Dan what my brother was to me. I promise you I'll always take care of him. I want to think of him as if he were my own son.
I have something here. I was going to hand it to you anyway. This little gold locket. Dan's mother wore it.
Oh, wait, I want to take off my mask.
Well, my eyes, they're not as good as they used to be. The candle, will you bring it over so I can see?
Of course.
That's it. Hold it close. And kneel down here by the bed.
All right.
Yes, it is true. The same clear eyes, forehead, everything. Oh, you and my Danny boy. Put the mask on again, Lone Ranger. The West needs you.
Before the Lone Ranger replaced his mask, he bent low and touched his lips to the wrinkled cheek of the fine old lady who was so very, very tired. He heard her breathe softly.
Ride on, Lone Ranger. Ride on forever. With Danny at your side.
And then he rose and saw that rest had erased the wrinkles, that a great peace had descended on a brave soul. Though there was no wind, the candle flame went out, and in the darkness the Lone Ranger replaced his mask. He turned to the bed.
May the rest you so richly deserve be yours forever.
Say, Grant.
She's sleeping, Dan.
Sleeping? Oh, yes.
Will you go in, Doctor?
Of course.
Dan, come outside with me.
Yes, sir.
She wouldn't want you to cry.
I'm not crying.
Dan, stand here in the light of the window. I want to show you something.
Yes, sir.
Here's a locket she gave me.
Oh.
Here's a picture of you as a baby with your mother and father.
That's my father?
On this side of the locket, there's another picture.
He looks something like my dad.
Dan, that's a picture of me.
Of you?
Your father was my older brother.
Then you must be my... Boy.
Dan, the years I've spent looking for you, wondering if you were alive.
Lone Ranger. My uncle.
There's just the two of us, Dan, to carry on.
I never knew my dad, but you'll take his place now.
You bet I will, son.
Well, the Lone Ranger has found Dan, and new thrills and adventures lie ahead when the boy falls in step while the Lone Ranger rides. story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Kraft Music Hall with Bing Crosby and his distinguished guests for this Christmas Eve. Miss Fay Bader, star of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Journey for Margaret. Jack Carson of Warner Brothers Pictures. Andrew Toombs of Paramount Pictures. And, of course, Janet Blair, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids and Hal, and the Charioteers. Well, this makes the 7th Christmas that Bing has sung Adeste Fidelis here in the old Kraft Music Hall in Latin and English.
This seems like the most natural year for everybody to join in on the English chorus.
It might be nice if everyone at home joined us, too.
Oh, we're counting on them.
Adeste Fidelis, Leti triumphantes, venite in Bethlehem. Natum videte, regem angelorum, venite adoremus, venite adoremus, venite
everyone here in the hall, Fay Bader, Janet Blair, Andrew Toombs, Jack Carson, the Music Maids and Hal, the Charioteers, Ken, John Scott, everybody at home in the family key, once through in English, huh? All come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant, oh come ye, oh come ye, Thus, friends, everybody in the old Kraft Music Hall, short-waving the season's greetings to battle stations all over the world. And for said strong points, we have something new and extremely attractive. Columbia Pictures' new star of My Sister Eileen, and the forthcoming film Something to Shout About, Miss Janet Blair. Janet joins us KMHers of this Christmas Eve. Joins us permanently. Everything copacetic for Christmas, Janet?
Well, I don't know, Bing. I'm a little worried about tomorrow, though.
You worried about Christmas? Why?
Yeah, we asked Johnny Trotter to our house for dinner.
You are in a little trouble, but I got a TL for you, Janet. Johnny has got himself a diet.
Yeah, but that's the trouble. He doesn't start on that diet until December the 26th. Until then, well, he's dreaming of a wide Christmas.
A wide? You know, I saw John Scott standing in a safety zone the other day, this afternoon, and an automobile practically knocked him down.
Well, if he was in a safety zone, why didn't they drive around him?
Well, the fellow only had an A card.
Hey, Janet, you know Johnny a long time, haven't you?
Well, I've known him longer than he's been here in the Kraft Music Hall.
Oh, would you say he's changed much in the past few years?
Oh, no. If I hadn't seen Johnny in years, I could spot him a mile away.
Who couldn't?
Nice.
I met him on the boulevard today, didn't I, John?
You sure did. And you helped me decide what to send a little boy I know. How? I was undecided whether to send a certain little boy ice skates or roller skates.
And Janet helped you decide?
She sure did. She told me to send him one of each.
Well, if he can handle himself on those, I can get him 10 weeks at the Radio City Music Hall. He'll be all right.
Are you all set for Christmas, Bing?
Yep, I made the last of my resolutions just a little while ago.
Resolutions?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're supposed to make resolutions on New Year's Eve.
Oh, not me. I got me assistant. I find it's kind of tough keeping your resolutions from New Year's to Christmas. So I make mine on Christmas, and it's a cinch to keep them till New Year's.
Well, how about you this evening, Janet?
Oh, sorry, Ken, but I'm busy.
Oh, well, that's too bad. No, I mean later. Are you going to hang up your stocking so Santa can leave some toys?
Oh, not this year, Ken. This year, the girls are going to hang up their toys, hoping Santa Claus will leave stockings.
And it's with this Christmas thought for the distaff side of our listening membership that Janet Blair turns to a little thing called, with disarming simplicity, steam is on the beam. What is
The steam is on the beam. The point is that the joint is jumping. The steam is on the beam. The janitor is making with the jive. He's making with the pipe. The radiator starts to riff it. The boiler keeps alive. The jive when all the pipes are taking fire. A Dixieland beam. A Methalix from Chicago. The New Orleans beam. It ain't got glamour, but it's a jammer. Oh, the steam is on the beam. It doesn't want a note from ballad, no tenor from Vienna or an Icky from Waikiki in the car. Tonight the steam is on the beam. What love? The steam is on the beam. The point is that the joint is jumping. The steam is on the beam. The janitor is making with the jive. He's making with the pipe. The radiator starts to riff it. The boiler keeps alive. The jive when all the pipes are taking fire. A Dixieland beam. A Methalix from Chicago. A New Orleans beam. You bet your life is no good for high biz. Oh, the steam is on the beam. It doesn't want to know from ballads, no corny trumpet men is playing Carnival of Venice in the car. Tonight the steam is on the beam, but love, the steam is on the beam.
That's really steaming on the beam, Janet. Now, while you simmer down some, we turn to our friend Jack Carson, one of Warner Brothers' leading men and character comedians. Jack Carson is at present playing your local cinema, a very fine story of the prize ring called Gentleman Jim. Certainly glad you dropped into the old Kraft Music Hall this evening. Jack, did you get caught in any last-minute shopping riots? Did you get any on you? Any?
Oh, I got out with just a few minor bruises. My insurance broker's taking care of everything, including the lady who claimed I crumpled her bumper. You know, Bing, I can sympathize with those store clerks during the holiday rush. I worked in a department store one Christmas vacation when I went to school.
Were you any good at it?
School? No. But I was the best salesman at Flugel's department store. I was about the hottest thing in that place. Matter of fact, I was so hot they called me Arson Carson.
Well, you know, they're soft peddling the high-pressure stuff these days.
Yeah?
Stores don't have much to sell.
I'll sell it even if I haven't got it.
Carp, rent this boy a stall.
Coming right up. Announcing the opening of a novel shop designed especially for the sale of items that are unavailable and unobtainable. Presiding over this mammoth area of empty shelves is that new low and high-pressure salesman, Mr. Jack Carson, whose slogan is,
"No use coming in as we haven't got it and we don't know when we're going to get it, and if we do get it, we won't be here to receive it, so why don't you put your dough in war bonds?"
A baby of mine.
Blues.
To celebrate the opening of his new shop, Mr. Carson is holding a gigantic going-out-of-business sale. He hopes to follow this up with his annual end-of-the-month bankruptcy sale. Due to difficulty in finding elevator operators, proprietor Carson is piloting the lift in person.
Going up. First floor, furniture, beds, and spreads. Second floor, glassware, plates, and skates. Third floor, clothing, hats, and spats. Fourth floor, hardwares, pails, and nails.
Basement, everybody out.
Hey, Bud, can I get waited on?
Yeah, sure. I hope you don't see anything you like. But if you do, I'm sure we won't have it.
Well, I want to buy a Christmas card that says, Merry Christmas to the one and only girl I have ever loved.
That we just happen to have. Here you are, sir. Merry Christmas to the one and only girl I have ever loved.
Thanks. I'll take 2 dozen of them.
Steadfast little fellow, aren't you?
Yeah. Say, who's that old guy over there running up and down the stairs?
Oh, that's Santa Claus. He got his beard caught in the escalator.
From a thing like that, a guy can get a headache.
Yeah.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Carson? Well, I didn't expect to see you in this department. Last time I was here, you were in women's lingerie.
Yeah, I look so silly, though. I moved over to woolen underwear.
Oh, what are you laughing at?
It tickles.
Mr. Carson, I wonder if you could suggest a small gift for a small boy.
Small boy, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Say, do you know those tin soldiers in the toy department?
Why, yes.
That's funny. They don't know you.
Oh, is that so? Oh, fine thing. I'll write Washington about this. In fact, I think I'll write Adams and Jefferson, too.
You write to Washington and Jefferson? I'll deliver the letter myself.
To Washington and Jefferson?
Sure, I live on that corner.
Hiya, Mr. Carson. I'm Speed Croveney.
Well, Speed, what isn't on your mind?
Well, I can't think of what I'm not thinking of.
Well, forget it. What don't you want?
How about that overcoat over there on that dummy?
That's no dummy. That's my brother.
I know just how you feel. I got 4 of them.
Yeah.
What's this funny-looking gadget here?
That's a combination toothbrush and pliers.
What do you do with a thing like that?
If you're too lazy to brush your teeth, pull them out.
Well, in that case, I'll take a 10-cent package of soap flakes, and I brought my birth certificate.
You don't need a birth certificate to buy soap.
Oh, so that's the one thing you don't need it for.
Look, this particular soap is great for washing your silk shirts.
Don't have any silk shirts.
What? No silk shirts?
Huh.
What do you do those long winter evenings when everybody else is rinsing out their fluffy things in lukewarm suds?
I get so lonesome.
Don't ever let it be said that I'm not the kind of a guy to take the shirt off his back. Here, take my shirt. $8. A beautiful shirt and no strings attached.
No strings? How am I going to hold my socks up?
Roll them down over your shoes and make out like they're spats.
You want me to come formal, huh?
Now, look. Here's what you do.
What I do?
You take this silk shirt and you put it in the washing machine.
Oh, ain't got no washing machine.
Oh, wise guy, huh? No washing machine. Everybody's got a washing machine today, and you're going to stand there and tell me you haven't got a washing machine? Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, in that case, I'll buy one.
You got a priority?
No, ma'am.
Oh, wise guy, eh? Trying to buy a washing machine without a priority, huh? Trying to get me in trouble. You look like the criminal type with those fancy sideburns and that jute mill Bal McCann.
Well, gee, all I wanted to get was some soap flakes to wash my priority.
Well, okay. How many soap flakes would you want if I had them?
Will it be all right if I take 2 boxes?
A wise guy, eh?
Oh, gee, I'm sorry.
Trying to hoard soap flakes. I ought to report you. Let me tell you something, Bud. It's a good thing you came to my store. Anybody else would have reported you.
Well, I didn't mean no harm. Honest, I didn't. But I ain't leaving this store till I get something you've got.
Yeah? You know what I do to people who want what I've got when I ain't going to give them what I got?
What you do?
I beat them to a pulp.
Oh.
I break their necks. Put my fingers in their eyes. Smash them. I practically annihilate them.
What happens to them?
I lose more customers that way.
For that shrinking salesman, Jack Carson. We travel now out to the old Red River Valley. Mighty pretty country out there, partner. Mighty pretty. Especially the way them charioteers handles it. Yes, yes.
I should never have taken to rowing. I should never have left all my friends. 'Cause I dream of the Red River Valley and a home where the great river bends. When it's lonesome and blue on the prairie, then my heart fills with endless regret. And I dream of the Red River Valley and the home I could never forget. Just consider a while hasten to bid me adieu and remember the Red River Valley and the girl who has loved you so true.
Oh, her hair was all yellow and flowing like the gold of a bright western sky, and her eyes were the blue of the valley, and they cried when we whispered goodbye.
Well, just consider a while ere you leave me. Do not hasten to bid me adieu, and remember the Red River Valley and the girl who has loved you so true. But I'm so tired, awful tired of roaming.
Yes, and someday, when I've sung every song, I'll return one melody to the valley where I belong.
That's a fine treatment, men. The charioteers return ere long with additional arrangements. While you're waiting, cut in on this character,
Christmas Eve 1942 is one that we'll all carry in our hearts for many a year. Let us say Christmas spirit, Christmas kindness, as usual. Let us know that this night, as of other years, is the celebration of hope and joy and goodwill for the whole world. Let's make that so in each of our homes. For no matter what the world may be like, this is the night when the sugar plum fairies dance in the dreams of the little folks. This is the night when Dunder and Blitzen ride the winds jingling silvery bells. You ready for them at your house? Packages all wrapped and tied, the war bond envelopes and the little packages hanging on the tree, the bigger packages piled around. Well, there's one little package we hope you didn't forget because it's a real holiday help to Mother. We hope it's out in the refrigerator right now. Package of creamy white, delicately fresh Philadelphia brand cream cheese. It'll be wonderful with the pancakes or waffles or toast for Christmas morning.
As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby. Trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. Don't laugh, that stuff might come back someday. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? Oh, baby, why don't you fall in love with me? Thank you. On this Christmas Eve, 1942, the Kraft Music Hall's remembrance to our listeners is our very dear friend, Fay Bainter. To many of you, as well as to us, it wouldn't be Christmas without Fay. For it's at this time each year that Fay Bainter, reading a few words tossed off perhaps in haste by an editorial writer 46 years ago, puts our Christmas thoughts back on the beam. Last Christmas, to a nation boastful and bragging in the face of defeat, the words Francis P. Church wrote for the New York Evening Sun in 1896 seemed cleansing and refreshing. And this year, with victory dimly, very dimly on the horizon, a sober nation that is now beginning to understand what war really means also realizes that it must keep its faith. And I think Francis Church's letter to Virginia will help do just that. Don't you, Fay?
Yes, Bing. More than anything pompous, More than anything, Marshall. I think we parents know that in keeping our children's faith in things as they truly are, not things as war distorts them, we will be protecting them against the hard days, the very hard times of growing up in a war-warped world.
Yeah, I guess we had better concentrate on giving our youngsters what's in our hearts, rather than what's on our front pages.
Exactly, Ben. The thing that's going to keep us happy and healthy and alive spiritually until the end of time is what we believe in. Belief and faith is what we must never lose. The kind of belief and faith that Francis P. Church expressed so beautifully in his answer to a little girl who wrote to the New York Evening Sun saying, "Dear editor, I am 8 years old. Some of my little friends say there's no Santa Claus. Papa says, if you see it in the sun, it's so. Please tell me the truth. Is there a Santa Claus? Virginia O'Hanlon." And this is Mr. Church's answer. Virginia, your little friends are wrong. They've been affected by a skepticism of a skeptical age. They do not believe except they see. They think that nothing can be which is not comprehensible to their little minds. All minds, Virginia, whether they be men's or children, are little. In this great universe of ours, man is a mere insect, an ant in his intellect, as compared with the boundless world about him, as measured by the intelligence capable of grasping the whole of truth and knowledge. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. He exists as certainly as love and generosity and devotion exist, and you know that they abound and give to your life its highest beauty and joy. Alas, how dreary would be the world if there were no Santa Claus. It would be as dreary as if there were no Virginias. There would be no childlike faith then, no poetry, no romance to make tolerable this existence. We should have no enjoyment except in sense and sight. The eternal light with which childhood fills the world would be extinguished. Not believe in Santa Claus? You might as well not believe in fairies. You might get your papa to hire men to watch in all the chimneys on Christmas Eve to catch Santa Claus. But even if you didn't see him coming down, what would that prove? Nobody sees Santa Claus, but that's no sign that there is no Santa Claus. The most real things in the world are those that neither children nor men can see. Did you ever see fairies dancing on the lawn? Of course not. But that's not proof that they're not there. Nobody can conceive or imagine all the wonders there are, unseen and unseeable in the world. You tear apart a baby's rattle to see what makes the noise inside. But there's a veil covering the unseen world, which not the strongest men, not even the united strength of all the strongest men that ever lived could tear apart. Only faith, poetry, love, romance can push aside that curtain and view and picture the supernal beauty and glory beyond. Is it all real? Oh, Virginia, in all this world, there's nothing else real and abiding. No Santa Claus? Thank God he lives and lives forever. 1,000 years from now, Virginia, nay, 10 times 10,000 years from now, he will continue to make glad the heart of childhood.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Miss Boehner. That was beautiful. I'm sure you've given us a fine Christmas remembrance, and one to all of those who have written us asking for another chance to hear you read Francis P. Church's fine editorial. And here, friend, in the spirit of that editorial, are the Charioteers.
Long time ago.
And we didn't know
Thank you, men. That was really fine. Here now is a Christmas message from our friends in Chicago.
Every year at this time, we of the Music Hall direct a special greeting to the Kraft family of employees across the continent. But tonight we aren't thinking in terms of just a business organization. We think of a big job that many, many thousands of men and women are doing together. The job of supplying vital protective dairy foods to the boys who are fighting around the globe, to our allies who are fighting at their side, and to the workers at home who are making the material of victory. We think of the farmer who, short of help, works long, long hours, 7 days a week, to keep his dairy herd producing for Uncle Sam. We think of the cheesemaker in the Crossroads factory, working faithfully to make every pound of milk he receives into fine, nutritious, high-quality cheese for America. And we think of the retailers to whom you look for foods to keep your family strong, how hard they're trying to keep on their shelves the things you need. These days, everyone who works to supply and distribute the vital dairy foods is in his country's service. And housewives who use these foods wisely and without waste are doing a helpful thing, too. Last Christmas Eve, many wondered what the job ahead would be. Tonight, we know. All Americans who produce foods and share foods can hold this a memorable Christmas Eve. A Christmas Eve of good faith and good cheer. Crosby, I just don't know what to do. Here's the last minute, and I still have a lot of Christmas shopping to do. How'll I get it done?
Why, that's a cinch, Carp. You get everybody on your list war bonds or stamps. Well, you can buy them almost anywhere, and they make a gift your friends will remember and our enemies can't forget.
Well, say, thanks, Dr. Crosby. That's swell. Now I'm all set. The Christmas bells can ring anytime they're ready.
Well, I imagine they're ready now.
Let's listen.
Yes. Kraft Music Hall carries on with Fay Bainter, Andrew Toombs, Jack Carson, Ken Carpenter, John Scott Butler and his orchestra, the Music Maids at Hal, the Charioteers, and as of now, Miss Janet Blair and friends. You'd be so nice to come home to.
You'd be so nice by the fire,
While the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire.
under stars chill by the winter, under an August moon burning above.
You'd be so nice
You'd be paradise
to come home to and love.
You'd be so nice by the fire,
While the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire.
under stars chill by the winter,
Under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice
you'd be paradise
to come home to and love. Way up at the North Pole tonight, our amiable old friend Santa Claus is hopping every which way, getting ready for his annual tour de force. Old St. Nick might be a little late coming down some of the chimneys over here because he's got plenty of new stops this semester. All the war posts, wherever his boys and girls are stationed, Santa's going to hit them all if he has to make it in 2 jumps. But we thought we might catch the old character before he hitched up Dancer, Prancer, and Fellow Deer, and get some inside info on just what goes when Mr. and Mrs. Claus and all the subjunctive clauses prepare for the takeoff. If we can melt some of the icicles off the wires, we're going to switch right up there to the North Pole, where Santa Claus's children are helping him to get started. Take it away, North Pole!
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Jingle, jingle,
All of you are on your way.
Oh, that's the spirit, children. A little flat, but so is everyone else just before Christmas. Now for a little rest before I start my arduous journey.
Santa Claus, will you stop dilly-dallying? It's getting late.
My dear Mrs. Claus, my beloved wife, at a time like this.
Yes, at a time like this. Do you realize it's almost midnight and you haven't started yet?
Never missed a Christmas in my life, and I won't miss this one.
Well, you'd better not. All those people waiting for you, and you sitting smoking your pipe. For shame! Come now, children. Help your father get started.
Yes, Mother dear.
Now get to work and pack your father's bag. I want it done before I get back.
Santa Claus is our papa.
Our mama done told us.
Hey, Pop, do you want me to put some C-A-N-D-Y in the P-H-E?
You know your mother doesn't want me to smoke.
Father Claus, I did like you said and checked up on your team of reindeer.
That's good, that's good. Are all my reindeer in good order?
Well, all except Blitzen. He's a little on the fritzen.
Blitzen ate up his racing book and we had to scratch him.
Well, you'd think an animal that size could scratch himself.
Hey, Pop, are you going to see Betty Grable again this year?
Why, of course, son. I plan to spend quite a little... I always try to fill Betty's stockings.
I like the way she fills them better.
Smart boy, smart boy.
I get around, don't I? Pappy Claus, are you all going to see Hedy Lamarr, too?
Why, certainly, Johnnikins. Why, I remember last year I left a present for Hetty and she kissed me. Son, was my beard singed.
Santa Claus, are you still here?
My dear Mrs. Claus, haven't you known me long enough to call me by my saint nickname?
Well, get a jingle, Kringle. Hurry up, and I do mean you. Millions of children are waiting, and here you are, dilly-dallying like an old fuss budget. Now, here's your sky map, and be sure not to leave anyone out.
Don't tell me what to do, Mrs. Claus. I'll run this business. This isn't my first trip.
Well, remember, all you do is deliver. It's us women who pick out the merchandise.
Okay. I'll see all the youngsters and stop at all the battle stations. I know what to do.
And be careful in those chimneys. You always come home with a soot suit and a smeared beard.
Well, I'll be careful, and on my way home, I'll stop at a hotel for a little rest.
Where are you going to stop, Pop?
Same place I always stay. I get a nice room there for a special rate. $2 for room and beer.
Say, Father Claus, isn't that something new this year, putting those sleigh bells on your fur cap?
Yep. Now I got furs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
Yes, but you always come back from those all-night trips with Arctic circles under your eyes.
That woman will never stop nagging. Come on now, boys. It's time to hitch up the reindeer. But first, you better take my bag out to the sleigh. Now, let's see. Where is it? Where's my bag? Oh, there it is, over on the sofa.
Hey, this is heavy. Come on, Harry, help tote her.
I can't budge her. What do you got in here, Pop? I'm in here, and you all let me down.
Every year that Johnnikins tries to stow away.
Come on, Pop. I got the reindeer all fed.
Well, that's good. Goodbye. I mean, good boy. Good boy. Well, now, good boy, everybody. I mean, goodbye, everybody. Good boy, Mrs. Claus. Be a good boy. Be a good wife till I return.
Well, goodbye, Nick. Here's an extra set of flannel underwear to wear. Many things are frozen in the United States, you know.
How do you know?
Well, I heard it on a newscast by Gabriel Refrigerator. That's his name.
Well, they'll never freeze Santa Claus. They wouldn't do that. Why, they wouldn't dare. Why, if it weren't for all I stand for...
Better hurry, Pop. The reindeer are getting restless.
All right. Don't rush me. Here I go. Giddy up, you reindeer.
Aren't you going with the reindeer, Pop?
How many times have I told you, Harry, you're supposed to hitch the reindeer to the sleigh?
Every year, new rules with the reindeer.
I'll get those deer back here. Go get them. Get them quick. Hurry up.
I'll hit him up good this time, Pop. Here you are.
That's fine, son. Well, goodbye, all. Goodbye.
There he goes. Oh, he made a swell takeoff. He's passing the Big Dipper. There he goes by the Milky Way. Whoop. What's that? Oh, a motorcycle cop is after Pops. He stopped him.
Hey, you! What are you doing all dressed up in a red suit flying around the sky? Pull over to that cloud. Who do you think you are, Superman?
I'm Santa Claus.
Oh, a wise guy.
Honest, I'm Santa Claus. Don't you see, I've got all these presents to deliver tonight. I'm going all over the world and stop wherever they'll let me land. And if I don't make it, it won't be Christmas. And when Christmas is lost, it'll be
the speeches. Why didn't you say who you were? Come on, I'll clear the way for you. Let's go.
All right, come on. Giddy up. Come on. Prancer, Dancer, Donder, Cupid, Comet. Merry Christmas, everybody!
You know, that's the first Santa Claus I ever saw who looked exactly like Andrew Toombs. Some of them looked a little like Andrew Toombs, but this one looked enough like Toombs to be Toombs himself. Well, that's how it is. Going back a little way now, here's one that we've had a lot of requests for from a lot of men in a lot of places. Good morning, Mr. Sip, 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 with your haircut just as short as mine. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 you sure are looking fine. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The shaved tails don't get you, the top kicks must. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 with your haircut just as short as, your haircut just as short as, your haircut just as short as mine.
Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 with your haircut just as short as mine. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 you're surely looking fine. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. If the Louis don't get you, then the top kick must. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 with your haircut just as short as, your haircut just as short as, your haircut just as short as mine.
With your haircut just as short as mine. Good morning, Mr. G.I. Zip, you sure are looking fine. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If the guardhouse don't get you, KP must. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 with your haircut just as short as, your haircut just as short as. Say, son, who cut your hair? Just a few days ago, everybody here in the old Kraft Music Hall received a letter from our friend and advisor, J.L. Kraft. Now, it's not the usual sort of a Christmas letter from employer to employee. J.L.'s never are. It's certainly not front office stuff. It's the kind of a letter a man likes to read and reread. It starts to my friends, which means it really as much to you Kraft Music Hall listeners as it is to us. So I asked Ken to read you his copy.
To my friends, each weekday morning as I walk into the Chicago office, the first sight which greets my eyes is our great service flag, a flag whose stars are ever growing in number. More than 800 blue stars are there emblazoned against a white field in this December of 1942. And almost every morning there are a few more added to the luster of the flag. On Sunday mornings, when I go into my home church, I'm greeted by another service flag with more than 200 represented there. Walking along the city streets, wherever I go, I see more and more windows lighted with a glory that was never there before. As I see the service flags, which mean so much to us personally, I'm reminded that the meaning of each star is twofold. Each service flag in a window means not alone that there's a member absent from that family circle, but is a symbol that the enduring light of home still shines for him, and that it shall not be extinguished, that it is for his home and the multitude of homes which make up the United States of America that he fights around the globe today. This Christmas time, when we turn our thoughts and hearts to our boys so far away, and when their thoughts are warm and strong enough to reach around the earth and back to us, the light of this sacred birthday is a lamp unto our feet, bringing us all home in thought, in love, in faith, in rekindled devotion. The stars in our service flags take their light from a holy star, that one which led the wise men of old. May the abiding glory of Christmas time be upon you, and upon yours, wherever they may be. May it be our constant prayer that before another Christmas dawn shall break, the everlasting light may have overcome the darkness of the earth. Sincerely, J.L. Kraft.
Thank you, J.L., for a thought that we'll try to keep with us, and a hope that I know we all share. Here now is Janet Blair in a nice new melody with what is certainly a universal thought.
He's not so handsome, he's not very tall, and in the smart set, he's nothing at all. He was the first one to answer the call, that soldier of mine. He's just a private, just one of the crowd. He's got that something that makes me so proud. You keep Old Glory as high as a cloud, that soldier of mine. I wish he knew how much I've been missing him. Every single day we're apart, but I still have the memory of kissing him the day he marched away with my heart. There at the station, I tried not to cry. I kept on smiling while waving goodbye. I know he'll come back, my wonderful guy, that soldier of mine, and I'll be waiting, oh soldier of mine.
Marches back, but way back. 1618, the 30-year war starts in Germany, and Sir Walter Raleigh loses his head over Arabella Stuart. 1618, William Shakespeare is 2 years in his grave, and many a man is heard saying to his wife,
"How now, my gentle Janet? Wouldst while away an idle hour this evening in the courtyard of the tavern, where the strolling mummers make their mimicry?"
Is not this night the night they do William Shakespeare revival, Romeo and Juliet?
Romeo and Juliet. Fair. Pox on these double features.
Have you perchance heard the new melody that's drifted across the channel from Switzerland?
Oh, it hath a haunting quality. How goes the lyric?
The words are yours for the writing.
Well, quickly, my quill, my sand, and my parchment.
Time lurches on. 1776, the Declaration of Independence is signed and the United States is born as a nation. 1776, and in many a continental home on Christmas morning, thinking men can be heard to say,
"Well, it's been 6 months since they signed the Declaration of Independence."
Yes, but I can't remember. Where did they sign it?
Right at the bottom.
How is Washington doing?
'Tis looking better for us, Janet Lass. I have it direct from E-Town Crier that Washington hath crossed the Delaware this day and won a great victory at McConkey's Ferry.
'Tis well, but 'tis a pity they must fight on Christmas Day.
Oh, tell me, prithee, what that tune? What words go with it?
'Tis a tune my mother brought with her from England. The words, my lord, are yours for the writing.
Hum softly, and I'll see what can be devised.
Time staggers on. 1847, the first adhesive postage stamp comes into use in these United States, and druggists start praying for stamp vending machines. 1847, and in many an American home on Christmas Eve may be heard,
"A good King Wenceslas looked out on the field of Stephen, where the snow lay around and about it, deep and crisp and even."
Have you heard that new carol that Dinah Maria Muller Craik wrote the words to?
How's it go? Oh, that one. Oh, to be sure. "God rest you, merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ, our Savior, was born on Christmas Day to save us from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy."
merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ, our Savior, was born on Christmas Day to save us from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy.
Kraft Music Hall continues with a few words from the fellow on my right.
Just one last-minute suggestion for the lady of the house. You'll have some nuts and candied fruit left over from tomorrow's festivities? Well, Saturday or Sunday, for dinner dessert, serve those leftover treats with some crackers and a square of Philadelphia brand cream cheese.
Seasonal delivery of toy trumpet John Scott. Before closing the old Kraft Music Hall, as we traditionally do, I'd like to remind you that Lionel Barrymore is doing Scrooge, as he does every Christmas on the Rudy Valley program, which follows immediately on many of these stations. Be sure and hear Command Performance tonight on another network at 8 p.m. Pacific Coast time. As for ourselves, we'll all be back New Year's Eve. That's a week from this evening. We being our usual group, plus Janet Blair, Johnny Mercer, Richard Hayden, and Betty Hutton. At the moment, I'd like to say to J.L. Kraft, the man behind the Kraft Music Hall, and to everyone who's ever been kind enough to listen to us, and to everyone who's ever been a guest in the old Kraft Music Hall, a Merry Christmas. In its own way, it is a Merry Christmas. The fact that we're still free to celebrate Christmas and that we're going to remain free should make it so. Don't you think so, Faye?
I most certainly do, Big. And on behalf of everyone who's ever enjoyed Kraft Music Hall hospitality, I think I'm qualified to thank you and add, before you sing Silent Night, that I think these words by Robert Louis Stevenson make a perfect preface to your song. The infinite, shining heavens rose, and I saw in the night uncountable angel stars showering sorrow and light. I saw them distant as heaven, dumb and shining and dead, and the idle stars of the night were dearer to me than bread. Night after night in my sorrow, the stars stood over the sea, till lo, I looked in the dusk, and a star had come down to me.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin, mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. Round yon virgin, mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace.
Merry Christmas, everyone, from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Attention! Army and Marine Corps, count off. Navy and Coast Guard, hit the decks. All United Nations stand by for its command performance time in the USA. All during 1942, Uncle Sam's shortwave stations and radio networks of the United Nations have been shooting out this big show to you guys who are shooting it out with the Axis. From the fog-bound Aleutians to the steaming jungles of the South Pacific, you've written thousands of letters to Command Performance, and the letters were answered in person. Well, there's a victory committee here in Hollywood whose pledge to that worldwide victory committee of yours is, buddy, your request is our command. For this 1 hour on Christmas Eve, a man and woman you call Mom and Dad become part of your show. For tonight, for the first time over the 4 great networks and independent stations, the War Department of the United States of America presents Command Performance. At this moment, the Chief of the Office of War Information has a brief message. Go ahead, Washington and Elmer Davis.
On this Christmas Eve, all over the world, American soldiers, sailors, Marines, and nurses are listening to this program as they have listened for almost a year past. But tonight, it serves as a link between them and us at home. We're all hearing it, the whole American people, whether in the cities or on the farms or on ships at sea or in army camps or at the front. This program is nothing new for the men of the armed forces. For 40-odd weeks, they have heard these specially produced command performances sent to them by shortwave. And we have reason to believe that they think of it particularly as their program. What they want, what they ask for, the famous entertainers who have appeared on these weekly broadcasts have done their best to supply. Tonight, because it is Christmas Eve, and a Christmas Eve when a good many American families can't be together as they used to be, tonight the War Department has invited us to come together, all of us, as listeners to this program. For the first time, it is heard in this country, exactly as it is heard by the men and women who are serving the country abroad. In North Africa, in New Guinea and the Solomons, in China and India and Ireland, in Alaska and Hawaii, in Iceland and Panama, wherever on this Christmas Eve the American flag is flying. They're probably thinking about home tonight, most of them. Home which they are not likely to see again until the war is won. They are doing all they can to win it, and they have already written some glorious pages in American history. But the war won't be won until and unless we who are at home do our share too, making whatever sacrifices we must and working together as hard as we can. Whatever sacrifices may be asked of us as a necessary contribution to victory are trivial compared to what our men are doing at the front. Yes, and trivial compared to the sacrifices that are required of the civilian population of every other nation in this war. It's that kind of war, the kind of war that we can't win unless all of us, civilians as well as soldiers, do just as much as we can. So I hope that when the men overseas think of home tonight, they'll think of it as a place where all of us are doing our best, doing all we can to help them who are doing so much more toward the common purpose of complete victory. And now, command performance, dedicated to our armed forces over there.
Thank you, Elmer Davis, and to OWI for your cooperation with tonight's command performance. And men, hang on to your GI hats as your star-packed Christmas show starts rolling out of Hollywood with that Rolling Stone who's gathered millions of friends in the United Nations, the commanding officer of command performance and your master of ceremonies, Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, Command Performance Hope, telling all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines that although Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, what he really wants is that stinkweed in Berlin. Yes, sir, it's a great thrill and an honor to be on this Command Performance show on this Christmas Eve, the time of year when everyone has a feeling of love. Boy, you should see all the young couples walking in the park, the fellow with his arm around the girl, and the man from the draft board with his arm around the fellow. But fellows, back home here, the women are making this a victory Christmas. My aunt is very patriotic. Yesterday she gave her girdle to the scrap drive. Now she's dreaming of a wide Christmas. And everything about my aunt is patriotic, even her dog. The other day chased me down the street, finally caught me and bit off the seat of my pants. Thank heavens it was Meatless Tuesday. But all the women are patriotic these days, and they're all doing their part. Today, wives are no longer backseat drivers, no sir. They sit up in the hood now with a straw and siphon the gas tanks of the cars in front of them. And lots of people are using substitutes for gas. One of the musicians in Al Newman's band filled his tank with whiskey, and it worked swell. Only that was the first time in history a Pontiac ever sang Sweet Adeline, staggered up Vine Street, flirted with a Buick, and spit in a traffic cop's eye. I live near Bing Crosby, and the Save Rubber were sharing the burden. One day he drives his car to the studio, and the next day I drive it. People are really saving their tires. In fact, I was riding home in the streetcar today, and on Vine Street, Henry Ford got on. That's the end of that joke. I don't know where... What an end. All the women here at home have been marvelous. They do everything. Tonight I had a woman cab driver bring me down to the studio. She was wonderful. She was driving the cab with one hand and knitting a sweater with the other. In one block, she knit one, purled two, and hit three. And yesterday I had a cab driver who had a little baby right in the front seat with her. As I got out and gave her $1, the baby started to cry. I had to wait 5 minutes for the change. don't get that at first, then it sneaks up on you, you know? And you hate yourself for letting it. Now, but fellas, let's start answering that GI Christmas mail to Command Performance. For you 20 pigeon experts in the amazing unit of APO 958, for Sergeant Sy and the mob in India, for Dutch Burkholder and you 25 men in Ward J in that Pearl Harbor Hospital, and for all of you down in the Caribbean, here's the #1 trio of the AEF, the Pennsylvania Polka, and the Andrews Sisters.
Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania Polka. Pick out your partner and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania Polka. It started in Scranton, it's our #1. It's bound to entertain ya. Everybody has the mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania. While they're dancing, everybody's cares quickly gone. Sweet romancing, this goes on and on until the dawn. They're so carefree, gay with laughter, happy as can be. They stop to have a beer, then the crowd begins to cheer. They kiss and then they stop to kiss again. Strike out the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania Polka. Pick out your partner and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania Polka. It started in Scranton. Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania. Everybody's cares are quickly gone. Sweet romancing. This goes on and on and on until the dawn. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Gay with laughter, they're happy as can be. They stop to have a beer, then the crowd begins to cheer. They kiss, and then they stop to kiss again. And join in the fun, and it's fun to entertain ya. Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania.
Up that little thing. Thank you, Andrews Sisters, and thanks to a really terrific guy, Alfred Newman, who's conducting the orchestra tonight. Well, gang, old Sam. And that's with no prompting, Al. Well, gang, old Sam the mailman has brought Command Performance a truckload of your letters asking to hear from a kid named Junior. So, by worldwide command of the AEF, Harriet Hilliard and Red Skelton.
Hiya, fellas, and Merry Christmas. And being Christmas, we naturally have a lady and her little boy. It's... Thank you. It's very early on Christmas morning, so Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid. Hey, Mummy, are you awake?
Oh, Junior, it's only 4 o'clock. Go back to sleep till daylight.
Hey, Mummy, where'd that come from?
Sears and Roebuck. And go back to sleep.
Sears and Roebuck, he's dead. That's silly. I so small, I bet they got me from a cut-weight rug store.
Junior, will you stop mumbling to yourself and turn over?
I can't turn over.
Why not?
My chain don't reach that far.
Oh, Junior, don't say that. You're not chained.
Oh, no?
No.
What's that, the bells of St. Mary? Hey, Mummy, I can't sleep anymore. I want to go see my toys. I want to see what Santa Claus bought me. I'll get up,
What
too.
are you doing?
I'm getting up. I got one leg in my pants, and I gotta keep hopping around till I catch the other one. Come on, I'll catch it. I'll catch it. Oh, boy, now I'll really catch it. Boy, I better get back in bed but quick.
Junior, you're going to get it if you wake your father. He didn't get to sleep until late.
Oh, that's nothing new.
Junior, did you happen to hear your father come home last night?
Who didn't? Boy, he's getting better, though. It only took 8 cops to bring him in this time.
Oh, Junior, how can you say things like that?
Oh, it's easy once you know how.
Something tells me you're looking for a spanking.
Yeah, some tell me I don't have to look very far, either.
Go back to sleep.
Now, let me get up or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody you used to be a prize fighter.
I was not.
Oh, no? Hey, Battler, you're on next.
I'm worried at a bump. Now you're going to get it.
Oh, you hit me, you hit me. You broke me with a whip. You broke me with a whip.
I broke your what?
Me hip.
Hooray! I guess I'll have to get up, too.
Yeah.
Get dressed and wash your face, and I'll take you down to breakfast.
Okay. Oh, boy.
Well, did you wash your face like I told you?
Yeah. Wipe me with the ears, too. Look.
I am looking, and it's awful.
Well, gee, you can't get rid of that dust bowl in one day, you know. I think I'll go downstairs.
You won't peek at the presents, will you?
You don't know me very well, does he, Paul? Oh, well, here I is, all alone. Gee, look how that banister looks. Kind of dusty to me. I think I'll slide down and dust it off.
Junior, what did you break?
You know that vase has been handed down from generation to generation?
Yes?
Next generation's going to have to use a dicty cup. I think I will go out in the kitchen and fix my own breakfast. That's what I will do. I will pour the cereal into this little dish. Oh, and it's from Mummy's clothes set, too.
Junior! Meow. Oh, that darn cat.
It always works, Boy, I wish that old cat had kittens and I could increase production. Now I will crawl in the icebox and get me some milk. Oh, boy, I love milk. Oh, the door closed. How about that? That little light does go out. Oh, boy, it's a good thing it didn't lock. Now I will pour the milk over the cereal. I hope it's a kind of Crickles and Pop. Oh, boy, I love that kind of Crickles and Pop. Kind of stale, ain't it? Now, I wonder what Santa Claus brought me. I think I will sneak in the other room. If I do, I will receive a chastising. I shall attempt it. Oh, boy. Look at all them presents. Oh,
Junior, you weren't supposed to look at them.
Yeah.
But now that you've seen them, I guess it's all right.
Oh, boy, let's open them up. Open them up, Mummy. Let's see. Open them up. Come on. Oh, boy, look. A drum, a bicycle, a train, and some little toy soldiers. Oh, dear. Oh, dear me. I just happened to think.
Of what, Junior?
I'll have to wait 365 days before I hit the jackpot again.
Very good, Red. Very fine, Harriet. Well, gang, all during the past week, Spike Jones and the City Slickers have been haunting our local junk shops looking for toy instruments on which to beat out a famous old Christmas tune so many of you have asked for. So here it is, Jingle Bells, melted down and recast by that sensational novelty band, Spike Jones and the City Slickers.
Through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, hardly a toe.
Whoa, Comet! Whoa, Cupid! Whoa, Dunder and Blitzen! I gotta straighten out this fireplace one of these days.
Who brought that barrage balloon in here? Say, when you were in school, fellas, the great thrill was to be a star and win your letter. But the letter that thrills the Hollywood star these days is the one you write from over there. And speaking of stars and letters, here's one of Command Performance's four-lettered stars with letters from the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard, Ginny Sims.
Thanks, Bob. Hello, fellows. Love to Brodeur in Hawaii and your mother in Massachusetts. And to Dave Thorley and the radio girls in Argentia, Newfoundland. And Christmas cheer to the Southern gentlemen on the north end of the Alaskan highway. And say, Charlie Eaton, how are things in Egypt? Eldridge, what's new in New Delhi? Corporal Brubaker in Australia, you're doing just fine. And love from Anne. Now, I brought all of you a little gift tied with the heartstrings of that girl back home. It's called Saving Myself for Bill. Thank you for the invitation. Dancing always gives me a thrill, but my heart wouldn't be in it, not even a minute. I'm saving myself for Bill. Since I left him at the station, other things are practically new. Gone for the duration. I'm saving myself for Bill. Out there somewhere, there's a lock of my hair in his pocket, in a locket. This ring I wear shows how deeply I care for Bill. I always will. So thank you for the invitation. Dancing always gives me a thrill. But to be perfectly candid, has been branded. I'm saving myself for Bill. Out there somewhere, there's a lock of her hair in his pocket. In a locket. This ring I wear shows how deeply I care for Bill.
vacation, gone for the duration. I'm saving myself for Bill.
Jane? Very good. And now, fellas, Command Performance answers mail from every corner of every one of the United Nations. It's the old groaner himself, Bing Crosby. Darn nice of you to dress.
Formal tonight, formal.
Formal, you got a shirt on. Is that a shirt? You get into bed quickly, don't you, huh?
Thank you, thank you. Season's greetings, fellows, and a Merry Christmas to you, High Horn.
Merry Christmas to you, short, squat, and melodic. Say, you know, you're going to wear those earmuffs all during the show. Look,
my cheek chicory. You don't like my cheek chicory?
Cheek chicory?
Yeah.
Well, shut it. You know, Cross, we've been on a lot of radio programs together, big ones, small ones, long wave, short wave, but Command Performance tonight is going to be different from anything we've ever done before.
Oh, you mean I'm going to get a few laughs?
Well, not that different, no. Say, Cross, you were a little late coming down to the studio. Where were you?
Well, you know how Christmas Eve is, Bob, with the kids and everything. I was home.
Yeah? How are things out of Boys Town?
Oh, they're rugged, Bob, very rugged.
Yes, they are.
Tell the truth, I'm a little worried.
Worried?
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm dressing up as Santa Claus tomorrow, and I'm afraid the kids will recognize me.
Don't worry, Claus. The minute you put on that Santa Claus suit, nobody will recognize you.
Why not?
It'll be the first time in 20 years you've worn a coat and pants that match. Don't miss that.
It's the first time I had a coat.
But seriously, Bing, to get back to the program tonight, I can't get over this Command Performance. Imagine we're being heard by close to 1 billion people in nearly 30 countries.
Brother, when you lay an egg tonight, it's an international omelet, isn't it? Bob, I want to tell you this hookup is nothing compared to the radio we're going to have when this war is over. We'll have television all over the world.
Television, huh?
That's right, Bob. People will be able not only to hear you, but see you. They can use their eyes and their ears.
Well, do you think they'll appreciate my jokes just as well?
Say, they got noses, haven't they?
Oh, it'll be a great world. Just think of the possibilities in aviation alone.
Why, it'll be fantastic. Everything will be different. The planes will be so thick in the sky you won't be able to see the sun.
Well, in California, what's so different about that? Thank you, tourists. Thank you. Where were we?
I tremble to think, though, Bob. You know, with all those planes up in the sky, do you think the stork will be able to find his way
to your house blindfolded? I understand you're making him go around to the servants' entrance now. Is that right? Go ahead.
Oh, it's Trapped again. You beast.
I had it. It's an ad lib for my writers. Go ahead.
It's going to be a great world, a grand world after the war. You know what I'm going to do?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to build myself a brand new house, and I'm going to paper every room with the music of one of the famous songs of the war.
Say, that sounds like a novel idea. What are you going to use?
Well, I thought in my trophy room, I'll put Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition. And by the telephone, I'll put I Came Here to Talk for Joe. And in the card room, I'll put Be Careful, It's My Heart.
Well, where are you going to put Der Fuhrer's face? Are you kidding? We just didn't know how to time that, did we, old boy? Well, I I guess that takes care of post-war planning, but right now I've got a little request here from some of the lads over there. Ready to cut one, Bing?
Well, get me on, Dad.
Okay. Okay, fellas. The old groaner is ambling over to the post to team up with a quartet that's a sure thing in Harlem and down Park Avenue and wherever you guys hear command performance. It's the Charioteers and Bing Crosby and Basin Street Blues.
Now won't you come along with me?
Now won't you come along with me?
Down the Mississippi.
Down the Mississippi.
We'll take a boat to the land of dreams.
Steam down the river down to New Orleans.
There's gonna be a band there to meet us.
There's a band there to meet us.
Oh, friends to greet us.
Oh, friends to greet us.
That's where the old and the young folks meet.
Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street.
Basin Street. That's the street where all the light and dark folks meet. Down in New Orleans, land of dreams.
You never know how nice it seems, or just how much it really means.
Glad to be, yes sirree, where welcome's free and dear to me, where I can lose
those doggone Basin Street blues.
Play a little of that piano on the air, will you, Jim?
James Sherman.
Lovely, lovely.
Talk to me. Now that was some sort of an excursion.
Just a new kind of a diversion.
Just a new kind of a diversion.
You have to admit that they swing out real sweet.
Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street.
Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street.
Thank you, Bing and the Charioteers. Well, fellas, the last command performance of this series will come from Berlin, with Hitler, Mussolini, and Tojo singing their swan song. And you guys in North Africa are printing tickets right now for that big show. And in honor of your work, we're honored to present a favorite of all Americans in this all-American fight for freedom, our beloved blues singer, Ethel Waters.
Thank you, Bob Hope, and God's blessings on all you boys over there. And now, folks, I'd like to sing the song I introduced in good old New York City in 1924, Dinah. Dinah, is there anyone finer?
Carolina. If there is, then you know her. Show her Dinah, with those Dixie eyes blazing ocean liner just to be with Dinah Lee. That's why you hear me say I'd love to wake up in the morning and hear the birdies say good morning, like they used to say good morning in my Carolina home. Oh, Dinah, with them Dixie-eyed blazing, who wouldn't love to see them gazing to the eyes of Dinah Lee? Yes, every night, my, how I shake with pride because my dynamite change your mind about me. That's why I'm gonna wake up one morning, hear them birdies say good morning. I would hop an ocean liner just to be with Dinah. Yes, to be with Dinah Lee.
Thank you, Ethel Waters. It seems that practically every man overseas has written into Command Performance asking what's going to happen when Santa Claus meets up with Charlie McCarthy. Well, brethren of the AEF, there you have the $64 question. Presenting Charles Lawton with Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
It's Christmas Eve in the Edgar Bergen Charlie McCarthy household. Charlie has just dozed off waiting for Santa Claus. Edgar has prevailed upon his good friend Charles Lawton to dress up as Santa to fool the little fellow. As we look in now, we see that Santa Claus Lawton has just arrived.
Oh, well, here we are. Hello, Charles.
Hello, Edgar.
Say, it's awfully sporting of you to dress up like that and come over tonight.
You know, I've always wanted to put something over on that little tyke. How is Charlie, anyway?
Oh, he's fast asleep waiting for Santa Claus.
Oh, he's such a cute little fella.
Yeah.
Just look at him. I'll bet he's in dreamland. What is more beautiful, Edgar, than the innocence of youth?
I wonder what he's dreaming about.
Oh, Hetty, my darling.
Lawton, now you go over to the fireplace and pretend that you've just slid down the chimney, and I'll wake up Charlie. Now, don't trip over those andirons, will you?
All right, Edgar. It's terribly dark in here.
Yeah.
I can't...
Well, are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah, now, let's not have any scenes. No temper, you know.
Oh, no, don't worry about me, Edgar. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Okay.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Ow!
Who's there? Who's there?
Darn those andirons, breaking my leg around here. I'll sue somebody for this.
Why, Charlie, look. Why, it's Santa Claus.
No.
Oh, yes, so it is. Ho, 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 I'm old Saint Nick. I'm a jolly, jolly fellow.
Yeah.
Ho, ho, ho.
All right. Don't knock yourself out about it. How did you get in here anyway? Now, don't give me that routine about the chimney.
Oh, so you don't believe I came down the chimney, huh?
No. Well, when I look at you...
Yes?
And then I look at the fireplace...
Yes?
It can't be done, that's all.
Now, stop this nonsense, Charlie. Why, Santa Claus has come all the way from the North Pole.
Yeah? So, Sandy, how are things with your toy shop? Have you run into any priority trouble?
Oh, dear me, no. We keep very busy. I have a lot of helpers. Little men, 2 feet high.
2 feet high.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? Well, you ought to go easy on that stuff, whatever it is. Say, Santa Claus, what do you got in your hand there, that little bag?
Oh,
there?
just some candy, Charlie. Just some candy.
Oh, and how about giving me a piece of it?
Why, of course, Sonny. Help yourself. Have one.
Let's see. What kind have you got here?
Those green ones are good.
Oh, you have some licorice ones, too,
The
haven't you?
green ones have nice chewy centers.
What's the matter with your licorice ones?
I like them.
Well, I like them, too, so I'll take myself a mitt for it.
Take your mitts off those, and I'll break your arm.
Santa Claus, please, now remember.
Oh, yes.
Jolly,
Ho,
jolly,
ho,
jolly.
ho, ho, I'm old St. Nick. I'm a jolly, jolly fellow.
Well, what have you got for me?
Well, I have a big bag full of presents, Charlie, as usual.
What do you mean, as usual? Well, what you gave me last year, you could have slipped under the door. And besides, I don't think you're Santa Claus, if you ask me.
I'm Santa Claus, and I'll blast anyone who says I'm not.
Santa Claus, please. Ho, ho,
Ho, ho, ho, ho, ho, I'm old St. Nick. I'm a jolly, jolly fellow.
You're a phony, that's what you are. You're
Yes,
a
I'll
fake.
tear you limb from twig.
Now, Santa Claus, look what you're doing. Remember yourself.
Look at me. I'll be so excited, my stomach has slipped its mooring.
Not only that, but your caboose is loose, too. All right.
Charlie, will you please remember you're talking to Santa Claus?
Somehow I just can't believe that it's him.
Well, if I'm not Santa Claus, then who am I?
Well, you know who you sound like?
Who?
A fella named Charles Lawton. He does a little picture work around town. Small parts.
Look, I've got press clippings that prove otherwise. After all, I'm a pretty famous fella.
Ho, ho, ho. Santa Claus. Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho.
So I remind you of Charles Lawton, do I? Tell me, do I look like him?
Oh, you're not that homely.
Why, you nasty little snitch.
Why, Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho.
Nuts to ho, ho.
It is Mr. Lawton, that's who it is. We was robbed.
No. Well, Mr. Lawton almost got away with it,
Well,
didn't
I had
he?
you fooled for a little while, didn't I, Charlie?
You didn't fool me. I recognized you under that jaw grass.
How did you know it was me?
Well, how did I know it was you? After all, Chuck, there's only one Lawton.
Oh, do you really think so, Charlie? That's very nice of you.
And the way you played the part of Santa Claus.
Oh, thanks very much. It was pretty good, wasn't it?
Oh, you made him live.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Very nice of you.
Yes. No one but Lawton could have hammed it up like you did.
Well, buckle on your safety belts, gang, for we're taking off with one of the bands that rates tops with the AEF. Led by the man who's played so many Army camps that the total number is almost a military secret. Another command performance for the old Fez himself, Kay Kaiser.
Thank you. Well, Merry Christmas to 44 engineers at APO 861, and ditto to you medics at 514. Hi there, Mr. Law, over in England. Things are hunky-dory in Alabama. Yes, sir. Howdy to the Ridge Runners at APO 862. And good hunting to you Marines down south. Mighty nice of you all to invite us to your big Christmas Eve show, and we'd like to play the tune for you that I understand is the theme of you men out there. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition.
You gotta give him credit for a son of a gunner was he. Shouting praise the Lord, we're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we ain't a-going fishing. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition and we'll all stay free.
you to Kay Kaiser and the whole gang. You know, by ocean liner, New Caledonia is 9,000 miles from 42nd Street. And Trinidad a long way from 3rd and Main, but your letters tell us that Command Performance is your bridge between the AEF and the USA. No blacked-out bridge, but bright with your favorite stars. One of these stars is a girl who's often crossed over to sing for you in the jungles of Panama and the white wastes of Iceland. She's making still another trip tonight. Fellas, Dinah Shore.
Hiya, fellas. Well, it's not the same old Christmas Eve without you. But when we take down those little trees in that front room you left behind, the lights will keep on burning in that window in our hearts. My New Year's resolution is to keep on answering those wonderful letters you write to me, care of Command Performance. So for the Flying Fortress Mob at APO 875, for Colonel Ned in Alaska, for good old Pat Wing 7, for all the jungle mutters down in Panama, for Hayes and Snyder and the Air Force gang in China, for Mac, Red, Clancy, and T-Bone, somewhere north of the farthest point north, for Colonel Ed, Marge, and Little Shug, and for all of you everywhere, this suggestion. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to get. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? As long as you're not in love with anyone else, please, why don't you fall for me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to get. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me?
Yes, that's mighty oily, Dinah. Well, men, for a long time, Jack Benny has been feuding with Fred Allen. But thousands of you guys in the AEF have commanded that on this Christmas Eve, the feud should be patched up. And right this minute, the Martins and the Coys of radio are holding a special peace conference in New York. So hello, New York. Command Performance ready for Fred Allen and Jack Benny.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from New York City, we'll bring you two lads who, after a 7-year misunderstanding, have reunited in the spirit of the Christmas season. So here they are, folks, those two entertaining boys, the old vaudeville team of Jack Benny and Fred Allen.
Thank you. Pardon me, Mr. Announcer, but I think you have that billing a little wrong. The proper way to announce this act is Fred Allen and Jack Benny. You see, my name comes first.
What do you mean, your name first?
Well, if you will remember, Mr. B, I paid the room rent today. We are not sleeping on the fire escape tonight.
Oh, that's right. Introduce us again, Mr. Wells.
If you will.
Thank you. So here they are, folks, those two entertaining boys, the old vaudeville team of Fred Allen and Jack Benny.
Thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. I just happened to think of something. Mr. Announcer, my name should come first.
Your name?
Yeah, you see, I'm the guy that got our tuxedos out of hock. Remember?
Oh, that's right.
If it wasn't for me, you'd be here in your underwear tonight.
You wouldn't even be here, Mr. Bennett.
Wait just a minute. I can straighten this whole thing out very easily. Here they are, folks. Those two hams, Blue Eyes and Nasal Hazel.
Say, Jack, people are... This is great, isn't it? 3 receptions and we haven't done anything yet.
Wonderful, yes.
People are certainly... I wanted to get a little joke in, if you don't mind.
No.
People are certainly saving their tires these days. You know, I was riding down 42nd Street there this afternoon on a streetcar, and Henry Ford got on.
Fred, wait a minute. Bob Hope just did that joke in Hollywood.
Well, I know, Jack, but there's 3 hours difference in time. That joke didn't even get here yet.
See, I thought you were just giving it another chance. You know? Freddie, Freddie, I'm sorry that
Don't laugh if you're sorry. If you're acting, if you're sorry.
Look, Freddie, I'm terribly sorry that I argued with you over our billing.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Jackie. After all, this is Christmas Eve.
Yes, sir. And, Freddie, you know what the greatest thing in the world is today? It isn't money, is it?
No, it isn't. And it isn't butter, Jackie.
And it isn't sugar.
No, it isn't sugar, Jackie.
I tell you, Fred, the greatest thing in the world today is friendship.
You're right, Jack. Friendship.
If you're ever in a jam, here I am. If you're ever in a mess, SOS. If you ever feel so happy you land in jail, I'm your bail. It's friendship, friendship. Got the perfect friendship when other friendships have been forgot. Ours will still be hot. Lottle, dig, dig, dig. Oh, Freddie.
Yes, Jack?
I understand there's a shortage of fat.
Why don't you turn in your head? If you're ever up a tree, fall to me, I'm on key.
If you're ever down a well, ring my bell.
If you're ever lose your teeth and you're out to dine, borrow mine.
It's friendship, friendship. Just a perfect friendship when other friendships have been forgate. Ours will still be great. Lottle, chop, chop, chop.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Freddie.
I understand there's a shortage of heads.
So why don't you turn in one of yours? If they ever black your eyes, be wise.
If they ever cook your booze, turn me loose.
If they ever put a bullet right through your brain, I'll complain. It's friendship, friendship. Just a perfect friendship when other friendships have been forget. Ours will still be it. It's friendship, friendship. Just a perfect friendship when other friendships have been forgot. Ours will be the nuts. Lottle, doddle, doddle, hep, hep, hep. Oh, Merry Christmas.
On the advice of our lawyers, ladies and gentlemen, we return you to Hollywood.
friend, this is Bob Hope, speaking from the USA. You know, this is the land that not long ago had boundaries. An ocean on one side and an ocean on the other. Douglas firs and deep snow and good fishing to the north. Blue water and lilacs and hot weather and cotton fields to the south. You lived and worked inside those boundaries and thought it would always be that way. You worked at the shoe store in Peoria. Yet tonight you're over there in England and North Africa, and you fly hell out of your bomber and go through God-made storms of snow and rain and man-made storms of steel and fire. And then you write home to this radio program and say, please do a song for me. You were the clerk in the local grocery store, the young doctor starting out, the history teacher in Grand Rapids, the mechanic at the corner garage. Yet tonight you're blacked out on a freighter or standing guard over your brother along a path in the jungle. You were the guy who had never been to Nevada. Yet tonight you're at home in Fairbanks, New Delhi, and Chongqing. But, well, that's the way it goes these days. For the boundaries of land and water have vanished from all nations. And in their place, a single boundary of freedom is moving across the earth as God meant it to be. But because of guys like you, when we think of America, we still think of Douglas firs. Because you guys are like those Douglas firs. And you're like the good fishing and the lakes and Coney Island and the cornfields and smokestacks. And you're like the little towns with the red water towers, and like Mount Rainier and Yellowstone and Highway 66, because all those things are American. They were part of you when you left, and they will still be part of you when you come back. The stuff that makes Americans. And brother, they don't make better stuff anywhere in the world.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the personal requests of the AEF and our friends in the United Nations. All the personalities on Command Performance, as on all our programs, give their services through the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Speaking for the AEF, we express thanks to the American radio industry, to the Office of War Information, and to the many persons who contributed to this special Christmas Eve edition of Command Performance. The entire cast, the studio audience, and the nation will stand at attention. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Has been a presentation of the War Department of the United States of America. These are the radio networks and stations of the United Nations.